stuff you sent me. I didn't need to see that at the combine. I could have just seen the score. I didn't need to see that.
Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, with you here for the next 3 hours on ESPN.
Delvincito!
Why are you getting a Delvin seat? We will have What Did You Learn This Week? And we got a new sponsor for What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence. We do. Free Reign Coffee, new sponsor to the show, and they wanted to sponsor What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence. You'll be hearing that in 45 minutes right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What a weekend we had. You just got back from the combine.
Last night. Yep.
Got back last night.
Came home to a locked house. I didn't bring my,
Of course you didn't bring your key.
Well, no. I shouldn't have to bring my key. The NFL gives us a car service so we feel fancy. But what it is it just saves a lot of money because they pay for parking at the airport.
Yeah,
gone for about a week, expensive. So they do that. They take us there back, and we think we're fancy, and then it tries to distract us from the budget cuts. Actual money.
Well, you do get a car service. Why?
I know.
Why don't you just be appreciative and say? Why don't you just say thank you and go on your way?
And then the guy from the car service he knew where there was going to be issues. I think it's clearing up, and he's still just.
What time did you get in?
Like 8:10.
Okay, I got in at 9. I got in at 8:50.
Yep.
And
I didn't get in my house until
I'm talking about the airport. C, it was still backed up. It is the worst. Is the worst
so I got into
terminal
C.
in the history of
C.
airports.
I got into C, but there's a sneaky way out. That
you go to B.
Take.
You go to
no.
Take the train to B.
But if you're parked in C, like the drivers are parked in C, they've got some sneaky way out. But part B is the spot.
B's the spot.
B's the jam.
Yeah.
I did get in. I didn't have my keys because I had to leave it for the house, and that's fine. I don't need to take my keys if I don't have a car. I could lose them. It's not smart for me to take keys.
No, it's not. But so everybody was sleeping when you got home?
No, my wife was. The kids had gone. Mason was at the rodeo with his friends. So I get home. I'm like, what? I had to Uber to Shawarma House so I could go get some food. So I had to Uber to a place that was like a mile away, go get some food, and then my driver who took me in an Uber. This is a first, not one, but 2 hook hands.
Two
hooks for hands and a 4.94 Uber rating, which is very high for the hook hand people, I would assume.
Wow. No one's going to, after taking a ride from a guy with double hook hands, going to drop his Uber rating to a 3.
Yeah.
He's already in an besides the hook hands, he's in an advantageous situation where people aren't going to drop his.
There's no way you can miss
You're
the
not
hook.
dropping the rating.
And as he's driving, I get in, the first thing I see is a hook on the right hand. I think, wonder how he got that hook. We always think that when you see a hook hand, right? Like, wonder what necessitated the hook. Did he lose it in an accident?
He was probably in wood shop.
Yeah, was it something like that?
Right.
He did not speak English. I tried to talk to him about some stuff, and apparently my Spanish was not good enough because he really didn't. It just wasn't going to be a whole lot of conversation. But I know he spoke Spanish because I could hear him tell somebody on the phone. Then as he's starting,
¿Qué pasó la mano?
I'm not going to ask him what happened with your hand. It'd be manos.
Bueno,
yeah.
Las manos.
Sí,
right.
Plural. So, and then as we're halfway there, I noticed, hey, there's a hook on the left hand. Are we sure that he can steer this steering wheel quickly? If somebody veers into our lane, can this guy steer out of the way?
Wow.
Do I need to be driving him?
Wow.
Double hook hands.
Wow.
So that happened last night. I got locked out of my house, so I went and got a spicy chicken shawarma sandwich, and then got back, and my wife said, "There's a snake at our back door." Then I find Mason's taped it. It's no bigger than it's like a 6-inch tiny little baby grass snake or whatever. I'm like, why are y'all freaking out? I just got back from the combine where Xavier Worthy ran a 4.21. I don't need to be running into hook hands and baby snakes that are freaking the house out.
I'm not sure I can play this, but I had a New York cabbie that was the most stereotypical New York cabbie.
Yeah.
I don't think I can play this.
There's no way you can.
Well, first of all, we were in his cab for 12 to 15 minutes. He opened his window 3 times and told what a shippy driver 3 times.
Oh, let him know.
Let him know you are a shippy driver. You screaming at them.
Yeah.
3 times.
So he's exactly like you would think.
Exactly.
Right.
Beeped at everybody. It was the most interesting cab ride, I think. He had both hands though, so it's not nearly as interesting as yours.
Yeah, my guy had earphones in.
Yeah.
Didn't speak any English. 2 hook hands.
Yeah.
He got the job done. I was just going a mile. Luckily, I didn't feel like walking it. So I'm like, yeah, man, I'm not walking this after I get locked out accidentally. My wife said, oh, don't we have an emergency key somewhere? I said, yeah, Mason's got it. Oh, I called Mason. He left it in the house. Like, I just get home and I got to, what? So, yeah, I eventually got in. I got to finish a mock draft this morning.
So you got your mock draft going to come out because I do know this about you. You love Joe Milton, and Joe Milton, you feel like he's the greatest quarterback that you've seen at the combine ever.
I don't have a draftable grade on him, really. I've got a 6,
I know,
7.
but people...
I know. Why are you doing it? Why are you showing his game is trash?
You got to tell people why.
I got a great video. Basically, the story is my video. It's not Joe Milton's 80-yard throw. The story is the video that I captured from behind. Pep Hamilton is recording right next to me. He's got his phone out, and I noticed there are 2 guys with their phones out. I'm like, I need to get my phone out. I may be getting ready to see something. And I've heard he can throw the ball 88 yards. So I said, okay, let me get my phone out. It just so happens with I watch a lot of movies and shows, and so I have a great feel for cinematography. So I was able from behind to capture this shot, but I knew I got to zoom in a little bit on the receiver, but zoom back out so I could get Joe Milton's reaction as the catch was made, and he did his finger gun. He went pew, right as the ball was being caught. Well, before you know it, I just thought, what a cool video. I put it out there, and the initial stuff is, man, that's awesome, man. Then it turns into, now show him throwing a 10-yard out. This guy's trash. I mean, everyone started piling on Joe Milton, what a filthy piece of turd he is, and he's the worst player that's existed. They hope he dies in a crash. Just you people making a big deal about this. And, like, it was just a cool video. It was really me. I shot a cool video. Yeah, Joe threw it 80, whatever. But
it's really me.
It was really like, I was like,
this was about me and my cinematography.
Yeah, this is
him and Denis Villeneuve. Same guys.
Yeah, I should have said, hey, this isn't about Joe. It's about my shot. I'm not saying Joe's a good quarterback, but look at me. So anyway, people were bagging on Joe Milton. I'm like, can't the kid have? Can we just give him one moment without all of you piling on to tell me how bad I didn't want to say it out loud, but I mean, I know how bad he is. I know.
I agree with you.
This isn't going to change but I knew that everyone's going to be scrolling the comments because, invariably the pseudo-racist came out, and invariably I need to tell you how he actually quarterbacks, and here comes the underwear Olympic crowd, and so everyone just crapped all over it, and I'm like, can't we just highlight a cool throw?
One throw.
He threw it 80 yards. Is it okay?
It is going to be the highlight of his post-college career.
Good Morning Football. My video is going to be featured on that.
It's going to be that'll be the highlight of Joe Milton's post-college career.
Oh yeah, because guess what?
So let the kid have it.
In my direct messages, I have Bleacher Report, Barstool, ESPN, Fox Sports, and then my own network, Good Morning Football.
Well, they own you, so they can have that.
I said, of course you can have it. So I gave permission for everyone to use it on TV, but so it'll be all over the place. But it's already got 6 million views.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy.
If you about that brand, you would have had an LZ logo.
Yeah, I should have put a watermark on it because I'm good like that. I do a lot of work on my videos.
Well.
So Xavier Worthy, big guy Mims.
So that was fake.
Amarius.
So Amarius Mims did run a 5.03.
That's pretty good.
5.09. That's really good. That's really 340 pounds, and he's chiseled, like no bad weight.
No,
he's unbelievable. But then they put
I saw him with the media standing there, and there was media behind him.
He's got 36-inch arms.
He is the largest human being.
He's unbelievably huge. He's unbelievably huge and well put together. He's not a fat guy.
How did he play on tape?
He plays good. He just gets injured a lot. Yeah. He's had ankle injuries. He had an injury at the combine yesterday.
He got injured at the combine? That's a bad sign.
Yeah, just a little tweak. He also had some, there's some football character stuff that could be a concern. So
He's
struggling.
busy. He's in the weight room.
Yeah, he does work out, but they put the wrong time in his short shuttle, like a 4.33, which is it exploded, went viral, and then Dane Brugler came out after it just went crazy and said, "Hey, they put the wrong time. That was actually he didn't even run.
Yeah,
he didn't even.
Well, did they put the right time for Keon Coleman on his shuttle?
That was unfortunately for him.
But his shuttle was great.
Oh, his shuttle was good. Yeah. His 40 time wasn't good. I didn't think he was all that fast. I've been telling you, I don't think he's a
but then he plays faster. Well, his wide receiver shuttle, whatever that is called, apparently he was awesome in it.
Yeah, the short shuttle. So there's a shuttle. You just go. You start in the middle. You touch the line on the left. You touch the line on the right.
No, that's not what it was. It was
away.
Some wide receiver drill that he did. It wasn't the short shuttle that he.
Oh, wasn't the 3-cone drill?
No.
Oh, then it's like his W drill or whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah. Those aren't really timed, but they probably. There's W drill. There's gauntlet. So what happened this year is so many quarterbacks backed out of passing. The gauntlet's where you run and you turn left and they throw it past you. You turn right, they throw it past you, and you're just running down a line all the way down the side. And Keon Coleman was really smooth with that. But so a lot of quarterbacks, so Drake May didn't throw. Jaden Daniels didn't throw. Caleb Williams didn't throw. But I did see Drake May down on the field, and he was dapping up. He was all excited for Joe Milton after his throw. But so they had to have – so Kellen Mond was one of the throwing quarterbacks, and Trace McSorley. Those were the two throwing quarterbacks where they were throwing to some of the wide receivers on the deep stuff before the quarterbacks came out. They were taking some of the throws, but they were also throwing the gauntlet, and there were scouts throwing the gauntlet to the defensive backs. And so these guys were throwing accurately, but it was soft, like it was very catchable balls. And so you would think the defensive backs have the greatest hands that have ever existed. No one's dropping anything. When the regular quarterbacks come out, sometimes they like to throw piss missiles at the wide receivers, and they can't catch it. One time a guy was throwing too hard. Steve Smith on the field doing NFL Plus stuff 2 years ago stopped the combine and came over and chided the guy. He wasn't a quarterback. He said, hey, we don't need all that. Or maybe he was a backing quarterback. Hey, these guys are trying to make it. They're trying to show what they can do, and you're out here making these guys look bad because you want to show that you can throw it 100 miles an hour. You ain't the show. These guys are the show. So cut that bleep out. Like Steve and everyone, no one said anything. The coaches because there's coaches running the event from teams. They're not saying anything to Steve Smith. Literally, no. I watched Steve Smith get into it with Mark Ross, like fun. And Mark Ross Steve said, you didn't have to yesterday when we were doing that show. You had to mention you had 2 Super Bowl rings. You didn't have to do all that. Because one of my guests was, I don't know. Now one against Steve, but he's like, how many catches did you? And Mark Ross goes, hold on, Steve. I'm trying to remember. In that NFC Championship game we had when he was with the Eagles, when Lito Shepherd locked you down, how many catches did you have? If I remember, it was 3 for 26. Mark Ross somehow knew exactly what the box score. Steve goes, yeah, it was 3 for 26, Mark. You're right.
Isn't that the same number you said you'd get against Zone?
I immediately thought the same thing. And what I felt like saying was, I think I could get that in the game.
No.
But I didn't want to say that to Steve
Smith. Oh, my
Smith.
God. You tell Steve Smith that?
Yeah. So
with Lito Shepherd locking you up?
3 for 26 ran right through my line like, hey, that's my numbers too. But I thought it was just best to sit that one out and just watch it.
You probably should. All right, we got a break. 7:13, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So much to do today, including what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? And there's a lot to learn. We have got a lot to talk about here
first
on
set
the show.
Of cuts for the Astros.
Yeah.
Did Jake Myers make the first set of cuts?
Did he make the first set of cuts? He's the greatest spring training hitter in the history of baseball, and you want to know if he made the cuts. Let's talk about that and more, and all kinds of injury updates that we got to get to on the other side. But first, we are talking about Chastang Ford, and I don't know. Truck month is over, but is it really? I don't know. I still think you're getting all of the great deals that you possibly can. I know it's not February anymore. I know it's March now, but I'm pretty sure you're going to they still got to get those 2023s off the lot. They're going to do whatever it takes I mean, you are in the driver's seat in this thing. Man, the Chastangs are at your mercy, okay? They got to get those 2023s off the lot. They got to make room for the 2024s. They don't want them F-150s sitting out there. They don't want them. What they want is you to get that vehicle at the best price you can. There's never, ever, ever, ever been a better time to get that car. This is always the time to buy those new year before vehicles, those 2023s. They're still brand new, okay? But you got them right now at a price that nobody else got last year. You get them at a price that nobody is going to get right now at Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown, plus 1.9% financing for 72 months. You kidding me? Get it at Chastang Ford.
Hey, for a lot of people, the ability to live a pain-free or minimally pained existence when you have joint issues, whether it's knee, hip, back, shoulder, ankle, whatever the case may be, that's something that you think is just going to be temporary fixes. It'll be whatever pain medicine you can take, whatever steroid shots you can take. Maybe you'll get a surgery down the road. You got to wait another 8 to 10 years probably. Did you know that you can take that journey with QC Kinetics to get back to a pain-free or minimally pained existence? That's because they take the body's healing power, they concentrate it, they put it back into the joints. So what happens is all that inflamed tissue that you have, it either happens because it's been worn away or you've lost a lot of the tissue. And so what they're able to do is it starts to reduce the inflammation or even helps you regenerate tissue. And that can immediately help solve the issue with the swelling and the pain that you're having in your joint. You don't have to live that type of existence. You can truly get back to a pain-free existence, and it's something that athletes have been doing for years, professional athletes. It's available for you as well. There's no reason that you shouldn't take advantage of the great people over at QC Kinetics. It's QCkinetics.com. That's QCkinetics.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell here with you at 713-780-3776. Verlander threw 60 pitches off the mound now. He is ready to start facing hitters. J.P. France still not throwing. He's got a shoulder injury. So we're waiting on J.P. France to come up. But Dana Brown this weekend said, do you want Blake Snell? Nah, we're not going to do that. Okay, I think they're done. They're done. They're at $254 million. The second level is $257 million of the tax. And they're not going to get to the second level. They're going to stay right
I don't think they've ever had a big free agency signing under Jim Crane. Not a big one. I mean, they've traded, but they've never had a big free agency side other than
Abreu
Justin
and
Verlander. Was Abreu big? I guess.
No, there was
$18 million.
No, Verlander was a trade both times.
Abreu.
Verlander was a trade both times.
Well, no, but you re-upped him 2 years. I'm talking about. Remember
yeah, but
after
that's
you
not a
had
free. Well, he's your guy.
Yeah, he's your own
He was
free
your
agent. I don't count that. Yeah, from other teams, Abreu was the biggest one.
Abreu and now Hader. Hader's the
Yeah,
biggest
Josh
one.
Hader. Yeah, Josh Hader's a big one.
Yeah,
Abreu was a
Hader's 100 million. So yeah,
Abreu was a medium big.
yeah,
Medium big, but Hader is a big one. Yeah,
95.
I mean he's a top closer. So
Yeah. So so that's and it appears. Do you have any idea what Jake Myers' OPS is right now this spring? Just take a wild guess.
654.
Well, it's higher. That's not even. That's just over his on base.
675. That's over his on base.
Just over his on base.
Well, then I guess he's up in the thousands.
He's at 1380-90.
How many at bats? 14.
He's got a boatload of at bats. He's one of the great hitters in the game today. How many at bats so far this spring? Hold on one second.
That'd be great if Jake Myers has a 1300 OPS for the year. He's got a great chance to win an MVP if he can keep this up.
Well, he can't keep this up right now. Let me see. I got to find their stats, but
You don't have to.
no, he's got a 1390. He's almost 1400 OPS. Jordan wishes he was Jake Myers, right? Yeah,
Okay.
And he led off with 2 doubles yesterday. Astros win. Bing, bing, bing. Yonder Diaz.
Seeing the ball well.
Home
Hey,
run.
listen, that'd be great. If you can get Jake and McCormick, if Jake is a legit hitter this year, it'd be terrific. You solve one of your problems.
Absolutely. If Jake is,
Jordan gets to chill out a little bit more. Yeah.
yeah, Jake Myers' number of at bats this spring is 9. 9. Okay, and that's a big enough sample size. He's got 3 runs, 4 hits, 3 doubles, 2 and 2 RBIs.
So we're doing OPS talk for a guy who has 9 at bats?
7 total bases. Yeah, that's right.
What else you got?
That's all. Yeah. Well, this says yeah.
He's
Okay.
gotta have more than 9.
No,
That's it?
1393 OPS. That's one of the
He's
greats.
really only got 9 at bats.
9
That's it.
That's it. Dubon, 1200 OPS. Thank you. Victor Caratini, 1000 OPS. I don't even know how Yiner's going to get on the field anymore. Okay.
It's amazing. We'll see how this works out. We'll see if these guys if he can keep this 9 at bat pace. Jake
Over
Myers,
600 at bats this year.
Yeah, he's only got 460 more at bats probably to go. And
We'll see. I mean, at this rate, though, he's one of the great hitters in the game today. You got that, and you also got. Oh my gosh, how disgusted was I to hear this? JoJo Tugler done for the season. I mean, that kid is playing great. JoJo Tugler is going to be. He's got a stress fracture in his foot, which for a big guy, it just seems like this happens so much. You've already lost Ramon Walker, right? You lost somebody. You got somebody else that's been injured as well. I mean, you're down to basically a 7-man rotation for the Cougs, and JoJo Tugler was so important. My goodness, so important because he comes up. Javier Francis is going to have to play so much better. He ain't JoJo though. I mean, over and over we've heard Kelvin just gushing about the way this freshman was playing. He is going to be here, hopefully, for the long haul. Terrence Arsenault, he's been out. Ramon Walker, and now JoJo. But JoJo's the biggest loss of them all. Ramon Walker was supposed to play a role this year, and so was Terrence Arsenault. But JoJo's has played a big role. And now you got a freshman that's got to come in, and he got 10 minutes the other day. But you barely survived Oklahoma. And Jamal Shed with the miss on the layup or the chippy, and then got the rebound and put it back in as time was closing out. And the Cougs win it in dramatic fashion at Oklahoma. 2 games left now.
You're going to have some of those, though. I mean,
Yeah.
they're still pulling them out.
2 games left now. Wednesday at Central Florida, and then Saturday back here against Kansas.
And then you got, it's a revenge
That's a
game
fun
for the
game.
Cougs.
That's a fun game.
You should have a lot of energy.
And then
Who's the next one?
It's Central Florida, at Central Florida.
So that's one that's a concern. I don't know how good Central Florida is right now, but the situation of coming off an emotional game and then having Kansas coming up
Yeah.
at home, and then you go
Sandwich
on the road
game.
to Central Florida's big sandwich game.
Yeah.
But that Kansas game is going to be fun because you owe them one.
Yeah.
And
Big time.
I would hope that
in this place,
it's going to be packed.
But man, losing Tugler is huge,
Yeah.
dude, huge. I love the way that kid plays. I thought JV early on, I'd much rather see Tugler on the court as opposed to Javier Francis. But now, Javier's going to have to step up and play his ass off because you know JoJo, and he's going to get more minutes now, and he's got to make more baskets now. JoJo was so good around the basket, so good defensively. And Jawan gets into, getting into foul. Who gets into foul trouble that's got to stay out of foul trouble is LJ.
Yeah, LJ Cryer gets into foul trouble.
He does. He gets into way too much.
Dumb fouls.
And you got to have that guy because, again, that's the guy, the sharpshooter that you got to have. You get the ball to him. He was knocking him down the other day. He is really fantastic. And this is fun.
I didn't see it. How did he hurt How did Tugler get hurt?
It happened. He had one bad instant, and then he tried to play on it, and
he had the ankle injury.
It just worsened.
And I wonder if that
this is in his foot. It's a stress
it
fracture.
said his foot. I know he had an ankle too, so I wonder if that kind of exacerbated it because he was making up for one.
So anyway, that's the bad news. The good news is they won, but again, every season it seems like this team loses major pieces as they head toward the tournament. Every season it's like that. Well, they play so hard, so maybe that's part of it is how hard they play. And, every single play is like, the NCAA championship game. So maybe that adds into it. But you know what? So what? You got to keep on going without that guy. That's all you got to do. And then the Rockets with a big win. What about our team?
Yeah.
How about, what do you mean? Why is that look? On the road, winning? Okay. Have you ever had 6 wins on the road, Del? No.
Any road win is a huge win, Del.
Okay, if that's the standard, then sure, a big one.
That is the standard right now.
Yeah, that's the standard. Beating oh, really? Have you ever heard of Devin Booker? Ever heard of Kevin Durant? Ever heard of Bradley Beal?
I've heard of a lot of people.
Okay.
Yes.
You ever heard of them?
Yes, I've heard of a lot of people. I've heard of Drew Eubanks and Josh Okogie. I've heard of a lot of people.
Yeah, you heard of those guys.
Yeah,
too.
I've heard of them.
Why aren't they better than they are? I don't get it.
Bradley Beal barely plays, and when he does, he's getting ejected after only scoring 7 points.
Well, that was kind of dumb. A little bit dumb.
If you missed it, Jalen Green had a complete game. We remember late last week, he had a really great first half and then struggled in the second half, and the Rockets lost to the Suns. Well, they played the second game of their quote-unquote baseball series, as some people like to call it, on Saturday, and he was great throughout. The Suns are a very unserious basketball team.
They're unserious.
They're unserious. If
you
watch,
people are not a serious
particularly against the Rockets, they're very unserious. So Jalen Green's having a good night. He plays good defense on Bradley Beal. Şengün blocks a shot. So it's out on the Rockets under the baseline, inbound for Bradley Beal. Apparently, Jalen said no a couple times after blocking a shot, so Bradley Beal fakes like he's going to hit him with the basketball, then bops him on the head with the basketball.
I mean, that's true and one stuff.
Well, Matt Barnes tried to do that to Kobe. He didn't actually hit Kobe because he knew better, and Kobe didn't move. But Bradley Beal actually hit Jalen Green with the basketball, then inbounded it, tie up, whatever, foul, whatever. And then they got into it because Jalen Green's like, what are you doing hitting me with the basketball? Shove, pushy shove. And then Bradley Beal hits Jalen Green in the face with the arm. He gets ejected, and the Rockets go on the win. So after getting your ass kicked by Jalen Green for about 2.5 quarters, then you get thrown out of the game.
And who was the best player for the Rockets that night?
Jalen Green.
No, Grayson Allen.
Well. Oh, you meant for overall for the Rockets as opposed to the guy actually on the
Allen
team?
Was awful.
I told you they're unserious. In the previous game, on an inbounds, I think in the third quarter or something, I'm watching inbounds. He's uncontested. He takes a three-pointer like 3 steps inside the half-court line just because he can, because they're not taking the Rockets seriously. Of course, the ball hits the backboard first, hits the rim, and he misses. The entire thing, those 2 games, the Suns didn't really take on the Rockets. I think the Rockets were serious, and the Rockets actually got them on Saturday. The Suns are unserious. That's the biggest takeaway for me from watching them for over 96 minutes against the Rockets.
They just don't care. They just have no respect for our Rockets.
No, they didn't. And then Devin Booker gets hurt late in the game, and he missed their game last night. So another injury for the Suns. But the Rockets do get a win, and Jalen Green played well in let's say three of the 4 halves.
Well, how about, the big story is another Rockets road win. That's the big story.
I mean, that's factually true. It is another win.
It is another Rockets road win. The Suns are in the play-in right now, and so is Dallas. Boy, Dallas has really caught it lately. As good as they were playing lately, they have had.
And they lost 2 in a row. I mean, they went into Indiana and got their ass kicked, and then they came home against the depleted Sixer team. By depleted, they didn't have Joel Embiid, which makes them that way. And then after getting out to like an 11-0 start, they were awful the rest of the way. Sixers got a big win as they try to stay out of the play-in. So, yeah, you look at the play-in right now. It is Phoenix, Dallas, the Lakers, and the Warriors.
Yeah. And I'm not sure.
And are the Rockets competing after they get a big road win? Are they still in the race?
They're right there. They're right there in the thick of it. Suck on that, Jeremy. With your, let's tank. No, we're going to get big road wins on the road, okay?
Well,
big road wins.
Jeremy, I don't know if you're listening. You might be asleep. John's insulting you once again. But you'll be featured later in Ship Talk because nice call by Jeremy for the Jamal Shed game winner. So we'll hear. I don't know if those are against the rules because that's a local station, but I'm going to do it anyway, see what happens.
Well, you can't do that.
I can't announce that I'm playing.
Yes.
I can't say it's courtesy of 790 and play.
Yes, you can.
Oh, you can.
Yeah, because it's team broadcast.
It's a team broadcast.
It's
not their audio.
It's not their audio content. That's owned by.
Ooh.
Who's the broad? Yes, it's the broadcast.
I wish
partner.
I had an HRP spot right here, but instead I have an underdog fantasy right here. That's what I have.
Holler at your boy. I can tell you how to get those dubs, and that's through my friends over at Underdog Fantasy. Did you know they had combine stuff you could have jumped on? I didn't, but you could have. And it's a great opportunity for you to just sift through on the Pick'em Challenge. They've got golf, they've got hockey, they've got just everything you can imagine, every sport. There's so many different players. They have a rivalry section. I never really talk about the rivalry because that's a head-to-head matchup where you pick who is going to have the highest totals head-to-head, and sometimes they'll balance it out, minus a certain amount of points or rebounds or whatever the case may be. But yes, in the Pick'em Challenge, you can win multipliers of your original play. You go to Underdog Fantasy, download the app, use promo code Lance for your first deposit. It's nice because not only will they match your first deposit up to $100, they are also going to give you a special pick in the lobby. So that special pick gives you the opportunity to win even more or to get an easy W with the pick. They make it one way or another where it's going to be very advantageous to you. So, but you have to make that deposit, and you have to use promo code Lance to take advantage of that. But it's a great way to win up to 100 times. You can win up to 100 times your original play. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncbgambling.org.
It's rodeo time. You don't want to go, or, well, maybe you do want to go, or maybe your wife's making you go, and maybe you got to dress rodeo. Well, you don't have any rodeo stuff. Or even if you do have rodeo stuff, how about some new rodeo stuff? How about some stuff from Republic Boot Company? How about the best, just the best? How about being foot? They can outfit you head to toe right now, today, okay? While they won't be custom boots, they'll feel like custom boots. They will shape them because it's all leather. They can shape them to your exact foot measurement. They are experts in making sure that boot is going to be perfect for you. And even though it's not a customized boot, it's going to last forever. It is going to last you forever. But it's not just about boots. It's about hats. It's about shirts. It's about sport jackets. I mean, I saw one. There was a great one there. When you walk in, you'll see all the jackets right there. First thing you'll do is you'll smell Republic Boot Company, and you'll go, oh, my goodness. This is the best. This is the best place to shop because it smells so good. But then you'll see the suits. Then you'll see the boots. You'll see all the hats that you can get there as well. Everything, you will be 100% rodeo ready in a matter of minutes at Republic Boot Company. It's 1133 East 11th Street in the Heights, or you can shop online at republicbootcompany.com. The best. If you're going to the rodeo, the only place to stop, Republic Boot Company.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so what did you learn this weekend? Brought to you by Free Reign is coming up in just a minute. Free Reign is a coffee that is a new sponsor to the show. It's just Rip, okay, from Yellowstone, I call him Cole Hauser because we're boys.
That's his name, yeah.
That's his name.
Actual name, yeah.
Right. But we're
So
boys.
even if you weren't boys,
well,
you probably should call him Cole House.
I've never met him per se.
He probably don't want to be called Rip, though.
But
I would want to.
Everybody calls him Rip.
I think Rip is a great character.
Okay, if you saw Bob Denver, when you call him Gilligan?
I mean, he's dead.
Well, yeah, but if you saw him when he was alive, you'd say, hey, Gilligan, right?
Yeah, because I would have been young, so yeah, I probably would have said that.
You would have said, hey,
where's
your bucket hat?
I wouldn't be a 10-year-old going, hey, Bob Denver. I'd probably have said Mr. Denver. My parents raised me that way.
No, you'd say Mr. Gilligan.
Yeah, I'd probably say Mr. Gilligan.
Yeah.
Yeah, my parents raised me that way.
Yeah, right. I mean, there are people that are just associated. Now
what does
Cole
that have to do?
Hauser has had a lot of roles, though.
He has. He's been a Nazi.
Yep. He was in Dazed and Confused.
He's been a bully in Dazed and Confused.
Yeah.
He was a little red. Not as bad as Matt. Not as bad as your boy Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck was a real jerk. Actually, he was a bully, but not bad. He wasn't bad in that one. He has been, a cowboy.
Uh-huh. He's
been a cowboy there. Yeah, Cole Hauser's had some different roles. Now, you told me you were getting Cole Hauser on the show. How's that coming along?
It's going to come along. It'll happen. Yeah.
I'm going to check this every day like Gilbert.
Okay. Just wait, Gilbert. It'll happen when it happens. By the way, did Colleen send the pictures? Or
Not yet. She didn't go to the combine.
She didn't go?
No,
okay.
I didn't see her. You know who's great is Stacey Dales. I wanted to talk to her about Caitlin Clark a little bit. I mean, she's a former college basketball player, and she is phenomenal. Did you see the thing with Terry and Arnold? We probably need to play that. We had some great sound with Stacey Dales interviewing Terry and Arnold after his combine. It is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah.
She has this like motherly thing where players just really open up to her for some reason. She's able to get that out of them, but
she's the next Tom Rinaldi. She's
maybe
Stacey Rinaldi.
But with a midi game, she can hit the mid-range jumper.
Yeah, no.
I mean, that's the difference. Is Tom? I don't know if Tom Rinaldi.
Is she back to Stacey Dales because she was Stacey Dales
Schumann,
and
now she's Stacey Dales. She got rid of that dead weight.
Wow,
Mr. Schumann, as I call him.
Oh,
I can only assume.
Is it the Schumann that does the basketball play-by-play?
I don't know.
Oh my!
I'll have to.
That's awful. You're an awful person, but
I think one is Schumann, the other Schulman. I don't.
I think it's Schumann previously.
I think they're different people.
I don't think so.
She's 6 feet. This lists her 6 feet. Probably pretty close.
She's 6 feet.
Yeah, probably pretty close. Yep. She's tall. I mean, she was a hooper.
Oh my God. Bull says he went to the Nuggets Saturday night to see Kevin James, and there was syrup all in his room. LZ.
That's not true. As I stepped on the ground somewhere, I got it on my laptop. I don't know how I got so much syrup all over the place. Honestly, had
They
one
haven't
taste, and I'm like, oh, this is not peanut butter. I wasn't even looking. I'm like, ugh.
How could you mistake syrup for peanut butter?
Because it's in the little round packages. It's brown on the top, and then it was right next to the peanut butter.
They
It was
haven't
totally
been able to get
understandable.
the syrup out of its golden nugget room yet.
Wow.
I didn't have syrup and golden nuggets.
What did you do in there?
It was just Indianapolis.
How
where
many
I had it.
videos did you film in that room?
I didn't film any videos.
Yeah, did you? I mean,
You guys just
for those of
awful.
you that weren't here last week, Lance spilled
little
syrup
bit
all
of
over his
syrup,
room
yeah.
while he was doing the show. It was just, it was embarrassing. But just another. You mentioned Stacey Dow's. We got to mention Daniel Jeremiah. Daniel Jeremiah was at the combine.
Oh, we don't have to mention Daniel Jeremiah. Let's talk about.
Well, we're going to hear from Daniel Jeremiah about Chris Mortensen.
Yeah,
You knew Mort.
I knew Mort a little bit. Yeah, I introduced myself to him after he had first come back from cancer. We had talked one other time, and Mort was unbelievably gracious. Treated me just like he knew. Like some of those guys, kind of big time you. Never Mort. Mort was a really kind guy.
Who are the guys that are jerks?
Todd McShay.
Oh,
Wow.
Well, I mean, I'm just being real.
And he learned from Mort. You'd think he'd be better.
Nah, he didn't learn from Mort.
Well, I mean, he was
Kuiper's a legit dude, real good dude. Mort was a great guy. And I remember I called Mort last year to check on him. I said, hey, DJ, let me get his number. I want to check, see how he's doing, and just tell him how much he's meant to me over, just watching him over the years. And I called, and we were talking. He, hey, Lance, how you doing? And he had kind of a difficult time. He had a throat issue, surgery. There was cancer, and so it caused issues with his tongue. He couldn't really or maybe his issues with his tongue. He couldn't really swallow that well. His speech was a little bit different. But, he didn't hide it. He just went on TV, kept doing that. And I was telling him, hey, man, you meant so much to so many people. And, how are you doing? And I really was focused on him and his health. And he's like, I've had a great life. Everything's good, Lance. I want to talk ball. I want to talk about these quarterbacks, man. This is an interesting year. And he didn't want to, after a little bit of talk, he was like, let's talk football, man. That's what I want. I love talking to you about football. And so we started talking football, and I mean, that was it. We talked ball, and I talked to him one other time, but he was a really gracious guy, really kind guy. Daniel Jeremiah told a story that is not on this story, so I'll tell it. Mort flew him up, bought him a plane ticket so he could fly up and be part of his and sit in with them on draft day and basically just handle the phone for him and see the text messages that came in and just what his job entailed being an NFL insider. He was unbelievably gracious as a mentor to Daniel Jeremiah, who got him into the draft space and the football space when he came out of Appalachian State. Well, I mean, partially, yeah. I think when he was really young, and then DJ became a scout he was with the Browns and the Eagles and the Ravens. But Mort was very close with DJ. DJ was close with his family, and so that's the context before you hear what we're about to hear.
Well, do we want to do this? Considering we've got what have you learned? What do you want to?
Oh yeah, we're up against it.
See,
That's 2 minutes
once
long.
again, someone made it about themselves.
Yeah.
I didn't say it was about me.
Well,
You guys are the ones who did the syrup
You
thing.
made it about yourself.
You did the syrup thing that was totally not necessary.
And we need to stay on the
We
clock.
were gonna play this, but that's okay.
Yeah, but he made it about himself
But
again.
you guys said, "Oh, here's syrup. Look at my syrup. Syrup is here." One person, you make one mistake, syrup for peanut butter, and it turns into a whole thing.
How can you mistake syrup?
I don't understand
for
Well,
either.
the problem is some of it spilled on an iPad, on a phone, on a floor.
Some of it on the
All right.
floor.
Tell you, okay, that's what I learned this weekend. That Lance can't tell peanut butter from syrup. But what did you learn this weekend? 713-780-3776 is the number. Brought to you by Free Reign Coffee, which I got right here, and it's delicious. Free Reign Coffee is bringing you what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. 713-780-3776. There must be something. It doesn't have to be about sports. It can be about anything. Let's go. Right now I'm talking about Doc Linville. I learned because I was in an elevator and I could see you got the mirrors in the elevator. And I could see the back of my head, and I learned that Doc Linville is the greatest human being in the history of man. I love Doc Linville. I had a giant 9-iron divot out of the back of my, and now it's like almost imperceptible that I obviously it's thinner than the rest of you, but what Doc has done for me has been fantastic, and it'll be what he does for you. I got the neografting, right? And now I'm in the middle of getting the PRP as well. and it just fills it all in. It's just great. One is like resodding, and the other is putting fertilizer in. Okay, so the resodding is obviously a much bigger process, and that's the neografting. You can do that. The doc will determine which it is. Is it going to be neografting or is it going to be PRP? If you are somebody that just needs the stimulation of growing your own hair, doc will do that as well, just filling in. Okay, but if you're somebody that needs the neografting, he's going to do that as well. And he does it at a price, and he just does it better than anybody else. And if you're looking for a great way to get hair, there's one place to go, 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Oh, Tony learned that Nolan Ryan wanted to go see Caitlin Clark, and he did, so he did. Nolan Ryan was in the crowd.
I was the first, and so was Travis Scott, who originated the idea of traveling to see Caitlin Clark. Me, I'm the first one to come up with that idea.
Dell, is there a story that he doesn't put himself in?
It's just amazing how
remarkable.
many times I'm involved.
Nolan Ryan was at the game.
Yeah, like Like the Celtics are on a 11-game or 12-game win streak, whatever it is. They've got like 2 wins of 50-plus points in the streak, but it's not more impressive than Lance's ability to insert himself in the stories.
No, I'm the one who's
on like
a streak.
He's like on a DiMaggio.
Here's what
streak.
here's what I learned.
No, he's on a Cal
Here's what I
Ripken
learned this
streak.
week. I'm ahead of the game when it comes to doing the cool stuff or thinking about doing the cool stuff.
Right.
What
I
I've
didn't
learned this
do it,
week
but-
is that we have a new sponsor for this segment.
Right. Free Reign Coffee, baby. Free Reign. I'm going to be telling you about it after the segment, but Free Reign is awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm going to tell you
Bring
all
some
about it.
in. I'll be
Internet.
pouring that.
Oh, it's good. It is really
I'll
good.
be
It is
pouring
really,
that.
really good. All right, let's go. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First up is Ocho. ¿Qué pasó, Ocho?
Yeah, I learned that Pete Maravich averaged 38 field goal attempts and 14 free throw attempts per game.
No.
He never
Never.
met a shot he didn't like.
Well, no.
He shot less than 40%. You know that, right?
Yeah, but he also, if there was a three-point line, no one would be able to touch him ever. It would be.
Well, because he would have been.
They estimated the shots. They looked at his shots and
Yeah, he
where
took
the
bad
three-point line
shots.
is. Well, where the three-point line is, right?
Why are you shooting those shots?
Yeah.
That's why you're shooting less than 40% for your career.
Well,
It's like one of the most. When I found out what his field goal percentage was, it was such a downer. I was like, man, this guy just is a chucker. That's all he does, just shoots a crap load of shots.
well,
Average 38 shots a game, almost a shot a minute.
he was
A ball hog.
a ball. Well, yeah,
But he did have assists, too.
I mean, we're comparing Caitlin Clark for what she did. By the way, she broke Maravich's record. There's a Maravich type in women's basketball right now. You check out Juju Watkins and what she does at USC.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
She is she shoots as poorly as him.
Me and you
on
talked about
occasion.
with Sean Mapes when John was gone.
Yeah, she's got some Pistol Pete in her too.
She can squeeze them off.
Yeah.
Well, he did shoot 44%.
When? 1 year?
No, his whole career.
What is Lance giving me awful
Yeah,
Wait, no.
stats?
What were all his stats?
And he averaged 16.7 shots per game, and he shot 44%.
Then where did he get? Are you talking pro or college?
College,
What
LSU.
numbers are you getting?
Well,
Lance?
he's the one that just told us 38 shots a game.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Ocho. What did
Ocho
Ocho
said
learn?
that.
Field goal attempts. Oh, no. Field goal attempts was 38 per
Okay.
game. He made almost 17. 44%. It was a 44%.
That's better than I remember.
And, yeah, he shot.
Did he have some years in there where he
We
was
gotta
under?
pick it up. We got people who want
Yeah,
to
we
get
got
on.
people.
All right. Next up is David. David, what'd you learn this weekend?
My money on the Joker on underdog, I can quit my job.
He said
If
he
he put
learned
his
that
money on the Celtics?
on the Joker, he can quit his.
Oh, he must be playing higher on Joker.
Oh, he's playing higher.
lot.
Yeah, the Joker is the Joker.
You can't have two. You could have gone faster. They had Xavier Worthy a 4.32.
faster.
If you had gone faster, you would have won that one.
Oh my gosh.
Well, you have to tie it up with another one.
Tom, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned when you're flirting with a lady who's a Saints fan, that is not the time to mention Derek Carr.
Wow, she just turned. I mean, she immediately went ice cold. I would imagine.
But you could have started ragging on Carr. Like, well, I guess of the whole thing.
yeah, but then that just ruins the whole mood.
Yeah, I guess you just say.
Derek Carr
yeah.
will ruin the Aldi.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, the amour in the air. Woods, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that after 2 episodes of Shogun, I'm fluent in male golfer, female golfer food.
Oh, two.
Is it that?
two-
Is that what we're talking
is that
about?
right? Yeah.
I guess so. I haven't watched it, but yeah,
No.
I would imagine their names aren't Karen Davis
No.
and Jack Parkinson or
Judy
something.
Dickinson.
Yeah,
No.
not that.
No. Lazy J. What up, Lazy J?
Hey, good morning, fellas. What I learned over the weekend is that MLS is treating Messi like Jordan in the early 90s, trying to save the league.
Yeah, everything's so
Everything.
messy.
Yeah.
Everything is
Well,
so messy.
did you see the game he had? I mean, he and Suarez.
Luis Suarez, his
Yeah.
former teammate, now current teammate, they're in Barcelona together. Yeah, they beat Orlando City, which is supposed to be one of the best teams in the league. They slapped them around 5-0.
Messi is
5-0.
still extremely good, and he's playing like this is Jordan going up against AA pitching.
Yeah.
He is him doing a stint a rehab stint in Double-A.
The question for them is, can they stay healthy? They're all old guys, but they're at one point on the best team in the world, and they're playing now against the likes of Orlando City. They're just old. The question will be, how long can they hold up?
How about that there is a Paris Saint-Germain store in New York City on Fifth Avenue?
Big deal.
Right on
They're a
Fifth
big
Avenue. I
deal.
mean, really?
Well, that's what why do you think those
It's
clubs
all Paris Saint-Germain.
Why do you think those clubs always come to America in the summer for stuff like that?
But that's ridiculous. On Fifth Avenue, you know how much you got to sell to be on Fifth Avenue?
Well, they got Mbappe for now. He's going to leave, and they had Messi. So
713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend? Brought to you by Free Reign right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Ryan, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that we're still talking about women's basketball. Neat stuff.
Stop.
That's two sentences.
Yeah.
Well,
Period.
it could have been
stuff.
actually a colon.
A semicolon?
No.
Semicolon. Not colon. Semicolon. Yeah, I think that's how you use the semicolon.
that's not
I
how you
use it only for transitional adverbs like however or therefore.
Yeah,
but
no, it's not a
there
semicolon.
is another way you can
Two
use
sentences. You should have just said, we suck because, right? Barry, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that Bitcoin is going to be $70,000 by the end of the week, baby.
Bitcoin is really
It's been taking off.
Yeah, it has been taking
again.
off. Yeah, my buddy's got my buddy has a lot. I thought, you're crazy. And he kept putting in.
He went back down to 24.
And now he's got a lot of money. Jimmy, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah. I learned that the difference between an enzyme and a hormone is that you can't hear an enzyme.
Oh, Jimmy, that's not even a dad joke. That's a terrible joke.
Yeah. You can't hear an enzyme.
Dale, you co-sign that?
That's you, and you got a smirk on your face.
I got to smirk because of how dumb it is. That's why.
The one thing that I've learned about Dale is he's less of an ally. Since last week, I realized, this has all been an act.
Yeah.
What act?
No, he's not an ally.
I've
that
not
really
acted
dreadful show you did. That one dreadful show.
What show did I do?
I don't know, but it was something bad.
I mean, I did that on this show.
Yeah. When
I suggested that if I've gone through this already, do I have to do it again?
No, we're not doing that anymore. Keith, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned this weekend that the San Francisco Giants are the real deal after signing Matt Chapman to add with Soler, J.H. Lee, Robbie Ray, Jordan Hicks, and Nick Ahmed. Real deal.
Yeah, why are they getting all these guys?
I know. And they got him at a discount. Matt Chapman for $54 million.
Well,
he was looking for over 100.
That whole article about how baseball basically they're like, this is collusion. Baseball owners are just saying, look, we're just not doing it.
We're not paying you.
We'll pay the really great ones, and then that's it.
We're not paying you. La raza que pasó, mijo.
Yanni Yee. Lance Z.
Oh.
Delencito.
Hey, Delvencito, ¿cómo está?
Gentlemen, good morning. Balloon.
Shout out to the Mopey and Maid show. It's doing real great. I heard great reviews about it. I love the show. And what I learned over the weekend is that make sure that you don't spill the jam on your feet.
Nobody learned all that stuff.
Syrup.
Y'all make things that aren't things.
Oh, my God. And you got it all over the room.
Like you make
it
things.
It was even in the room at the Nugget.
It wasn't in the Nugget.
Right.
You make things that aren't things. That's
did you or did you not spill syrup?
For.
And it took you how long to clean it up?
Yeah. There were hidden spots.
All right,
did you leave a big tip for the cleaning lady?
He didn't have to go to Nugget because they didn't get to it.
He didn't. Did you leave a tip? Oh, that poor thing.
No, you didn't even tip after you left the mess.
Gross.
No, I tipped my
probably
drivers.
Went, what was going on in this room?
I tipped my driver. Oh, lots of stuff.
OF videos?
Yeah.
Laying down, watching Griselda. I did eat some food on the bed at one point. A sandwich. It was just a basic sandwich.
No.
There was...
all right. That's what I learned this
mostly
weekend.
Boring.
You're gross.
I've always learned that. I've always known that, though.
Isaac, our final one. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence, Isaac?
What's up, fellas? I learned this weekend that Los Lonely Boys are from here in Texas, and they will kill a live show.
Los Lonely Boys been around a long time, so he watched. That must be the rodeo, I'm assuming.
I don't know. Were they there?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's got to be. But, Los Lonely Boys have been around a long time.
Well, they killed it. Nice. Congratulations.
How come no women call ever?
I don't know. We need.
Yes.
I mean, we got to get
need
somebody to
female
combat
callers.
Tom.
You guys have
I would like, you know what? It would be good to have a female caller who's out there living her best life and tell stuff. She could tell on girlfriend. She could tell on her boyfriend. Maybe she's partying or whatever.
Well, yeah, she can
Maybe
learn.
she wants to blast somebody at the office or
If
whatever.
some idiot, she's talking to him, and some idiot brings up Derek Carr, and you know what? Then you shut it down.
She was going to maybe have some fun, and then he brought up Derek Carr.
Well, let's hear her
you
side.
Just killed all the energy.
Clinched everything up. You're
That's
done for.
it. All right, I want to talk about Free Reign Coffee. Listen, this is Rip from Yellowstone, right? He started this in Texas, in San Angelo, Texas. And he founded Free Reign Coffee, smooth, slow roasted. Listen, when you see a cowboy with that mug in his hand, I mean, that is what, and you can almost taste that coffee, right? It's got to be the best tasting coffee ever. He's sitting on the porch with the sun rising, and he's on his horse, and he's got that cup of coffee, that mug. I mean, that just, you can just taste how good that coffee is. Well, that's what Rip has made here. I'm telling you, this Free Reign Coffee is different. It runs different. It just is thicker. It's bolder. It's full of flavor. You've got all kinds of different ones. I love the Texas pecan. That is my favorite, the Texas pecan. But they've got all of the different flavors that you can choose from. It's American-owned. They've been doing this this is over 25 years that they've been doing this. You just haven't heard of it. It's going to be in stores all over. Get it now and see for yourself. 975coffee.com. But here's the deal. Put in promo code ESPN20 for 20% off site-wide on anything. They'll ground the coffee or you can get Keurig, whatever it is. They got it all. It's 975coffee.com. Use promo code ESPN20.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92. Just cleaning this show up a little bit. Pete Maravich, by the way, yeah, he did shoot 38 times a game. He only played 3 years to set that record, by the way. 3 years of college basketball. Freshmen couldn't play then.
Shot like a 4-year player.
Well, yeah, I mean, the number of shots, you extrapolate that, he still probably would have led the number of shots taken.
14 free throws a game?
He averaged 13, 14, and 14, yeah.
This is a modern-day James Harden meets Allen Iverson.
Yeah.
I mean an old-time version of it.
44 points a game he averaged. 44.2 points a game. So, yeah, in 3 years, by the way, he did this. And with no three-point line. If he had a three-point line, they're thinking he would have scored another, I don't know, however many. I mean, a ridiculous number of points because he took shots like that. A lot of three-point shots.
Daryl Morey would have hated his efficiency. Not a very, his PER.
Oh, not with, he shot 44. Wait, he shot 44% from the field. And if he was his real field goal percentage would have been ridiculous if there was a three-point line.
You keep assuming he's making those shots.
He did make those shots.
How do you know he missed
made
a lot of shots.
He made a bunch of three-point shots that would have been three-point shots.
But I think his PER, my guess is that he was a lot better the closer to the basket than he was, like most people.
Yeah, but he did but if they
said a lot of shots and a lot of misses too.
What would Pete Maravich? There was a number out there that somebody looked at all of his shots and how many 3-point. It would have been something that no one would ever catch.
But he was fun, but not really an impactful pro player either.
No.
He's fun. A lot of passes.
We'll see if Caitlin Clark translates.
Oh, easily.
Yeah, we'll see.
Easily. Like, why wouldn't she? Every other player came from college, and she's better than they were in college.
Yeah.
Like, they're not coming from some magical island. They all played in college, and she's better than they were when they were in college, you know?
Yeah.
Better shooter. Like, next year, if Ionescu goes up against Caitlin Clark, would you watch that in a three-point shootout in All-Star Weekend?
I would watch it if she was up against Steph.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but you could have two women going up against each other in three-point shootout. I'd 100% watch that. Yeah. I would 100% watch that.
They say he would have averaged about 54 points a game.
I believe it when I see it.
No, honestly. I mean, Dale Brown noted that recordings of his games make clear he routinely shot beyond the 20-foot line. You watch highlights of him, it's all long jumpers.
I mean, yeah, terrible shots.
What?
They're
Are Caitlin Clark's terrible shots?
They're all work two. She has a three-point line. They're all work two. She had a three-point line. What are you shooting that far for when you've got it doesn't make sense when you don't have a three-point line.
Yeah, but he
shot 38 times. Like, he was a ball hog, and he took bad shots.
And they loved him at LSU. I mean,
I know. I'm sure they did.
Yeah, they won basketball games because of him.
He was fun.
Yeah,
he was fun. He's no Caitlin Clark. That's why she had to whip his ass.
He was actually okay. All right. He's no Caitlin Clark.
You're trying to be anti Caitlin Clark.
No,
Caitlin Clark, and use your LSU
I'm an
guy.
ally. Okay, as opposed to Dell.
You're immediately like saying this guy with the mustache is better.
But Pete Maravich was much better. That's not even arguable.
Much better than what?
Much better than Caitlin Clark.
Dell, did you just hear that?
Much better.
This has turned into a guy who's dead, and John's like, oh, he was much better shooting 38 times a game than Caitlin Clark. This is her moment. Why are you trying to crap on her just because she beat Maravich and stuff?
You though?
Yeah.
I know. He's not. He's not an ally.
I'm sorry. Can
you apologize to our female intern, Lexi? Can you apologize for what she's had?
4 years versus 3 years. No three-point line. Dude would average at least 54 a game.
What if she shot 38 shots a game?
Oh, well, there's the rub. If she would have shot, how many times did she shoot a game?
She would have averaged 70 points a game.
Well, she did. The LSU needed him to shoot 38 times a game.
They need Caitlin to.
Yeah, and they're fine. They're fine with Caitlin doing what she's doing.
Let's see what happens.
Let's not pretend.
Let's do this game. Now give Caitlin Clark. Now let's do the projection of Caitlin Clark with the same amount of free throws and field goal attempts as him.
Well, but mix it up inside.
Now play that game.
Softy, mix it up inside like Pete did.
She does. Oh, I'm sorry. All she did is the all-time assist leader, too.
Yeah.
Is that true?
No, but she's not.
She's got a lot of them.
She's not the all-time assist leader.
But she got like 2,000.
No.
Why do you
No,
have...
LeBron is the one who's fourth on the list. By the way, big ups to LeBron, 40,000 points.
Oh, we'll hear from LeBron in about 20 minutes because he pulled some LeBron stuff in the post game. You'll love it, John.
Yeah, I know. No. I know what you're going to play. But we promised that we would play Daniel Jeremiah.
Okay, the all-time leader is a lady named Susie McConnell, but nobody knows her. No one cares about her.
What are you talking about?
So she doesn't get any respect?
Yeah, she doesn't.
She
people
played
love her.
before women's basketball really took off.
People love her.
Caitlin Clark is fifth. She needs to come back to school and get that record, too.
LeBron is fourth, I think, all-time in the NBA, right? In assists, too. I mean, when you play for 40 years like LeBron and Caitlin Clark, then that's what happens.
No, I'm sorry. There's somebody named
Caitlin Clark has played
Andrea
for less than 4
Nagy.
years. She's in her fourth year. Not 40.
Well, close.
Andrea Nagy has the most assists from Florida International. Y'all remember her?
No, we don't.
Yeah, nobody does because all you care about now is Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese.
All you care about is Caitlin Clark. There was a conversation in the show before ours about, women and college basketball players going to the WNBA and should they stay in college and all of this stuff. Of course, Caitlin Clark should go to the NBA, to the WNBA. Do you name two? Because you can name one. Name two other college college baskell players.
No, Angel Reese.
You can name. Okay.
One of the
blonde hair girl.
No. Tell one. He's trying to pull the USC girl.
No, Juju Watkins, I already know her. I talked about her before. They're Cameron Brink up at Stanford. She's like a 6'4".
But that's him. He's
what?
Right, and then name your starting five.
Haley Von Linth from LSU transferred from
that's the sassy
Louisville.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the blonde hair girl that's always trying to start.
There's a Georgia
the gymnast.
No, that's the other LSU person.
No, yeah.
Not her.
Oh, wait, what?
What?
There's a Georgia Moore. She's from another country. She plays for Virginia Tech. I'm all just going through the girls who go viral sometimes.
Boy, this is really a problem.
I'm naming some.
We're going in to name every college
college
basketball player.
He's trying to test me.
I can name three.
He tested me and I got some.
Three.
No, of course she should go pro. That's the best players in the world.
Paige Bucher.
Yeah.
There's another one.
You made him do
Yeah,
that.
Don't play with me, John.
That's on you.
I got names.
All right, now we got to take a break.
You did it.
We wanted, instead of hearing from Daniel Jeremiah, we're naming women's college basketball.
And look at the caller.
players.
Your favorite person,
Caitlin
Alyssa's on the phone. Your favorite caller.
Oh, Alyssa's on the phone. We'll do that on the other side.
By the way, Alyssa, I'm her number one fan on this show with these other two haters.
You don't even get her last name right. Taylor
Clark?
Smith.
I said Caitlin Clark.
No, Alyssa's
Taylor Smith, you call
a Taylor
her.
Swift fan, and you call her Smith.
But we're talking Caitlin Clark.
What?
A true athlete.
Oh, Taylor Swift is not. She's a singer. What do you mean true athlete? Why are you insulting her with that one?
All right, when we come back, we'll hear the Caitlin Clark lovers, I guess, next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What we're talking about now is safes. Houston Safe and Lock. Two locations. One is called King Safe and Lock, but they're both the same. Derek is he's running both, and it's just the biggest safe operation in the history of safe operations. If you need to crack your safe, they can do that. Okay,
They got safe crackers.
They got a safe crackers. Yeah, absolutely they do.
Talk to one of those guys.
Yeah. No, because and yes, they can open a safe. Let's say somebody unfortunately dies. You don't have the combination for the safe. Well, they can get the job done there. Gun safes, commercial safes, jewelry safes. Basically, half the safes in this city were sold by Houston Safe and Lock. The biggest and the best. They've got showrooms at Westheimer and in the Beltway. And they've got one at Wirt and I-10 as well. So they got two showrooms where you can see the safes. They've got a warehouse full of safes. Where the other safe companies, you do it all online because they don't have any safes that you can see, right? So when you have a boatload of safes, you get it at a better price, and you're getting those safes, the highest quality American security safes from Houston Safe and Lock. You need a safe, they do everything. So you're looking for a safe, there's only one place to go. Houston Safe and Lock. Houston Safe and Lock. 975safe.com. That's 975safe.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, so ladies always go to the front of the line. Is this young Alyssa, your nemesis, who just destroys you every time?
Same side. No, we're on the same side of
No,
Alyssa.
no.
It is me.
Hi, Alyssa. How are you?
It is I. It is I. Good. I'm very good. Not good for you, John. And I don't really want to talk to you today. I'm only here to talk to Lance.
Yep.
Okay.
You're dogging on my favorite player, best athlete of pretty much all time right now. So.
Yeah, so you're out now.
So
Oh.
what about
So
him?
let's talk Caitlin Clark.
What
since
about
John,
him calling Taylor Swift
No,
Taylor Smith?
don't try to deflect.
I don't
You were
care.
bagging on
I don't
Caitlin
care.
Clark.
All I need to say is that she's from the logo all the time. All from the logo. And you don't see Pistol Pete's number on the floor. Nobody cares about him.
Dang.
Wow. Pistol Pete is the most prolific scorer in NCAA
Man,
history.
Pistol Pete. Man. Pistol Pete. Nobody asked.
No
John,
one asked, John.
We have beef now.
Right.
We have beef because Caitlin Clark is the best shooter of all of women's basketball and men's. Apparently, NCAA all-time scoring record for men and women. So,
Yeah. Well, she played against women, so there's.
Oh boy. Did you hear that, Alyssa?
The misogyny.
Yeah, I know.
The misogyny
Why
is
are
right,
we? Why
Alyssa.
are we comparing? Why are we comparing Gino Auriemma to Coach K?
Wins are wins, John.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a different sport. They're different sports. Why are we comparing that?
Was Caitlin Clark supposed to play against men? I thought
you don't like
eliminate
that.
that
I thought you didn't want that stuff.
No. She's not supposed to play against men, but we're not going to compare what Pistol Pete did
against plumbers
against and what Caitlin Clark did. Why don't we
Why
don't we just compare Caitlin Clark to Ted Williams?
They don't what?
Or to Jose Altuve. They're different sports. Okay, so what are we doing?
Has she scored the most points in NCAA history?
For women, yeah, in women's basketball.
Overall.
In women's basketball.
Overall.
Well, who scored the most points in volleyball? I don't know.
I don't think that's how they do that.
I mean, it's a different sport.
It's kills and
yeah,
digs and
I'm
stuff.
sure they do. I'm sure they do.
Most kills, sure, but not most points. I don't think that's how that works.
Well, all I know is it's different sports. Okay.
Well, he just is hanging out for his pistol.
Are you bothered by this?
I'm not bothered at all by it.
Nah.
No, but
she's killing you, John.
Y'all want to. Yeah. I don't know how I'm gonna come back from
right?
nah.
Well, you're not addressing the points,
attitude.
John.
I know. He
Why
just keeps deflecting.
Why isn't
And
Pistol
then
Pete's number on the
volleyball.
floor?
Yeah.
He's bringing up volleyball like he would know any
Pistol
stats.
Pete's number is on the floor at LSU.
What's Alyssa saying? You don't want us to hear what
How
she's
long
saying.
ago was that? I'm sorry. It just
How long ago was?
would like me to ask. How long ago was
really?
that?
How long ago was Hank Aaron? How long ago was Babe Ruth?
She's not trying to make those
but
points.
You know what? They played and they were great. Okay, does she have more points than Babe Ruth had home runs?
What
yes.
are you doing?
Why do you keep
going
comparing?
Because it's a different sport.
I know. So why
are
are you
we
saying
comparing Pete Maravich and Caitlin
You
Clark?
are. We're trying to talk
It's
about
a
Caitlin
different
Clark.
sport.
We're just trying to talk about Caitlin Clark's greatness, John.
I know.
That's all.
And you keep bringing up Pete Maravich
listen,
and Babe Ruth.
I love Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark. I do.
Does
but
this
I'm not comparing her to Pete Maravich.
You don't have to.
Okay? Well, if you're going to compare her to Pete Maravich, compare her to Babe Ruth.
We don't have to. We're just talking about Caitlin Clark right now.
Yeah, I know.
We haven't brought up
I
Pete.
love Caitlin Clark. I just want you to know.
Boy,
and I think she's great. But there's comparisons
No, you
and the
don't.
number
No, you
and the
don't.
numbers are it's ridiculous. They're
Does
different
this sound
sports.
like John loves Caitlin
Yeah.
Clark, Alyssa?
Yes. I do.
John, wait, what?
Does it sound like he loves Caitlin Clark,
I
Alyssa?
love Caitlin Clark. I
No.
love watching her play. I do. I love watching
Hold
her
on,
play.
let's see
John,
what she has to say.
John.
Yeah.
How many points did you play basketball? If I could ask, how many
How many
play
points?
basketball?
How many points did you score, John?
Oh, I didn't play basketball.
Yeah, how many points did you score?
I didn't play basketball.
That's what she's asking.
Well, you know what? Let's
Yeah,
compare
exactly,
my
okay.
completed passes in college to Caitlin Clark's points because it's the same thing.
How many did you complete?
Not
was an
not
option
enough.
quarterback.
Not near enough.
He was also an option quarterback.
Yeah, right. I mean,
I
but-
bet Pete had a terrible dribble package, honestly.
listen,
Pistol Pete.
Pete had a terrible. Pete actually had a pretty good.
He
dribble
had a
package.
pretty good dribble package.
No,
well,
Pete Maravich.
at least a passing
That's
package.
actually-
Go
Certainly.
read a book. Go read a
Better
book
than
about
Lance's
Pete
son?
Maravich, Alyssa, and go watch him. Go to
Nah,
YouTube.
it's
I'm
not.
sure.
It's not in HD. Don't watch it.
Yeah.
It'll hurt your
I'm
eyes.
done with this, guys.
Alyssa, go learn,
Alyssa,
go
George,
educate
on top
yourself
of
before you
everybody.
come on here about Pistol Pete.
Alyssa,
See, you're just
en-
trying to overtalk Alyssa because you know she's smoking.
Alyssa,
you right
enjoy
now.
your day at school. John is not an ally. We know that to be true.
I love Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, we
love
know.
Caitlin
He's
Clark.
up.
Yeah, bye.
He's
Okay.
ops.
It was great talking to you guys.
Bye,
Thanks, Alyssa, and you're the ops, John.
She called you the ops.
Hey, she didn't call. I got a hey boomer this weekend.
Well, of course you did.
From who?
Who'd you get
My
it from?
daughter, Frankie.
Wow, what'd you say?
I forget what it was, but I got a hey boomer. Okay,
She
boomer.
did.
Okay, boomer.
Well, that's not surprising.
Yeah. No. That's
I mean, we have a group chat without you called Hey Boomer, and we talk about you.
Brad, what'd you learn this weekend in one set? Oh, no, that's not it. Brad, what did you learn this weekend that you want to talk about?
Well, I was just going to tell you about Pistol Pete, John. I think you're right. One thing you're forgetting is not only did he not have a three-point line, not only did he only play 3 years, he also didn't have a shot clock. And so teams would hold the ball to keep him from beginning to shoot more. If he had a shot clock, he'd have shot even more, and he'd had even more points.
More points.
On top of the three-point line.
Right. No shot clock, no three-point line. No, I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, it's not even arguable. Pete Maravich was the most proficient.
And if he talked,
was the best scorer in college basketball history. Yep.
Hey, Brad, where are you from?
Originally, I'm from Baton Rouge.
There you go.
I knew it.
There
You
go.
guys, you LSU honks just can't stand that Pete Maravich is somehow.
love-
No one's badmouthing Pete Maravich on
I
the show.
love Iowa.
Why are y'all trying? You know you don't. Why are
Yeah,
y'all trying
I've
to?
been there. You ever
I
been
knew
to
Brad was
Iowa?
from
You
Baton
never
Rouge.
been to
How did I
Iowa?
know that?
You don't know nothing
Because
about
no
Iowa.
one defends
Lance.
Pete Maravich except LSU people.
Lance,
But this
did he
isn't
have a
about
three-point
it.
line? Yes.
But this isn't about Pete
Lance,
Maravich.
did he have a three-point line? Yes or no?
But she didn't take 38 shots.
All we're
Brad.
saying
Did he
is-
have a three-point
Do
line?
you?
Yes
Did
or
she
no?
take 38 shots? If you want to normalize them, who cares if he
Did
had?
he
He
have
took
a
a
Did he have
ton of
4
shots.
years?
Yes or
No.
no?
But Brad, why are you? Who
Well.
cares about Pistol Pete right now?
Everybody. That's
No,
what,
actually,
that's
nobody.
what yesterday was all about.
She passed it. It wasn't like we knew Pete Maravich sucked. Nobody said that.
No.
They're celebrating Caitlin Clark, and now people are. You guys, you and Brad are making it about Pistol Pete.
It's just no.
This isn't about Pistol Pete.
Yes, it kind of is. Since
Yes,
since
it
the
is.
celebration was her passing him. That was
Yes,
exactly
it
what
is.
it
Why
was
can't
about.
they celebrate her?
Go ahead, celebrate it. I think she's great. But she's not the all-time leading scorer in basketball. Because it's a different sport.
But she actually
it's a
is.
different sport.
It's basketball. You're not going to let you have it.
Let's get Dylan in here. Hey, Dylan.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Man, you can't count women's basketball because isn't the ball like way smaller and the hoops way bigger? I mean, neat stuff.
No, the hoops are the same.
Hoops are the same. Basket is a little smaller for smaller hands. Yes.
Yeah.
Basketball.
The basketball is smaller.
Yeah.
Yes.
And plus, they have ponytails and stuff. They got to wear sports bras. You can't compare the two.
Well, guys are wearing sports bras now, too.
They're
Those are catapults, not actually sports bras.
They're same
Plus, they've got ponytails.
Yeah,
and sports
ponytails and sports bras, and the jerseys fit a little differently. We can't compare. Stop it, everybody.
Yeah. You can't. No, you can't. And they do wear ponytails, but guys do now too.
I'm sitting with. Yeah, that's true.
Some guys.
I'm sitting with Alonzo Highsmith at the combine, and we're watching. I thought we were watching somebody run, and he's looking at the other TV in the Patriot suite, and he's like, "I don't care what anyone says. That girl can play. She's awesome, Caitlin." I said, "You ought to hear what John says about her. He hates her."
No, I love Caitlin. I think she's a great player. Great player. Bobby wants to get in here. What do you say, Bobby?
Oh, my God. What have I listened to in the last 10 minutes? The worst radio I've ever heard in my life. You're not talking NFL football. You're talking women's sports.
Thank you.
Yeah, props to the girls. They gotta play through a real injury once a month. You know what I'm saying?
This is
the people John have raised, by the way.
Yeah, sons of John.
Sons of John.
Listen here. Hey, I'm calling in to talk football about the combine. And then I had to sit next to this jackwagon on the way up there. You guys should have seen this. This guy wanted to talk football like he was one of us.
It's
like,
Bobby
hey,
Slowick. It's Cocky Bobby.
Copy Bobby Slowick.
That's right, boys. I'm out of the cave. I'm out of the laboratory. I'm on the prowl for new offenses, new way to run the ball, new reverses. I got this thing called a half reverse. You don't even go up the field. You just go halfway, and then you go the other way.
A half reverse?
Right.
That doesn't even
That's
make
right.
any sense
Well,
to me.
yeah.
Well, it's going to be interesting because people won't
It
expect
makes
Pitch it, he
perfect
stops,
sense.
and then goes back the other way.
Yeah, I like that. I
Yeah.
actually like that play, Bobby. I can't wait to see it.
Listen here, I'm running a new offense. I'm listening to my quarterback. We're calling on the Lord and Savior Jesus. We're going to pray before every game. It's called the Revelation offense, where the Archangel St. Michael comes down and smites the defense.
That's a lot.
Wow.
I would have thought that maybe that would have
Wow.
been an offense that was unleashed when Jack was here.
Who's this?
Oh,
Who's
it's a
that?
guy named
Jack
Jack
Wagon?
Easterby.
Jack
You wouldn't have known
Easterby.
him. Yeah,
He's
you
good
wouldn't have
enough
known him. I'm
He's
glad
probably
you
with
never know.
Carolina. Probably over there at Carolina running that garbage truck.
He's not running a
That
garbage truck.
organization is not known as a garbage truck, although it's an interesting name you give it.
Listen,
If
listen.
yours is the Revelation
was calling
offense,
to
is
tell you-
theirs the garbage truck offense?
I'm not here to talk offenses with you
Okay,
amateurs. I'm here to tell you a funny story that incidentally happened on my way, because that's what we do, talk about life and similar things about life and sports going on, but not about real football. I was on my way up to Indianapolis, and I had this jackwagon next to me. He's like, hey, I'm trying to do my Sudoku, right? I'm like 6 here, there's a 4, there's 2. And he's over here, he's like, hey, I'm kind of in the sports business, and I laughed to myself in my head. I said, look at this guy. He's got a real face on him. You know what I'm saying? One of those guys. And he's like, let's talk X's and O's. And I said, how about you talk to the stewardess about finding a new seat? Because I'm thinking of offensive greatness.
And Sudoku.
Right. And Sudoku.
Yeah, that was
So
actually.
anyways, the guy's like, I work for NFL Network.
Lance,
I work for NFL Network. I
Yeah,
said,
this is
Weren't you the
uncomfortable.
one sitting next to Bobby on the plane?
I don't know if that was me.
Yeah,
or
I
not.
think that was probably you.
This is an uncomfortable time.
Yeah,
now.
I know.
This is an
Wait.
uncomfortable time.
wait, this is the guy? The
Uh,
same guy?
no, well, I don't know.
Yeah, this is the
No,
guy.
No,
This is the
Bobby.
guy sitting next to you.
No.
On the plane.
He was asking me, he's like, let me get your number. I'm like, whoa, guy, this isn't OnlyFans. I don't know what you do for a
not-
living. He says, oh, no, I'm in football. And then I laughed
Bob,
again in my
I
head saying,
didn't.
he keeps saying he's in football. Probably works for Carolina.
I don't work for Carolina. Hey, Carolina counts as football, by the way. So if I did work for Carolina, cocky Bobby Slowick, not real Bobby Slowick, it would actually count. Carolina's not a garbage truck. They're a real football team. They count also.
Listen, I don't want to be a friend. I'm here to be a mentor, maybe. I'll teach you how to dig out safeties on the end with a 120-pound wide receiver if you really need to know about
I don't want to
football.
learn
No,
that.
no
I
one
don't
wants to
wanna
learn that, Bobby's cocky Bobby
That's
Slowick.
it.
Beat
Get
it.
rid of cocky
Beat
Bobby
it, Bobby
Slowick. Just
Slowick.
worry about finding
Yeah,
us another
yeah.
wide receiver.
Try to find
Mike
maybe
Evans
a
is
tight
gone.
end to clear out the
Thanks for the
safety.
call, cocky Bobby Slowick.
Not your 120-pound wide receiver, cocky Bobby Slowick.
We one wide receiver is taken off the market as we were on. Mike Evans signs a 2-year, $56 million deal. No, $52 million deal with Tampa. So 2-year, $52 million deal. He is out.
Out. No, Mike Evans. He wasn't coming here anyway. There's a lot more other stuff to talk about, as a matter of fact, including Saquon Barkley. We'll do that on the other side. But right now we're talking.
Or we'll do ship talk. I don't know.
Ship talk. Ship
Every
talk.
week we do this.
Yeah, actually, we're going to do ship talk, and then we can do that.
Yes.
But right now we're doing HR&P. It's the Jackie Goss ship talk. Ship talk.
Unless he's paying, why do we have to mention his name?
Well, because he loves
like
it so
free
much.
reign.
We decided to name it
No,
after him
you
because he
did.
loves it so much.
Free Reign is a new sponsor. They're behind What Have You Learned. We like them. Why are we mentioning Jackie?
Well, because Jackie loves it so much. If you love something so much,
I
you
love
put your name
Shogun
on
a lot. You know what they don't do? They don't. It's not brought to people by Dell.
it. Yeah, no, it should be.
It's not,
See,
though.
don't you wish it was?
Sure,
Yes,
but why are
because
we
you
doing
love
that
it
for
so
Jackie?
much. So Jackie loves it so much, we named it.
You don't
after
even know where he lives.
Time to talk about HR&P. HR&P, I've named it a bunch of times. I love me some HR&P. Love what HR&P does for us. We love HR&P here. And all of you've heard client after client after client after client of ours, or just business owners in the city that have come in here and they are singing the praises of HR&P because they love what HR&P has done for their business. Listen, it's all about the bottom line. How much can they save you? I've mentioned this a few times. They went, and I just don't get it. They went and they did an evaluation of a business and how much money that they can save them. And they came up with there was 40 employees in this business. And they said, we can save you about $150,000 a year. $150,000 a year we can save you. What? On payroll? Yes. And not only that, but your different 401ks or your insurance packages and all of that, they'll take care of all of that stuff. Not that they sell those, they give you options on the other stuff. But they said, nah, that's okay. You don't. What are you in this for? You want to make money with your business. You want to save as much money as possible. You want that going in your bottom line, not into your admin company's bottom line. If they could save you $150,000 on your business with 40 employees, can imagine what they could do for your business. So find out for yourself. Go to hrp.net. Let them come and give you a free evaluation of your business and what they can save you at hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 836 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, time for what did you learn about Ship Talk this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah, we're going to start off with some real dad energy. Tim Hardaway has a son in the league, currently plays for the Dallas Mavericks. Tim Hardaway played for multiple teams, but his late career success came with the Miami Heat. Here is Tim Hardaway on his son but he's with Udonis Haslam and Mike Miller on the OG podcast.
Would you like to see your son in a Heat jersey? Do you think it happens before he retires?
I've been trying to get him in a Heat jersey, and he will not be wearing my number if he gets on the Heat team. He will not be wearing my number. Do you understand me?
I agree.
See how I walk now? It hurts when I walk.
That's why my jersey's
right,
out
that's
there.
why my jersey's out. You are not going to wear my jersey. Then my wife be like, well, why not? Because he's not.
I agree. Based on the fact that my up there too, my ain't coming down.
Yeah, my ain't come. No, yeah. Well, no, you might do something to jeopardize that.
Hey, quit.
I'm not gonna let you have that.
I agree.
No.
I agree.
No.
Wait, what is going on here?
Tim Hardaway, has a son in the league, and he wears the number 10.
Right.
That's the number he wears after his dad. Tim Hardaway's jersey is retired for the Heat.
Yeah.
And he wants his son to finish his career with the Heat, but he says, you're not wearing my number because you'll F it up. I don't want you effing up my number, and maybe they'll take it down because you ruin it. So that was just a clip of them talking.
Okay.
We're going to go to a guy who has real John energy. Tyler Reddick, you might not know who he is. He is a NASCAR driver, and he finished second in a race yesterday, I believe, to America's favorite NASCAR driver, Kyle Larson. We all love him. Really down home. We love that guy. But this is Tyler Reddick talking about his team and maybe how they might have screwed up.
We're running just wide open enough in turn 1 and 2 that, he could kind of defend pretty well. So it's frustrating. I feel like we were never up front really all day long until it got to the stage end. So, yeah, we had a really good nasty beast Toyota Camry and, just stupid mistakes on pit road. Same different year, right? Like, it's kind of frustrating. So we'll continue to work on it, but a good rebound for our team today.
John would blame the pit crew if things didn't go well.
Oh, no, for sure.
Same bleep, different year.
It's you playing the sound. Yeah, all. No. If the show's not good, it's all because of you.
Obviously. We're going to move on to Draymond Green. He actually talked about basketball this time. If you missed the game yesterday, the Warriors were tied with the Celtics 21-21, and then the Celtics went on a 22-1 run to end the first quarter, and then the Warriors went on to lose by 50 points. Here's Draymond Green. I talked about the Suns being unserious. Maybe the Warriors were unserious yesterday. Here's Draymond Green talking about how they decided to defend the Celtics, particularly Jaylen Brown, where they sagged off of him and he knocked down multiple threes.
Well, I don't think we really played a full defensive strategy to kind of dive into that. We didn't implement. We implemented our strategy like 15 minutes before we left the locker room. So, I thought it was fun to try. I was actually all for it. Like, let's try it and see if it works. If it don't, oh well.
Okay.
He said they implemented their strategy 15 minutes before the game.
Oh, wow.
And it showed.
So I was watching the pregame, and they were talking about how the Warriors needed to show everybody that they were going to be, even though they're a play-in team right now, that they needed to, make a statement in this game. Yeah, they made a statement. They suck.
Well, when you enter a big game on ABC and you decide what strategy are we going to run? Oh, the one we dreamed up 15 minutes before the game started.
How is Steve Kerr doing that?
I don't know.
He just got a $50 million.
Well, that's why.
It is crazy. The Warriors, what they've become, it's just not even recognizable. Yeah. It's kind of wild. I'd rather just see them break everything up and hit reset. I mean, I think it happens next year. Could have happened this offseason, but it will definitely happen next year, I would say. They'll break everything up. I'll bet you Loudmouth is gone. Old man Clay will be gone.
You think
he retires or sticks around, Klay Thompson?
It's one of those things where do the Warriors want to be a team where they see those stars who built that thing, they just happen to go play someplace else for a couple years, or do they just say, hey, we'll bite the bullet, we won enough, and if it's ugly, it doesn't matter, we want to keep these guys in our uniform for their entire careers?
That's a real bad. Like, you're not doing your fans and your season ticket holders. You're doing them a disservice if you do that.
Well, I mean,
I get the emotion, but I guarantee you those fans are not even excited about going to games anymore.
Well, I don't know what they still have Steph, so I'm sure that's a thing. But it's tough. But that team, those guys giving you 4 titles, do you jettison them just because it's over at the end, or do you just let them retire gracefully? I don't know. Well,
you want them. You'd love it if they retire, but if Clay retired, that'd be great. But at the same
if
time,
they got to move on, they got to move on.
Gotta go.
Got to go.
That's because you guys are heartless.
Yeah. No, pretty much.
We're going to end with LeBron, your favorite guy.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron gets to 40,000 points yesterday. I mean, not yesterday, but on Sunday or Saturday. But for the first minute, I already cut it out because it was actually LeBron being introspective and, talking about thanking people and how they got him there. But then it became about, everyone hating on LeBron. I don't know what he's talking about, but you'll listen to it and make your own determination.
Besides my family and my friends in my city, and then some people in my city as well, because we even know some of them people. To be quite honest with you, everybody wanted to see me fail when I got to the league. Everybody was just like, it's no way he's going to be able to exceed, the expectations that's put upon him.
Just, oh my God.
I thought he was going to be. In his rookie year, I said he's going to be unbelievable.
Now you're one of those people who hated on him.
And who wanted him to fail? Everyone wanted to see him succeed.
Yeah.
Of course there's going to be people who want you to fail, but LeBron's narratives he creates are so weird. Like everyone doubted me and was against me. Actually, you were literally everyone's favorite because you were on a cover of Sports Illustrated, which used to be a big deal when you were a junior. Your games were on television televised on ESPN in high school.
Who wanted to see you
everyone
fail?
couldn't wait to see you. LeBron is just such a drama. It's unbelievable. I just wish he was more normal so we could all just really I'll never not appreciate his greatness. Never, ever, ever. He's the most amazing athlete I've ever seen to do this for 20 years.
John's one of the guys he thinks he's talking about.
He was talking about John.
Mm-hmm. No,
there's two people he hates more than anything: Caitlin Clark and LeBron.
Ooh,
wow. No,
are they top two?
No, I don't hate either of them.
Nah, it's LeBron and Megan Rapinoe. That's the list.
Who do you hate more? Megan Rapinoe.
See, look at him. That's the list.
Megan Rapinoe or Kobe?
Megan.
You hate her. Kobe's been wow.
No, he hates Megan Rapinoe.
Yeah.
Even with the allegations surrounding Kobe?
No, well, yeah.
He hates Megan Rapinoe.
Jeez.
And she's done nothing where she's never had to go to court for a criminal case.
Kobe was just guilty of, just trying to appropriate Michael Jordan's identity.
I mean,
that's where if you take
and that's fine because if you're idolizing Michael Jordan to the point where you try to be him, then okay.
Yeah. But he gets mad because Kobe tried to take his Chicago lineage and his faux Louisiana heritage has been called into question with Caitlin Clark versus Pete Maravich. So now his Cajun side, which isn't really in his blood.
It really kind of is.
It's through marriage.
Yeah, no, my dog. I
wish,
paid LSU a lot of money.
Do you wish
I paid LSU a lot of money?
It's not through blood.
If you pay the
it's
school,
not blood.
you get to root for them.
Your dad to tell you, do you wish
blood.
your mom was born instead of your mom having Greek heritage? Do you wish she had Cajun heritage?
No, I love my mom.
Do you love your Greek heritage, or would you rather have Cajun heritage?
No, I enjoy.
You never talk
being
about
both.
your Greek heritage.
No, I know. And then
Are you
the Greeks
embarrassed
let
of
me
Greek?
know about that too. But that's
They
fine.
do.
I don't care.
You're just Italian John, and then you're half.
But then
a Greek.
when it's convenient, I bring out my Greek. Yeah.
When is it convenient?
When you're at the
when you want to get
the
a Greek
mechanics?
fest?
When you're at the Greek fest.
At the Greek
I thought
fest.
the mechanics too.
Convenient.
Yeah.
I think
I mentioned that. Androcopoulos, my mom's.
How does it help you at the Greek fest? They give you free food?
Yeah.
Just because you're Greek? That's a bad business plan.
Kind of Greek.
It is. No, half Greek. Thank you.
Now he's half Greek.
Yeah.
It must be right around the corner.
You're always half of me.
Okay.
Oh, he said you're half a Greek.
Oh, he called me a half a.
What does that mean? What's so funny about that, guy?
Never mind.
Never mind. It's time for you to talk about Allstate signing.
Let's think about Allstate. One thing that's not funny is when it's hot outside or when it's cold outside. If you have leaky windows, that weather finds its way inside your home. The warm air that's trying to warm you leaks out, and the cool air comes in. During the summer, your cool air leaks out, and the warm air and the humidity comes in, and it wreaks havoc with your energy bills. Did you know that you can reduce your energy bills by up to 40% with brand new custom fit windows from Allstate Windows and Siding? The windows are actually made here in Texas. They're not made in China. They're not cheaply made windows. They're made here in Texas specifically for the weather that we face, which is different than a lot of different states. And what you're going to get are windows that help reduce the noise outside. They help to improve your energy efficiency. They make your house look beautiful from the exterior. And they are also going to add an extra layer of protection for you since they're double pane, double strength. Whether it's a complete siding job that you get a big discount on or windows, which you get a big discount on, you must mention that you heard about it from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and you will get the hookup. It's Allstate Windows and Siding.com. Give them a call today. Let them come out and quote you on a price to get your home the makeover it deserves. It's Allstate Windows and Siding.com.
All right, time for me to talk about Doc Manavis and Access Vascular Health. And listen, if you've got to get up multiple times in the middle of the night, you might have a problem. If you can't start, you can't stop when you urinate. If you are somebody who has to go to the bathroom quite often, even during the day, I mean, it's something that you really, really need to take care of because you could get kidney problems, liver problems, urinary tract infections. All of these things could happen if you've got an enlarged prostate. If it's cancer, that's a different deal, okay? The doc can't help you, but she can help you if it is just an enlarged prostate. If it's an enlarged prostate, then Doc Manavis has the best system. It's just an IV. It's 45 minutes. It's sitting in the chair, and you are going to be better. Your enlarged prostate is going to shrink. And that is awesome. As opposed to getting the surgery that other doctors are doing for an enlarged prostate, that is just, it's awful, awful, awful. So if you're somebody and you have an enlarged prostate and your doctor recommends surgery, put the brakes on and go to 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. So we got a couple of callers in here. We got some stuff that we have to get to, so we'll do that. But let's get some callers in here because we told them if you call, you'll get in. Chris, he's got a question for Lance. Hey, Chris.
What's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, Lance, I watched the draft this weekend. First of all, I don't know if it's this way around your house, but I watched it with both my boys. They're 14 and 12, and I love having them ask me questions if this is a good 40 time for 320-pound offensive linemen. So it was a lot of fun watching it with them for the first time. But just want to get your thoughts on two running backs if Singletary were to leave. Jalen Wright out of Tennessee and Ray Davis out of Kentucky. I liked Ray watching him play this past year on TV, and then I liked Jalen's measurables. And then my second question, I'll hang up and listen, is last year when Ballard drafted Anthony Richardson, you hindsighted, you look back and said, that was weird because that was the one guy he didn't speak about. He talked about the other guys, but so who's Ballard's guy that he's not talking about just as a fun prediction?
He actually did. Yeah, he did talk about Anthony Richardson. He really answered the questions I had, and he even told me at the combine, I said, you couldn't possibly draft that guy when we were watching. He goes, look at that guy. So you couldn't draft him. He goes, why not? I said, because you got to win right now. You can't draft Anthony Richardson. He needs time. He goes, Lance, my objective is to win long-term for this organization. Whether I get fired or not, I got to make the best choices for the team. So he actually gave that to me at combine, and I was just like, yeah, whatever. You got to win now. You can't be taking Anthony Richardson. And he took Anthony Richardson. I really didn't get a chance to talk to him at all. We talked very briefly, and that was it. So I don't know on that one. As far as Ray Davis out of Kentucky, really, really consistent, well-built, runs hard, would be a good fit here in Houston. Can catch the ball out of the backfield too, is talented out of the backfield. So he's one of those three-down backs who is much more decisive than Damian Pearson. And Jalen Wright is, to me, he could be the first running back off the board. I've got him second to Jonathan Brooks, but, Jonathan Brooks is coming off the ACL tear. But I think Jalen Wright is really talented, can run one gap. Can run the outside zone, one cut. And he's got pretty good burst, but was in a running game that makes it a little tougher on running backs. Lighter boxes, but you got to run everything between the tackles. I think Jalen Wright is a really interesting choice. I just don't think the Texans, I think he goes in a second. I don't see the Texans spending a second round on a running back. So I think they would rather, Ray Davis has a better chance, I think, of being a Texan from Kentucky than Jalen Wright, just because I know what their needs are. And I don't know about you, John, but I don't feel like running back is necessary. We'll see what happens in free agency.
So Saquon is, according to a report, I don't know if it was Graziano, somebody from ESPN, says the only running back that's going to make over $10 million this offseason is going to be Saquon. If that's the case, go get Josh Jacobs. Because if Josh Jacobs is going to cost you less, Josh Jacobs is maybe even better suited for this offense.
Re-signed over there too, though.
But apparently Motor is the guy. They're going to re-sign Motor.
They love Motor.
Yeah, but they're going to add somebody with him.
Yeah.
But you know what? You get another Motor. You get another $2.5 million guy. Don't go get a Josh Jacobs and a Motor.
I think Christian Wilkins should be 100% should be one of the targets for the Houston Texans. I think Christian Wilkins, a defensive tackle, you go draft in the fourth round a running back, that's fine, third maybe, but probably fourth round running back. You can find guys who work in this offense. I can give you some guys.
If you get Christian Wilkins, is there an edge guy that'll be there at 23?
So I have the Texans trading up in this draft. My mock draft, I'm finishing it now. I have them trading up for a corner. I thought about
defensive
edge.
line is their number one priority.
So here's the thing. There has been, I don't know if you saw this, Aaron Wilson, who's pretty tied in with agents and whatnot.
Jonathan Renard, yeah.
Yeah, he said that
there's mutual interest.
There's mutual interest. And I think what happens is what happens with the combine, so here's what happens. Agents go to the combine, there's supposed to be a no tampering or whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Whatever.
But they all talk at the combine and pre-combine. And what Jonathan Grenard's agent might have found out is maybe there won't be the market for him that he thought. Maybe there will. I don't know. But if the Texans feel like the market is going to be something they're willing to do, and maybe they think, okay, you know what? Based on how we have the board rated, we're going to attack defensive tackle on free agency. We can re-sign Grenard, and then we'll draft a corner. Like, I'm just giving you a hypothetical. They could look at it like that and say, so we'll use free agency to keep our own, to go get our biggest position in need, which is interior defensive tackle, and then we'll target a cornerback in this draft. That's an example, or a wide receiver, because you can't just fall in love with one position. But how the draft shakes out, I have the Texans making a move up to pick number 19 with the Rams and taking Quinyon Mitchell, the corner out of Toledo. And Nick was aggressive, not just last year, but Nick is one of those few guys who will trade up in a draft.
What are you going to give up for move up 4 spots?
You probably have to give up. You may have to give up your
third.
I would say third, and maybe you flip flop your fifth for a sixth. Maybe you flip flop your fourth your 4th round spot for their 5th round spot, something like that.
Yeah,
you may have to do that. But I would, if you had a chance to do that, and you get a guy, he ran 4.33 at the combine. He jumped high. He's a good cover guy. Had a great Senior Bowl. Really good on tape from Toledo. I mean, Nick is in win now mode, and I think the Texans are in a mode where you can start being aggressive. I think you're going to be competitive.
Are you going to win now with a rookie corner? Maybe.
Well, I think when I say win now, I mean it's better to do it now. Get that guy on the field now and let him go through his ups and downs now. Yeah, he's going to struggle.
Is he going to be better than Stevie Nelson?
In the long run, yes.
Yeah, in the long run, but this year.
Yeah, and I think there are moves you have to make. I mean, you could keep Steve Nelson and play him at nickel if you wanted to.
Yeah, you're going to call it.
Because here's the problem.
We got to find out what that market is going to be.
Here's the problem. You got to, with doing mock drafts right now, free agents, it doesn't even, these are just nothing.
Yeah.
Because free agency will change everything. And if they sign Steve Nelson, maybe they have a different opinion on it.
It changes everything. Let's get David in here. You shouldn't even do mock drafts before the free agent system.
Tell my editors.
Right. David, what's up?
Well, 27 years in, fellas, I made it. 27. I just want to thank all my family and friends for making it listen to this show for this long. I'm so proud of me. But I do know, I heard the voices, I saw the posts of all the haters out there in my town saying I couldn't do it, saying I couldn't listen this long.
No one said
that.
But here I am today.
No.
And so this show, I'm proud of me, number one. But to the teachers, to the friends, supposed friends who said I couldn't, I did it. To all my haters, I'm still popping. Now, I want to tell you, too, you keep talking about me because everything's about me.
Okay.
And I'll be seeing another 27 years.
I don't know if you will.
Well,
B, not this show for 27.
No, you're not getting this show for another 27.
We'll both be dead 100% because Gilbert's already.
Oh, yeah, Gilbert's already set.
The
So
Oracle
is
has
David the Lance of callers who's making it all about himself?
I think that was LeBron-ish more than
I know,
Lance.
but it's also Lance-ish, and then you're making it all about yourself.
No, I just bring up things just kind of route them their way into my life. Somehow I'm like a 2 degrees of Lance Zierlein.
Right.
I don't have anything to say
So
about
now
LeBron.
you're like Kevin Bacon.
I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't have anything to do with LeBron. There's no connection between me. You're the one. I didn't bring it up. You're the one that brought up Steve Smith had a game that was similar to my, hypothetical game that we talked about.
Well,
3 catches, 26
No,
yards.
I was bringing up the fact that Steve Smith went 3 for 26, and you think you could do that.
Well, and we also were talking about
It's
more
been
to
discussed.
death, and Lance Daniel Jeremiah, and Lance just made it about himself.
I was saying a nice thing about Chris
Right.
Mortensen.
Well,
let's hear from DJ.
We'll do that on the other side. We'll actually do
Can you
that.
avoid making it about yourself?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
100%.
And speaking of listeners who've been listening a long time, we got a new advertiser, Kent Jones from Dream Rate. Kent has been listening to the show. He's a guy that has been doing. He loves mortgages, dude. I don't know how many advertisers that I've had over the years. I've never had one that is more excited about what he does or has given me more information. I've got pages and pages about the mortgage game. Okay, Dream Rate Mortgage LLC. Okay, it's Dream Rate. And it is this is a guy who loves to do more, and he will do your mortgage. And I'm telling you, it's a small shop, right? He has no overhead. So here's the deal. I can almost promise you this. I can almost promise you this. You will literally save thousands of dollars on that day that you sign those papers for your mortgage. You don't think about this. I've got a realtor, and the mortgage company's going to do this, and the title company's going to do this, and you just accept all of that. You don't have to accept all of that. Literally, thousands of dollars will be in your pocket that day. You will save thousands and thousands of dollars that day when you sign your mortgage. They offer Fannie Mae, Freddie, FHA, VA, all of the different loans. While it's small, listen, in this case, smaller is better because he gives you that attention and that attention to detail and saves you money that other mortgage companies are not going to. So you want to go with a broker. This is the broker. He's a listener. He loves our show. He will love you and you. You are going to get your best deal from Kent Jones at Dream Rate. Here's the deal. If you're looking at buying a home, 975loans.com. 975loans.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Interesting. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Chris Mortensen died yesterday. And Daniel Jeremiah, really tight with him. Daniel Jeremiah has talked about what Mort has meant to him and his career. You mentioned it. Well, you gave a passing mention to Daniel Jeremiah as you went on and on, droned on and on about yourself. But
about Mort talking to me and taking the opportunity to.
Here we go again.
Droned is disrespectful.
But
I mean,
at the end, I didn't. With respect to Mort, I did not say neat stuff. Okay?
That's true.
Okay, but it's just respect.
But a couple hour and a half later, droned is disrespectful to Lance, at least.
Too much. I was trying to give him compliments.
So Daniel Jeremiah was on with Rich Eisen, and here is their exchange when they just found out about Chris Mortensen dying.
And we do end with some absolutely devastating news. I met Chris Mortensen when I was 26 years old, when he was the GOAT in the making for the worldwide leader in sports, ESPN, one of the best football reporters but we've ever known. He was so nice to me. He was so welcoming to me when I first got there. The news just broke a few minutes ago that Chris Mortensen passed away at the age of 72 just this morning, and I know you got to know him, and you loved this man.
Yeah, he's my mentor. He's one of my best friends. I've said it many times. I don't even talk about me. He's done everything for me. I've told that. I don't want to tell that story.
Sure.
I just want to look in the camera and tell Mickey, his wife, and Alex, his son, that every time I talked to Mort, you guys came up because he was so proud of you. He loves you so much. You're always in his heart. You're always on his mind. He's a sweet, sweet person with a sweet family, and that's who I'm thinking about right now.
And we're thinking about you and everybody else that got to know Chris Mortensen. Again, he's just one of the sweetest souls you will have ever met, and he loved this sport, and he loved being on top of it and getting you is interested in loving the sport as much as we obviously do. And I send my condolences.
No, he loved this game, too. He texted me yesterday. He wanted to know how Rattler was going to do in the workout. So we talked about Rattler. We were texting back and forth yesterday. He loved this game, and that's why when we found out about this, the last thing I want to do is just come out here. But, man, he'd have punched me in the face if we didn't do this and have fun and enjoy this great game that he loved so much.
Love you, Daniel Jeremiah.
Love you, too, man.
You are awesome. You are awesome. And we send our condolences to the Mortensen family and to the family at ESPN who put Mort on the air and put him in all of our lives. Rest in peace, Chris Mortensen.
Yeah, Mort was really good at what he did too. Good insider. He was always approachable on the air. Like you never heard anyone say a bad thing about Chris Mortensen. And he was I think the original insider on ESPN. They brought people forget they brought Schefter in with Mort. It was Schefter and Mort, but Mort was the first guy, and the Schefter came from Denver. He was on the beat at Denver and came over to ESPN. But and I think I reposted that when I saw that, and just the unbelievable positive response for Daniel Jeremiah. I think people forget sometimes that social media is so inhumane so many times, but there's real connections. Like these are real people. They're like, Daniel Jeremiah, what unbelievable! What he meant so much to. I love seeing that from DJ. Yeah, because they're real. I know they don't feel real to you because you just see people on TV, but these are just like anybody else who have ups and downs. And that was a guy who did a lot for Daniel Jeremiah because he just saw somebody he thought worked hard, had some talent, and Mort wanted to bring somebody along, and try to help, create. That's his guy, from a legacy standpoint. He's a Mort guy, which I didn't even know until recently. I knew they talked, but I didn't even know that was the case. So you could hear Daniel Jeremiah was broken up. There was something else that happened at the Combine. I don't know if you pulled it up, but you should be able to find it easily with Stacey Dales and Terry and Arnold. Dale, I don't know if you found the Terry and Arnold interview. See if you can find that real quick. Should be easy to find. Terry and Arnold ran a 4.50, which is, people get down on anything that's not a 4.40, but he's a cornerback who's good in coverage, pretty good technician, really aggressive and competitive, and high energy, high character player, like you have with Will Anderson at defensive end. Well, Terry and Arnold is that guy at cornerback, and he was with Stacey Dales on the field. So after his workout, he had a great workout. The workout was phenomenal. He just didn't run blazing fast. He ran a 4.50. I still think he's going to be the first cornerback off the board, but his workout in the field was really, really good. And everybody that talked about him just said he was, he was a guy who was great in interviews on the team side. By the way, Drake May was too. Was really, really good in interviews. But he was. But Terry and Arnold was great.
Show you
what?
And do you have it yet?
Great interview.
Do you have it yet,
What
Del?
part of it do you want? It's over 3.5 minutes long.
We'll start playing it because I think it's pretty impactful. Tell me that this guy in this moment, if you didn't see it, with Stacey Dales on the field, and we need to get to the part where he starts talking about his mom.
Oh, he also talked about how he got benched and how that changed his life.
I never even heard that part.
Yeah.
Well, let's start playing it, and we'll see if this is the one. But Stacey Dales sets him up perfectly.
That is right. And the gauntlet drill, Terrion, you just crushed the ending. I mean, just describe it. I think we have some B-roll footage for you. You took this thing home, basically.
Yes, ma'am. One thing about it, we're a brotherhood and we're a family. So coming out here and competing with these guys, we're the 1%. And with that being said, okay, feet, hips, open. Oh, yeah, that's Kate.
Keep it going. You're breaking yourself down here.
Okay, so right here, W drill, I'm out of there. It's a pick six every time, right through the ball.
You make it look effortless, right? Like you're barely sweating. It's just so smooth. The back check here, the pop on the ball. Like, what do you consider your best assets, Terrion?
I would say my best asset, honestly, it's not even my, 18.
It's next gen.
Okay, then. I wouldn't even say that it's my athleticism, but my leadership. So before we broke it down with the guys, came together and let them know, man, be proud of yourselves.
That's impressive, though, next-gen stats when you clock out like that. What are you bringing to the next level?
To the next level?
Yeah.
I'm bringing a completeness. Whatever team drafts me, whatever team gets me, they're getting a great player, but a better person. Coming out here, honestly, me being hard on myself and me being critical, I didn't perform how I wanted to perform.
Today?
Nah.
Why?
Because I have high standards for myself.
Well, like, let's look at the gauntlet, okay? I don't know about the celebration at the end. We were concerned, but look at this.
Okay, hands.
Hands.
Yeah.
Doubled up.
Ryan T.
Yep.
Ryan T.
Boom.
Run.
Go.
Hold on, here come the prime.
You're coming.
Here come the prime. Prime on them boys. Ah!
He did a Deion Sanders
What happened in the celebration?
See right here, they told me to hit the flip. I thought I landed it, but I mean,
I haven't done a flip like that.
that's just like I said. I was out there having fun, and
Okay.
coming out here, it was a blessing.
You told me you were manifesting in your journal today that, you know, this is what you've been preparing for. But did you hear from Miss Terry? Because she used to text you before games and give you the keys to the game. Did you hear from her?
I did. She texted me right before I came out here.
You did?
I told her it was just like another game. She said, you should be blessed. You're highly favored. And just go out there and give it your all. And she said, Coach Saban, I mean, with his new role, NFL Network, College Game Day, he's preparing for the draft and things like that. But just the encouraging words for her, they're just like old times.
Yeah. You know, we shared all your picks, and your mom Tamala's in there, right? We sent a shout out to her, all your love, but send a message to Mom.
Mom, if you're watching this right now, your son just wants to tell you how proud he is of you. You had me at a young age, and you overcame a lot of adversity. People were doubting you. People were counting you out. And honestly, Mom, like I always tell you, you raised a star. So zoom in right here. Zoom in. Y'all right there.
Look right in the camera.
I just want to say, Tamala Arnold, I love you. I mean, I'm right here. The whole world is watching. And I'm blessed to have you as a mom. Like I said, you overcame a lot. And with that being said, I'm going to continue to keep shining, just how you raised me to be. I'll never forget where I came from. Tallahassee, Florida. It's a hard place to make it out of. And everybody watching this back at home, I hope you're proud of me, because I gave it my all. Y'all tune in to Pro Day because it's going to be a show. Like I said, right here, the combine, I had to come out here and compete. But this was just a warm-up. I was kind of getting my feet wet.
Okay, so you had me in tears and you left.
So
he can talk now.
Terrion's mom is the LeBron James of moms. Everybody doubted her.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody doubted her.
She overcame.
But she was able to overcome it and raised the greatest leader.
You've been the LeBron James of radio
and
host
defensive
at
back
times.
in the
You
history.
saw him.
There have been times that people
heard
have
him.
doubted John's ability to do a show after staying out late playing poker and drinking, and yet people doubted you. And then what did you do? You did shows. Like, they weren't good. They weren't quality radio necessarily.
No, they were great.
You were hanging on. And Dell could often tell you were drunk. Could you tell when John's been drunk still?
I mean, I couldn't tell the difference between sober John and
he
drunk
can't
John.
tell.
No, as far as quality of show, they're all
okay,
they're all
yeah.
terrible. It doesn't really matter.
But you know when he's on one.
We all do.
Yeah.
But the quality of the show isn't any different.
But that's why he's the LeBron, because it's a level
I just bring
of
it every day.
No, you don't bring it every day. That's the point.
I put the most I possibly can into
and
it, like
people
LeBron,
doubted you
every day.
People doubted you. Kenny Hand doubted you.
Kenny Hand?
Yeah.
Kenny Hand doubted me a lot.
Yeah. You've had your fair share of doubters.
Yes.
Dickie doubted you and me for the first 4 or 5 months.
Well, he did. Rich Lord doubted us. Charlie Palillo still doubts us.
Probably, and with good reason.
Ken Hoffman, all doubters.
Texas Radio Hall of Fame doubts us.
They doubt us quite a bit. Quite a bit.
I can't wait for this interview, now that it's gone viral, to become something that hurts him, when it becomes something where he doesn't focus on football. He's trying to create a brand. It's going to happen.
See, you think like a social media
It's going to happen.
troll.
It's going to
you're
happen.
the doubter he's
It's
talking about.
not me.
Dell knows how it works.
He's just a great kid.
Dell's already
raised by the LeBron of moms.
He spent 3+ minutes grading himself and talking to Stacey Dells. You don't think people are like, he's a little full of himself? You don't think that's going to happen?
Oh, he's a little full of
himself. You don't think that's going to happen to him?
That's a good question.
He's a cornerback. You got to have some
Just
confidence.
telling you.
Well, I got a lot of confidence in Chastain Ford.
Focus more on football.
I got a lot of confidence in Chastain Ford in that I got 1.9% financing. What? 1.9 for 72 months. This is happening, okay, at Chastain Ford with the F-150s, the 2023 F-150s on the lot right now, ready for you. No dealer add-ons. They're not going to, oh, no. You need this one over here with the sunroof. You need this one over here with the leather seats. No. You need this one with the tinted windows. Oh, you know what? We can add air to the what? Air to the tires? Yes. And then we could charge. No, at Chastain Ford, they ain't doing that. They're not doing that. You get the vehicle the way you want it. I designed my own F-150 Lightning exactly how I wanted it. And they were like, "Yo, you want that? Yeah, you pick that. You want that? No, you don't. I don't want that. No, okay, I don't want." And they were like, "Yeah, that's exactly okay. That's the truck that you want." And I got my truck exactly how I wanted it. You'll get yours exactly how you want it. I've got the 2023 F-150 Lightning. There's brand new, no mileage on the lot right now, ready for you at Chastain Ford. If you're looking for the best truck deal that you're going to find in the city of Houston, ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown, Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5. Have you got anything that you want to talk about from this weekend? You're more than welcome. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number. Hurry up and get in a hurry. So, what you just got back from the combine? You have to tell us what things that changed your mind while you were there.
Well, I think Xavier Worthy's going to go a lot earlier than I previously thought.
Well, with that combine speed.
Well, but we already knew he was going to be fast.
There were the guys that were really, really fast that didn't pan out.
Tank went in the third. He weighed 165, which is still an issue for me. He doesn't get contested catches, but what he does do is not only is he fast, he is actually not just a straight line guy. Like, he's not just a linear player. He has more wiggle in his hips. So he's going to get open. The question I have about Tank, which is durability, is going to be the same one I have about Xavier Worthy. But when you run a 4-2-1, and when you can stretch a field like that, you know where I'm going to plug him? I'm plugging him in at Kansas City at the back end of one. I had Roman Wilson there last time. I'll just plug in Xavier Worthy in that spot now. I don't know that that's the type of receiver. I'm not sure he's going to be a 3-level receiver. I think he's primarily just going to be a deep threat. So, I don't know what they do with Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who's also that kind of receiver. And maybe I'll think it through, and maybe I end up changing where I put Xavier Worthy. But Xavier Worthy was really helped out. I think Quinyon Mitchell moved himself up as a cornerback. I think Chop Robinson's workout may move him out of the Texans' territory. He may be inside the top 20 now, top 21. So Texans may not be able to get their hands on Chop. Yeah, unless they
moving up for Chop?
The problem I have with moving up for Chop is that he's still very raw, and he's one of those guys that can get sacks just on his athletic talent. But he's going to take some time. Like, I guess I don't mind it. No. I don't mind moving up for Chop because I do think I've got a really high grade on him because I'm projecting who he's going to be. But I think that Bo Nix hurt himself. I was on the field for the quarterbacks throwing. Bo Nix, the arm talent, I thought on tape he had really good zip on the ball, and I feel like he did. But watching him in person, it felt like a very average arm.
How about Brian Thomas?
Brian Thomas helped himself. I'm moving Brian up in my mock draft. He ran really fast. And
what about taking him at 23?
His wide receiver coach has told some different people that he's got another level to him. Like, what you see right now, he's still going to get better. So I think he's gone before 23.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind him at 23.
That's a lot of receivers going early.
Yeah. Okay. I think he's the fourth receiver off the board.
How about Ladd McConkey?
Ladd helped, man. Ladd was phenomenal. Ladd ran well, which I knew he was going to run well. His drill work was phenomenal. He just looks like a guy. If you saw him in street clothes, you'd never think he was a wide receiver. You'd never think he was a guy with pro potential, and yet everything he did was great. All the routes, he ran fast. He caught everything great. There's a chance that he ends up sneaking into the back end of the first. I still think he's probably in the second. Yes, Ladd McConkey, Ricky Pearsall from Florida helped himself. Jermaine Burton from Alabama. So what's going to happen now is there's going to be a decision the teams have to make. Once you're outside of the top 3 wide receivers, do you want to draft a wide receiver in the first, or would you rather wait until the second? Because the difference between the two. Now, the other thing is, the argument might be, I don't want to play, I don't want to have to pay. I'd rather pay second round prices. Yeah, but then you don't get the 5th-year option on wide receivers. Wide receivers are so expensive now that maybe you'd rather have the 5th-year option on a wide receiver. Maybe you'd rather take a wide receiver in the first. Everyone talks about taking a quarterback in the first. Wide receivers are getting paid. Mike Evans has been in the league for 10, 11 years. He just got $26 million a year. Now, it's a 2-year deal, but that's a number that Baker Mayfield's probably going to get. So there's a rumor that the Patriots might be interested in Baker Mayfield, which, if that is the case, would really create some havoc with the 3rd pick. They might be able to trade out of that pick, or they could grab Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr. Some other stuff. Drake May was phenomenal in meetings with teams. They thought he was good on the board. They loved his personality, had a great command of the room. He was down on the field when the quarterbacks were throwing, so he was like dapping up Joe Milton when Joe would have his super throws. Drake was over there dapping him up some. I thought J.J. McCarthy got better as the combine went on. The first few throws were not very good. He has an average arm. The arm is average, but I talked to one team who said this J.J. McCarthy hype is too much. He said he's not a top 8 pick. And his idea is teams, I know everyone's going to be in a rush to plug him in as higher and higher and higher in the draft, but his thought is that J.J. McCarthy won't go until – that's still going to be high, but he won't go until, maybe the 11th or 12th pick, which is still pretty high, but not as high as like 6 with the Giants. You have the tackles all tested out really, really well. This is a super deep tackle draft in the first round, and I really wish the Texans hadn't given Titus Howard that contract. Such a huge mistake. They should have let him play out the last year and then made a decision, and that decision would have been to let him walk, and the Texans would have been striking in position.
Well, let's see if
for
he's
a
going to be
tackle.
any good this year.
Well, let's see if he's going to be any good ever.
Yeah. Right. Well, he's been okay. He's been pretty good.
Okay.
He's been pretty good.
Has he been good or okay?
He's been good. He has been. He's been just fine. I don't know about one of the highest right tackle contracts in the
That's
league.
where we are.
Well, I know. I agree with you there, but he's been good. He's been fine.
He didn't have to do it.
No, he got hurt. Okay. Okay. So
He played guard, which is not his position. He's a tackle.
Right. Let's get Randy in here. He wants to talk to you about the combine. Hey, Randy.
Hey, sports fellas.
No, that's the other show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to talk about the wide receiver, Peter Davidson, outside of Staten Island. I heard he had great footwork, and he's great at mound visits. What do you think? Where do you think he's going to go? Lance?
No such person. No
Well,
such Peter Davidson.
there is a person.
It's Pete Davidson from Staten Island, and he's not in the draft.
He's
too busy dating Hollywood starlets.
He doesn't have great footwork. If that's a reference to foot size and Pete Davidson, then I see what you tried to do there. And we're not that kind of show, sir. I don't know if you never.
I like pretty feet.
Maybe the message didn't get to. Maybe it hadn't gotten to you yet in your little suburb of Conroe.
Low
wherever you're
football
from.
character for Peter Davidson.
We don't do cheap jokes here. We don't do innuendo.
Mm-hmm.
We're about sports, and so maybe you do need to say sports when you call us, because we are about sports. And I talked to somebody who used to work for the Texans yesterday. I said, "Hey, did you know Jack was a problem?" He goes, "The first time I talked to him, it was a disaster." He goes, "That guy was." I said, "You knew he was a fraud right away." He goes, "Absolutely." And he got so much power in the building that it was the most frustrating thing in the world, watching them run this thing into the ground. He said, apparently though, the wife, the owner's wife, really got that thing settled down. And I said, yeah, that's exactly how it happened. The owner's wife got this thing. It seems like it's in a good place now, since she kind of, I'm not saying she runs the team, but it sounds like she kind of, does a lot. I said, I'd say that's an accurate representation of what's going on. And you know what? We're all fine with it. I've never been happier to have a wife running a team of an owner. Like, would anyone else say, boy, I hope Mrs. Colangelo, I hope Mrs. Bidwell, I hope Jerry Jones. Does Jerry Jones have a wife?
No, Jerry's out doing stuff.
No.
Yeah, he's got a paternity
Mrs.
suit.
Kraft died, though, right?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah,
he has a...
So we
He has
never
a new-
hear about
new wife.
Arthur Blank's
girlfriend.
wife doing stuff like. But if you say, "Oh, Cal McNair's wife," "Oh, Hannah," "Oh, Miss Hannah,"
Do you think
we call her Miss Hannah?
Do you think when she was passed out in Chicago at Soldier Field, it was really a vision? She was having a vision of what this team needed to look like, and
you see what Brand looked like sometime when he was all.
This is what. Brand's eyes were open; they just clouded over. Her eyes were closed. Do you think a vision was happening at that point, and
been.
it changed the direction of the franchise?
Absolutely.
She woke up, and she was like, "I know what I have to do," and ever since that point, things have changed.
Yeah, could have been.
We're gonna look back at that. Her nearly drooling while her team was playing the Bears as a moment things changed. She was comfortable sleeping.
That was one of the low points for sure.
Everyone was like, she's just like us. We're sick of this team too.
And that's when the Texans were hated. You know, the biggest turnaround ever is on Houston Texans social media comments.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's ever been a bigger turnaround in the history of sports.
Ever. Well, we saw her. I mean, her face at that Bears game where she slumped in the chair. That was the darkest years, and she is the face of that.
She epitomized. She was just like the rest of us.
Yep.
I think she had a vision though. Something spoke to her at that moment.
I think she may have. All right, we got a break at 713-780-3776 to get in here. I'm talking about home bank right now. Home Bank is a place where you can get your really get your CD on. I'm telling you, if you're looking for the best way to get into a seat, to make your money work for you, it's happening right now at Home Bank. Home Bank is where you can get a CD, an average APY, annual percentage yield of 5.15% on a 7-month CD. So you tie your money up. It's got to be $2,500 or more. You tie your money up for 7 months on this CD, and you get 5.15%. You're not getting that. If your money's just sitting around and you're not going to use it, if it's in savings, you're not getting that kind of return on your money in savings. So if you got at least $2,500, that you can use, then you know what? That you can afford to sit around. If it's 14 month, 4.75%. How's that? Minimum balance, $2,500. So you're looking for competitive rates, you got them. You're looking for a local banker to help you meet your financial needs. You're looking for business and personal banking solutions, Home Bank. They've got 5 locations around the area, River Oaks, Sugarland, Gulf Freeway, Baybrook, and Friendswood. Visit home24bank.com for more information. Make your money work for you at Home Bank. Home Bank, member FDIC.
You're listening to John and Lance and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
This is Hank Williams Jr. He's going to be at the rodeo playing tonight. So if you want to hear Mr. Williams Jr., go out there. It's First Responders Day tonight at the rodeo.
Wow, nice. No, that's good. That's good stuff right there. Gilbert is here. Odds he mentions. Okay, I'm not going to even mention him. Let's see. Gilbert, what's going on? Oh, yeah, there he is. That's it. All right, we have not talked about what is the most innovative league in the history of sports right now?
Innovative league in the history
I'll
of sports.
just give you an answer. XFL, my XFL, with P.J. Walker. Okay. What is
Still
the
with
NFL?
the P.J. Walker stuff? Still?
Pardon me?
Still with
I
the
don't
P.J.
think
Walker
he's-
stuff?
yeah, I don't think he's in
He's
there.
not in that league anymore.
Actually, it's not even the real XFL.
The champions. Champs.
It's called the
champions.
Actually, the
voice of the champs.
Actually,
it's called
Arlington.
the USXFL.
No, it's not. It's the
UFL.
UFL. now.
Actually, Arlington is a champion.
See, why are you saying XFL?
No, because it was the XFL at the time. And they came up with a rule in which you kick off, and the kickoff team is at the 35. The receiving team's at the 30, just 5 yards apart. No one could move before the kicker and the return man were the only ones that could move, okay, until the kicker caught the ball, okay? And now the NFL wants to steal it.
Also, that the UFL won't be doing that this year.
No, because the XFL was too good for it. It was too good.
Yeah, they no longer do that. Yeah, I mean, Mopes and Mapes talked about it last week, that there probably would be a little variation. The NFL's tried to put their own.
Mopey and Mapes.
You just third person.
Mopes and Mapes. No, but I'm Mopes.
Mopey and Mapes.
No, Mopes. I'm Mopes, and he's Mapes. It's better, Mopes and Mapes.
That's okay. It's
See,
okay.
if we're going to play this stupid game you want to play, let's clean it up a little bit.
Okay.
Mopes and Mapes.
All right.
And there is some variation to it. The NFL's added, if they're going to push it through, that if you kick it into the end zone, that's one of the rules the XFL had. But if it's a on-the-fly touchback, it's going to be at the 35-yard line, as opposed to the normal 25 that it is now.
Right. Well, you couldn't. Yeah, it was a penalty to kick it into the end zone in the XFL too.
And if you squib it,
and
they're going to treat
now
it.
they also want to add, if you want to run an onside kick, you can only run in the fourth quarter, and you have to announce it.
Yes, because of all the new things they're putting in place, they're trying to balance that out. If you kick a squib kick and it doesn't
goes through.
If a kicker tries a squib kick under the proposed rule and it doesn't land in the air inside the 20, it comes out to the 40. It's the 40.
What are we doing? That's just some make-believe rule that somebody.
Well, they're trying to get people
Do they let
kickoffs
little
back.
kids do that? And so say, Timmy, what do you think should be a new rule? I say if you kick the ball on the ground, it goes to the 40.
Are you talking about your league that way?
What?
No, the UFL.
No, this is the
No,
NFL
that was not
it.
that was not in the UFL. This is in your league.
The special teams coordinators came up with these things.
Yes.
No,
NFL did.
that makes sense.
okay.
So now,
all right.
No, see if the special team.
What are we doing?
No, if the special team coordinator said it, yeah. Now that's okay. NFL, good job there.
Yeah,
I like
look at
that.
you.
Actually, I like that
Look
a lot
at
better
you.
now. They would not introduce something that didn't have some.
Got him, Dell.
There would be some stuff. Yeah. Nope. So okay.
Embarrassing
Well,
yourself.
let's put that in.
Well, how about your league just basically stealing from my league? Okay.
Oh.
All right. What did we miss this week, Dell, or today after this weekend?
What did we miss? We talked a little bit about the Rockets earlier.
Oh, Steven Adams worked out. We haven't talked about that.
Tara Easton's going to be out.
Tara
He's got
Easton's,
a leg
Tara
surgery.
Easton's done for the season.
Yeah.
Along with JoJo Tugler. So we found that out this weekend.
Yes. So major news. I mean, he's been out for a long time. They're trying to say he's going to come back, but yeah, it's not going to be the case for Tara Easton. We'll see him next season.
So we also Steven Adams had a workout. He said he feels great, and it was a good workout. Justin Verlander threw 60 pitches. We do have JP France news, a shoulder that's not healing apparently. So not sure that he's probably not going to be ready for the start of the season. We'll see. I can't diagnose from here. I'm not going to diagnose from here when he's in Florida.
You haven't been able to
When I
examine?
take a look at it, then I'll be able
When he's
to.
back in.
A better idea. Yeah.
Are you going to fly there like Dr. James Andrews would, or are you waiting for him to come back?
No, I'm just going to wait, probably. Just wait till he comes back.
Some doctor you are.
Is there anything else? Oh, you're on Shogun. Have you seen Dune 2 yet?
I watched it after the show on Friday. I left after my Mopes and Mapes was off the air. I went and watched it.
How was it?
I watched it on IMAX. It's really good. I mean, it's.
Oh, you did the glasses?
No, IMAX, not 3D.
Do you have to have seen Dune 1? Probably, right?
It would definitely help your cause.
I saw Dune 1.
Yes, you would have. It would help your cause.
We watched it the other night. It's pretty good. It's good.
Yeah,
it's a little slow.
Yeah,
but
Dune 2 is a lot better.
It is.
I mean, it's the basic white savior stuff. I mean,
the kids are saying it's the movie of their generation.
Well, got all these young stars. You got Timothy. You've got Florence Pugh, Zendaya, and also Austin Butler, who's Elvis. You got all these young stars, movie
he's in
star
it too?
types. Yeah, you can't.
Plus, you got older stars
Yeah,
too.
you got Rebecca Ferguson. You've got Skarsgård. You've got what's the dude's name from No Country for Old Men? Is it Bardem?
Yeah, Javier Bardem.
Yeah. So you've got plenty.
You had in the first one you had
Josh Brolin's in this
Josh
one too.
Brolin, yeah.
Oh, spoiler alert! Actually, you see him in the trailer. He's back in this too. He survives. He's back. Yeah, it's got young Hollywood, which is going to get the Zoomers and the young millennials in it, and you've got people you'd recognize who are older too that you've seen in great stuff. So yeah, I would say it's probably one of those sci-fi classics that's gonna get.
Is this the last one, or is there a Dune 3?
Well, there are multiple books, but as far as this story, I think they're only doing part 2 because the books get weirder than this. There's already like a sandworm that people are riding and stuff, so that's sci-fi enough.
Did you see the kid that show up at
I saw that.
He showed up at the theater riding a sandworm?
Yeah.
Right.
But if you get deep into the sci-fi of the next books, it gets weird and weird. I don't think they're going to make them.
Did you get the popcorn with the sandworm popcorn?
Sean Mapes did.
He did?
Yeah, he got the bucket.
I don't know if I want to put my hand in there.
Yeah, he said he had to it's an insert. It cost you like $25, the collectible. 15 minutes into the trailer stuff, he had to take the insert out because it's hard to grab the popcorn.
Oh yeah, well, because when you pull it out, it's coming out of your hand.
Yeah, it's your hand's in a bad position. It's not great if you actually want to eat popcorn.
Yeah, no.
Totally got.
Yeah,
Mapes spending $25 on something they can't even use.
It's a collectible. That's what you buy it for. You don't buy it for the popcorn. For him.
Yeah, what are you going to sell it for?
I don't
$4.
I don't know if he wants to sell it. I don't know if that
stupid mate.
You guys are just haters. God. You think? Well, I know he works here, but he can afford the $25.
Oh yeah, nice job. Instead of getting Bitcoin, you invested in a Dune popcorn.
Do you know where he works?
Okay.
You think he can afford buying into Bitcoin?
Stop. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, how did this turn out? Fine, you want to crush Mapes. It's usually crushing me. You want to crush Mapes. Go ahead. But it's just a moment in time. He's a millennial. I mean, not a millennial. I guess he's Gen Z.
Is he?
I think he's
mid-20s.
Yeah,
he's probably Gen Z.
Mid-20s.
Yeah. All right. That's it. We didn't.
Well, you asked what I saw.
No,
I said I saw.
I think we got everything. We don't even have to listen to the station the rest of the day.
We got everything. Is that a way to promote the rest of the shows? You guys are the flagship. You're
don't even listen
the rest of the way.
Day.
Sorry, guys.
Well, you don't have to.
Why?
Because we covered everything.
You didn't cover everything.
Everything. We even had Gilbert Snoring on.
I mean, Joe Espada spoke.
The other station's going to have Gilbert Snoring on?
Probably
not.
The
other shows? No.
No, I mean, if we leave him on, he'll probably will wake up at some point during my show.
Right.
But Joe Espada spoke. We didn't play any of his sound. I mean, Jalen Green.
We told you everything he said.
What did he say? What did he say about Javier?
Well, he said he's getting too slow to the plate. He had 2 stolen bases on him.
Well, he actually spoke about that and why it's not a big deal for him right now.
About it.
No, you didn't tell him. You didn't even tell him what he said. He didn't say anything like that.
I just told you.
If you want to hear what Espada thinks about Christian Javier being too slow to the plate, listen to Mopes and Mapes next.
We'll
right talk about that
ESPN,
and more.
97.5 and 92.5. But first, Lance, before we get to News of the Weird, Lance is going to talk about John.
I knew it. I'm talking about John Daspit because John Daspit is a guy who is a personal injury lawyer who works for you. I guess he's kind of like the LeBron guy. People didn't think he could do it. People were hating on him. And then all of a sudden he went from Fulbright Jaworski. Well, he went to undergrad and got an accounting degree at University of Texas. And he went and got his law degree at University of Houston, worked at Fulbright and Jaworski, was very successful there, popped over to start his own personal injury law firm, hired some lawyers from Fulbright Jaworski. This is a big-time firm. It just goes to show you this is not one of the guys who is a turn and burn PI lawyer, the ambulance chaser types. What he does, what John Daspit does, is John Daspit is very careful to make sure that everything he does is in your best interest, not his, not the, because his best interest is your best interest. And so if you need someone to make sure that they're fighting for your hospital bills to be compensated, your time missed from work, your pain and suffering at a real rate, not something that's low, but something that really represents your pain and suffering through an injury that was no fault of your own, whether it was at the workplace or on the roadway or wherever it happened. John Daspit's that guy. He'll make sure that any surgeries are covered, your physical therapy is covered, and that you need someone to fight for you because insurance companies go hard at you. They try to write you a quick check, get you off the books, and you no longer have any rights after that. If you continue to have pain for years, too bad, so sad is what they'll say. So make sure John Daspit is working for you in the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
People are weird.
With John and Lance.
That's real weird.
All right. Apparently, you know how they decriminalized drugs in Oregon, Lance?
Yeah.
Well, they said, that was a really bad idea.
Oh, imagine that.
With this bill, we're doubling down on our commitment to make sure Oregonians have access to the treatment and care that they need. They are making drugs criminalized once again, but they're also helping people who have addictions thanks to their own stupidity. Yeah. Huh. A Missouri bill. Missouri is really taken off as far as their Congress.
Missouri's hitting your news of the weird a lot lately.
A lot. I mean, they want to have duels between senators. They are really, really kicking it up in Missouri, like second to Florida now. A Missouri bill makes teachers sex offenders if they accept trans kids' pronouns.
Say this again?
This bill would make teachers sex offenders if they accept trans kids' pronouns.
Sex offenders?
Sex offenders.
I feel like this is a little much.
Yeah. If you support information related to the social transition of a child, you're a felon.
So you would have to register as a sex offender when you move?
Apparently.
boy, that's a group you really don't love being lumped in with.
Yeah.
Guys, I just said he, her, or he, him. I'm not a pedophile. I promise.
I promise.
Your
Guess what? Yes, you are.
Oh my goodness.
And there's jobs you can't get.
I don't think that passes, does it?
Yeah.
Golly, boy, Missouri's really. They want to have duels. Like, what are we doing, Missouri?
Well, in Edmond, Oklahoma, home of my daughter, a Deer Creek School District released a statement Friday after a video was sent to Fox 25 that showed students licking toes during an event for the school's wonderful week of fundraising. Do you want your kids fundraising money by licking people's toes?
Who is this school? What did they do here?
Apparently, they had a fundraiser in Edmond, Oklahoma. This is where my granddaughter's going to school. Move. Okay, licking toes. You know Terrence Howard.
Yeah.
Empire Star. And also
5-star?
No, he was on a show called Empire.
Whoop that trick.
On Fox.
Yeah, it's Hustle and Flow.
Hustle and Flow.
Yeah.
Well, he's hit with almost $1 million.
I ain't necessarily saying she's
he
my
lost
girlfriend.
$1 million judgment.
Against him for what?
Tax evasion.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, his defense was, he says it's immoral to tax descendants of slaves. Do you feel like it's immoral to be taxed if you're a descendant of a slave?
What do you think, Lance?
What do you think about that, Lance?
I don't really have no, I think taxes pretty much all of us. Pretty much all of us. Now you got to go to your 23andMe and prove it.
You would say something like that.
He's not an ally.
Not an ally.
Never
the
has
justice
been.
system.
Never.
The justice system agreed with me.
Who was it?
I
who
think
created that justice system, Lance?
The white man.
There you go. Oh, the justice system agrees with another white man, Lance?
Whitey.
Surprise, surprise.
Whitey did that. Apparently, a Kentucky bill is going to strip workers of meal, rest breaks, and no meals and no rest breaks during your shifts in Kentucky.
This is getting a little regressive, guys.
And you think we're going a little bit over the top for every 4 hours of work? No rest. Every 4. I mean, that's like us.
Obviously,
that's like us.
What do you mean no rest? Why would you
we
be
do
resting?
3 hours nonstop. I mean, we're grinding.
Who's resting every 4 hours?
Everybody should work like we do.
They must have introduced this because something was over the top with people taking breaks.
So they're saying every 4 hours you can go on a break, but within those 4 hours you can't?
Currently in Kentucky, employers at least have to give them at least a 10-minute rest break for every 4 hours that they work.
They want to wipe that out.
Yep.
Huh.
Yep. Wipe it out.
10 minutes for every 4 hours.
The bill sets out new guidance. A worker not completely relieved from any duties for the purposes of eating a meal can't be denied pay for time spent eating during a work shift. But if the employee, never mind. It's too
Why won't
complicated.
employees come back into the office?
Yeah.
Why won't they? I don't know. I wonder why.
I wonder.
Rules like that.
A Missouri man didn't think this one up in St. Louis.
Florida, we have passed you now. Missouri man
is kicking your ass.
Yeah.
Okay?
What is wrong with you, Florida?
A Missouri man robbed a bank. He didn't think this out well. The bank shares a building with the police department. What's the response time on a bank robbery
Pretty fast.
that shares the building with the police department?
Pretty fast.
I think you could have found a better
What
bank.
if he bought 2 dozen donuts and put them at the front desk?
We're doing this now, Dale. The donut.
I'm trying to see what type of
the police donut thing.
I'm trying to see what type of plan he had.
If it's shared, what if a Dunkin' Donuts shares that building too?
Yeah. What if he thought it out and said
those are called mixed use real estate. It's called a mixed use, and then you have people living above it too.
Did he think if he put 2 dozen jelly donuts on their desk, they wouldn't respond?
Is that a jelly donut?
Oh my God, Del! What? Hey, no wonder when you get pulled over, stuff happens.
Yeah,
that's the reason.
I would be looking at you in the neighborhood too. Like there's that guy who's trying to make the police.
Look, if he's dumb enough to try to pull off that robbery, I'm assuming he had a dumb plan to distract him, and it probably was donuts.
Hey guys, you got to celebrate this. We haven't done this. Celebrating a Welsh man who broke the record with 69 rabbit tattoos.
Congratulations.
I mean, who has 68? Wait a minute. I want to know who has 68.
You know what that is? That's King Butter energy. where you're like, I just want to be famous for something. I'll just do rabbits. Yeah, that's me. I'll do a bunch of rabbits. Congratulations on being the rabbit guy. You've done so much with your life.
He has the
he's got King Butter energy.
He does
day.
have
Look
King.
at him.
He's got 69
Got the big beard. He's just
rabbit tattoos. It's just
that's something interesting to talk about.
And he's single.
He gets so much ass.
And he's single.
Just slays.
Who thought?
That's surprising.
Who thought?
What did you say? He gets so much what?
He slays.
No, not you. What? Lance?
So much action.
I said he gets so much ass.
Wait a minute. What?
You thought he said
Monday
action.
It's 9:56.
Action, I thought he said.
No, the rabbit guy. You want to see my tattoo? I absolutely don't.
No.
Oh, she's like, oh, that's good. Oh, so I've got 69 of them.
Whoa.
Oh.
Yeah, John,
cool.
you said who was 68. There was no 68. He just wanted to be able to say 69.
Yeah,
that's all.
That's what he's just trying to say.
69 bunnies.
You want to see 69 You ever seen 69 rabbits at once? How about we strip our clothes off and you'll see all 69?
Dab.
And then he dabs.
And he dabbed. We're done. Mopes and Mapes is next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And they got sound that we didn't even play in this show, so you should probably keep on listening. Here's the deal. Robin's coming by this week, as a matter of fact. We're going to cut some new spots. Here's the deal is Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters is the best. Houston Powder Coaters is where you're going to save your patio furniture. If you're looking for the best way to save that patio furniture, listen, and you might have heard in the spots. If you've got a patio furniture that's over 10 years old, the steel in it is a lot better than new steel, okay? New steel, not great. Old steel, better. So you want to save that patio furniture because it's built better. It has better steel in it. It's going to last longer. If you have new steel, you know what? Just maybe you want to trade it out. But older stuff was built better and made better, so you want to save that. And Houston Powder Coaters can do that for you. Send her a picture, and she's going to tell you. She'll be honest with you. Oh, we can save that. We can't save that. Just buy some new stuff. If you're looking for the best way to go about saving that stuff, making it look great, making it look new again, HoustonPowderCoater.com. Free delivery and pickup. Houston Powder Coaters, HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Welcome into the show. It is not Mopes and Mapes.
It is the Dell Olaleye Show with Sean Mapes. A new week, a weekend filled with another scuffle in Phoenix with the Rockets. You've got Astro news we'll get to. But let's start with something I don't actually understand. Well, I don't understand the attention being placed on it by people who aren't actually inside the NFL making decisions. The Combine. I saw clips. I know who did well. I see all the articles about who's a winner and who's a loser. But I didn't watch a second live because I don't feel like it's necessary. Do I need to see Xavier Worthy run the 4-2 live when the clip will be on social media within seconds? I don't. I know football's big. I like football, but I'm not sure I like football that much. I know this time slot had a segment devoted to football, like going around the world of football. Sean, did you watch any of the Combine live?
No, absolutely not.
No.
I mean, maybe actually that's not true. NFL Network was on in the studio or in the bullpen. I would look up and just go, "Oh, wow, okay," and that's it. But that's just idly watching the 40-yard dash is my Combine commitment.
You weren't an active watcher, like when you got home and it's the prime time slot for the Combine. You weren't tuning in NFL.
No, I wasn't like, oh wait, we're in the T's. That means Xavier Worthy is coming up in the W's. No, I wasn't.
No, I don't know if that's unique to us because it's the NFL. It's big. It's giant. Everyone loves the NFL, and it made me think. There are certainly things in sports where I'm not locked in on that other people are, but I'm actually interested because of how information and video gets distributed, where you can see the Combine and the highlights from it on your social media accounts. How many people actually were locked in on the Combine and turned it to NFL Network? So if you did, I'd like to hear from you. 713-780-3776. Is an oversaturation in late February, early March, or is it because there isn't anything on except the NBA? People find the comfort of football something that they will watch. I'm not that person. I will gladly watch something else besides the Combine, whether it be an NBA game or a movie or a TV show. Watching the superimposing of Patrick Mahomes on Xavier Worthy, the 40 time, great. I can see that when the NFL official account does it. I don't need to watch it. I don't need to watch. Did they do the Rich Eisen thing? Did that show up at any point?
Yes, they did the Rich Eisen.
Okay.
At least I think they did. I don't know. I saw a superimposed image that you're talking about, or video, I guess, of him racing Tavondre Sweat.
And Patrick Mahomes was on it, and he got upset. He didn't get upset, but he's like, "What? Leave me out of this. I don't want to be part of this anymore." I understand. I'm not Xavier Worthy. So the Combine is over. We've got news from that. If you so choose to find it, I mean the winners and losers articles are all out. The quarterbacks no quarterbacks really that we cared about, besides maybe Michael Penix and J.J. McCarthy. Those guys participated, but the top three didn't. So what it means for the prospects for J.J. McCarthy, I saw a couple bad balls he threw, and then I saw people rave about his intelligence and his board work and a couple other balls. So all that stuff, the pro days will show up, will come up, and then there'll be more talk and decisions will be made. We'll see if the Combine has any real effect on any of the quarterbacks. I'm assuming getting real numbers on people who actually have to run for their jobs, like the receivers and corners, means a lot. But as far as the quarterbacks, I feel like that stuff should have been decided for their 3 or 4 years in playing college football. I'm not sure what J.J. McCarthy can prove other than he's the guy you've always seen. I don't know what the Combine shows for quarterbacks other than guys who like to compete if they actually do throw. But the Combine is out of the way. We'll get through some news on that as we go on the show. As I mentioned before I got into the Combine, the Rockets played in Phoenix again. Jalen Green had a good night throughout, as opposed to the one half of basketball he played in their Thursday night loss. They did win on Saturday. Bradley Beal was ejected for trying to, I guess, punk Jalen Green. The whole ball in the face thing is something I don't remember happening on a actual contact. I remember Matt Barnes did it to Kobe. But as far as someone actually putting the ball in your face, I mean, and hitting you with it, it's a rare thing. It speaks to the level of disrespect or the lack of respect these Suns had for the Rockets. I talked about it on Friday. the Suns are an unserious team, at least when the Rockets are concerned. They lose another star. Devin Booker was hurt at the end of the game. But if you missed it, Jalen Green had a really, really good first half. And Bradley Beal had a not-so-great one. So in the second half, I think the Rockets were up by 15. Jalen Green makes a nice defensive play on Bradley Beal. Shingun comes over to clean it up and block the ball out of bounds. And Jalen, because he's feeling pretty good about himself, he's pretty much yelling no in Bradley Beal's face, and Bradley Beal had enough. I don't think the Suns consider the Rockets real. I think they consider them a gnat. That's how they treated them over the last. I think they've played 3 times in the last 10 or 12 days or something like that. So it was kind of more of the same for the Suns. And then when Jalen Green was yelling in Bradley Beal's face, Bradley Beal first faked like he was going to hit him with the basketball on an inbounds play, and then bopped him on the head with it, and then inbounded it to Devin Booker, and that started the pushing and shoving. And Bradley Beal came up high on Jalen Green's face, got himself ejected. The Rockets went on to win comfortably. It was a streak. Jalen Green broke a not-so-great streak. I know we have Ime Sound talking about how well he's playing, but that was a streak of 6 games where he was shooting under 40% from the floor. I'm not talking about averaging 40% from the floor. I'm talking about if you look at the stat line, it was 6 straight games of shooting under 40% from the floor. So he broke that streak in a big way in Phoenix, and it was a nice win for the Rockets, a team that struggled to win on the road recently. Well, really all year long. We remember the long home winning streak, but they get the win. And Ime was effusive in his praise for Jalen Green, talked about his improvement, talked about what he's done to become a better player overall. And here's Ime talking about Jalen Green.
Yeah, he's recognizing them better, understanding, where the big is at in the action, what his defender on ball is doing, and then making quicker decisions in general. Being aggressive, shooting it, not passing up shots when they go underneath, and then when they go over, getting downhill, attacking, and made some really nice reads tonight and found guys wide open. And so it's always good to have those, secondary handlers as well. Fred is doing it, Alpy in the pocket where you can break down the defense with multiple guys and get guys wide open looks, and he's playing great lately. Fred does it in his own way, but Jalen really getting downhill and attacking the paint. You really have to collapse on him once he gets by his man. He got such a quick first step that you got to attack, protect the basket, and he's finding guys. Or Alpy's cleaning up stuff off the glass or he's scoring. And so, we want to be as multidimensional as we can with multiple guys being able to impact the offense. And I think when he's at his best, he just gives us, obviously, another huge weapon. So that was great tonight. Great last game as well. And it was good to see a lot of other guys step up tonight as well and play better.
Playing great, I feel like it's strong. It's a little strong. It's actually, let me clean it up. It's actually, I gave him credit for 6. It's actually 7 straight games of shooting under 40% from the floor, and a couple of games where he shot under 30% from the floor until the game against the Suns on Saturday night. So playing great's a little much, but he is improving, and hopefully, I don't want to get into picking and choosing every game that Jalen Green plays and seeing if he gets better, because he's the great hope for the Rockets. We all know perimeter players are a big deal in the NBA, and he's supposed to be very good. When he's 22 years old, you compare him to another 22-year-old Anthony Edwards. You can see the gulf between the two and the gulf between the teams. Now, Anthony Edwards has more help, but his being a really good player has helped the Timberwolves accelerate their rebuild, along with the trade for Rudy Gobert that was panned initially because of all the assets they gave up to get Rudy Gobert at the time. But if we're going to see the Rockets get better real soon, everyone's going to pin their hopes on Jalen Green. And he had a good night on Saturday night. What it means for the future, I won't predict, because I think at this point it's pointless. We go through this all the time. But let's take every good performance as a singular event, as opposed to trying to build on it as if it's more than it is. I did find it interesting that, as I mentioned Kobe and Matt Barnes, did you see, Sean, that everyone was, or at least all the Rocket Twitter accounts were doing the whole, this is Jalen Green's Nexus moment, because they put him, that particular thing of Bradley Beal putting the ball in his face next to Kobe and Matt Barnes, and going, this is the moment, this is where he gets it and everything changes. I'm like, all right, Kobe had won multiple titles at that point. He wasn't 22 years old. Why don't we relax?
This is where his Mamba moment is. This is where he becomes. He puts on the mask, and it was a good game.
Yeah.
He's had a good game and a half the last 2 games.
Yeah, he's played.
He had
3 good halves.
3 good halves in the last 4.
He had an atrocious
and the other half was awful when you look at his shooting, and the Rockets want to lose. But he's had 3 good halves out of 4 in Phoenix. Maybe enjoys the Phoenix area. I don't know.
Yeah, so if he can build on this, then we'll feel very differently about Jalen Green. The conversations that we're having about Jalen Green this offseason is much different if he can continue this. At least do this, 2 out of every 3 nights.
Yeah.
Have games like this, an efficient 30, upper 20s kind of performance. That's what Jalen Green needs to do to solidify his place, not just on the Rockets, but in the league as a young star still, because his year up to this point, it was starting to become like, this guy is still someone that we consider one of the league's young stars? Is he one of the next up? Is he on the next up graphic? I don't know how many games you could go shooting 30% and still be next up. But if he continued this, and he's done it before, he did that his rookie year, where after the All-Star break, he played awesome. And so maybe this time it'll be a little bit more real because he's in a more real NBA environment. But I mean, how can you not like what you've seen from Jalen Green? Like Ime Udoka said, he's played great 3 of the last 4 halves.
I wish he would have limited it to 3 out of the last 4 halves, because I'm like, you're right. But I got a full breakdown from February 12th through the 29th, and great is strong, but good on Saturday night I think is appropriate. And like you said, we have seen this before in stretches, and hopefully if we're going to talk about Jalen Green in a different way, as you mentioned, this becomes a thing where we're not even really acknowledging like Saturday was a really good night, 34 points on 23 shots, over 50% from the floor. But if he becomes a guy who's in that mid-20s and it's just a thing and we don't even have to talk about it by the time the end of the year, and we're like, okay, this is what he is, as opposed to looking for little tidbits of what we think he could possibly be, little moments in the season. If we can get past that, then great. But until that happens, I'm just going to take it as we know he's ultra talented, and on certain nights he's going to be really impressive, and on other nights he's going to be the guy who is bad, not just below average, but sometimes just flat out bad. And then when the scoring goes, then all the other stuff goes too. So I think Ime Udoka's looking for that complete effort, or even if he's not shooting the ball very well, he can be a contributor in other facets of the game, and that would help. That would certainly help his cause. And he's rebounded the ball pretty well the last couple of nights, so we give him credit for that as well. When we come back, we're going to hear from the best team in town, at least the new manager of the best team in town. Joe Espada spoke about Christian Javier and others. The Astros are not hitting, and he's not concerned about that. We'll hear from him about that as well. Astros baseball, Christian Javier, Montero, Abreu, they all pitched over the weekend. Espada had thoughts. We'll have that sound on the other side. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Tari's going to have surgery on Monday. He had obviously been going through some things during the year and had a benign growth on the shin bone inside the tibia, I think. And, took that blow early in the season and flared up. He played through it with some pain, but, never had a chance of fracturing or anything, but it was just a pain tolerance thing. And so once the pain got, too high, we shut it down and thought rest and rehab could, he could get over it that way. But every time we ramped up the workouts, the pain came right back. And so after seeing all the specialists and decision makers, came to the decision that's best to have surgery Monday and, 4-month period and be ready for the start of the season. So he'll have a little bone graft, Rod put in there, and be ready to go in 4 months.
That teammate Adoko over the weekend talking about Tari Eason, a guy people were wondering if he would play again this year. It was news would come out and say he's ramping it up, and you heard Ime talk about he couldn't get through those processes without feeling pain. So Tari Eason out for the year. He'll be back next year. Another young player the Rockets are going to count on. I don't know what he will be in this lineup because there's so many moving parts. Will he when he's back, will he be taking minutes away from an established player like Dylan Brooks? Will Amon Thompson be in his way? Although they do play different positions, just the rotation may play out where Amon's on the floor more because Fred VanVleet is the point guard. But Tari Eason, someone they like, someone who showed a different skill set, an energy guy who can go rebound the basketball, and not an awful shooter. He wasn't a guy who took a lot of threes, but at 36%, that's something you certainly can work with overall. But he only got 22 games this year, and his season ends prematurely, really before it could really get ramped up, because you would have liked to see him throughout a full year and see what he could become. We'll just have to find that out next year. Only 22 years old, so long future ahead of Tari Eason. It just gets a bit short-circuited with the leg injury and the surgery that followed. So we'll see Tari Eason next year, somebody the Rockets like quite a bit. I did mention getting to the Astros as they were in action over the weekend. They'll be in action certainly quite a bit until opening day, and then people can either lock in. Maybe some of you are locked in already, but just some news coming out. We heard from Espada. He talked about quite a few things, but he did mention the bats. The bats haven't been great. They did beat the Mets yesterday 5-2, but the bats haven't been hitting unless your name is Jake Myers. Apparently, when Dana Brown talked about Jake Myers as being a potential, maybe not cornerstone, but a guy who would get a lot of at-bats, maybe Jake Myers took that to heart and has got better. Now, it's only 9 at-bats, but Jake Myers is on fire. We'll see how that plays out through the rest of the spring. But this is Espada on the bats and why he's not concerned.
The outcomes are always good to see. Success is important, right? But I'm not concerned about where they're at, if they're getting any hits or not. As long as they're swinging the strikes and they're getting the looks they need, that's the most important thing.
So process over results in spring training, and that makes sense. Other guys going through the process. Justin Verlander, 60 pitches off the mound. So now we're trending towards facing live batters. So that's good news. We talked about Verlander quite a bit, certainly last week, about how it was more of a tight window as far as when he would be able to pitch and get ready for the season. That window is shortened because of the setback earlier in spring when he felt a little, if you want to call it a twinge, after a session and decided to shut it down for a little bit. But things are trending in the right direction there. We'll see if he's ready for opening day or whether he'll get into any spring training live ABs against actual opponents. But everything seems to be going well there. Forrest Whitley, a little bit away, but nothing too serious. It's just a question of whether Forrest Whitley will be continue to be a ghost when it comes to the Astros. Sean talked about how I talked with Sean about this, about there are no Forrest Whitley moments. There's just the whispers of Forrest Whitley. We're not really sure if he exists. We just know that there's a name, and we think he may be an Astro, but we're never quite sure.
Yes, just whispers that we've heard from our ancestors and hushed tones.
The Bene Gesserit have talked about Forrest Whitley.
Much like the Lisan Al-Gaib,
yeah,
letter known as Paul Atreides.
Yeah, this is us nerding out over Dune 2. I saw it. Sean saw it last week. I saw it on Friday after the show. We may talk about that today. I don't know, but it was an experience. I'll say that. and a really good movie. And it did well in the box office, maybe surprisingly so, according to some projections. So I think it made just a little less than Oppenheimer, or right around there the opening weekend. So shout out to Dune 2, Frank Herbert's adapted classic, which it gets weirder if you read I haven't read the books. I read Wikipedia wrap-ups of the book, the future books. It just gets weirder and weirder. They're not, John Granado asked if they were going to make another one. I can't see it because I don't know how you translate what the next books have on screen.
I think they might got one more.
You think
in them?
Well, it is success. It's so successful they might make it.
Yeah.
If you like Zendaya, I don't know if you would see her in the next one just because of how her story ended. It differs from the books and her and Paul Atreides or Timothy Chalamet's story arc. So I'm not sure they would bring her back. They probably would as Zendaya. Of course they bring her back.
Yeah,
What am I saying?
They put her on the poster of the first movie. She was barely in it.
Yeah, what am I saying? Of course they bring her back. I think the next one will probably be more of a Florence Pugh joint because of the storyline. But yeah, Zendaya would make an appearance. Religious Jihad. Shout out to Paul Atreides for that.
Oh yes, that's the Religious Jihad we're shouting out. The one on film.
Yeah, the one on film. Never in real life, but if we're going to shout out one, it'd be in a science fiction movie where, hey, it's in space, it's okay, it's 10,000 years from now, it's quite all right. The way that movie ended. Shout out to Denis Villeneuve. Not that he needs me to shout him out, but a spectacular experience.
Finally, you're giving him his flowers.
I mean, I had been a hater for a while. I mean, particularly after Arrival. I couldn't give that dude any more credit after Arrival. But
all the goodwill he built up with Sicario, he gave it back.
Actually, Arrival's fine, but those alien ink blot things were something else. Were something else for me. Watching the aliens communicate with ink blots to, of all people, Amy Adams. Watch Arrival, too. It's not bad. It's another sci-fi thing that's pretty good. It might take a couple watches to figure out what's going on, but not bad. I said I wouldn't talk about it that much, and I talked about it quite a bit because I do like talking about movies. Christian Javier pitched over the weekend, too. He is a guy who has questions around him, considering what happened after, June. He did have a couple good playoff appearances late, and then he had one awful one when the Astros needed him most. But Christian Javier is a guy people are asking questions about because he's supposed to be a part of this really strong rotation that's supposed to be the reason the Astros win the division again and challenge for another World Series. But with him and Fromber and Urquidy pitch, but there are questions surrounding them. And then we have Verlander with his age and injury concerns. Javier is a guy they're going to lean on. This is Joe Espada talking about Javier's nice outing.
It was really good. It was a really good, clean game all around, both sides of the ball. Javi, I like his changeup against some lefties. The fastball was there, up in the zone to righties and both lefties. So really nice outing for him.
Yeah, that's all you can say at this point. Nice outing, and Espada's been not overly positive, but you can hear there's a positivity about him, and he's been around the game a long time. And when Javier's right, he's going to be a big part of the rotation. And if he's right, it just adds some. He's got great stuff. It's all about getting some movement because there's a clip that Espada references Javier and the movement on the fastball. That was something that was a concern last year. The ball was just straight. Part of what makes him successful is the movement on that fastball, and he just didn't have it last year, and we saw it in those outings. And hopefully him and that fastball becomes something you can depend on, and he becomes a guy that goes later in games because despite what the back half of that bullpen is, there are questions remaining about the middle part, and if you can not have to worry about them too much, and it's always in some shape or fashion Abreu, Hader, and Presley, whatever order it'll be, and then obviously if Montero can be better than he was last year, maybe some of that middle relief stuff isn't really part of the equation. So Javier pitching well early is nice for the Astros going forward, and it's a team where if we're going to bank on their success and what it'll look like, it'll be that rotation going deeper in the games and getting them to what probably is going to the best late inning bullpen in all of baseball. They certainly went out and got Josh Hader to make it that way. And when you're demoting quote unquote Ryan Presley to maybe an eighth inning guy, it speaks to what they think their bullpen can be. We'll hear more from Espada later. As we move forward. And Dana Brown did an interview with Chandler Rome we'll get to as well. He answered some questions about the potential timeline for extensions for Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. when those could get done or if they will get done. And he also talks about some other things we'll get to as well. But first, I want to talk about my bookie. It's not only a place where you can, do the sports betting thing. That's certainly what you can do if you want. You can go to mybookie.ag for that. You can bet on games. You're going to be able to bet on your Astros going forward. If you bet on spring training games, I'm not going to judge you, but maybe someone should. But it won't be me. But certainly you can bet on the regular season Astros and win totals and all those certain things, all those things right now. But they do have, if you're not into sports betting, they do have online computer games, including slots, table games, Texas Hold'em, and lots more. There are tons of cool games for you at MyBookie. Or you can enter the live casino with real in-the-flesh dealers on the poker, blackjack, and roulette tables. The live casino is really next level. And if you're playing from wherever you want, that's part of the appeal. You just go to mybookie.ag to get that done. You can play from home. I would advise not at work, but that's up to you, depending on the rules of your office. Click on bonuses to see all the great ways to turn your deposit into bonus cash. Whether you're new to MyBookie or you want to reload as an existing customer, you can also refer a friend and get some bonus cash. Just use the promo code BET975 to get that done. Turn your space into your personal casino with mybookie.ag. All you have to do, once again, is use promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. We talked combine earlier and mostly my disinterest. at least the live version of it. The highlights are great. Like, I can watch guys run in 35-second spurts, considering the clip, the intro, and then the run, and then all the talking afterwards. I don't need to sit through the hours and hours of it. But I did want to ask Sean about this because the Texans are a focus, certainly because of the season last year, and they have a first-round pick. And while they have holes, they're going to have free agency money, which will maybe determine how they attack the draft. But there's a lot of interest, and wide receiver could be one of those positions they attack. Nico Collins, maybe an extension's coming this offseason. We know Tank Dell's going to be back from the injury, and some wide receivers are coming off the board. Mike Evans signed a big extension with the Bucs this morning, so he will not be a Texan. We don't even know if the Texans are interested. Just because they have money and people are available, names get thrown out there. Who knows? In fact, I'll get to a story about a Tennessee Titan who's apparently interested in the Texans. Once again, we don't know if the Texans are interested in him, but he does have a history with D'Amico Ryans when they're both in San Francisco, so maybe there's a connection there, or maybe people are just making stuff up. It's kind of that season. But I mentioned to Sean during the break, I wanted to ask him this question because two Texas wide receivers had big days. Xavier Worthy running the fastest 40 at the combine ever, and then Adonai Mitchell also had a good day. He ran a 4.35, and the biggest thing is he's a bigger wide receiver as opposed to Xavier Worthy, who may be people want to compare to Tank Dell. The only problem is Tank Dell can finish a season, and Xavier Worthy's just almost as small as he is, and that's a question. Sean said it. I posed a question to him during the break for him to think about it, and he said it depends if CJ has a type, because CJ likes petite wide receivers that you might want Xavier Worthy.
Well, you said that, are one of these guys going to get in CJ Stroud's DMs?
Because that's what Tank Dell did.
Yes, like Tank Dell. And I said, well, if they both slide in the DMs, CJ Stroud has shown a preference, a type, if you will, for the more petite wide receivers.
I'm not sure Tank Dell appreciates the term petite. I don't know if he likes small either, but it's one of the two. He is a smaller wide receiver, He's a thin wide receiver, and I'm not sure if that contributed to the broken leg. It certainly didn't help his cause. Now, Xavier Worthy, small too, but really, really fast like Tank, and I want to get this right. I even asked in the break. I know A.D. Mitchell's what you can call him if you want to avoid the messing it up, but you're the Texas guy. How does A.D. Mitchell want his name said?
Adonai Mitchell.
Adonai Mitchell is the former Georgia player who transferred to Texas from Missouri City, so he's a local kid, or young man, and he is one of those receivers who made a name for himself and might be a first-round pick, might fall right in the area where the Texans might want to draft him. So I asked Sean, the Texas guy, and he'll give you his answer here. You know how I know he's the Texas guy? He's got a Texas USC Rose Bowl hat on right now, if I didn't know already. I mean, did you – now, it looks too new for you to have purchased it or someone in your family to have purchased it when they were initially issued. No. Is that something that was just a reissue, or is that even something – or is that not even something they had back then?
I don't know if they had it back then, but this is something I got like 2 years ago.
Okay. Sean is also someone who wore I don't know if it was foam, but a plastic Bevo head to work one day.
Well, it was after they beat Alabama.
After they beat Alabama earlier in the year. Oh yeah, that excuses it.
No, shouldn't it? It's not like it's something I've worn.
I've only
wore
seen it
once after Texas' arrival last year.
Yeah, it's not
a couple of big touchdown passes from Quinn Ewers to Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not something like your favorite shirt that you wear maybe once every 3 weeks. It is something I've seen once. It made a statement.
Yeah, guess what? If they would have beat Washington,
you would have worn it again.
Probably would have.
And then you would have had to wear it after that if they had beat Michigan. It would have been you would have worn it a couple times within a matter of maybe 8 days. But it didn't happen. But Texas has certainly a lot of talent. You see it at the combine. So the question to be posed: if you're the Texans and you're Sean making decisions, not Nick Caserio, because Sean wouldn't wear a vest, not that one at least. But you see the roster, Nico, Tank. Are you adding a petite, as you say, wide receiver like Xavier Worthy, or are you adding a bigger wide receiver to complement him, maybe like A.D. Mitchell?
I would go with A.D. Mitchell because maybe my characterization of the size of Tank Dell and Xavier Worthy maybe tip my hand that I'm not the biggest fan of itty-bitty wide receivers.
Itty-bitty wide receiver committee?
Yes,
is that what
exactly.
Is that what committee he's in?
Tank Dell's 5'8", 165 on NFL.com. Xavier Worthy measured in at 5'11", 165 at the combine. So having two guys that are a combined 370 pounds.
Not great.
No, 350 pounds actually, right?
I'm not great at math. You're looking at their numbers. I would have to look at them. But let's go with 350, whatever number you think is comfortable with. 330, whatever it is.
Yeah, that just doesn't seem to me to be a strong strategy when you're going to have the two of them on the field at the same time. One of them's going to have to play on the outside. Xavier Worthy played on the outside a good bit at Texas, but it's a little bit different in the NFL, and you're just giving your quarterback just smaller target. It's not really groundbreaking or anything. And if you're going to spend a first-round pick, I would like a little bit more variance in the size. And we talk about Xavier Worthy setting the combine record, but Adonai Mitchell is 6'2", 205 and ran a 4.34. So it's not like there's a stark explosiveness gap between them. He had a longer broad jump and similar vertical jump, if for whatever that's worth. So these guys are pretty similar, I guess, level of athletes. It's just one comes in a 6'2", 205 body, and one comes in a 5'11", 165 body, and had more drops than you'd like out of a first-round pick wide receiver.
Hands were an issue, and that's not great for a wide receiver.
Yes, I feel like that should come up at some point.
So small, questionable hands.
Super fast. The Kansas City Chiefs.
And then, Mark,
you have a wide receiver for you.
Valdez-Scantling's gone, so they're going to need a deep threat who's a fast guy who can't catch.
Kadarius Toney plus is what we're.
Yeah. Look, if they introduce another receiver who couldn't catch the ball to Patrick Mahomes, he may. Look, I know Andy Reid got an A+ as far as coaches. I don't know what he give as GM, but I don't think they'll do that. They can't do that to him again.
He's an older fella. You can't be.
Or to Patrick Mahomes, he might lose it.
You can't be putting him through that.
You can't give him another receiver.
A coronary.
Particularly, I probably would be most frustrating is if he sees Xavier Worthy open, throws him the football, and doesn't catch it. Patrick Mahomes would lose his mind. I don't think they would do that to him again, but they've missed on wide receivers before. They could certainly do it again. I just give him someone who can catch the football. I think that's probably the goal for the Chiefs this time. Someone he doesn't have to worry about throwing the football to. They've tortured the man enough, and all he's done is won 2 Super Bowls for them in a row and 3 overall. So we'll see. But Sean's firmly in the case of A.D. Mitchell. I think I'm there too. I like his athleticism. He is a guy, and I even like the attitudes. He was a little upset in that Washington game, but because they didn't give him the ball enough, and he made a play. He let it be known, give me the ball. I like that guy. He made big plays at Georgia. He made big plays at Texas. And even when at Georgia, when he wasn't given the targets that you might think, and that's why he left, he went to go play at Texas because the lack of opportunities. When they threw him the football, when it mattered, he made plays. And I'm always going to lean that way. And I saw Xavier Worthy in an Alamo Bowl. Was it the Alamo Bowl against Washington or the Texas Bowl?
Alamo.
The Alamo Bowl.
Last year or 2 years ago.
I saw that guy, and I saw him hang Quinn Ewers out to dry a couple of times because he couldn't catch a football. I don't want to see that here for C.J. Stroud. If A.D. Mitchell, if they're drafting wide receiver, and if it comes down to the Texas wide receivers, I'm taking Mitchell over Worthy. As for all the things Sean mentioned, the small no hands thing is a real problem.
If they didn't have Tank Dell, it would be a closer conversation to me. But the fact that you would just be, it's so, such a duplication of what you already have, so duplicative of what you already have, that I would rather go with the different flavor wide receiver. He's different than Nico Collins too. So you're having 3 threats that you feel good about that pose different. They have different skill sets, and that the defense has to respond to differently, as opposed to they have a whole bunch of little fast guys. What are we going to do?
I'm going to bet duplicative. You and Charlie Palillo are the only people who said that on the station, mostly because I don't know how many people will get through without stuttering. Shout out to Sean Mapes. Young Charlie Palillo. I know.
Okay.
Oh, watch it.
All right.
What? He's been doing this for a while. A wordsmith is what you are.
He is a wordsmith.
I'll get you a wordsmith. That's all it is. Duplicative. Now I'm gonna say it maybe once or twice.
Yeah, drop it at the Chipotle line after this.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Just black beans. I don't want to get.
I don't want to be duplicative.
I don't want to be duplicative.
No, duplicative my chicken, please. I want to double. Thank you very much. I mentioned a former 49er, current Titan who has ties with current ties, or he'll always have these ties with DeMeco Ryans. Azeez Al-Shaair. He's interested in the Texans per source, according to Aaron Wilson. Aaron Wilson, who's now clicked to Houston, you probably remember him from the Chronicle. He has an article out about the Texans in free agency. We'll talk about that on the other side. But another guy wants to put his name in the hat, has connections to DeMeco. Al-Shaair is the guy who I saw him a number of times against the Texans and a Monday night game against the Dolphins. The guy who will shoot the gap. Certainly has a familiarity with the defense. So we'll see. Blake Cashman's the guy the Texans like, but Blake Cashman's a free agent. So we'll see how they want to spend their money and if maybe an outside linebacker comes in, someone DeMeco Ryans knows well. So that's still to be determined. But the Texans are a team that people are interested in. We've heard that all offseason. Are they someone who's going to be used as a stalking horse? A team that's used to negotiate against others? That could be something that you have to consider with all the money they have to spend. Are they being used as a team to drive up the price? It is that time of the year where agents will let it be known that a team who can spend might spend on their guys to get a deal done with someone else. We don't know. That's all to be determined. Coming back, I'll get into some of the Texans free agency stuff going forward, and I do want to talk about someone I'm going to dub Boycott Johnny, because maybe the guy who has the least amount of pull when it comes to the Heisman thinks he's going to provoke them into doing something they don't have any interest in doing. He's probably the least likely guy to get it done. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Other stuff to get to here on the show. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show and some great music presented by RC Ranch,
the official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Says Hank. I guess because I played him earlier. He's at the rodeo tonight. It's first responders night out at the rodeo. Hank Williams Jr. will be there. If you wanna take a gander, listen to Frank. Iskowski tweets, "Congrats on not getting canceled after 1 week." Well, thanks. I appreciate the kind words. If you want to tweet at us at Delvey2 at Sean A. Mapes. And he's right. You should strive to be Charlie Palillo. The man mastered vacation days and how to put them around weekends.
That is true.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing to be Charlie Palillo. I said I would get into more Texan stuff, and I will, but I neglected to mention the Cougs. The Cougs win wouldn't be a heartbreaker for them. It'd be a heart stopper, but a heartbreaker for the Oklahoma Sooners. The Cougs blew a 15-point lead. They have the reputation to be the Cardiac Cougs, mostly because they're usually leading. I would rather them be the Cardiac Cougs if they were coming back and winning ball games, but being up big in games and having to fight off underdogs is what they've been, at least on the road. At home, they've been fine. I mean, Cincinnati, they made it a little close. They never got to the point where Jamal Shed has to make a game winner with 0.1 seconds left, 0.1 on the clock. Jeremy Branham called the game. Someone tweeted at Jeremy and really got into his call and gave him big ups. Jeremy responded, said thanks for that. I don't know the rules. Actually, I do kind of know the rules on playing audio that appeared on another station. But if you listen to the Killer Bees and don't know, you should know because Jeremy sometimes will be out. He does call the game for the Cougars, and he does a really good job. And someone gave him quite a bit of credit for his call on Saturday. Cougs won 87-85. Jamal Shed with the big bucket. And they will remain number one in the country, at least they should, going forward as they still have a one-game lead over Iowa State in the Big 12 as that'll come down to the stretch as far as that'll come down to the wire as far as the regular season champs are concerned in that conference. But the Cougs making your heart rate go up, but finding a way once again as they still a team that will have to be dealt with in March, and hopefully they get to a point where they're playing in April. You just have to hope they can avoid what has become a bit of a consistent thing away from the Fertitta Center, blowing leads. And it comes from the fact that they'll just go into stretches where they can't score the basketball, and when they do that, you leave yourself open for comebacks, but they didn't. But they escaped. They win, and they should be number one once the polls come out a little bit later today. Some other college sports news. I think we talked about this a little bit, maybe before the show became official. But EA and NCAA, it's not NCAA, they won't call that anymore. EA Sports College Football 25, news came out about Mike Florio. Actually, I think it was our first show. Mike Florio was trying to be a muckraker and was asking why players should only accept the $600 that EA was offering them for their name, image, and likeness along with the free game. Obviously, some other players who have bigger names were getting different deals. You see some of them announcing that they're in the game, and that has continued. EA was offering deals to a little over 11,000 players. Well, apparently 10,000 players have opted in by as of Friday night. So that's only 8 days after the process started. They've gotten over 10,000 players to opt in, and I'm not surprised. Most players weren't going to be people that could really make money off this, and the fact that they're getting 600 in the game itself is going to be a big deal to them. And as I mentioned, other stars like Shedeur Sanders and Carson Beck, guys who are stars of really good teams. Well, Shedeur Sanders' case, not a really good team, but he has a star name, are going to get extra. But for the most part, even if you are a named player on a really great team, no one's playing the game because of you. So, and really, no one's playing. I don't think anyone's going to play the game because of Shedeur Sanders. But it helps to promote the game if you have a big name on your roster as a partner, and he'll be a partner with EA and he'll promote the game. So 10,000. That's a lot in 8 days. I'm sure players are like, sign me up. All it took was an email and a response, and they're in. So if you're a fan of, I don't know, the backup to Jatavian Sanders, the tight end who's going to step in, that guy's probably going to be in the game.
Yeah, Gunnar Helm. Yeah.
Gunnar Helm likely is going to be in the game.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, no, I mean, we talked about at the time where $600 probably is overvaluing.
Definitely.
For 9,950 of the 10,000 guys that have signed up. There's maybe 50 guys that could ask for a little bit more than $600, but ultimately, like you said, those guys are getting brand deals anyway. They're going to be in commercials. They're going to be promoting it on Instagram when the game comes out. It's going to be those kind of NIL deals in addition to the $600. But yes, the fourth string wide receiver at Rice is like, you know what? 600? That'll do.
No, I'm going to hold you guys to the fire and see how much I can get out of you.
Yeah, let me really put the screws to you.
See how it goes for the forget the fourth string wide receiver Rice. As you talked about this before.
The first team wide receiver?
Yeah, I was going to insult Rice again. I was going to say the second string wide receiver at Texas Tech. No one cares about that guy except for a select amount of people. So take the money. And a lot of those guys are throwing, as you can see, 10,000 people already in. Now, will women be in the game? That's still up for debate because that was a controversy when we talked about it before. The Molly McGrath, Shelly Smith, a lot of women who have connections with college football because of their sideline reporting or just reporting in general are wondering why it's the likes of Chris Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit and Desmond Howard and David Pollack, all men involved as far as personalities. No women so far, at least not that we've heard. And it was a thing a couple weeks ago, and I bet you as we get closer to the game and no women get deals, it's going to be a thing going forward. So we'll see if EA says, you know what, we're done giving out money. We're done here. You come at us if you want.
It's like, oh man, either Travis Hunter or Molly McGrath.
See, I didn't want to make it that obvious. Molly McGrath or Desmond Howard. Or I don't know if they're going to have sideline reporters in the game.
Yeah,
so
that too.
I don't know where you would put a Molly McGrath or a Holly Rowe or Shelly. I said Shelly Smith. It was Holly Rowe. Shelly Smith doesn't do college sports from what I remember. She was more of a pro sports NBA person from what I remember. But Holly Rowe, I think, mentioned, what about us? And I don't know. I don't remember a game ever having sideline reporting. Certainly not on the NCAA level. We'll see. I don't know if Madden had it either. So it may not be a place for a sideline reporter. Maybe that's how EA is going to work around not having any women in the game. Hey, if any of you were anchors, we put you in the game. Blame ESPN for that. I don't.
that is elite buck passing. That is wow.
Although of course there are anchors on the NFL level, or at least the talk shows. I'm not sure I don't think there's an anchor. Well, Samantha Ponder, I guess, would be the NFL.
Yeah, for Monday Night Countdown.
Yeah, so I guess this is an NFL. This isn't the NFL game. So if I'm EA, I'm like, talk to your own employers. If they put you on the set of game day, we'll put you in the game.
Until then, Pat McAfee in a dress is as close as you're gonna get.
Don't tell Cat Williams. He has theories about that.
Wait, am I helping the demonic cause of
maybe
EA Sports?
Maybe if you missed it, Cat Williams was on the Joe Rogan podcast and had thoughts about Hollywood and putting people in dresses. Yeah, I don't. Pat McAfee's not in the game yet. There might be a big announcement for that going forward, but I haven't heard his name mentioned. Yeah, but 10,000 players opt in. You're gonna have Herbstreit, Fowler, all the names you recognize. But if you were looking for sideline reporting, so far we haven't heard any names that would coincide with that. We'll see how that works out going forward. Will EA say, "Hey, we were working on it," or they will just say, "Hey, we're good here." That might still be up for debate, but who knows? I'm excited for the game. I don't have a console. I will actually go out and buy a console specifically for the game because I haven't played a console game in a really, really long time. I think since EA stopped making the game, so they've got me wrapped up. I'm locked in. That'll wrap up hour one of the show. We'll have sound coming back. We'll play some more Spada stuff. I did want to get to Johnny Boycott on the other side because I don't think he understands his place in I think I'm just going to say that. I don't think he understands his place in regards to the story. He had, and by Johnny Boycott, I mean Johnny Manziel. He had thoughts on why Reggie Bush doesn't have his Heisman and what he's going to do to try to make that happen. I think he's going to fall a little short on that. We'll talk about that on the other side. we will get into Texans free agency as far as what Aaron Wilson and others think about the Texans, and apparently Dalton Schultz is maybe the first domino to fall as far as the Texans are concerned and their current free agents. All that and more to get to. First hour of the show complete. We'll be back. Welcome back to hour 2 of the show. Sean and I here with you. You can call in if you'd like. Also tweet at us at Sean A. Mapes at Delvey2 is how you talk to us if you don't want to call in, which is understandable. I don't like getting on the phone very much either with people I know, let alone calling into a radio station. But those are the options for you. If you want to watch the show, ESPN Houston is how you find us on YouTube. Go to YouTube, type in ESPN Houston, or you can type it in on Google. There are multiple ways to find the YouTube stream. Go there, subscribe, like, all the things that a YouTube influencer would tell you to do. I'm going to tell you to do right now. I don't have the influencer hands where I have a product and I put it up to the camera to make sure it focuses. I don't do that. Sean can see I'm doing it on, and you can see me doing it on YouTube right now. I don't do that often, but like I have a can of let's just say, an unnamed drink.
No free ads.
Yeah, no free ads. I would do this if you can see it on YouTube. I don't know if it'll focus for you. It should. But, I mean, we are YouTube influencers now, particularly Lance Erline. So if you want to help out the cause, go to ESPN Houston and like and subscribe and do all the things that you do when you're on YouTube. Comment if you so choose as well. I mentioned before we went to break, I wanted to get into Johnny Boycott. If you mentioned it, if you missed it, Johnny Manziel has thoughts on how the Heisman Trophy should deal with Reggie Bush. And he is in full support of one Reggie Bush. If you don't know the story, Reggie Bush had to return his Heisman in his 2005 Heisman after an NCAA investigation found that Bush received impermissible extra benefits. Now, Johnny has leaned on, well, the last two Heisman winners have garnered, at least have been paid through NIL, much more than Reggie Bush ever got, so they should give him his trophy back. Of course, the rules are different, so I'm not sure drawing that correlation means a lot. Now, I'm in favor of Reggie Bush getting his Heisman. We all know he was a Heisman winner from that year. Who cares that he took impermissible benefits? I don't even know why the Heisman Trophy is beholden to NCAA rules. I'm not sure. Aren't they an independent body? Why do they have to maybe not bend, but because the NCAA ruled Reggie Bush to have received benefits, they can't give him his Heisman? Okay. But Johnny doesn't like it. Johnny Manziel said, after careful thought and consideration, I will be humbly removing myself from the Heisman Trophy ceremony until Reggie Bush gets his trophy back. He posted this on X or Twitter. Doesn't sit right with my morals and values that he can't be on the stage with us every year. Reggie is the Heisman Trophy. Do the right thing. The NCAA, the ball is in your court. Now, Sean, can you think of a person, the Heisman Trophy, whatever they're called, whatever the official term for their foundation or trust is called, would have less concerns about showing up or not showing up than Johnny as a former Heisman winner? I mean, I can think of one. He's an accused murderer. But other than him, who would the Heisman Trophy care less about not showing up?
Yeah, I imagine the first year that they had him come back, they were like, are we sure he's going to show up? Are we sure he's going to show up and be a cooperative member of this ceremony, or is he gonna come in a Scooby-Doo costume? I don't know, but yeah, it is funny thinking of a room full of, I'm just gonna guess, stuffy old white guys that run the Heisman Trophy ceremony. I can't imagine that that's like a group of young people, from diverse backgrounds.
Yeah, they're the Heisman Trust. That's their name. Yeah. Oh, please don't threaten us with a good time, Johnny. You don't want to show up anymore?
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. We appreciate it.
We'll just have Sam Bradford stand in your place.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier for us.
Yeah, and of course, because of when the Heisman is, not a lot of current NFL players are going to show up because they have actual jobs to do, and it's a Saturday before a game. But so they have to depend on guys out of the league, and Johnny, he would still be in the middle of an NFL career if he didn't care about Coke as much as he does, as he did.
If he was better at,
well, that too,
better at football.
But yes, that
feels so good at football that he didn't have to worry about doing coke.
Yes, Johnny Manziel never really wanted to be an NFL prospect. If you watch that documentary, he loved college football and what it brought to him, but the NFL wasn't that interested, particularly in Cleveland.
It is especially funny given the documentary that just came out about Johnny Manziel, where, I don't know, 25 minutes of it were dedicated, or maybe even more, dedicated to here's how much money we're making and how we got away with it.
Yeah.
And the fact that he can still stand up there on the stage until he took made the hard choice to
not show up to New York for a weekend.
Boycott, but that he was like on the record being like, man, it was crazy how much money we're making.
You make a point.
And Reggie Bush still can't.
Yeah, you make a point. He admitted to skirting the rules and finding a way to make money despite the NCAA rules. And the Heisman was like, come on in. We don't care. Yeah,
do the money sign.
Yeah, do all of the things that would suggest we would ban you if the NCAA really stepped in. And the Heisman Trust is what they're called, as I was trying to figure that out earlier.
Yeah, I forgot if it was committee or...
Yeah, same. They said they would return Bush's trophy if the NCAA reinstated him, and they have not. Once again, why do you have to listen to the NCAA? You're an independent body.
Okay.
I don't understand that at
Okay,
all.
so everyone listening, just know that there's probably going to be about 5 more years until Reggie Bush gets to be part of the ceremony, because that's probably the life expectancy I'd put on the NCAA. He's still being a thing.
So when they're so when they no longer exist anymore,
then he'll be back.
All right, great.
Handing the trophy to, I don't know, Patrick Mahomes III, or whoever's going to be winning the Heisman.
There's some eighth grader. There's some eighth grader that's taunting Cam Newton right now, who's going to win the Heisman
His
Trophy.
coach just got beat up by
Cam Newton, who's going to win the Heisman.
Top sport performance.
Yeah, he's going to look at Cam and say, "You're a free agent. You're a free agent," like that kid did, and maybe that kid's going to win a Heisman in a couple years.
You're retired now.
Yeah.
Like, well, yeah,
I'm rich.
I'm 40.
He was like, "I'm rich." Remember that video? "I'm rich." That's all Cam said. The kid responded with, "You're a free agent." I was like, well, Cam does have a point. He did get millions and millions of dollars, and now he's a free agent. But I think he won in life, if we're talking about Cam. So yeah, that's Johnny Manziel, the least amount of stroke of all the former Heisman winners outside of OJ, as far as this boycott thing does.
I would love for them to power it. Maybe when they hit like the next milestone of Heisman Trophy winner. I don't know. Are they close to 100?
I don't think they've been around that long. A lot of the guys are old enough. The guys who are making the decisions are probably nearing 100, but I don't think they've had that many Heisman.
Okay, but whenever we get to the next like benchmark, like the NBA 75, where they come out with the list, I would love for them to rank the Heisman winners. That'd be just such a great content. Someone would take it personally. Troy Smith would be like, "What I do?"
I'm sure number one would be one of the 4 horsemen from Notre Dame or whatever.
There'd be a lot of pre-World War II.
Roger Staubach, although he's not pre-World War II, but he would probably be at one of the top of their list because, he played at Navy. Yeah. He's a legend. Troy Smith has to be like, if they did a golden 75, Troy Smith is like 72, right?
Yeah. That I want to know who's the most upset by how low they are.
Why does the Heisman Trust do that? Because that would actually make people care.
Yeah, it's literally just a free. People are talking about us now.
Yeah,
that you can pull at any time.
And you could put some guy no one ever heard of, but like Beano Cook if he was still alive. Put him at 1, and then watch everyone go crazy because all his highlights are in black and white and that a leather helmet on.
Yeah. Well, I guess Archie Griffin would be number 1.
He won 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
You would have to give it to him. He won 2. True.
Or do you treat them as separate winners? And it's like, well, Archie Griffin in 1975
was better than
1976.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know. His first year was better.
Yeah, Paul Hornung would be the guy they give it to probably. John David Crow out of A&M. Something. It would not be someone where like
Mark Ingram, 69th.
Yeah. The running backs of the HD or color TV generation will be very low on the list. Like a running back from. Could they rank OJ? Would they exclude OJ?
They should. If they're
haven't
committed,
taken his Heisman away.
If they're committed to the pursuit of knowledge,
they would have to rank him because they didn't take it away.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at it.
It'd be a short entry, I bet.
There wouldn't be a lot written about OJ.
Ran for 2,000 yards.
And none like the bio, but he came from this. They wouldn't do a lot of the bio stuff.
From Oakland. Yeah. No.
It would be a lot of before USC, and it would end there. It wouldn't go, he went on to be a great player. Nah, we're gonna end. We're not gonna go past what he did at USC because then we have to get to all of what he did after USC. He was the Hertz guy. He was in those Naked Gun movies.
Yeah. He went on to pursue a career in broadcasting and acting.
What if they only talked about that?
And they just ended right at like 1993.
Yeah.
It's like the last.
Nothing else happened after that. Yeah. In fact, I think we're right. They would mention the stuff that happened. It'd just be inexplicably, it would end at 93 and nothing else would be mentioned. I mean, he was with Bob Trumpy and Dick Enberg on NBC. That's their sideline reporter. And scene.
Yeah, they make slideshows of like O.J. Simpson through the years, and
jumping over
ends with him holding the NBC microphone,
jumping over luggage in the airport, like those Hertz commercials. Probably a little bit before your time. I was a little kid when those were out. But if you want to see O.J. when he was not one of the most hated people in all of America, I guess, at least for some people's eyes, some people still like O.J. Go back to the early '90s and watch him in Hertz commercials and just look at the difference. Now he's on Twitter talking about things OJ's still a little bit relevant. Every time he tweets, people are like, I can't believe this guy has a life. I can't believe I'm listening to OJ talk about this subject.
Talk about fantasy football.
Yeah, and everyone's like, the juice is loose again.
Man, Derrick Henry really let me down this week.
It is almost like if you lived, I was a little kid when the trial happened. If you lived through that and now you watch OJ tweeting about fantasy football stuff and how Derrick Henry didn't come through for him, it's kind of mind-blowing and maybe numbing in some regards that this is life right now. It happens. People get away with things, and OJ certainly did, if you are to believe evidence and all that other stuff that goes into it. I can't see that name because it's not highlighted, or at least highlighted in gray, so I can't see the name. Dylan wants to talk about Shogun, a show that's, I guess, the TV. This show's show. When we talk about TV shows, we'll talk about Shogun on the other side with Dylan. And is that Channel View? I think our intern wrote Camel View.
That's all right. I think it's. I don't know of a Camel View, Texas.
We'll find out.
I think it's Channel View.
Either way, we'll find out when we come back. Dylan on the other side. You guys can call in and talk about really anything you want. You see where the show's going now. We're talking about OJ and where he would rank as far as Heisman winners are concerned. Probably be pretty high, if not for all that, other stuff. I don't know how to wrap up not talking about OJ anymore. Dylan, we'll talk to you on the other side. And anyone else who wants to join in, please do call. We'll be back.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Sean did the research. 86 times the Heisman has been awarded. So we're about 15 years away, or 14 awardings away from 100. And when they do that, they should do a top 100 list, and we'll see where people rank. And Sean has come to the conclusion that Davey O'Brien would be very high on the Heisman top 100 list. I agree. I think we'd see a lot of old school guys who we've never seen play get a lot of run, and then the likes of I was gonna use Rashawn Salam, but R.I.P. to Rashawn Salam. Eddie George would probably be relatively high, but the likes of Mark Ingram, now that we know it probably would happen at 100, he'd probably be in the 90s. Derrick Henry.
Yeah, Jason White.
80. Oh, Jason White. Oof. We're talking 94, 95. Danny Werfel, somewhat like Jason White. He'd probably get raised higher because those Fun and Gun Florida teams were kind of legendary. He'd probably Chris Winkie.
Yeah.
90s. I think they'd knock him because of age.
I was thinking, like, how would they compare the numbers to, like, a Heisman winning quarterback in 1985 versus
Joe Burrow,
versus Cam Newton?
Joe Burrow versus Ty Detmer.
Yeah.
Well, and Ty Detmer played in an advanced offense, but even still.
Joe Burrow also played probably, 4 more games?
Yeah, he didn't play. He played, true, 15 games, so they won the title. We do have a couple calls. Dylan called in. Eric, I see. That's probably Eric Wong, considering the title. I mean, considering the subject matter. Generally, that's an Eric Wong type of call. We'll see. But Dylan wants to talk about Shogun. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Dell and Sean? I wanted to say congratulations on getting the Charlie Palello 4.0 slot. And I'm glad that the station has added culture to the lineup. I'm just going to go ahead and say that Shogun is the best show on television right now. I've been waiting for this thing to come out. What do you guys think? Bye.
Thanks, Dylan. I'm all in. It's, as I said, it's probably this show's TV show of the moment. Michael Carroll brought it to our attention last week. No, maybe it was not last week, obviously. Maybe a couple weeks ago, he brought it to our attention. It's something I had seen the previews for, but he told me and Sean that he was going to be looking forward to watching it, and I watched it. And beyond, Sean brought up a point I kind of agree with. I didn't mention it when he brought up. The first 20 minutes as they're world building, you kind of, okay, where are we going? But once you get past that point and we get into the action and the intrigue, it's lights out for me. Sean, did you watch the second episode, or were you too busy with other things this weekend?
Yeah, a little too busy this weekend. It'll be something, because now, there's one more for me, and then a third episode's coming out this week.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe I do a double feature one of these days. Or, I'll catch up.
You'll find the time. We'll probably discuss it some more on Friday with Michael as he joins us again if he has the time. Yeah, Dylan, I'm right there with you. If you're talking about something, I will always look forward to watching as long as it's on. It looks like it's going to be this show going forward. It's a FX Hulu joint, so it probably won't get the same type of attention that a Game of Thrones would get because it's on HBO as far as the prestige. Just that Sunday night time slot for HBO means something to people. It's something, okay, they're putting something there. That means they're really gonna. It's really good. They're really gonna like it. But for me, particularly if we're talking about streaming stuff that you can watch at any time, throw Shogun right up there. Eric wants to talk about women's soccer, particularly the U.S. women's soccer team. They got a nice win over Colombia, bouncing back from their loss to Mexico in the group stage. They beat Colombia in the quarterfinals yesterday of the Gold Cup. What's up, Eric?
Yes, Bill. Has the U.S. women's soccer lost their luster after losing to Mexico? And why did Madam Webb fail at the box office? I think it's a great show.
That is Eric Wong. He did ask a relatively normal question. I think 2 of them. He didn't devolve in asking me about some anchor on ABC 13, which is normally his jam. We'll start with Madam Web. Blame Sony. And plus, no one cares about Madam Web. It's a relatively minor character in the Spider-Man universe. Obscure. No one was looking forward to it. I mean, Sydney Sweeney's in it. Dakota Johnson's in it. Those are all actors that people might like. But as far as those type of movies, it's not about the actors. It's about the character. And no one was looking to watch Madam Web. And then you hear that it's awful. That's why it did so poorly. As far as the U.S. women's national team, they lost their luster when they were knocked out in the second round of the World Cup. They are no longer feared. That's been discussion since that the direction of the program has been kind of stunted by outside influences because some of the longstanding members of the team had, if you want to call it political or social issues that meant something to them, and people have blamed that for the downturn. You could also point to the administration's lack of creativity when it comes to hiring. The coach they hired for this last cycle was panned repeatedly. So we can point to him and his tactics and how they play, or we can point to the players who had been successful before, and you can say the politics and the social stuff got in the way. I am one not to agree with the second point. I think you hire a bad tactician, a bad coach, you get bad results. You watch that team play in the World Cup, and it was a lot of, hey, Trinity Rodman. Yes, she is this daughter of Dennis. You're fast. Alex Morgan, you're fast. We're going to play like it's FIFA in 1998. And by FIFA, I mean the video game. Long balls, through balls, and see if you can outrun a defender. And that doesn't work anymore. The athletes are better on the international level. So that's my more detailed answer to yes. It has lost their luster, and they have to try to get it back. They hired an acclaimed coach who's coming over from Europe. I believe they're still with the interim manager now. I don't know exactly when the full-time manager will take over, but there needs to be some changes. I am one to believe tactics and how they set up the team and the roster are more important than allegedly not caring about soccer as much, because there are other concerns that some of the longstanding members were involved in. Well, those longstanding members, for the most part, are gone. So you can't blame that anymore. You have to blame the federation itself. We'll see. They are in the semifinals of the Gold Cup, a tournament they're expected to win because they are the U.S. We'll see how it plays out for them. Didn't think I had that in me, did you, Eric? I'm diverse when it comes to stuff, Eric. Don't play me. Don't try to play me. That's all.
Man, all Madam Web got was like 3 sentences. Yeah.
It could have been one. It's trash. I could have done that too. I could have done that, but I did give him a bit of an answer. I mean, I like Dakota Johnson, and Sydney Sweeney's in her moment. She was on SNL. I didn't watch it. Once again, SNL is much like the Combine. If anything good comes out of it, I can just watch the clips. And all the clips was look at Sydney Sweeney in a Hooters dress or a regular dress. I don't know if you guys know. For you guys who tweet that stuff, everyone's aware she is, you would say, well endowed up top. It's a woman with big breasts. Big deal. Big deal. Why is that such a big deal?
It's 2 big deals.
Oh, look at Sean. Look at you, Sean. You're just like them. You're just like them. I get it. She's an attractive woman in Hollywood, and she has been won in previous roles, to particularly Euphoria, to be naked. But is that something that's a big deal still? Naked women on TV?
Where else would you see them?
Gee, where would you see them? Where else would you see them? She's apparently, from all reports from people who are around her, a very nice, actually very smart person. So it's not just the aesthetics, but for some segments of the population, it is all about the aesthetics. And I was like, man, guys, they're just breasts. Jeez.
We got to get her in Dune 3. That's all I'm saying.
As what? Just anything. Speaking of that, there's like
Find a spot.
Speaking of random, although we knew she was in it, Anna Taylor-Joy's in Dune 3.
Yeah.
If you don't know who she is, she was in that chess series on Netflix. I'm forgetting the name. She played the star of that. It was a pandemic show. I forgot what it's called.
Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit. There it is. She was in that. She's been in a lot of things. She was in The Menu, which is a pretty good movie too. But she made a surprise appearance in that movie. I mean, there's a lot of wacky stuff in that movie. You know, babies who are communicating with people. Apparently, she's the. I can't give you that spoiler. You have to watch the movie. But I mean, Sydney Sweeney, attractive. I get it. I understand.
She turned some heads at the Combine this weekend.
The problem is the Combine guys are such Combine guys, they didn't even see it.
More impressive, Xavier Worthy's 40-time or Sydney Sweeney's performance?
Depends on who you ask, Sean.
Okay.
Depends on who you
What
ask.
did Lance come in talking about?
the combine. Actually,
Johnny Newton.
Actually, in the before the show started, the previous show started, it was more Sydney Sweeney talk than combine stuff. Now on the air, he has to be professional and talk about the combine, but the conversation did drift towards Sydney Sweeney, and I'm like, sure, that's a really attractive woman, but there are a lot of really attractive women. Is she the most attractive woman?
Not an
woman.
No. Blanche just came from Indianapolis, so you know.
Yeah, but he didn't see her live either. She was on television. Like he could have seen another woman on television he found just as attractive. I'm not knocking Sydney Sweeney. I am knocking the attention being paid to a really attractive woman on television. She's one of many guys. She just happens to be comfortable showing off a particular part of her body that you guys really, really love. Congratulations to you guys. You have never seen boobs on a dress before. Amazing. All the tweets about her on SNL. Casey Musgraves was like, hey, I'm here too. I'm here. No one knew that though, Casey.
Yeah.
Sorry.
She's the Chris Bosh of this.
So there's a joke about she's both LeBron and Wade because of
Yeah.
Yeah. And and Casey's Chris Bosh. Chris Bosh is like, hey, I had big threes in the title chase.
That offensive rebound
to Ray Allen.
To Ray Allen.
Ray Allen. Who would Ray Allen be? I don't know any other people who are on SNL to
No,
compare Ray
Kenan
Allen.
Thompson.
Close enough.
I feel comfortable that he is on the show.
Yes. Yeah, that's the only one I could give you. Yeah. Kenan Thompson. Been on SNL a long time. And Sydney Sweeney. She was on SNL on Saturday, and the world was aflame. Congratulations to you guys. And all the aggregation of and the Twitter accounts and everyone getting interactions because they tweeted videos of her from that show. We got a couple more segments to go. We could get back into some Astro stuff or not. We'll see. There's a caller. We'll see what they want to talk about on the other side. Joe Espada spoke. I did want to get into what Aaron Wilson said, his article about Texas free agency. Dalton Schultz is the next guy that may get a deal, but Jacob, we see you. If anyone else wants to call in, please do. At Sean A. Mapes, at Delv2. You can tweet us that way as well. We'll be back.
It's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye and his intrepid, most outstanding, arguably the greatest producer of all time, the one and only Sean Mapes.
I'm glad Michael's giving you credit, but it also is a shot at me because I do produce a show before this show. But I guess I could be the second greatest producer of all time. And he did say arguably. So it's up for debate.
Yeah, I think that's actually coming up next on First Take is greatest radio producer of all time. So
us or Gary Delabate from the Howard Stern Show. What is the Mount Rushmore of producers?
I guess he's the Jordan, I'm the LeBron, right?
Yeah, you're the one. Yeah, some people are just Sean stans, and other people won't ever give you credit because they're Delabate people.
Yeah. Hater
see.
muse.
Yeah, exactly. Hater muse. Jacob, I see you. I did want to get to this Dalton Schultz thing because Aaron Wilson, he wrote a longer article about Dalton Schultz. You can find that on Click to Houston. But league sources predict that Dalton Schultz will be back for the Texans. If they did use the franchise tag with Schultz, if they couldn't come to a deal, it would be $11.3 million. But that might happen if a deal isn't reached by Tuesday's deadline because there's a possibility that they may not want Dalton Schultz to hit free agency, but they are working on a deal. So that one, if a deal is going to get done before free agency for some of the Texans' impending free agents, apparently Dalton Schultz is the one that could happen first. He is a guy they want back. We know Devin Singletary appears to be a guy they want back. Grenard, that'll certainly depend on how much money he's asking for. And there are options out there, some who might get tagged, others they can look into like Shaq Barrett, who Tampa Bay is not bringing back, but he is an older player. And maybe they're fine giving an older player a 2-year deal as opposed to what they might have to give to Jonathan Grenard. But that's stuff to be determined. Jacob had a question about the Rockets. What's up, Jacob?
Good morning, gentlemen. I was wondering, how would you feel if the Rockets were to pick up someone like Zach Edey? You know, he's tall, he's big, he's got a good defense. His offense is kind of one-dimensional, but I feel like he would fit in well with teammates' kind of game plan of what he's working towards. Just want to get your thoughts.
Appreciate it. Zach Edey is interesting because you look at him, the 7'4" center from Purdue. He doesn't appear to be a fit for today's NBA, just the way the pace and space. You already have a big man in Şengün who isn't a floor stretcher. And can he play alongside, or is he just going to be your backup big? And the Rockets will have not their own pick, but they'll have Brooklyn's pick, so that'll still be a lottery pick. Are they going to spend a lottery pick on a backup center in today's NBA? Now, Zach Edey is skilled. He's a guy who provides size, certainly at 7'4". I'm not saying anything that is shocking, but I don't know where the Rockets are that a backup center who could be a lottery. I don't see. That's the thing. I don't know where Zach Edey's going to go. I'd have to look at mock drafts. And if they get him in the second round, cool. I wouldn't mind having your backup center who can actually score a bucket or two behind Şengün. But it's all about fits, and if he is a guy who has value ahead of the second round, I don't think they're going to draft him. Not when they have Şengün. I'll find a mock draft and see where Zach Edey might fall. But he's a really good player. But he's a guy who the NBA may not value very much because, you know, all the 7'4" guys in the NBA now can dribble and shoot. We saw the Chet Holmgren Wemby battle last week. I mean, he's not that type of athlete. Not many guys are.
That's the thing. Is the 7'4" guys now are small forwards, basically.
Yeah.
They play like small forwards and then can still block shots. Where Zach Edey, if he was getting drafted in 1994, would be the number one pick without a doubt.
Yeah.
But also with the Rockets, like you said, it's kind of tough. You would want to pair whoever you're picking up with someone, or you want them to pair with Alperen Şengün in the long term. And Edey, great in the post, but so is Şengün. Can't really have two guys in 2024, both one calling for the ball on the right block, one calling for the ball on the left block. It's not really how modern offense is run. If they go with a big, they probably would go with more of a like shot blocker, defensive pick and roll kind of guy.
Yeah, rim runner type.
Yeah.
Yeah, if, a Derek Lively type if they're making that decision. And one draft projection has them as a mid-first to second-round pick. So the Rockets will be in that range. But once again, why are you drafting a backup center if you have a mid-first-round pick when you have a guy you really, really like and is young? If, like, Şengün was 31, then I would get it. But he's young and not expensive yet. He will be. So Zach Edey's not even the top-ranked center in according to these rankings. There are guys like Donovan Clingan, who was a young player for for UConn, who's big and athletic, can block some shots. So Zach Edey will find a place. I'm just not sure it'll be with the Rockets, considering what they might be looking for in their draft position. But he's a good player. I thought we were going to talk about the Golden State Warriors, but I wonder how that got translated. The question up there is if the Rockets would get a player from Golden State. I don't know.
Yeah. Zach Edey.
From the Golden, and he's from Canada, so he's not from California. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Oh, I'm thinking maybe his name sounds like someone, so he said Zach Edey,
or maybe
it got lost in translation. It's was that Jonathan Kuminga? You meant to say Moses Moody?
That would be one giant translation issue if that's what happened. Or maybe he changed his mind.
Yeah,
in the middle of the call. That's probably more likely.
More likely.
Yeah,
it wasn't Brandon Pajimski. That it was either him or Zach Edey.
The Rockets do need a guard, I think.
Blue guy.
Certainly, despite what Jalen Green did on Saturday against the Suns. So yeah, we'll see. Going forward, Rockets draft talk. I'm not sure they thought they would want those questions being asked about their season in early March. They thought they had a chance to at least be a play-in team, and that seems to have gone by the wayside. But the draft will be something the Rockets focus on as they try to improve their team, but they do have the rest of the season going forward to see if they can. They probably aren't going to make the play-in, but maybe they find some answers to some of their questions going forward. One they won't find an answer to is Tari Eason. If you missed it, Ime Udoka mentioned over the weekend that Tari Eason is out for the year. That troublesome leg that had kept him out of really the entire year for the most part will keep him out the rest of the way. He'll have surgery. The timeline is 4 months, and then he should be back. So it shouldn't be something that hampers him going forward into next season. But the pain was too big of an issue for them to manage, and they're just going to shut him down. So that's unfortunate for Tari Eason. But thankfully, this issue gets cleared up, and he can come back and add some more talent to a young Rockets team still trying to build. And then the draft will be something else they look forward to as they try to strengthen a roster that had promise early but has kind of waned. But they did get a win, a nice win, and Jalen Green was the star of that one. And he forced Bradley Beal to get ejected from a game because Bradley Beal had enough of the Rockets overall, particularly Jalen Green. So he's an irritant and had a good game. Nothing but positives from Saturday night for the Rockets. We got one more segment to go here on the show. I will get more into Aaron Wilson's thoughts, or really your thoughts on free agency for the Texans, because that's the team of the moment right now. While the Astros are in spring training and they're working on things, there's a set of expectations for the Astros that won't really be determined, or at least filled or fulfilled, until October. That's the hope, that we're playing into late October. That's how far the season stretches now. But as far as a team that can improve themselves very quickly with the draft and free agency, it is the Texans. So we'll discuss them a little bit more before we head out for the day. Coming up next is the Gallant and George show. Paul Gallant, Joe George, and then after that's the Killer Bees with Jeremy Branham, who will regale us with what was a exciting game for the Cougs, as he had a call late. I mean, he made the call as far as the Jamal Shed buzzer beater. They won 87-85 after blowing a big lead. The Cougs should maintain their number one ranking. So the play-by-play guy, the play-by-play voice of your Houston Cougars, your number one Houston Cougars, will join us a little bit later. And also that Joel Blank guy's there too. But who cares about that? He would be a little upset, I think, if he was actually listening. The Killer Bees at 3, but Gallant and George up next. We got one more segment to go here on the Del Olaleye Show. We'll be back.
You're listening to The Dale Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale. Dell. No, that's okay. That's on me. I went more country with it. My bad, Dell.
Apology not accepted. Well, Michael Carroll is the voice you hear on our show to bring us back. Appreciate Michael for doing that. I specifically requested him, and he agreed. So he can take some poetic license if he so chooses. Aaron Wilson, formerly of the Chronicle, now writes stuff for Click to Houston, still a big NFL insider. Had some scuttlebutt for the Texans and their impending free agency. I mentioned the Dalton Schultz stuff earlier. He also has heard from sources around the league that the Texans and Jonathan Grenard, have a strong mutual interest in extending their working relationship, which is an odd phrasing for football. I don't think I've ever heard it put that way, extending their working relationship as if they're one's a consultant, the other is a business, and they've come to a deal to keep working together. But they're hopeful and actively exploring a financial and hoping a financial compromise can be reached. I don't think Grenard's looking for a financial compromise. I think he's looking for, give me all the money. Give me as much money as I can get. I would be surprised if compromise is what a deal would be. It would be couched as a compromise if they do get a deal done. It feels like this may be Grenard's best chance at a payday, considering the numbers he put up. And if the Texans don't come correct in his eyes, he's going to go. And that's part of the paragraph as well, that the decision will come down to a potential bidding war, and we'll see if other teams make it impossible, at least in the Texans' eyes, to resign Grenard. So, as once again, I expect Grenard to ask for as much as he can, and if the Texans don't think he's worth it, he'll leave. Now, according to the people at the Combine, the Texans might have an interest in Chase Young as a potential replacement if Grenard does not resign. Now, Chase Young is a name that everyone's going to know, top pick. Now, a couple years ago, he was with the Commanders, and they had a midseason trade with the 49ers to send Chase Young there. He hasn't been as productive as the name would suggest. He's a good player. He's only 24 years old, and now D'Amico didn't coach him, but the 49ers thought enough of him to bring him into that system. He combined for 7.5 sacks last year, so certainly far below what Grenard had, and overall 16.5 sacks in his career. He's had injury concerns, but you may be able to get him cheaper than you would have to pay Grenard, but Grenard may simply be the better player. First-round hype and expectations aside, Chase Young simply has not produced at a level, and that's why he was one of several trades the Commanders made to help in their tanking process, and it worked out for them. They now have the second overall pick. So that's a guy who, if Grenard is no longer an option for the Texans because of money, maybe Chase Young is a guy who they can look to, and the connections are, well, he was a 49er, and D'Amico knows the 49ers. That's kind of thin, considering D'Amico didn't coach him, but at least the system would be similar. The other big name, obviously, is Devin Singletary. And D'Amico spoke very highly of him at the Combine, so the expectation for some is that he'll be back. Sheldon Rank is another guy, and both teams are interested in both sides. I mean, I guess Sheldon Rankin's team and the Texans are interested in getting something done, but nothing is imminent. So as I mentioned before we went to break, it looks like Dalton Schultz is the guy to look to if you're looking for a deal to get done relatively quickly. It feels like everyone else, maybe outside of Singletary, are guys who are going to make it to free agency, or at least let the Texans know that they're more than willing to push it there if a deal can't get done between now and the start of it. And the franchise tag deadline is tomorrow afternoon, so we'll find out an answer if the Texans decide to franchise anyone. We'll know that answer soon, and then that is just one more step in the free agency process. So a lot to be determined for that team and for the players, and it's just an interesting place to be in when you think about all these names. Dalton Schultz probably had the most acclaim because of what he did in Dallas, but the rest of those guys, Devin Singletary was a nice player in Buffalo, but the thought of him leaving if you thought about him leaving before the season and being worried about it, you wouldn't be, because he wasn't even supposed to start. Dameon Pierce was, and then Dameon Pierce fell down to like third string on the roster, maybe below that, became almost exclusively a kick returner. And Grenard was a guy you had questions about. Could he stay healthy? You had Will Anderson. He was supposed to be the star attraction, and he still is. But Grenard produced. So it was a nice season that led to questions that you have to answer, and you have to answer those questions with money. And if you don't, then you're going to have to replace the guys that maybe you didn't think you're going to have to worry about. Maybe you were hoping would only be 1 year stopgaps until you improve the roster with talent. Some other guys to think about if you are thinking Singletary may go or DeAndre Swift. He's a guy who's a talent, who be good in the passing game. But if you look at that Detroit Lions, well, he may be a former Eagle. He was a former Lion. He went to the Eagles, and they ran a lot of the shotgun. He teamed with Jalen Hurts, so we'll see if he's any good in the zone running scheme. That's important. We saw how it short-circuited Dameon Pierce's time here. DeAndre Swift is a really good back, quick, can make people miss. The question simply will be, is he a fit with the Texans? And that's what you have to think about when it comes to all backs for the Texans.
He's also going from, you mentioned he played for the Lions, who have a very good offensive line, especially run blocking offensive line. You got the Eagles, another really good offensive line. Then you have the Texans.
Yeah. So a little different.
Not a great run blocking line. They're fine. Obviously Laremy Tunsil's awesome. Titus Howard, when he's playing in the right position, is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's just they weren't getting a lot of push in the middle last year, and I'm not sure if DeAndre Swift helps that, considering where he's played in the NFL and played at Georgia too. Another good offensive line. So
it's true.
It's the worst offensive line he's ever
in years.
He's ever going to play behind.
Was the last time? Maybe in high school.
Maybe his high school is probably awesome.
You make a point. And if not, he was so good that it didn't matter.
Truck the 16-year-olds.
Yeah, running over the kid whose dad made him play because he wanted him out of the house. Who knows? No more Valorant for you. You better go out there and try to tackle DeAndre Swift. If Valorant was even a game back thing, I'm sure it's maybe something else. But the point is, the Texas offensive line isn't great. Hopefully with Titus Howard back at tackle, it'll be at a level where you get some help with your interior, and you are what you expect. You hope Titus Howard plays the level of that contract because he is getting paid a lot of money to play tackle. He was forced to play guard, and it didn't work out. It's part of the reason some people are mocking tackles to the Texans because they think Titus Howard is a guard, where he proved, at least last year, that he shouldn't be. He should be playing tackle and then live up to your right tackle money, and then maybe the Texans' offensive line improves. So DeAndre Swift, I just imagine him coming here if it did come to fruition, if it's not Singletary, where he gets stopped behind the line and he's spiking the football into the ground, completely frustrated because of what he's experienced the first couple years of his career, where he rarely got touched in the backfield. He's a guy who's gonna immediately get frustrated by the fact that, hey, this isn't as easy as I remember.
Yeah, I mean the first day of training camp, he'll be like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, he would hate if they signed Christian Wilkins, and Christian Wilkins on the first day of training camp blows in the backfield, and they don't tackle, but he thuds him, and Christian's gonna talk to him even when he's on his own team. Well, I mentioned Christian Wilkins because the report came out that the Dolphins are not gonna franchise tag him, which led a lot of Texans accounts to go, "You're coming home, Christian." Meanwhile, he's not from the area, but that's what people do all the time. Come on home, Christian Wilkins. With Chris Jones off the table and Sheldon Rankins a free agent, signing a defensive tackle who may ask for big money, maybe something the Texans do. I'm not sure how they value tackles and what they think they should pay for them. Some tackles are worth it, like Chris Jones. Others, you think you can get good value and not spend a lot of money. But Christian Wilkins, who's going to be, I think he's 29, going to be 30 after this season, is a guy who's looking for a lot of money. The question will be, are the Texans or anyone else willing to pay an older player, as far as football is concerned, that type of money? We'll see. A lot of questions left to be answered. We're done for the day. I want to thank the callers. Thank Sean. Remember, you can watch the entire lineup on ESPN Houston. You can also listen at ESPN.com or download the app. Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Welcome into a Monday edition of the show here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You guys can find us on Twitter at Joe George Radio, at Gallant Says, at Sean A. Mapes. You're welcome into the show at 713-780-3776, the HRMP listener line, the text line. We've got a bunch of stuff to get into today, Paul. It's rumor season. The combine's over. Thank goodness. Players are fast.
Yep.
Players are strong.
Yep.
Sometimes players say stupid things. So we've got a bunch of stuff to get into from the combine today. Texans rumors, Astros contract extensions are back in the news, but not for the guys we've been focusing in on as much. But I texted the group chat yesterday as we were kind of getting ready for the show, and I said Aaron Wilson just went on a tweeting rampage because that's what he did. He tweeted out like 15 things.
Got all that agent insider info.
And he just news dumped on a Sunday. But the one that stuck out the most to fans was that Jonathan Grenard, while an extension and there's both parties are interested in said extension and Grenard staying in Houston, it sure as hell sounds like he's gone. I am ready to close the door on hopes that Jonathan Grenard will be a Houston Texan going forward.
Are you some type of way about it?
I do feel some type of way about it.
What is that some type of way that you feel about it?
I just feel like it's over.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if you were upset about it, disappointed.
I guess I'm not surprised. It always felt like this was inevitable, that he was not going to be a Houston Texan, that as he hit the market, that I did not think Jonathan Grenard was a $20 million player.
I don't either.
As good as last season was, if that's what his market is when he hits free agency,
bye.
See you later, dude. It just now it feels final that that's going to happen.
So I wonder if he's getting offers that are perhaps less than what he was looking for, and if there is a chance that he comes not necessarily back hat in hand, but if he thinks to himself, well, pretty good situation here. But that's sort of the vibe I got going into this thing. And to Jonathan Grenard, I would tell him, get your money, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Get your money. You will not have a better opportunity to make money than you do right now, where you are a young man coming off of a 12.5 sack season.
I think that when you look at Jonathan Grenard and what he's going to see in free agency, he might be a little disappointed, though. That based on the names that are out there now, free agency has been an interesting start, and we'll have some like news and notes throughout the show today on what's been happening. Mike Evans, obviously the big name that's no longer on the market. If he does, get underwhelmed by the offers that he sees in free agency, at the same time, while I think it makes sense that he could come back here on a lesser deal, don't you believe that oftentimes these guys still sign elsewhere? Look at Dalton Schultz. He thought he was going to get a long-term deal with the Cowboys. They never came to terms with that. And instead of taking a $6 million deal to stay in Dallas, he took a $6 million one-year deal here.
I think that the Cowboys thought they were going to get Dalton Kincaid in the draft, though. And I think in the case of Dalton Schultz, he signed a one-year deal.
It's true. Grenard's not going to do that.
Grenard has at the very least earned some sort of deal that a team can get out of after 2 years. I think 3 to 4. Semantics at that point. I'm curious as to how they find a way to replace him. I would argue, just based off of 20 years, a master's course in building a dynasty by growing up and watching the Patriots, you generally would like 2 players who are good over 1 player who is great, but not to the point where you're thinking to yourself, this guy's like an all-pro or anything like that. And I think that's where Grenard is. We're in the, is he great? I don't know about that.
He's good.
Yeah.
He's very good.
And he's going to get paid like he's great. Do you want to do that? You shouldn't do that.
No, you shouldn't. And the names are already out there. Right around the time when we got this Jonathan Grenard report, Jeremy Fowler reported that Christian Wilkins was not going to get franchise tag by the Miami Dolphins. Different position. He was going to play on the interior. Last year, he had 9 sacks. He's never had more than 4.5 besides last year. And Spotrac is projecting him to get a $20 million a year contract.
That seems insane to me.
And that's
because I'll be honest, like before the show, I asked Joe. Joe said Christian Wilkins, and I said, who the hell is that? And then I looked up and I saw, okay, he's got 9 sacks. But, I mean, what division is he playing in? Oh, he's in the AFC East where you've got just bozo quarterback after bozo quarterback. Like, great. You get to go up against Zach Wilson and Mac Jones a bunch of times this season. Bailey Zappi as well, who's like my height. And then on top of that, I forget what division the AFC East played out of conference. But I feel like there were some other dud quarterbacks on the schedule for the Dolphins defense, which had a pretty underwhelming year given that they just fired their defensive coordinator. So, hey, it's an option. He's young at the defensive tackle position. And I'm not going to say whether or not I think it's going to work out because, as I said before, like I had no idea who the hell that guy was. But $20 to $30 million a year for a guy who I don't know who the hell he is?
See, that should be that's your first red flag.
I feel like, look,
if you're a $20 million player, we should absolutely know who you are.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I think. And I mean, again, maybe I'm not the best judge when it comes to this because there's tons of musicians that I've never heard of before that are clearly very popular. And maybe Christian Wilkins is thought of as legitimately one of the best defensive tackles in the NFL. But off the top of my head, I do not think that guy is one of the top defensive tackles in the NFL.
Look, you've got a guy here who has 100 tackles combined in 2022, 90, 2021. So he's not just a sack machine. He really hasn't been until this year. But it feels very Grenard-like to me, where you're going to potentially pay a guy at his peak value as he hits free agency. And if you're going to do that, then you might as well just keep Jonathan Grenard. Like, that's where I'm at with the idea of bringing in someone of that caliber of a contract.
Now, I disagree there because it's different positions.
Yeah.
We're talking edge rusher versus interior guy.
And having a guy like Christian Wilkins next to Will Anderson would be terrifying for most offensive coordinators.
You don't have a game changer on the interior. You have good players. If Sheldon Rankins is back, okay, that's solid. If you have Malik Collins healthy for a full season, okay, that's solid. But you don't have a difference maker on the defensive tackle side of things. You do need that. I just don't know that Christian Wilkins is. I would say that Justin Matabuke, who very similar to Grenard, to Wilkins, is coming off of a career year where he had, 13 sacks as a defensive tackle? Oh, my God, geez. Now that to me, okay, 20 to 30, sure. 20, 30 million a year? Sure, absolutely. But yeah, Wilkins, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm out on Wilkins. To me, I'd rather go with the edge guy and bring back Rankins, keep Collins, obviously, and you're in a much better spot. Now, the other name that came up from Aaron Wilson when discussing Jonathan Grenard and potential replacements, Aaron Wilson reported that one name he heard at the Combine was Chase Young. Now, Chase Young, big name.
His big name.
But he's a bust. And
you're calling him a bust.
I think he's a bust.
He's a bust?
Chase Young is absolutely.
I think he's been disappointing. Well, no, this is a word you're going to find out with me.
I was like,
you're going to find out with me that this
semantics
word, you can only call someone a bust if he's like doesn't even try and he's just an absolute loser of a teammate. That is where I feel like you're a bust. I think Chase has been very underwhelming, but I feel like there are some similarities between Jadeveon Clowney and Chase Young.
Oh, I don't like that.
Why?
Which similarities?
I would say that they are guys who have had unfortunate luck on the injury side of things.
That's fair.
And they have not produced to the level that people expected them coming out of the draft. But have they been bad players? Now, I think with Clowney was always good. Clowney was never great, but Clowney was always good. And I will take a good player with the first overall draft pick every single day. I don't think it's the end of the world to have someone who's good there. Hey, if he played for you, good. If he's not playing for you at all, bad. Young did not play often for the Commanders. I think that there have been moments, of course, with the San Francisco 49ers where you're like, wait, wasn't this Chase Young?
Yeah, there was some weird reports about him potentially getting benched in the playoffs because of effort, but that also seemed not real at the same time.
I hesitate to call him a bust. Sean, you look like you want to jump in on this.
I'm just going to say he got drafted in 2020. He's about to be on his third team.
That's a good point.
It's not a good sign.
Third time to charm.
I mean, Chase Young, his rookie of the year, 15 games, 7.5 sacks. Year 2, 9 games, 1.5 sacks. Year 3, he only played in 3 games. A bunch of injuries, like you said. And this last year, he played in 16 games. He had 7.5 sacks again.
7.5 sacks twice in an NFL career is pretty damn good.
And it is. And
so I can't call him a bust.
And that, to me, is where – but the difference between him and Grenard is just based on draft position to where he feels busty to me.
Man, I think you got to just be an absolute disaster of a player. No, busty is Sydney Sweeney on Saturday Night Live. We're talking busty.
Fact.
You have to just suck as a teammate and do not belong in the NFL at all. And look, the effort stuff that you just brought up, definitely a red flag. The injuries, also a red flag. Personally, I'd like to stay away from Chase Young altogether as I continue to be choosy and picky with what I want.
Fun fact, all that being said, I would take Chase Young.
You would?
Because I think he's going to get half the contract.
Oh,
I
okay.
know.
So you're going to pay him pennies on the dollar.
I think he is worth the kind of contract to take a risk on him.
Okay. Well, how would your negotiation go? You want to role play here?
Sure.
Do a little improv?
Am I
Okay.
Chase or am I Nick?
I'm going to be Chase Young.
Okay.
I'm the Chase Young, Joe.
Chase, you have had a lot of issues with staying healthy.
Well, it ain't my fault. That's God's fault.
Fair. But how do you expect us to believe that you're going to be healthy going forward?
Because the God's on my side now.
Why?
Look at God brought me to this meeting with you. I don't know why he's a God-fearing man.
I don't know either.
Look, we're just riffing. We're improving.
I feel like when you put God into the equation, it puts me into a corner
Yeah,
here. But what I'm
exactly.
going to counter
Listen,
with.
I need my money.
I would be like, well, that would have worked on the last guy. Jack Easterby doesn't work here anymore,
you're right.
right?
You're right. I'm not Jack Easterby. I'm not a pastor running this organization anymore. I don't care.
I'm godless Nick Casario.
Yes, I'm a robot. I am a robot from outer space sent here to win games for the Houston Texans.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, Chase Young now.
Thank you, Sean.
Chase Young speaks in the third person, and Chase Young wants you to think about this. Chase Young played at Alabama, right? So Chase Young playing at Alabama.
Ohio State.
Well, Chase Young played at Ohio State, right? So
Have you heard of him
played.
either?
You know what? Hey, listen. Chase Young he's been dealing with a lot of injuries, a lot of CTE. You know, Chase Young is ready here. Okay? And Chase Young knows that, like, you guys had a guy in Jadeveon Clowney. I'm a lot like Jadeveon Clowney, but like I've got more upside than Jadeveon Clowney, you know? Because I'm younger and because I'm going to try harder. You remember when Bill O'Brien was talking about Jadeveon Clowney and saying he's not a worker bee? Well, Chase Young, worker bee. Chase Young is a worker bee, and that's why you give the worker bee all of the money.
Chase Young, would you play for $10 million a year?
I mean, I'll be like 12 and a half.
Deal.
All right.
Chase Young, you are a Houston Texan.
He doesn't even remember where he plays. You know what? I always forget that Chase Young is Ohio State and not Alabama. I always confuse those with that guy. I don't know.
They're both red jerseys.
It's not really exactly helping my football credibility out this first segment. Like, who's Christian Wilkins? Ohio State, Alabama, same school?
Chase Young, he's not going to be a $20 million football player. And what you said earlier in the segment, 2 players for the price of 1. Could you get Chase Young and bring back Rankins? And you're set at the defensive line, and maybe you still go into the draft and you bring someone else in too?
I don't know you're set in free agency, but to what you say, hey, if you bring somebody into the draft, yes. Those are 2, I think, good depth pieces. But I do want to figure out what it was with Chase Young that, for whatever reason, in San Francisco, after leaving the Commanders, wasn't working out. Because you would think you leave a loser organization like the Commanders and you play for winners like San Francisco. You would think that would light the spark. And I don't know, maybe he's still working back from injuries or something like that, but he was not the difference maker that people thought he would be for the 49ers.
Yeah, but he is a good player. There's just that he leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah, he
at
has,
the same time.
He has played well at the NFL level.
So if it was, $20 million for Grenard, 10 to 12.5 million for Chase Young.
20 every single time I hear 20 then Grenard, I'm just like, I can't do that.
I still don't know if I believe it. I know that's what the projections say, but all the names that you're rattling off, Christian Wilkins, Matabuke, all these guys, Josh Allen has not been tagged yet, I don't believe, by Jacksonville. I just don't see how Jonathan Grenard is a $20 million a year football player.
Because he had 12 and a half sacks, and someone is going to take a swing.
But there's only so many $20 million contracts out there.
Yeah, I agree. But look, that's what the agents are here for, to drive up the prices of these guys. Really, if you want Grenard back, you got to hope that he's getting a lot of bad news on the open market right now. And it sounds like he's getting at least more than he thought he would.
Yeah, the vibes are not good.
I still feel like that what he is looking for, the Texans are not going to be able to give him. And a short-term Dalton Schultz kind of a deal, where we're talking like 1 year, like 17, 18 or something like that. I don't know if that Texans can really afford that and do all of the things that they want to do when it comes to keeping some of the players that are hitting free agency right now, and also thinking about the Nico Collins extension.
Yeah, and when you look at the Christian Wilkins report, it was kind of just a theory. It was theoretically this could make a lot of sense. It wasn't one of those reports of Christian Wilkins is going to be a Houston Texan. It wasn't even like the Saquon Barkley reports that we've been getting, where that Saquon Barkley is very interested in being a Houston Texan, and he's talking to C.J. Stroud, and Stroud is recruiting him here. It was more just speculation that Christian Wilkins could make sense for the Texans. And once again, it's probably, no offense to Jeremy Fowler, probably doesn't realize the Texans have 35 free agents that they have to sign, and they're just like, oh, big name? They have theoretical contract space. Let's say he's going to be a Texan, because
The Texans are clickbait right now, pretty much across the NFL. Every single big name, could this person be a Texan? It's all about.
That's how the game works.
There is so much random news from the Combine around the Texans. Big deal, no deal. That's next year on ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Paul, I'm currently crafting an email. I'd like to some feedback on it.
Okay.
Not that long ago, when I was producing the Killer Bees, we had a promo running on the station because of this, because they got very upset with me that I did not alert them that a fire drill would be taking place. The fire alarms would be going off.
What a bunch of wusses.
Yeah.
I've had to sit through shows and continue the show
Yes.
while a fire alarm was going on over at the Texans flagship multiple times. I could have died, but guess what? Paul Gallant by himself single-handedly carried that radio show through the fire alarm.
Now, Jeremy, I understand, because once upon a time, also at the Texans flagship, Jeremy, myself, and Josh had to go down 19 flights of stairs because there was a real fire in the building. And then we had to walk back up 19 flights of stairs because we would not take the elevator.
You guys should be in better shape, so
Fact.
I think it honestly helped you guys out.
Fact. 19 flights is a lot, Paul. I mean, even if you're in good shape, 19 flights is quite a bit.
That's what the Stairmaster's for. So,
Stairmaster
it's your
kinda
own
sucks.
personal Stairmaster. Well, it does. They all suck. All cardio sucks,
Yeah,
but that's the point.
I think Stairmaster is the worst. Maybe the most effective, and that's why it's the worst.
Yeah, I would agree with you that it is the worst.
So
of
they,
all the cardio.
so they got upset with me. So my email currently in all caps
currently says, "Dear Brian, Joel, and Jeremy, fire alarm drill tomorrow and Wednesday." Is that should I make it more
You
passive
shouldn't
aggressive?
send them an email. No, don't send them an email. Let them suffer.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get. I
They
don't
get
like
the big afternoon money.
Yeah, but they're gonna trash on me for like
who
an
cares?
hour.
Who cares?
I
It's not
dealt
your-
with it for a year.
Joe, you're free from these people. These monsters don't control your life anymore.
But they will trash me.
You're
and
not
then-
going to get yelled at by Joel for very small things, and Jeremy Brandon isn't going to go act all professional on you and say, "Oh, look at me, I got a voice." Like, you know what? You're done. You're out. You're free from these monsters, these monstrous people. They're BMAC's problem now. So let BMAC handle it.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's true. So I'll just send it just to Brian.
You're a host now, sir. Start acting like
I'm
a diva.
still management.
No, you're not. Well, you are, but I mean, like, just act like you're above it.
Okay, I will.
Yeah,
alarm.
The real management move, just forward it to BMAC, pass that buck along.
Just say, please let them know.
Let them know.
Soft boys tomorrow, Killer Bees are on it.
All right. Aaron Wilson sent out all these things, all these tweets, all these rumors. We'll start with Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz, they're working on a deal. If they don't come to an agreement by tomorrow at 3:00, he could get franchise tagged.
Didn't expect to hear that.
I did not either.
I think when you look at the tight end options available, though, in free agency, no one's better than Dalton Schultz. No one's necessarily worse than Dalton Schultz either. I think they're all on about the same level. You got a bunch of tight ends that if you were playing fantasy football, you would think to yourself, oh, I mean, okay. You know, it's not the Travis Kelce's or the other top tight ends.
Like Mark Andrews.
Hawkinson, the guy in Detroit now, Laporta. It's not those guys. It's the next tier. And yeah, I think any of those guys would be fine, but you may as well just continue with the person that you've already worked with before because you have a good understanding of him. Hopefully they do not have to resort to the franchise tag because any deal that's 1 year in nature is going to hurt the Texans' ability to bring everybody they want to back.
Yeah, I would like to see them come to a deal with him. It looks like this makes him the 10th highest paid tight end in the NFL, that's fine. He would be right with Hunter Henry, Cole Kmet if they got the franchise tag. He would be the 11th ranked highest paid tight end in the NFL at that point. Do you care how much CJ wants him back? I can't remember if we've discussed this or not.
I don't care what my quarterback wants, to be perfectly
I don't-
honest. If he's that good,
I
if
don't-
he's
I-
that good, you're gonna have to make it work.
I
buddy.
know, but you don't care what CJ wants?
Listen, I've been in Seattle with Russell Wilson saying that he wanted the sun. For God's sakes,
That's true.
I want the sun, I want the moon, and I want Jupiter. I don't need Saturn, but I will take Neptune. Cool dude. You have enough. You have enough. Make it work. The quarterbacks that start trying to get into general managing are generally the ones that are completely full of it. See a couple highlights. They're like, oh, I like this guy. Nope.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I would rather, though, if I was going to listen to CJ on this, I would rather listen to him about Dalton Schultz and Saquon Barkley. Because at least he's played with Dalton Schultz. And we know, we've all seen what the chemistry looks like, even when Schultz has the dropsies. We know what it looks like on the field.
The danger is if you enable this for long enough, like the Packers did with Aaron Rodgers, you're going to have like Aaron Rodgers going to New York and saying like, hey, can you sign Randall Cobb? Can you sign Alan Lazard? Can you sign other guys that should not be playing in the NFL anymore?
But this is a little
different.
I like you said, though, I'm surprised to hear that the franchise tag is even under consideration. Now, all of these reports are in somewhat, they're all the same, right? They're all the same in which there's mutual interest. There was really no one that Aaron Wilson reported on that anyone's reported on that said that they don't want to come back to the Houston Texans. That doesn't totally surprise me with the way that last season went. The only one that, to me, will go next is Blake Cashman. It does seem, based on the report from Aaron, that Blake Cashman's gone, that he is going to have other suitors, and it does seem that his new contract will be outside the Texans' price range. This one bums me out. I was hoping that his contract, that his free agency market was not going to be what he hoped it was, and he would be back as a Texan.
Man, you're rooting against Blake Cashman.
I
His
am.
family.
Selfishly, I am in
Joe
this
George
moment.
wants him to come back for pennies on the
Well,
dollar.
let's get him an HEB commercial. Maybe Mattress Matt can have good ideas and can get Blake Cashman selling mattresses.
What, you don't like him doing his purple drink?
The purple drink was one thing. What was the next one he did? Also bizarre.
Macho Man Randy.
That was weird.
What was wrong with that?
That one was. I think the Macho Man was weirder than the purple drink.
Listen,
I'll be honest.
Listen, you guys, you're treading treading dangerously here. You know, when there's big money people in Houston, we lick the boot. We lick the boot here.
I just don't think those were his best work.
Well, I do. I think it was great work by Mattress Mac, and if Mattress Mac ever wants to bring me on as a consultant, which is a very difficult job, I would absolutely love to be a part of his marketing team. Mattress Mac, you do you, buddy. Keep on striving for greatness.
Can you dress up like Mattress Mac did one day this week?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have a purple jacket?
I don't have a purple jacket.
Get a purple jacket with the purple bandana.
I could
drink fake lean or real lean throughout the whole show.
I mean, I want to drink the real lean throughout the whole show. We had once a caller say that, "Hey, bro, I got you hooked up." And listen, it's for science and medicinal Jesus Christ, medicinal purposes.
There we go.
We're gonna do. Shut up, Sean. We're gonna do it on the show just to see what it's like, right? Listen, they made music chopped and screwed. Why can't we do a sports radio show chopped and screwed? Some would argue it would be an upgrade, with especially how fast I talk.
I mean, it could make it worse, or you think it'll slow you down?
It can't get any worse than me right now, can it?
Sean, are you gonna partake?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not gonna turn anyone down. I feel like that's a sign of disrespect. We got plenty of styrofoam cups in the break room.
That's true. We
One
do.
thing we have too many of here.
It's like the only thing we have too many of here is styrofoam cups. Devin Singletary.
Yep.
Also interested in coming back.
I'm surprised this isn't already done.
Yeah.
I mean, it is one of those things, I guess, that they can't officially announce things until a couple of days from now or so.
Yeah.
I mean, we did see the deal with Mike Evans, of course, which is a bit of a bummer for anybody who wanted him to come back to Texas. He's obviously from Galveston. Yeah, this one sounds like it's a foregone conclusion, and I really don't think that his market is going to be that much because of all the many running backs that we've listed before, Joe, that are available.
Yeah, it does seem that they're going to go with the two running backs for hopefully $10 million versus one running back for $10 million. The one thing that was part of this is the right decision. This is the right way to look at the running back room. It does seem clear that they don't believe in Dameon Pierce, that he is a non-factor in their plans. With the way this was, it read to me was that they know they need two running backs because right now they have zero on their roster that could run this offense effectively.
I mean, just take a look at some of the games that Dameon Pierce was not getting carries in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, we're even talking during the game where it was Case Keenum and Devin Singletary against the Tennessee Titans. That was essentially their entire offense.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you would think in a game like that Pierce would get some of the workload, but no. I think ultimately the end of Dameon Pierce with the Texans, and I forget which game this was, but C.J. Stroud dropped back to pass, and it was supposed to be, I think, a run-pass option, and he was expecting to hold on to the football and throw it, and Pierce took it.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And remember, everyone just
forgot about that.
Everyone turned around and is looking at Pierce like, what the hell did you do here, bro?
Yeah.
And I feel bad for him because sometimes a mistake, mistakes like that do happen from time to time, but with the way that the season was going, with the success that the Texans were having, you don't want to have a guy like that who's going to potentially disrupt things. And it's a shame because I do think Pierce is a talented player. He just doesn't fit this offense.
All right, as we go to break, which former Texans coach got a shout-out from Jason Kelsey in his retirement speech? Take your guess.
Bill O'Brien.
Wrong. Sean?
Head coach?
It can be any coach, but yes, head coach.
Okay, head coach. David Culley.
Yes, apparently he coached Jason Kelsey at one point. So
hell yeah.
David Culley got some love today.
He's still
much
alive in our
respect.
hearts.
Yeah, he is. He's still alive in real life as well, just so you know. It is Gallant George here on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You can bet on so many things at MyBookie.ag. College basketball. Maybe you're looking at the Cougs. You're thinking to yourself, oh, are the odds a little bit longer after a significant injury for them to win the Natty, number one ranked? Maybe you're looking at that game against Kansas coming up this weekend. Maybe you're going to be going to that game. I'm going to be out there. But you can also gamble on things that you would like to gamble on at a casino, but you don't want to drive 2 hours. You don't want to put on pants. And with MyBookie, you can gamble from your couch, your home office, your patio, or kitchen, playing games like Texas Hold'em, Blackjack, Baccarat, Roulette, with live in the flesh dealers in their live casinos. And on top of that, you get sick bonuses all over their website. Go to mybookie.ag to get started. Click on bonuses. You'll see all sorts of different ways that you can turn your deposit into bonus cash. And on top of that, you can recommend to a friend. Guess what? A little more bonus cash. Promo code BET975. Turn your space into your casino with mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975 to bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Chandler Rome put out an article in The Athletic, Paul, talking about just kind of a state of the Astros, where we're at with spring training. He asked Dana Brown once again about contract extensions for Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker. You got the typical response from Dana Brown. Bregman's offer is coming. Tucker, we have time, but it's going to come too. Both these guys will get offers, and hopefully they'll stay, but, not a lot of hope. From the article, though, what I took away from it and thought was more interesting was when Dana Brown started talking about pre-arbitration contract extensions and referenced what he would do in Atlanta. 2 or 3 years ago, I guess at this point, you have Michael Harris, you have Acuna got a big deal, one of their Spencer Strider got a big deal. So the Atlanta Braves were identifying young players who they really liked, and while you're not getting them on the take advantage of them deals like Yordan Alvarez got, they're still offering good contracts to very young players way before they hit arbitration. And Chandler then goes to bring up that Brian Abreu, Jeremy Pena, and Yainer Diaz would make the most sense right now in terms of who would get those extensions. So I guess we'll start with Brian Abreu. He's not going to be your closer. Josh Hader is. Now, the contract could be long enough to where he is your closer eventually. If they walked up to you and said, we can give Brian Abreu a new contract right now, lock him in at a much higher price, but extend him for 2 years past whenever he's going to be a free agent, would you feel comfortable with the Houston Astros doing something like that right now?
No. I get concerned about long-term contracts for relievers, and I'm imagining that at some point I will be annoyed with the contract that Josh Hader got. 5 years for 90 is insane. 3 years for 30
deal.
with Rafael Montero, also insane. This is such a volatile year-to-year position, relievers. You have to be so careful. And if you have him for arbitration for 2 more years before he turns 30 years old in 2027, let this thing ride out, because you never know year to year with a reliever. That's not me saying that I'm expecting Brian Abreu to fall off a cliff. This is more just the lessons that I feel like more people in baseball should have learned from the fact that relievers generally from year to year, it's very difficult to predict. And yet you see guys get massive contracts all the time that ultimately teams end up regretting not too long later.
You can go back in history and see big-time contracts get handed out, and it never works out. Eric Gagne, didn't he get a massive deal with the Dodgers? And I think he was a total disaster.
And that's where it gets really dangerous.
He was one of the
big name, right?
And now, so
he was doing a little steroids, though.
He was, fact. Now, Brian Abreu, I would feel differently about if this question was asked today if Josh Hader was not under contract. Because then I would say, okay, Ryan Presley's about to walk out the door. I don't want to pay Ryan Presley a big contract. I would rather just make Brian Abreu my closer going forward. So I'm not in the business of giving Brian Abreu a big time deal. I also don't. What does a big time deal look like for an 8th inning guy? Feels like no matter what you give him, it's going to be an overpay.
Well, some people have been overpaying the guys in those specific roles.
And that's pretty much what the Astros thought they were doing with Montero.
100% was. Oh God, that deal is so bad.
It's very bad.
One of the great things about baseball, though, especially if you're a fat cat that likes exploiting the working class.
Mhm.
Look at me sounding like a commie all of a sudden. It is really funny to see these arbitration year contracts and just how dirt cheap they are paying these players, especially compared to the guys who are at the top of the league.
Mm-hmm.
For such a powerful players union, there is a massive chasm between the haves and the have-nots in baseball players.
Kyle Tucker won his arbitration case and is getting $7.5 million.
Yeah.
If he was a free agent this offseason, he would have got at least double digits. It'd be at least a $20 million contract this year.
He's getting at the very least 8 figures.
It is one of the that's why I get why they hate each other. Yeah. I get why the union hates the owners, because no matter what they do, no matter how much better they make it better for themselves, it doesn't really matter.
The owners, I think it's BS that the owners don't have to have regular media availabilities.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously it's their product, so I mean, why would they? But I don't know. I mean, it's pretty crazy that like coaches are made available more so than a billionaire who owns a sports franchise that you're paying money to watch games at, or I don't know, a politician. Like you hear more from the coaches, you never hear from the owners. The owners hide, and they get the hide, and no one gets to call them out on being cheap. Most of baseball's owners are very cheap. They're all about their profits. They all make profits. It's a constantly
Even the worst
appreciating
teams.
product. They all do, right? And there's never any accountability for them. I suppose is accountability really having some douche like me go to a press conference and say, sir, why haven't you signed player X to a big contract? But I mean, it would be nice to at least get a little bit of that.
Well, see, at least if it was the Astros beat, I know there's a couple of reporters that actually ask real questions, and they would probably terrify Jim Crane. I would be pro, even if it was like quarterly. I like that idea. Can we make owners meet with us quarterly, 4 times a year? That's all I need. It would be a step in the right direction. Unless they want to be like Jerry Jones and talk every week, which that makes me very jealous for Dallas sports media.
Oh, it's not fair.
Because they just give him so much nonsense.
The Cowboys flagship, what a job.
Yes.
That must be. It's just like, oh, here's Jerry. He's going to do an
You
interview
know Jerry's
with
going to come on Monday after a game, and it's almost like the game doesn't even matter anymore. Everything that matters has got to be just whatever Jerry said. You're at least 50% of your show. So the other two names that Chandler brought up were Yainer Diaz and Jeremy Pena. Now, Jeremy Pena, obviously, ALCS MVP, World Series MVP.
And he's jacked.
He's jacked.
Looking jacked again.
It's crazy. He looks
Those
more jacked
biceps.
every year.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
He just keeps getting yoked. He's changing his swing now. We're going to get some launch angle. Are you a big launch angle guy?
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
It means the ball's going to go up.
Sure.
I think.
Gotta hit it.
Sean confirms.
The angle the ball comes off the bat.
Yeah.
You want a sweet spot.
Now,
Look at
Jeremy
that.
Pena didn't have the best year last year.
No, he did not.
But his numbers actually, for the most part, were better, except for the power numbers. He didn't hit a home run after like July 5th, July 11th.
Well, that's
whatever it was. That's bad. But the rest of the numbers were pretty adequate or pretty similar to what they were the year before. To me, he is one of the more polarizing guy in this conversation because he does seem within Astros fans to have a lot of believers and a lot of doubters of who he's going to be long term. Now, the expectation for him is probably too high based on what he did his rookie year, winning the World Series MVP.
It's the greatest postseason of all time.
It was incredible.
He's going to do it again.
Would you give Jeremy Pena a 10-year contract right now?
20-year contract. Well, yeah, because he's my friend.
He is.
I sang to him once.
Yeah. Did you really?
I did, yeah.
How did that go?
For the Astros World Series, he politely smiled, which means he loved it, obviously.
Definitely.
I looked deep into
That's how
those
you
beautiful
know.
eyes, and I said, Jeremy Pena, hit home run today. And you know, I get it. There's a lot of like women in town who are always screaming Jeremy Pena's name when they see him. He's a good looking guy. And have my babies, Jeremy! But I mean, there's only one person he truly cares about.
And that's you.
That's me. And
Is
'cause we're
that how
friends.
you tell?
He hasn't texted me back since I told him congratulations in the DMs on Instagram after they won the World Series. But
Is that how you know your dates go well? Based on the look in their eyes and the smile?
look in their eyes and the little smile.
Yeah. You know
How
it
many
goes well.
polite chuckles you get?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't get chuckles. I get
You get full laughs.
kind of uproarious laughs, falling out of chairs.
From the waiters, from the people in the booth
Yeah.
next to you.
Sean, as a comic, it's just a tough life to
As
live.
a comic.
Everyone's always laughing. Well, as a person who has, have you ever opened up for Donnell Rawlings?
No, I still
Oh,
can't.
you haven't.
I still can't believe
Don't
you
ask
did
about
that.
the laughs. Just ask, like, have you opened up? Oh, I have.
Did you get more or less laughs than
I don't think
Shane?
anyone laughed. I don't
Than
think
Shane
anyone-
Gillis.
I don't think anyone laughed. Shane Gillis got plenty of laughs in his monologue. I don't
No,
think I got
He
any
laughed
laughs.
at himself.
I don't think I got any
From the
laughs.
sounds of it, Paul has gotten more laughs this segment from you and I
Yeah.
than he did.
Oh, well, are you going to do it again? Are you stand up
I will
again?
do it again. I've honestly, it like.
I mean, you even
It
went
was
so
like
far.
flying too close to the sun. And I was like, oh, damn, I'm not funny at all. I want to kill myself.
I mean, but-
that was my first reaction at the moment. I had a couple of friends who showed up. They didn't tell me they were coming. And I was like, oh, no. Oh, no. And I just sat down, like, looking dead ahead, like I wanted to die. I was so sad. I was like, oh, I'm not as good as I thought I would be.
I think what we'll need is either Donnell Rawlings to come back to Houston.
Gas me up.
Yeah, gas you up. Because that's what it took was Donnell, like, actually
Yeah,
challenging
he actually
you.
shoved me out
Yeah.
on there. But there's so many people. I got to go to a open mic place.
Didn't you like? It had to go.
I'm no John Wesley or Barry. Like they've actually done it before.
It had to go pretty well.
don't know what
Didn't
I'm
you
doing.
create an Instagram account for this?
Yeah, but it's just basically I post funny things.
Okay.
From the radio that don't seem to be sports related. Yeah.
So it's more for the radio, not for your stand-up comedy.
I at some point it's going to be for
The
if I ever
pivot
do
will
it
happen.
again. But again, I have to actually do it. And as the biggest procrastinator ever, who literally just took down his Christmas decorations and still has not
good
sent
for
out.
you.
I haven't sent out my New Year's cards yet, so.
Wait, your New Year's cards?
Well, I mean, I'm smart enough to know that I'm not going to send them out by Christmas. So I get.
You send out New Year's cards?
Well, yeah, instead of Christmas cards. Because I'm going to procrastinate and send them in February.
Okay.
Or this year, March.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
I was just confused.
that's what we do.
I was confused for a second. One of the interesting things that came out this weekend, we've heard these rumors in the past, but the NFL just signed a new deal with their players union to, extend the regular season. But it appears that once again, we may be looking at an extension of the regular season in the NFL. We'll talk about that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Paul's going to the rodeo tonight to see this guy.
This is a song that's very, very, very close to my heart.
Oh, really?
Because I have a friend that regularly sings this at karaoke.
Okay. What's your go-to karaoke song?
Depends on what I'm feeling.
Is it depend on what you're drinking?
No.
Like, is there like a tequila Paul karaoke song, a vodka Paul karaoke song?
To get drunk.
Have you ever? Would you go up there and do tequila, or you just stand there awkwardly?
No, I'm not a non-talent hack. I'm a star.
Sean, would you do the tequila bit for us?
For you, maybe, but I wouldn't do it for myself. I feel like you get up there and the song becomes way longer than you think it is.
Way longer. I wish they would take all songs and find a way to cut them in half for karaoke.
Some of them are
karaoke.
far
Yeah.
too long.
They should do like the radio edits of all of them.
Because
it's just you can lop off that last verse and that last chorus. Like, just give me the first two
there's
verses.
going to be a time limit.
Yeah.
Like 3.5 minutes.
We don't need to hear the
Absolute
third
most.
and fourth verse of these songs.
Yeah.
The big problem that I've had of late when I've been doing karaoke and challenging myself too, and talking about these long songs. And
I mean, how often are you doing karaoke?
I try to do it every other month.
Okay.
So some of the songs I've sung, I know the melodies. I don't really know the words. I don't really ever listen to the words. And then I sang the song and I read the words out. I'm like, oh my God, this is the most depressing song ever. It's like any grunge song.
So you're just like, you are the...
I find out in the moment.
You're the bring down the mood of the bar kind of guy.
I guess so
on
now.
accident.
So now going forward, I'm only going to do bangers that get everybody excited.
Okay.
2024.
2024 resolution.
Are you a Sweet Caroline guy then?
No, ew. God, it ruined Fenway Park.
Ruined Fenway
Ruined
Park?
Fenway Park, yeah.
Wow.
Fenway already sucked. It's a very overrated venue.
Wow. These are big time takes from you, Paul.
I know. I mean, listen,
I just didn't expect
it's
that.
not hungover, Paul, on a Monday, baby.
I love Fenway Park.
Fenway sucks. The seats are too small. They give
That's
you
a
splinters.
fact.
The toilets are awful, and the food is not that good. It's a bitch to get parking, and on top of that, I just don't like the Red Sox. So
fair.
But the Green Monster.
Green Monster. Yeah, it costs
Yawkey Way.
Costs like $300 to sit up there.
Yeah, that's the one thing I've never done at Fenway is I would love to do that, but it's way too expensive.
It's also not Yawkey Way anymore. It's called Jersey Street because they got canceled for being racist.
Is that when it went downhill?
When they started canceling
when they were the
streets
last
around.
team to integrate.
Yeah. Pro Football Talk Mike Florio reported this weekend that he's hearing from the Combine while he was there that there's still going to be a huge push to make the NFL an 18-week season. And two preseason games, I guess 17 games still, or I guess it's 18 games. So 18 games. Maybe it's a 20-week regular season with 2 buys.
I'm surprised that it's taken this long to go from 17 to 18.
Mm-hmm.
The mildly obsessive compulsive person inside of me hates 17.
Oh, you don't? It just bothers
It
you?
just annoys me.
Is it like at the end of the season when you see the record? Is that when it bothers
I want
you?
it
or
to be
at
an
all
even number.
times?
I just want it to
Okay.
be an even number. I am surprised they haven't done this already. They're going to be able to easily force this on the players. It's a matter of time before the 18-game schedule happens. There's too many players in the league, and the Players Association isn't powerful enough to fight back against it. And I do wonder, Joe, and we touched on some of them, if there will be some sort of, I guess, caveats to adding an 18-game schedule that would perhaps involve how many games players have to play.
Yeah, that one surprised me. I don't know if this is just a straight Florio suggestion or something he's actually hearing, but the idea that you would limit how many games a player could play in, there would be exceptions for quarterbacks, long snappers, kickers, punters. But, I get the special teams guys, but if you're going to do this, it really should be everybody. It should be all or nothing. I don't really get the idea of why you would half-ass this idea of players can only play 16 games.
The people that are pushing this are idiots because we have already gotten to a point in baseball, basketball. I don't know about hockey. Hockey's a hard-o sport, and I don't think they've done that yet. But we've already gotten to a point where on a night-to-night basis in those two sports, you do not know that you are going to see the best players on their respective teams. And if we get to that point with football, okay.
Because it's everything that football, pretty much it's like the last leg fans have to stand on of why their sport is so much better than everyone else's.
Fewer regular season games, they mean more, but you add a regular season game, and then on top of that say you can only play 16 or 17 games. I'm sorry, what? You're going to want people to watch a game where their starting quarterback is not playing?
Even just like the strategy of when's Nico Collins going to sit versus when is Tank Dell going to sit?
That
it's so
too.
stupid.
That too. I don't. You're supposed to play these games, and somehow over the last like 10 years specifically, we've gotten to a point where we're okay with telling players you don't have to play in every single game. Well, okay, the more you normalize that, the more and more they're going to ask for like more off days, if you will.
It's way too complicated. The idea of that is so idiotic. It has to just be squashed. It has to be all or nothing. You play your games when you're healthy. You deal with the consequences physically, and yes, maybe you're a little bit more lenient. Some teams are, but as Dad points out here, betting purposes, it's a huge issue. It's a huge issue. What are you going to determine the week of on like Tuesday that Tank Dell's not going to play this week? Because how am I supposed to gamble on these games?
See, that's the other part.
Like
they don't want to admit that that's a part of it, but you're right.
Well, they're in bed with them. Mm-hmm. Like they're part of the gambling companies now.
Fantasy football as well.
Yeah.
Now, maybe less so for the websites that allow you to do it on a weekly basis, but I would say for a lot of people that play fantasy football, maybe have a pot of money that's off the books or something like that at the end of the year. Okay, so we're just going to have random games where a guy doesn't play because of the limitations. Yeah, it's a dangerous precedent if they're going to get into that. I don't think I've seen anybody say that will happen, but I've seen enough people suggest it, and those people need to be told to stop.
Yeah, there's enough. It's one of those where there's smoke, there's fire. That it keeps getting brought up.
100%.
My other issue with it is that this to me just seems like another reason to, yes, they're going to add bye weeks, but you're going to force every single team to play somewhere not in the United States of America.
Oh, God,
that to me is what this screams, is that they add another game. And what it means is every single team, every single week, through weeks 1 through 14 or whatever it's going to be, there is going to be some game overseas or in Mexico or in Canada, and they're going to do something like that every single week. Why else would you do this?
Mexico too. I mean, the last game wasn't enough of a sign to say that. Yeah, logistically, we can't pull this off.
The year before the game got canceled, didn't it? Because the field was so trash.
Look, F these other countries. Sorry,
fine with
F them. USA.
So you're saying you don't want to see the Texans play in Brazil? They don't play the Eagles this year, so they can't. Or play in London?
Yeah, I'd like them all to return home.
You want to do a show trip to London? See if we can get Mattress Mac to fund it?
I wouldn't mind going to London. I would not mind going. But it is a very, 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 very crowded city. And when you go there, it does not feel like you are in England. It's a very international kind of feel.
What does that mean?
You won't see a bunch of people walking around like expecting it to be all English blokes. No, it's like the most international big city I think I've ever seen.
So it's very Chicago-y or
From what I heard, people that have been both places, they're like London is basically New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I don't really want to go. I'd rather go to New York.
I'd rather go to London than New
I'd rather
York.
see the trash on the street as they just leave it there and make their city disgusting.
Yeah, in London, there's less of that, and you got older buildings.
That's true.
Tea and crippets.
I don't want to see.
I'm walking here.
I don't want to see this season extended anymore. I hear you about the even number of games.
That's really the only reason. It's my obsessive compulsive disorder.
It's so dumb.
Gotta get to an even number, and I know they're not going backwards.
I wish they would though.
I actually do
16's
too.
16 was perfect.
I long for a good old 8-8 record.
Man, we're going to be playing the Super Bowl in March.
6-10.
6-10. Those were the days.
What a great record.
9-7. We lost that sound clip.
Yeah. 16 game seasons and 12 team playoffs were perfect.
Mm-hmm.
They were. I get. Oh well, you don't want everybody to have the advantage of the bye week. No, it shouldn't just be one team getting a bye week. It shouldn't.
And that's where it wouldn't shock me if this also is correlated to the fact that they're going to expand at some point, and maybe that. See, if you expand,
you got to add 4 more teams. I think, right?
I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to go 4 at once.
At once? No way. Where?
Or
Where are they
4 very quickly.
What cities would they do that in?
Well,
London is logistically impossible.
Yeah, that's garbage.
And all
that's
the
not
Europe,
happening.
all the Europe teams that would potentially happen also out of the question. Mexico City is possible because of how big of a city
I
it
think
is.
Toronto's more likely.
I would agree with you on that front, but you could argue that it is so close to Buffalo's footprint that Buffalo would be mad about it happening. Sure. So then where else are you going to put it?
They're always fine cities.
I guess, but like
I would go see. I would be fine if I was the NFL. I would have smaller stadiums and expand my markets. I would look at, Portland's, San Antonio's, Oklahoma City, basically basketball fan bases that show up and support their team no matter what and sell out. I would be for that. Go with a smaller stadium instead of trying to find. I mean, I think Chicago's coming. By the way, just for the record. I think an AFC team will exist in Chicago at some point.
Why?
2 Chicago teams?
2 Chicago teams?
I was gonna
suggest enough by 1.
There's 2 New York teams. There's 2 LA teams.
I was gonna suggest the second Houston team as a joke. I was like, Houston, another one.
There should not be 2 Chicago teams. The Bears have too much. The Bears have been there for 100 years. No one's ever going to jump on this new Chicago team.
I agree. There'll be the Chargers of Chicago.
Right. So there's no. So
I think they're going to do it.
Would they share Soldier Field?
You're not endorsing it like, hey, they should do it.
No,
You're thinking they will do it.
I think they will do it.
Okay.
You say, where are these teams going to go? That makes sense. There also is probably enough Packers and Vikings fans in that city where they could support an AFC team. My cousin's from Chicago, obviously, but he's a Vikings fan for whatever reason.
But who's going to give? The other problem is for these places where there is already, like, say for San Antonio, there's tons of Cowboys fans in San Antonio, and the occasional Texans fan. Okay, maybe you can lure away the Texans fans, but San Antonio teams all of a sudden, like, people are going to root for them over the Cowboys who they've been growing up rooting for. Same thing with growing up rooting for the Packers or growing up rooting for the Bears or something like that.
It's
I don't know.
challenging.
It's expansion. I don't think is a good idea for the NFL. Because I don't see where it happens. I don't think Portland would do very well. I don't think Oklahoma City would do very well. San Antonio could, but again, I think you got people like Jerry Jones who are going to step in the way of something like that. 32 is fine.
And where's the quarterbacks come from?
Oh boy, more bad
Like,
quarterbacks.
you want 4 more quarterbacks right now? Davis Mills will be a top 15 quarterback.
Tommy DeVito, hey,
Mac Jones, you're just about to have a decade-long career.
Yeah, I don't like the expansion, but it's gonna happen. And I guess the schedule will happen too in 8 years or whenever their collective bargaining agreement comes out. Even though I think they're gonna try to find a way to circumvent that and do it beforehand.
Yeah, they'll blackmail the players somehow.
They'll find something.
The owners will do something.
They'll legalize marijuana. And then
Ooh,
the player, and then
see, that's actually the move.
that's a good trade.
That's a good trade-off.
I think-
Legalize weed. The
I
players
think,
will endorse
I think
anything.
players would take that.
Didn't they already stop testing for it?
Yes, but they test for it once a year.
Okay.
And you just have to not fail that one time in like June.
Right.
And then you're good to go.
But if you do fail, then you're going to get constantly tested for the rest of your career.
Yeah, they could just get rid of that and be like, hey, man, we'll test for like cocaine, but we won't test for weed.
Well, if they're like, we'll just lobby the U.S. government. Like,
Yeah, like, we'll handle it with the U.S. government. We'll
make
legalize it
legal
everywhere.
in America.
Yeah. All right, we have 24 days until the Astros play their first game of the season against the New York Yankees. Our Astros opening day countdown continues next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One of the suggestions we got on the text line here, Paul, Tuscaloosa.
No one would care.
I know it's Alabama.
Everyone thinks that these cities could handle it.
They can't.
I don't think Alabama, the Crimson Tide, would let an NFL team be in Tuscaloosa.
I don't think they would either. King of Switch, I have to be careful how I read this. He says, LOL, Joe George Radio. You are funny. You really think the NFL is putting another team in that bleep city? I do.
It is a dump.
It is.
You got a lot of conservative owners.
That's why I haven't gone back.
Yeah. I think they will be hard-pressed to get a second team there, also with the history of the Bears.
Yeah, if they move to the suburbs, Soldier Field's going to be an option. The city itself has said they would buy the team. They don't even need an owner. Like the city of Chicago would purchase a team to, if the Bears go to the suburbs, that the city would pay for it.
Oh, they're gonna rehire Lori Lightfoot.
They're gonna be like,
you know what? If Lori Lightfoot ran an NFL franchise, I would be in for Chicago expansion because that would be an effing disaster. I would love that, and she would
a
constantly,
colossal disaster.
There'd be so many sound bites. Oh my god! You know what? Let's speak this into existence. I've changed my mind. Chicago needs another team. We need Lori Lightfoot to be an NFL owner.
I do tend to agree. San Antonio's a no, though. I don't think Jerry would ever let that happen. There's a real Cowboys footprint.
Hannah wouldn't let that happen either.
You think that? I don't think they care about the Texans there. Do you?
I think that if the Texans are good, that some San Antonians will convert. This year is a very interesting year. Very interesting year. Now, they're going to have to win a Super Bowl, but people would convert if the Texans won a Super Bowl.
And then, like most Dallas fans, they'll just go back to Dallas at some point again, like Rangers fans did. Mm-hmm. They were all Astros fans, and now they're all Rangers fans.
Yeah.
At least for the next 3 months. What about Austin, very quickly? Is Austin that different than San Antonio? I also don't think it could support it, but
I mean, you got all the tech people there. I don't know if Austin's quite big enough, but if you made like a team that's halfway between Austin and San Antonio,
is that Round Rock? Is that halfway? Sean,
San Marcos?
That's wrong side. That's
wrong,
north.
I'm going
San
the wrong
Marcos,
way,
right? Yeah, I guess, but San Marcos. I mean, if Austin can't have a team, San Marcos
no, I know.
Definitely can't have a team.
But I mean, where would you put the stadium? Sort of like with the Cowboys.
Yeah,
the Cowboys
it would be like in South
Dallas.
Austin.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's get to our Astros opening day countdown. "24 days until the Astros play the New York Yankees here at Minute Maid Park.
Huzzah!
I can't wait. I'm so ready for baseball to be back. Mainly because I need sports.
Yeah, I'm just struggling for content right
now. I need sports that aren't the Rockets. No offense. We'll talk about Jalen Green's brownie points later.
He did get some brownie points this weekend.
I need baseball back. I need.
Well, we all need the Astros back. The Texans were a nice change of pace after the season was done, but the way that it ended, to lose like that in Game 6 and Game 7 after how awesome Game 5 was.
Such a bummer.
To Texas of all teams. To see some people jump on the Rangers bandwagon because I'm rooting for Texas. Very common boomer L that we saw a lot of people have.
I still can't believe people had that take.
A lot of people had that take.
And
friends of mine.
I get the take at first. As soon as they win the World Series, you have to apologize for it. Because now you're literally saying you rooted for a team in your own division, if you're an Astros fan, to win the World Series like they did.
Jail.
Are you rooting for them now?
Shouldn't be.
Are you going to root for them on opening day?
Texas forever. Like, it's so funny. I don't. Now, I'm from the Northeast. There's lots of cities near each other. All the Northeastern cities hate each other. But it's weird that like Houston and Dallas are going to forget their differences so that one team can root for the other ones in a massive, massive series. No, F that city. That's how it works.
Especially because we dumped on Dallas and Arlington when they put up the Congrats Astros and their colors in their skyline in 2017.
Softies.
It was so stupid. Mm-hmm. This is like the people who chant SEC. You are idiots.
I don't get that either.
If you are, Sean.
I hate all the other teams that would be in
Don't
my
do it. Don't do it.
Texas believes it's bigger than the SEC, though.
I'm more likely to. I mean, people at the game literally did that when they beat Alabama in Alabama.
That's
Texas
fine.
fans just chanted SEC.
But see, that's like out of spite.
And then they chanted. Then they chanted at the Big 12 title game.
That's fine too. That
Yeah.
also feels like
no.
it's out
The
of spite.
sarcastic SEC
Yeah.
chant is the only time you should do it.
Yeah.
Sarcastic SEC chant. I like that. It's one of those things where rooting against your rivals, because let's be honest,
gross.
Well, no, I mean rooting against your rivals is
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Because let's be honest, most teams are not going to win a championship in a given year. But rooting for the team you hate to also lose, I mean, that's something that you're very likely to get.
It's a
on
way you can
year-to-year
win.
basis. Exactly. That's how you can win every year. And I know for you, Joe, with your Bears, like you're hoping for Packer disaster.
I'm hoping Jordan Love dies. Okay, like, like I need some like semblance of.
Metaphorically, Joe.
Yeah, metaphorically.
career die.
I had to literally like. Joel Blake hates Jordan Love so much. At one point, I found myself almost rooting for Jordan Love this year because I was like, he's way better than you think he is. Now Joel was right in the end. Jordan Love stinks, but yeah, I need his career to die. Thank you for helping me clarify that, Sean. All right, our Astros question: do you have more faith in Jeremy Pena taking the next step in his career, or Jose Abreu being better than he was in the second half last year?
Well, I am biased here because
I know you love him. You look into his eyes. You sing him songs.
Jeremy Pena is my friend, and I
You bring him
serenaded
flowers.
I don't know if it's a two-sided friendship, but what you saw from him in that postseason to what you saw the year afterwards, I feel like it's very, very possible that the star, I guess the limelight for any young man going through a ridiculous postseason run, going from that to being on the late night television circuit, and legitimately having women screaming, "Have my babies, Jeremy!" when he was seen out in public, it would be a lot for anyone to handle.
It's a lot.
So I can understand why last year was a step back. I was very curious as to what he would work on this past offseason to get back to where he used to be. I want to say that I believe in Jeremy Pena to get back to maybe not what he was in the postseason, which was honestly ridiculous. It was in such an insane couple of weeks for him. But the person you're comparing him to is Jose Abreu, who did have some of his metrics, if you will, declining going into last year. He finished the season great. He's doing the Pilates. I feel like because we've seen Abreu be very good to great before in the majors, I think that Abreu continuing some version of this and not being as bad as he was early on in the year is more likely than Jeremy Pena all of a sudden becoming the guy that we saw in the postseason again.
Interesting. I'm surprised you said that because of your relationship with Jeremy.
I mean,
Pena.
if you're,
I feel like you might just ruin your friendship.
if you're trying, well, I mean,
Now, you were
again,
fair and balanced, so I hope he
Yeah,
understands
just
that.
trying to be honest.
But there are soft boys on the Houston Astros that when you say things that are fair and balanced, they don't talk to you anymore.
Well, listen, real friends tell their friends what's up.
That's true. I'm going to disagree with you, though.
Okay.
I think Jeremy Pena is going to really figure it out this year. Now, I don't think Jeremy Pena is ever going to be this MVP, Carlos Correa level player. I think that when you talk about a contract extension with him, it would be pretty reasonable and well below the top market of shortstops. But I do believe that Jeremy Pena is going to have a massive year this year, at least in terms of 20, 25 home runs. We'll see the power come back.
20 to 25.
And the biggest thing for him that where I could be wrong on this is if this kid doesn't stop chasing sliders, he's never going to be what I want him to be. But that feels like such an easy issue to fix. You know, Jose Abreu can't get his power back that he had when he won his no offense, fake MVP in 2020.
Fake MVP.
If the Dodgers World Series...
Spoken like a true Cubs fan.
No, I'm just saying, if we're going to call the Dodgers World Series a fake World Series, then you also have to call Jose Abreu as a fake MVP.
Fair enough.
Like, you can't have it one-sided here, Paul. You got to... It's all or nothing.
I just like saying that he is a former MVP on the Astros lineup.
I do love him, though.
You love him?
I love Jose Abreu.
Okay.
He was my one White Sox player that I couldn't hate. So I was very excited when he came here.
Interesting.
But I think Pena, if he fixes that one problem, it just will go such a long way into his issues because he just so often chases really bad pitches. And if he can limit that, he doesn't have to have a Bregman level eye.
I actually thought his pitch selection got better towards the end, but the problem was that the power just left. And okay, maybe the different launch angle is going to help him on that front. Honestly, I mean, it can't get any worse because he just stopped hitting home runs. This guy that big should be cranking them.
Yeah, he should be, but that's where the muscles don't mean too much to me.
They don't?
It's nice that he comes in, jacked.
This is the kind of
this is like Alex Bregman. Remember Alex Bregman did this a couple years ago? Mm-hmm. He's like, I gained 25 pounds of muscle this offseason.
Well, he did that this offseason
I think
too.
So he gained a bunch of muscle 1 year, lost it all, and then now it's all back.
I guess so.
I can't keep track with him.
Well, here's the thing. Like though, you think like it's not all about the muscles. No, it is all about the muscles, Joe. This is the kind of rhetoric that's going to keep you from getting back into the gym and getting gains.
Well, no, it's not all about the muscles for home runs.
It's all about the muscles for everything.
I'm not trying to hit dingers.
So you should be trying to get muscles. You should be trying to get
that's
jacked.
true.
You should always be trying to look your best. You should be a vain, shallow person like me.
Will it make my life better?
No, because I'm single and alone and live with a cat. But hey, you'll look good in the mirror.
Well, then you're not alone.
It's true.
That's
you
true.
have a cat and yourself in the mirror.
I do have myself in the mirror.
You have both those things.
He's looking good.
You have us.
Patrick Bateman.
You have me at least. I don't know if you have Sean.
No.
No, no. You're not there for Paul.
No. He's last 2 years he's had me.
That's true.
Still,
I have had
and we're still stuck together.
Well, look. Sometimes you need people
Package
like.
deal.
Sometimes you
Key
need
and
people
Peele.
like.
Who's Key? Who's Peele?
That's a good question.
I could see you going more dramatic horror,
Thank you.
like Jordan Peele.
I think you said exactly what you needed to stroke my ego after saying that you don't want to work with me anymore. Right there, I heard it. I heard it.
No.
I heard it in the way that you.
I just said we're stuck working together.
Yeah,
that's all I said.
Yeah, stuck. Keyword.
I said stuck's fine.
Welcome back to the show, Joe.
Okay, I'm here. I'm gonna say something really nice about Paul.
Please do.
Sometimes you need people like Paul Gallant in your life.
What does that mean?
Sometimes you have accomplishments in your life and people don't believe in them.
Oh.
And sometimes Paul Gallant will be your white knight and he will be there for
that's
you.
true.
We'll talk about this next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
So, Joe, over the weekend, I got a push notification on my phone.
I got some of those too. What was yours about?
It was an ESPN one.
Oh, mine says Kelsey tears up.
Kelsey who?
Jason Kelsey. He cried.
Well, these are the important things in sports that we need to hear about immediately. But there was something else that I saw, Joe. And it's interesting because I feel like I've seen push notifications of this variant more often than I've seen push notifications for any other type of story. NFL, NBA. I got a push notification for Caitlin Clark breaking the all-time scoring record for basketball at the collegiate level. Now, a lot of people are probably listening right now. I'm sure there's some pissed off LSU Tiger fan right now who's thinking to themselves, Paul, as he puts his alcohol that he's been drinking and driving down, Paul, I can't believe that you would put them in the same conversation. And you know what? At first, Joe, I would have honestly been a little annoyed by this. I remember them talking about this. Wait, hang on. This is two different levels of sports. But you know what? It's time. I brought a prop to the station today. I have a helmet on right now. Joe, I'm a white knight. I am here for the ladies. You might ask, what kind of ladies? All the ladies.
All the ladies?
I'm here for all of the ladies. I stand with women. You know, when I'm not on the weekends going to the homeless shelter, when I'm not on the weekends being 6'4" and also, helping out doggos, you know what I do? I watch women's basketball. Okay? And I will not stand for the misogynistic slander of John Granato on the bench this morning. I'm sorry. I won't stand for it. Okay? Guys, they play a game. We play a game. We all play games together. We're all one love. We're all one human race. And Caitlin Clark, to me, is somebody that we need to give more respect to. Okay? So I will ride as the White Knight of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I ride valiantly onto the internet, fighting the fight for all the women out there. By the way, I'm 6'4" and I do a lot of community service. I stand for women. I stand. And her record is more impressive than Pistol Pete Maravich's record. Oh, look at me. I'm Pistol Pete. Oh, look at me. I'm shooting it 57 times a game. Oh, look at me. I was probably drunk half the games. I'm Pistol Pete.
You feeling okay?
I'm feeling great because I'm a white knight. I'm on the right side of history, Joe.
You are.
Yeah.
You are on the right side of history.
Yeah.
It was impressive.
Thank you.
I kind of wish that she would have made it not on a free throw, though. Doesn't it kind of ruin the moment?
A little bit.
Is this a bad take?
Hey, guys. Both of you. I know you're looking at me a little funny.
I'm just trying to figure out how well the audience can
you
hear
tell that I'm looking at you? I don't know if you
can you tell that you
Can you guys hear me?
I mean,
A
yes.
little.
A little.
It's not great.
Should I take the mask back off on my
That's much
I mean,
better.
that's back to normal professional sounding radio.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It was very good, though. Could you actually see us?
I could, yeah.
I have so many questions.
Why?
Why? Why do you have it?
Why am I white knight?
I got
because
this.
I care about women.
Oh.
No, just why do you have the helmet?
Ren Fair.
Renaissance Festival, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many outfits do you have for the Run Fair?
Not
11.
enough.
Sean says 11. Over, under.
Under. But
By a lot?
we'll get there.
Run Fair's great. I go every year.
One of my friends, I got really hammered the second to last time I went to the Ren Fair, and I had this big broadsword that it's like a foam broadsword.
Did you get kicked out?
No. I told my friend, and again we were hammered. We were in a parking lot, and I just said yo, hit me as hard as you can in the head while I wear this helmet. And he hit me, and I got a busted lip for 4 days.
So he hit you in the face?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
But I feel like when you tell someone to hit you in the head to
Well,
test
look,
the quality of the
If
helmet.
you put this thing on, for those who don't know, again, I'm wearing a Medieval Knight helmet, and you can
On
lift
Twitch
up
and
the
YouTube.
visor, but you put the visor down, Twitch and YouTube, you can see, like, this thing should provide protection. But
yeah, but I just assume that if
there's
you
not a lot
tell
of
someone to
padding
hit
on-
you in the head, they're going to hit you like in the side.
Well, he did hit me in the side, yeah.
Oh.
And
then it
that's all
hit-
took.
and then it
That's
hit
all
your-
took.
okay.
That's all it took.
Okay.
But yeah, this is you know what, Joe? Now online, when I see people hating on the ladies in sports, you know what I do?
White Knight.
I put the helmet on. I ride forward. I am Sir Gallant. I stand for women. I stand with women.
I'm not going to tell you how to White Knight, but maybe spray paint the helmet.
Well, I got that's
I was
next year's
thinking the
Renaissance
same
Festival.
Because now I have to ask, what does the word white qualify?
I don't know, Sean.
In calling
I don't
yourself
see
a
color.
White Knight.
I don't see color. So,
Okay.
in addition to being a white knight for the women online, I don't see color. So this could be white. This could be black.
I
don't
do
know.
feel like you should spray paint it though. So do you have the rest of the armor?
Yeah, I got some stuff from China.
Like it's like your Batman outfit, but you have a full.
Yeah.
How heavy is it?
It's not heavy. It's leather.
Okay, so it's not like a.
Yeah, wear it in the bedroom.
I mean,
sometimes. What?
I mean, he said he got hit in the head and are hurt, so it's not actual chainmail.
Yeah,
that
I
he's
know,
dealing
but I'm just
with.
trying to figure out like what he's
He's
working.
not going to be sent to the Crusades.
It's
in this.
110 degrees outside. You don't die when you do that.
Well, the Renaissance Festival luckily is in November, so generally.
Oh, that's
generally
right.
it's okay.
It's not as hot usually. At that
Yeah,
moment.
but I mean, well, hang on. Like I would have survived the Crusades. The Crusades they're walking through the desert. I would have been a great crusader. Well, you seem skeptical.
I mean, I don't know. Like Great Crusader, Paul Gallant, like doesn't necessarily always.
I mean, like I wouldn't have been doing it for the right reasons. Like I would have been one of the bad guys in Kingdom of Heaven. But like, hey, like I would have been a good fighter out there.
Okay, all right. We have something else we're gonna start on this show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
It's because I often, I think everyone here on this show station, listeners of any station in town that I've worked at, know that I am often accused of having bad takes.
Oh.
That
Is this Bad Take Way?
Bad Take Boulevard.
Bad Take Avenue?
I'm on there a lot.
Wrong Take Way.
By the way, it definitely like colored your face a little bit.
Did?
Yeah.
I don't see color, so I wouldn't know.
Well, it looks blue a little bit on your
Oh,
nose.
it's a little blue. Oh,
And-
that's from the time I wore the blue armor, the blue Braveheart.
And-
the face paint.
I got blue on my face. I blew
blew
myself. Damn.
All right, so we're gonna do a good take, bad take. I'm gonna try to end up on Bad Take Boulevard with the Killer Bees potentially, or I'm gonna get yelled at for jinxing things. So my question for the day, today, is this a good take or a bad take? I just purchased a ticket for an undisclosed amount of money for the Houston Cougars to win the national championship this year.
Oh,
in basketball.
When did you do it? Just now?
This weekend before the game winner.
Okay.
I should have done it earlier, but I don't watch. I can't get super into college basketball when the NFL is going on. I'm a college basketball fan when the NFL season is over.
That makes sense.
I don't have time for it. I got a 3-year-old. I got a wife.
Man, you throw around the 3-year-old every time. There's
an
excuse to be made.
I got to watch Vanderpump. I gotta watch network television.
You can't say that. You could bring up the kid and the family. This is something Sean and I have discussed on when it was the Paul Gallant show back in the day. There's a lot of things that people love to use as excuses in 2024. Number one, and hey, power in the all the power in the world to
man.
you, family and your child, and the third one is mental health.
Here's the thing. The nice thing about having a kid is that I have an excuse for everything for the rest of my life.
You do, seriously. My sister has told me about this as well. She's like,
It's
yeah, I don't have to
great.
go to some things now.
I don't want to go. He's not feeling great. I don't want to go. He's just in a bad mood.
But you still got to watch the sports.
Well, but not college basketball.
Fair enough.
I feel like college basketball is on
non-conference college basketball.
Yeah,
I think
can
you
be like I
But
don't
now
know.
that the
fat on that
But
one.
now that the
Cougs
Cougs are in
versus
the Big
Texas
12,
State.
Well, listen, there's some. We don't want to shame our Texas State brethren. They like to drink. They're good people.
Fair point. Touche.
But
McNeese State is the
to get back to where you were. You put on a ticket for the Cougs to
Win the national championship.
win the
this year.
whole thing, and you did this before this past weekend.
Yeah, so it was on Friday. I got them at plus 800.
That's not bad. But
I mean,
it's
the odds are not great.
Not great.
They're tied for second. It was the Huskies, UConn, plus 450. Houston and Purdue plus 800. Now Purdue, they're frauds. That's why we call them Purdue. But so I got the Cougs plus 800 win the national championship game this year. I don't know. I feel like feel pretty good about it. I think this is the year.
Yeah, the only reason I would throw bad take at you is like, couldn't have done this like 6 weeks ago.
Yep.
Yeah, because now
fair point.
You don't
Sean.
have to watch the games to be like.
I know.
I know. Why don't you do it going into the year?
I know.
Kelvin Sampson, U of H. When have they been like bad?
And honestly, like the odds are like they're gonna get like plus 800 is probably the best value I can get at this point. Because to your point,
yeah, they're gonna be a 1 seed.
They're gonna be the 1
weeks.
seed.
Yeah.
They're gonna probably win the Big 12 championship game. Which if they're in the Big 12 championship game, we'll air that game on the station. But plus, you know what? You gotta believe. You gotta believe in their coach. Their coach is a good person.
Mm-hmm.
Their coach, he's going to be there for his players.
Yeah.
One of his players is having surgery.
He is.
And they were going to do the surgery tomorrow or Wednesday. And Kelvin Sampson said, no. Kelvin Sampson said, I have to be there. I have to be there for my player. He said, I want to make sure we're there when he goes in. And I want to make sure he sees us when he comes out as part of being a family. That is Kelvin Sampson's culture. Will Jeremy Brandon be there? We'll see.
It's a good question. I mean, I think I should be there as the most loyal Coug that there is here. I mean, I didn't need to wait until a couple of games into the season to bet on the Cougs to win the Natty, and I still believe they will win the Natty with probably better odds now that this season-ending injury has taken place. God, it's got to be so intimidating to be whatever doctor is operating on this player and to have Kelvin Sampson perhaps like in the room breathing down their neck.
Yeah. He's definitely in the operating room.
100%.
While the surgery's taking, like he made it seem like, yeah, we're gonna sit there, we're gonna wave at him as he gets pushed through the door. No, Kelvin Sampson is like in scrubs, no mask, no gloves, old fashioned. Doesn't believe in washing his hands. Yes.
Gets out a whiteboard and draws like, actually, this is the most efficient.
Like this right here.
He has a meniscus drawn on the board.
What does a meniscus look like, Sean? What do you think?
I think it's like a little like cushion looking thing.
Okay. That's a better answer than I thought I was going to get. I didn't know what you were going to give us there. But Kelvin Sampson, family matters to him. The team matters, and they matter to me.
That's good.
Great win this weekend. I can't wait to go Saturday. I'm
assuming you got tickets?
We got credentials.
Oh.
Well, I mean, he's the guy that runs the credentials. I remember when I was going to the Final Four, and then all of a sudden I wasn't.
That was not my fault. That was their fault.
Well, I mean, Josh Beard and Joe George went. Interesting.
Huh. Well, I saw Jeremy tweet out that the tickets for the Kansas game went on sale and sold out in like 8 minutes.
Yeah, I was actually talking to one of our interns this morning, and she said she got the alert, like the campus alert for student tickets, and they were gone immediately, which I'm not surprised.
That's where you need a carrier dump so you can fit all your students into this.
I don't know why they don't do it like how like Duke and North Carolina and those schools do it, where you just the kids camp outside and whoever.
That's how it used to be. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you as a fratter, if you had a team.
We went to a D3 school, so no.
But if you had a team,
Yes.
you would have had eventually freshmen. You would have had to do it at one point, but you would have. That was the thing at Syracuse. Like you would have to camp outside in the freezing cold for like a couple of days to get tickets.
To get tickets for the older guys in the fraternity,
just so that the older guys in the fraternity would be very close in the student section.
Oh,
so they would take your seats. You just wait there for a couple of days, and then they would take your seats. Yeah, you're camping out in the cold. It's like miserable.
All right, our 10-minute drill. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you've been living under a rock and you're a Houston Texans fan, you have not seen the news, Mike Evans will not be a Houston Texan. Mike Evans, it was reported over the weekend first that the Texans would not even be in the conversation. And then this morning, around 8 o'clock, Mike Evans signed a 2-year, $52 million contract with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. $35 million of it is guaranteed. So Mike Evans is going to be catching passes from Baker Mayfield next year again, I think.
It depends on if Mayfield gets re-signed. I've heard some interest from other teams, specifically New England mentioned. Yeah, not a fan of that. But it is a bit surprising that Evans is choosing to go back to Tampa Bay. Maybe he really likes living in the Bay. I got to say, someone who used to live there, it is pretty awesome. I love me some St. Petersburg, Florida. Some, though, I have seen, Joe, online lamenting that a guy who is from the area, Mike Evans is from Galveston, obviously played at Texas A&M, that he wouldn't have waited a little bit to potentially see if the Houston Texans were interested in him. I think that's a little bit disingenuous as a way to look at it, because I'm sure that even though there's no tampering allowed, that the Texans probably put out some feelers and asked if they were interested. If they weren't, then they just weren't. But I don't think this is some sort of indictment on the viability of the Texans or whether or not people want to play for them. The fact that Mike Evans has resigned with the Bucs, it is surprising nonetheless.
Yeah, and you know, like Fred here on the Twitch says, it surprised me Mike Evans didn't take a hometown discount. Yeah, he did not. That is a pricey contract. $35 million guaranteed over 2 years, 52, 53 overall. That, first of all, that means he's not a Texan. Like, there was no chance he was going to be a Houston Texan at that price.
And that's what's weird is I don't know what the Bucs are trying to do here.
Just keep their guy?
Yeah, but I mean, you might not have a quarterback next year. You don't really have a great way to draft a quarterback unless they're bringing Baker Mayfield back. And I mean, okay, you're the kings of the NFC South. You want to add another division title, Bill O'Brien style, but where are you really going?
They're in a weird spot. If you go through the NFL and teams that are, it seems like they're in a good position, but they're also probably closer to just being in purgatory. I would put the Buccaneers in that category. I don't know how they go up from where they are. Like, Mike Evans is great. Baker was fine. But besides winning an NFC South championship, what are you going to accomplish?
I mean, getting to the divisional round of the playoffs was entirely a byproduct of playing a team that seemingly quit on the year in the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that next year.
Right. They're not going to win a playoff game next year. They could make it, though. The NFC South is garbage.
It is, but Atlanta could have Kirk Cousins next year, and I think very easily be the best team.
Exactly. I.e., the NFC South is garbage.
It's not good. Derek Carr stinks. That's the other thing we know, too. The Combine over the weekend, the weird stories haven't really started to leak out all the weird questions.
I know. I'm bummed out. This is my favorite part of the NFL Combine is when somebody asks a prospect, like, would you kill your mother with a brick or a broom? And the trick answer is you kill her with kindness because she's your mother and you love her.
Wasn't the question about, like, your mother that went really viral about your mother being a prostitute?
Des Bryant.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Des Bryant was asked if his mom was a prostitute.
Oh, prostitute. Okay. I thought they asked crack whore. And I was like, whoa.
Oh,
that might be right.
Well,
you
that
might be
story might have been sanitized as it's been told over and over again.
Yeah, that might have been the real story, and then since then it's just turned into prostitute.
That's the only thing I think is noteworthy that comes out of the NFL Combine.
Is if Des Bryant's mom is a...
No, it's more the questions that are asked of these prospects. They're leading questions. You're trying to piss them off. It's messed up. They're adults.
Well,
they shouldn't have to deal with that.
Speaking of getting pissed off, the first question to a future number 1 overall pick, Caleb Williams, it came in hot and spicy, as the kids would say.
Good morning, everybody.
Are you afraid to compete? How do you respond to people saying that you're worried to be compared side by side with your peers in medicals, measurements, and workouts? Are you afraid to be measured against this guy one-on-one? Is that why you're not doing things?
No, not doing things. It was a decision by me and my team, my family, and it comes down to that.
So Caleb Williams is asked, first question. This dude screams at him, are you afraid to compete? And are you afraid to weigh in against the other guys, go side to side? And when I first saw this clip, you sent it to me, actually, Paul.
Yeah.
And I was like, who is this idiot? And then I realized
He's just trying to make a big name in the big world.
There was this guy promoting his own question going super viral on Twitter, and he's apparently since deleted said tweet and probably is going to get fired. I would put my money on that.
I don't know. I mean, he's raising awareness, but everyone was clowning him. Everyone, because of him defending the question, basically saying, well, someone needs to stand up to him and confront him. He was acting like he's the same people that are doing the same stuff to the White House press secretary and the president when they're actually made available. And I mean, it was such a long worded question. You should have just said, are you afraid of competition?
Yeah. Well,
but even then, that's like not a good question because who's going to go, yeah, sure am.
Yeah, like
yep.
Because it's also, he's asking about like weighing in, and like getting his hands measured.
Are you scared you'll have smaller hands than your colleagues?
Are you scared you're going to be taller than Michael Penix?
It was bizarre. The fact that he deleted it, what a clown.
Yeah,
if you're gonna do it, own it.
Especially since he called attention to himself asking the question and then doubled down in the replies to it, once again saying, like, yeah, this is the kind of question that people want.
Like, if you want to ask a question like that, go for it. And you want to promote it, go for it. But then you can't be a coward.
I also don't ever remember a NFL Combine like press conference thing where it's something like this, where it's a question that you would get at Super Bowl Media Day or...
Well, it's because it's what it's turned into. No offense to like people that like we are friends with and but they literally let anybody into the Combine.
Yeah, but is that like just the last couple years they've done that? Because again, like this is like what Guillermo from the Jimmy Kimmel Show asked people during the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, it is. He's a fantasy football writer. And like,
why
does he do that?
Okay, now I get it. He's on the front lines of journalism.
He's on the front lines of journalism there.
He's just trying to make the next step. This is the way that he saw fit.
Yeah, because Dynasty Pros Fantasy Football actually know some of those guys there. I'm sure they're super proud that their director of content is asking these questions.
He's bold.
He directed some content.
He did direct some content. We talked about it on the show.
But then he deleted it.
Yeah, the deleting it is weak.
But then this one wasn't a bad question. I don't even honestly know what the question was here, Paul. I have no idea what the question was.
So, Texas Tech, we love you. We'll just say that first. We'll love you. But Texas Tech is not exactly known for the majority, I would imagine, of the education that goes down there. It's a party school. I think it's fair to call it that. No offense, again, to anybody out there. But Tyler Owens, a Texas Tech prospect, was asked about outer space and whether he believes in it.
You guys are discussing that you don't believe in.
Nah, I don't believe in space. Like, you know, I'm real religious, so I think like we're in the stars right now. I don't think there's like other planets and other stuff like that. I don't know.
What led you to that point to believe in?
Well, like I thought you used to believe in like the heliocentric thing, like we used to revolve around the sun and stuff. But then like I started seeing like flat Earth stuff, and I was like, that's kind of interesting. And they start bringing up valid points. So, I mean, I don't know. Could be real. You know what I'm saying?
Awesome, man.
So basically, and the audio not the best there, but he said, so space could be real. Maybe it isn't.
He basically
doesn't believe in other planets.
What?
I don't think he subscribes to the flat Earth theory, though. So this is what's tricky. Like, he's clearly thought about this. Perhaps we know one of his favorite recreational activities just by proxy, given the deep thinking that he's doing. I don't know if it involves a little Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, or something like that. Whatever the case, the man has takes, and he does not believe in space. He does not believe in the existence of outer space.
Word of advice. If you ever are interviewing for a job and you have takes like this, keep them to yourselves.
Oh, you should ask interns about space.
All right.
I kind of want to do
So
this.
I'm not going to lie. Like,
Gen Zers.
We have a little more freedom these days. Once upon a time, Barstool would record their intern interviews. And they would ask questions like this. And I kind of want to do it. Like, maybe to the interns we actually bring in. Not that I've turned anyone away.
I'm in.
But I think, the three of us interviewing interns. I can ask serious questions, and then you guys can ask about space.
I'll be bad cop. I'm just gonna walk.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna gloweringly walk around in a circle. Just be like, "Damn it, Jenkins!"
You're gonna be the Mark Wahlberg from The Departed.
Yeah. No
Lace
damn
curtain
cop.
Yeah, I just how do you not believe in space?
I don't know. I told you. I
nice
think I've
tag.
definitely told Paul this. I took astronomy
Same
in college as a science credit. Very funny science
Like,
credit.
did I waste my whole semester?
Well,
you ever been out there?
Well, at Texas, they went through the whole semester, about planets,
Yeah.
Jupiter, Saturn, etc.
Was it fake news for a whole semester?
Well, no, and then the week before the final, the teacher goes in and he was like, "Hey, by the way, no, it's all BS anyway. Don't tell anyone. All right, later."
It's not real.
Everyone got A.
And like, to your point, how do you believe in that space is not real, but not believe in flat Earth? I feel like these people should you should believe in all.
Should go hand in hand.
Yeah. Like, I don't believe in space. The Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Let my man zag.
Yeah.
Because if it's a round Earth,
what's above us?
Where's the sun?
Just God.
What is the sun?
I think it's God.
Good question.
I think you're right, Paul.
Is the sun cold? Because space is cold.
I've heard part of my take ask that question
I know,
before,
I
and
hate
it
that.
blows my mind. Like, first time they asked it, they go, "Is the sun cold because space is cold?" And I went, "Huh." It's like the only time I question life because I don't know the answer to that. I'm assuming the answer is no.
It's freezing cold.
That's what they say, but I don't think that makes sense.
Freezing cold.
But then why is the sun hot to us?
Because there's air and the air is heating up. And
There's no air in space.
Right.
That's why.
Space isn't real.
Yeah. Or
It's a lot easier to just believe that, though. Like to Tyler Owen's credit, he said Texas Tech prospect, defensive back, he does not believe in space. To his credit, I mean, then you just don't even have to think about it.
That's true.
And people worry about guys, and obviously Josh Rosen failed for other reasons, but it was just a little bit of I don't know, does he have too many interests outside football?
Yeah.
This guy, he's not even thinking about space.
Yeah, he's not thinking about space.
He's not looking up. He's looking at the man across from him.
Yes, he's trying to
Good.
guard the wide receiver. That's what he's doing.
All right. Once again, LeBron James shows he's the worst person on the planet. And we got a date update from Paul. Can't wait. That's next.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George with special guest star Paul Gallant and recurring character Joe George. Also featuring Sean Mapes.
Text here from, based off the last segment here, Paul, 7218. The worst take like this into referring that space isn't real. Water isn't wet. What water gets on is wet. That one hurts my brain. I'm going to be honest with you guys.
But there's H2O molecules on H2O molecules.
So then water's wet, I guess.
All these H2O molecules. I'm so wet.
Pull that, please. Thank you.
Yeah,
all right, LeBron James.
You're welcome.
He's back in the news. LeBron's always in the news for something.
Is he wet?
Depends on the night.
From
the
three.
sweat.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. I meant from three.
40%
You said
this
sweating.
year.
I meant from three.
Sweating is wet.
Yeah, that's true. Paul, I don't even know how to set up this audio.
So, LeBron James has scored 40,000 points, which is a momentous accomplishment. No doubt. I mean, he already broke the record for all-time points scored. No one's ever going to get to 40,000.
Yeah, he's the first ever to do it.
I will say over and over again, I'm not the biggest fan of LeBron James, mainly because of the things he says off the court, but, I mean, he's a phenomenal basketball player when he's not unnecessarily flopping. So, that's every player in the NBA. LeBron James went on a very long, thoughtful answer after passing the record for 40,000 points and randomly went on a tangent that I think a lot of people are having a hard time believing. Here's LeBron.
Besides my family and my friends in my city, and then some people in my city as well, because we even know some of them people. To be quite honest with you, everybody wanted to see me fail when I got to the league. Everybody was just like, it's no way he's going to be able to exceed, the expectations that's put upon him. There's no way. I seen, for the first time in a long time, I seen a commercial that was played before my first game. And when I rewatched it today for the first time, I was like, I think they was mentioning like all the greats that ever played the game of basketball. I think it was like Big O and Michael and Kareem and Kobe and I forgot who all else was in that commercial, whatever the case may be. Could be wrong about some of the names that I mentioned, but it was, and then it was like, and the next one, LeBron James. And I didn't even see that commercial when it happened, but I was like, watching it today, I was like, what the hell? Like that expectation on an 18-year-old kid, like that was insane.
I mean, to his point, it was, but it's not like you're special, LeBron. There has been plenty of players that they've done this to. They did this to Bryce Harper.
If this had happened for LeBron, say, the last 5 years, I think it would have been a lot more difficult. Now, they still did put a lot of pressure on him, so he is right there. But it is kind of funny when being asked about scoring 40,000 points, he gets in a little humble brag at the end. That should have never been placed expectations-wise on anybody. He is right. I think the first part of it, though, is this idea that everyone was rooting for him to fail. I totally disagree with that. For the most part, he was liked by all fan bases before the decision.
That 100%. He was. I don't think anyone wanted LeBron James to fail until he went to Miami.
Correct.
And they had that stupid press conference where him and Bosh and Wade are up there, and then LeBron goes, "We're gonna win not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4."
That was I remember the celebration.
There's the smoke coming out from the stage.
Right.
Like,
and when he made the announcement too, okay, like I get it. Like you're making a decision for yourself, but imagine doing that to the people of Cleveland who of course were going to take it the wrong way, where you leave like that.
I mean, he literally sat in a boys and girls club in Cleveland. Who in their right mind?
Greenwich, Connecticut.
Like, oh, is that where
Which
it was?
is like one of the richest cities in the United States of
I
America.
thought it was in Cleveland.
No, he went to Greenwich, Connecticut for it because there was some speculation that he might go to New York or something like that.
That's right.
But no, it was in Greenwich, Connecticut, and I remember that because I was like, there are so many boys and girls clubs you could have chosen, and you chose the one in the city where every person who lives there has a castle. Okay, but. I mean, this is the LeBron experience. He deserves credit for getting past 40,000 points. But at the same time, man, sometimes you hear what he says. And while some of what he said is right, I think specifically at the end, that was a lot of pressure for anyone to put on a specific player.
Yeah.
But people were not rooting for him to fail until that moment in time.
Yeah, part of me thinks he's saying that at the end because of just coming off the Bronny stuff with the mock draft, where the pressure is so high on his kid, and he knows his kid has zero chance, no offense, to live up to the expectation of being LeBron. His dad just scored 40,000 points.
Yeah.
He's never going to live up to that. And the only time I've ever heard anything that discounts LeBron at the beginning of his career, I've heard interviews in the past with Carlos Boozer, who was still under contract with Cleveland at the time, saying that they don't need LeBron. That they had whoever their small forward was, Boozer was like, man, we're good. Like, we don't need LeBron.
Yeah, that video goes viral every once in a while. It's like Darius Miles and Ricky Davis being like, hey, you know what? He can be a good role player for us. Help get us some easy shots and stuff. And it's like, dude, you haven't heard about this guy?
It's so it's just where I also 40,000 points. It's incredible. No one else will ever probably I can't imagine someone else doing it.
No, I mean, unless they had like a 4-point shot.
Yeah, a 4-point shot, and you just have to find someone that's not going to sit out 20 to 30 games every year by choice.
Yeah,
and play for the next 2 decades.
Yeah,
he, to his credit too, I mean, the guy's body is still in incredible shape.
Yeah,
and the fact that he has, I mean, what's the last serious injury that's taken him out?
He's had minor injuries recently that keep him out for 30, 40, 50 games.
And I think he was playing through something last year, but he might have been hamming that up a little bit once the Lakers looked like they weren't going to be doing anything. That was maybe 2 years ago, I think, when that happened at the end of the year. But, I mean, the guy has been an absolute, rock star when it comes to just his availability. And that deserves credit because, with Tom Brady, the fact that and playing in a much more demanding physical sport as far as what you're expecting a quarterback to do versus what you're expecting a guy who's basically a power forward to do. I mean, it's insane that we have yet to see, even with Kobe Bryant, we had a couple of years where the guy was out for the whole season with an Achilles injury and stuff. Haven't seen that with LeBron.
Yeah, the first 15 years of his career, he played 80 games every year.
Yeah.
And played 40 minutes a game and scored 27 points a game. That by itself. You just need to be perfect and have good luck.
Well, and when you count on his playoff minutes, he's lapped everyone by careers. He's played more career playoff minutes than most guys have played regular season minutes.
Yeah.
So I give him credit for that, but this idea that everyone wanted LeBron James to fail,
wrong.
I don't know. I don't even. Maybe it's the way I'm wired. I can't remember the last time someone got drafted or was being hyped up at 17, 18 years old, and my first inclination was I want that person to fail.
Caleb Williams.
Rude. Rude, Sean. I know you think that way when you're on the message boards and you're seeing kids go to A&M over UT, but
Sean, big message board guy.
Connor Wegman. Didn't want him anyway.
Do you have a hidden message board name that we don't know about? That wouldn't surprise me if you did.
He said that with a wink and a twinkle in his eye.
You think I care about recruiting?
Those are the weirdest people on the planet. They are.
Do you think I'm the weirdest person on the planet?
Nope. But the 50-year-old men who get upset with 18-year-olds or 17-year-olds in what high school?
Yeah. He was
getting
roasted
for
buying the popcorn top for Dune.
Yeah.
What's
That's
wrong with
something
that?
tangible.
Yeah, I don't think dude.
That's not some. Oh no, it's tangible. It is tangible.
How much are you going to sell that for?
I put my hand all up in it.
Okay, are Texans fans going to be disappointed pretty much this entire offseason? We'll discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. instant reaction on the Twitch for athletes that you wish would fail as soon as they get drafted. This one doesn't surprise me based on his viral reaction that we saw. Wemby. Rockets fans want Wembanyama to fail because he celebrated when the Rockets didn't win the lottery. I get that.
There's that. He's a Spur.
You lost him because of a coin toss.
A lot of Americans hate the French, even though the French are our oldest ally.
Soft, most of them.
They weren't soft during the Revolutionary War, where their entire economy crumbled and led to the death of their entire monarchy.
That sounds soft.
Meh. What have you done for me lately?
That sounds soft, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Cowboys were good
crumbled.
once, too. Yeah.
They did their best
Notre
in
Dame
World
was
War
good.
One.
Hey, come on, man.
World War II, okay.
Some shrapnel.
I get it.
Oh, I get his shrapnel from you over there, babes. So we mentioned Jonathan Grenard earlier to start the show. Christian Wilkins is a name that was being connected to the Texans by Jeremy Fowler. I've just started to wonder, Paul, that maybe it's not the majority always, but at least the Twitter Texans fans, for the most part, I think are about to be in for a very disappointing offseason.
Good. They
Where
suck.
most of the Twitter Texans fans are pretty bad. Won't lie.
Look, some are good.
But some are bad.
But the ones who are doing the, hyping up every single player as a potential Texan.
Yeah.
And ending it with wide receiver 1? ? Like, shut up. I hate you.
Saquon Barkley stuff.
Look, good teams, which I know a lot of you aren't familiar with. I am, as a person who, again, had a master class in Dynasty Watching 602. I have seen good football. And good football teams do not splurge this time of year. They don't. Especially when you have a good quarterback. Occasionally, you might see a guy signed who's a big name, but isn't the guy that he used to be. But the smartest teams in the league aren't going on spending sprees this time of year. Winning in March rarely wins you in February.
Yeah, so I just think the Texans fans are going to be disappointed because they're not going to sign a big name. I really don't think they are. I think they will make good signings. The Texans will make smart signings, but they're not going to get that big ticket item that so many Texans fans, whether it's keeping Grenard, someone like Christian Wilkins, Saquon Barkley, that so many fans want them to get. I just do not believe we will see that actually happen.
That is what I want to happen. What you said. I want them to be I want them to spend with discretion. I don't think that they should get too loyal to guys who have done well here, and specifically pointing at Jonathan Grenard to the point that you want to keep him around long term. I understand how some players in the locker room will be upset perhaps about it, and that it will be difficult for them to replace. But yeah, that's something they're going to have to get used to as well. The young teams have to learn that it's very hard to keep the team from 1 year together for just the next season, let alone 2-3 years down the road.
Yeah, players understand that once it happens once or twice. They understand it's a business.
So, Joe and Paul, you both seem to think that there won't be a big ticket item or a star name. I guess Chase Young's a little bit different because he is a star name, not really star production. But what would you say the chances are that the Texans, let's just go at the average salary of the highest paid guy that they bring in, so not re-signing Jonathan Grenard, what would you say the highest salary of the biggest free agent acquisition will be for the Texans? Do you think it'll be $15 million?
Yes.
If they get a defensive
there'll
lineman,
be one player. There will be one player.
So one guy, 15 to 20? Do you think 20?
No.
Yeah, 20's pushing.
Okay.
I think 15's pushing it, to be honest.
Really?
We're talking about on a per-year basis?
Yeah, there are going to be so many $15 million players, though.
Yeah, like a pass rusher, like the, B-class pass rusher will be $15
Chase Young could be a $15 million a year player. If all these guys are getting $18, $20 million, Chase Young could be $12 to $15 million.
Out.
Dalton Schultz's tag is 12.
Mm-hmm.
So Do you think will his contract fall under the $12 million? Let's say it's a 3-year deal.
I would think so. Yeah, if you're giving him a long-term deal, you're spacing out the money,
Yeah,
and that way you can get out from underneath it, and you don't have yourself in a situation where it's $12 million against the cap. You don't want that.
Yeah, there will be one $15 million player on the Houston Texans this offseason.
One additional.
Can I get additional player?
I'm saying.
Can I get a Nico Collins?
I'm not betting
here?
on that. I mean, unless it's a Nico Collins extension, I'm not betting on that.
Yeah, I'm saying an external hire, a free agent move that is not bringing back Grenard, not bringing back, Schultz or Nico, like someone who played on a different team last year. Who do you think the most expensive new Texan will be?
Man, there will be a pass rusher that signs for, or a defensive lineman, either interior or
I hope
on
it's
the
interior.
outside.
The exterior, I feel like is where it gets very dangerous.
Yeah, there's got to be one.
There's gonna be, or there's got to be.
There's gonna be.
There's gonna be. Okay.
Yeah, I said gotta. Should be gonna.
Well, because that's what you want. So you want this to happen, and you believe it's going to happen.
I want them to sign one $15 million year. I don't want them to go $25 million on a player, because it means you're getting a very good player, but you still have plenty of room to add elsewhere.
And I do agree that this team needs more good players. They can't just bring back last year's team and expect to get a better result against when they have to play the Baltimore Ravens or the Bengals if the Bengals are back, or the Chiefs if the Chiefs are back, which they will be. And also adding in a harder schedule. They're going to play a first-place schedule, too. We've already seen the names of the teams on their schedule. It looks much tougher than playing the NFC South of last year. So this team will need to add solid NFL players to this roster. So just bringing back last year's team will not be enough.
Especially because last year's team, you could bring all those guys back. It's going to be so much pricier than it was this year.
Yeah.
So if you're going to be spending money to keep Steven Nelson, to keep Dalton Schultz, to keep, Rankins, you might as well spend a little bit more and get a better player at those positions. That's why I like Devin Singletary. I'm all for bringing Devin Singletary back. But if they did spend more money on a running back, I would understand. I would understand why instead of signing Steven Nelson for 9, they'd find a corner for 15.
But you're acting like spending that extra money guarantees it's going to be better.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Definitely doesn't.
But not spending that money doesn't mean that guarantees it won't be better.
I understand that, but I mean this idea that hey, okay, we're going to spend more and we're going to get better results from a player who was let walk by another team. I don't buy into that necessarily. I really look at the position you're talking about, where one of them gets the $15 million. It's probably on the defensive line. They've been hitting on the defensive line. Mm-hmm. I hope it's not Christian Wilkins. I hope that there's somebody else out there. But I don't know who that other name is. And to what you were saying a little bit ago, Sean, is a guy like Christian Wilkins going to be the major difference for the Texans from last year to this year? I don't know. If they're going to go about it in that way and there's 115 like you want, Joe, I don't know that that's going to be the guy.
Yeah, especially because it doesn't feel like that there is often a defensive player that you pay $15, $20 million to, and they really impact your team that much in the long term. Yeah, they do. Yes, we all know they do, but in terms of what we see on a day in and day out basis, that does seem harder to find in free agency through defense.
Yeah, they don't want to let those guys walk.
Yeah, and that's why, and oftentimes they don't. That's why Josh Allen
is going to get the tag, and Chris Jones. I mean, I think the Chiefs want to keep him.
Yeah, and I don't think, and then Chris Jones is probably a $30 million player. Hard pass.
I think I'd do it for Jones.
Really?
Well, yeah. Jones is one of the best defensive players in the league. I think for Jones is the exception. Like, I'm willing to break the bank for someone like that.
Yeah.
3-time Super Bowl winner who is consistently producing and won defensively 2 games for the Chiefs in the playoffs against the Bills, against the 49ers, with the plays that he made to force a couple incompletions. Yeah, that is somebody where I'm like, oh well, if he's available, yeah, sure, that's a difference maker for your entire defense.
No, we haven't really. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and act like we're going to break down inside linebackers, but we know in the playoffs, we saw playing the Baltimore Ravens how good Patrick Queen was. So I guess just philosophically, like, how would you feel if they paid inside linebacker $15 million?
I mean, we've done this before. Zach Cunningham, what was the other guy? Bernard McKinney. No.
Yeah.
No. Out on paying for the linebackers.
Yeah.
Draft the guy, and hopefully he's fast and can cover.
And I know, then they're saying he's too similar to Christian Harris anyway, so like the Texans probably would not go down that avenue. But that was one name for me, Devin White from Tampa. He's going to be a free agent as well that I kind of looked at and thought, okay, that's someone that can probably elevate you in a way, because Denzel Perriman,
He can't cover. But
He
he's
was
good. He just can't
brutal
cover.
last year.
He's a middle linebacker of a bygone era. He's one of those guys that is very good, run support and going up the middle. But yeah, if you're putting him in a coverage situation, he's just not that good. And it's hard to find guys like that.
Now, to where we started the segment, if the Texans don't sign a $15 million player this year, I won't be disappointed.
Okay.
Because it is Nick Caserio has a lot of spots to fill.
Yeah.
And if they really view that they're going to try to find, more quality players instead of the high-end players, I'd be fine with that. At this point, we kind of have to trust Nick Caserio and what he's doing because the players he's brought in helped you get to the point where you were last year. So if he's going to bargain shop and add a bunch of talent versus, lesser talent with a couple high-priced guys, I guess we just got to kind of trust him on that one. We'll see. So you went on a date Friday, Paul?
No, I didn't go on a date. Way to rub it in, a-hole. So here's the deal. Reconnected with somebody that I went on a couple of dates with about a year and a half ago.
Now, this is the one that wanted to be in an open, monogamous relationship.
No. Come on. Let's listen to your co-host.
I'm just I'm asking.
When he's talking about dating stories, like that person, that was like from 5 years ago. That's just one of those like ridiculous stories that I will never forget for the rest of my life. And it's the only time I've ever done hot yoga, and it's the only time I ever will do hot yoga.
Okay.
So anyway, we reconnected. We went on a date a couple of weeks ago, and so I go to Mexico for a week, and I figure, okay, hey, Friday, let's go do something. And she said, yeah, sure, let's do it. And Friday comes around, and she's a terrible texter, which she has told me, and just radio silence on her front. And I'm like, okay, well, guess I'm moving on to the next one, right? Because like if the person doesn't even respond or say like, hey, like I can't make it tonight. I mean, what the hell? So I'm thinking to myself, okay, moving on. I'm at the gym on Saturday, pumping some iron, trying to work out the rage. And all of a sudden I get like 4 texts from her. So she apologizes profusely and says, sorry, no excuse for me not updating you, letting you know. I have strep throat and bronchitis, which is definitely going around right now.
Excuse.
I agree, especially considering she still had the energy to go for 30 minutes to the rodeo for a bachelorette party on Saturday. What do I do here? So we're talking. I basically told her it drives me crazy when you take as long as you do to respond to texts. So that is at the very least out in the open. I personally believe that this is her strike 2. I think this is her strike 2. Because there was a first strike before, but we're a year and a half later. It's different, Should I even give her a strike 3?
I mean, the fact that you're even considering a year and a half
I really
later,
like her. I mean, legit, I really do like her. This is someone that I could see myself. This could be my best friend for the rest of my life.
All right, let me tell you a story, Paul.
Ooh.
Because, we're here.
Give me some advice. You're as a husband.
My wife sucks at texting. Even to this day. We had to get an app on our phone so I know where she is. Because when she was pregnant and she would drive 45 minutes to work, she would not text me when she got to work. When we first started dating, she would go hours without texting me, and I had similar thoughts to you. Because I was like, why am I even doing this? She doesn't text me back.
It drives me
It's brutal.
Crazy.
Especially now, when you're together, is she on her phone all the time? That would be that's my first question.
No. When we get together, we're both very good about not being on our phones.
Because that would be, my wife was similar. She was not on her phone constantly. Like, have you ever been around someone that doesn't text you back, and then when you're in person with them, they're just constantly texting on their phone? That's a huge red flag.
Someone I used to date who I care deeply for still, this girl is addicted to her phone to the point where she's always on TikTok. And I'm like, okay. Hi, I'm here. Hello. Hey, what's going on? Hey, I could have said something honestly, like just problematic and misogynistic, like I was John talking about Caitlin Clark this morning. I'm a white knight. For all the ladies out there.
Santa says you're her backup plan. Move on.
Wouldn't be surprised by that.
Okay.
I there's a part of me that feels the need that I gotta give it one more shot. But I'm not feeling good about it, to be perfectly honest. I will do it for the story. That's for damn sure.
What do you think, Sean?
I bet she's gonna hear about this.
You know
and be
Paul
pissed.
better than I do.
I mean,
you're the one should be giving this advice.
It's easy for me to sit here and be like, nah, whatever, because I have no connection with this person. I don't care what she didn't text you back, whatever, to confirm to go on a date. So I would be like, F this chick. But, you know, Joe brings up good point. You know, his wife. Yeah, there's a success story
with bad texters.
In this genre of woman that we're dealing with, genre of bad texter. So I think I land back to where you started it. I think strike two on thin ice, lady. But
do you think she's in the penalty? No date this weekend. Penalty box for this week, and then the week after we think about it.
I mean, how much?
I don't know how much of it's a penalty box for her, and just we just need you to take a play off. You know, let's not.
You don't want to rip the Band-Aid off? Give her one. Give her
Honestly,
one more shot.
I did. I wanted to rip the Band-Aid off on Saturday and just be done with it.
Yeah, but she said she had bronchitis.
I believe her too. I actually believe her though. Like in other situations, I would not. But I know like 3 other people that are dealing with like strep throat / bronchitis, and they've been at the rodeo over the past week. Seems to be super spreading stuff again.
Third chance. Where's her gavel?
All right. Oh! There we go.
We declare third chance.
One more chance, but 1 week suspension.
Yeah, 1 week suspension.
I agree with that comment by Cornbread Fred though. I do agree with it. This is my worst habit. Join Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN97.
All right. Jalen Green, did he get some brownie points this weekend? We'll talk about that next year on Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, Jalen Green this weekend. He played much better
He
against the
did.
Phoenix Suns.
He
The
did.
team played much better against the Phoenix Suns.
Who might be mailing it in at this point, but hey.
I mean,
they have names.
They do. The one thing the NBA seems like they could get very right here is this play-in tournament.
Yeah.
Because as it currently stands, these are the players that will be in the play-in tournament for the Western Conference.
Who dat?
Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, Luka Doncic, Steph Curry.
I think Bradley Beal is unlike all of those.
Klay Thompson, Kyrie Irving.
I'm not putting Bradley Beal in the same conversation as those guys. But to your point,
LeBron James.
There is some talent.
I mean, you have the Suns, the Mavs, the Warriors, the Lakers. So the Rockets are 6 games back right now. I think play-in hopes are dead. I think the Western Conference playoffs are set, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The Rockets would be hard-pressed to make a run. To me, at this point, I also don't care. It does not matter.
It doesn't matter?
It's a play-in tournament. It's not real. It's not the playoffs.
I mean, I'm not saying that I want the Rockets to make it and go Patrick Beverly if they win one game, but
that was brutal.
I actually want the Rockets to make it and go Patrick Beverly if they win one game. I want that. I actually want that kind of energy from a young team. I want them to actually believe that there's still a reason to play the rest of the year. That's what's kind of tricky about this right now, Joe, because yes, Ime Udoka is going to be hard on these players. We at least think, but I don't know. With Ime Udoka, there's been a little more bark than bite of late.
Yeah, when we saw it the other day, we talked about this when, we were talking about Alperen Şengün, kind of pouting after things not going well offensively. We didn't see any, repercussions of that when they played the Suns on Saturday. Alpi had a good game. Pretty much the whole team had a really good game. It was impressive. Jalen Green, though, was 12 of 23, 6 of 12 from the three-point line, so way more efficient than he was the game before. And I kind of like the Bradley Beal, Jalen Green stuff. Like he's doing the Kobe, Matt Barnes thing where he's throwing the ball in his face.
That's the kind of hard stuff that I like as well. Yeah. So for those who don't know, there's some kerfuffle that happened on the court that led to Bradley Beal and Jalen Green really getting in each other's face. And Beal, as he was doing an inbound pass, actually basically hit Jalen Green in the face with the ball before inbounding it, and Jalen pushed back. And I was glad to see Jalen push back.
Yeah, you can't get punked. Like, as much as frustrating as he is as a basketball player at times, you can't let someone do that to you.
It pisses me off. There's a lot of basketball teams that let other players do stuff and they don't get in their face. For example, the Celtics, who just killed the Warriors over the weekend.
Yeah.
The last time the Celtics played the Warriors in a big-time spot, Draymond was doing all sorts of stuff. Where is the Celtic to get in Draymond's face, to shove him, to not back down? Because obviously he's a troll, he's an instigator, and he's looking to get some people perhaps thrown out of a game. But I'm sorry, if someone punks you on a basketball court, I know that none of these guys actually know how to fight, and they all want to be in hold-me-back mode. But no, someone gets one of your guys, shove him. Gets you ejected? Fine.
That's what the Rockets have Dylan Brooks for.
But you can't. That's a great point.
That's what he's
you
on the
have
team
him on your
for.
team. You have him on your team. There's no reason.
But the question is, does Jalen Green get brownie points from this weekend? I think it's an
I
easy
think he
yes.
gets some brownie points. Yes, he gets, again. It's a lot of brownie points that he has to earn to perhaps be on this team next year.
Yeah,
or to feel like he's a part of the equation. Some of those brownie points are going to involve shooting a ball into a hoop.
But to your point about this game versus the previous one, it was much improved. That's why, to me, the playing game doesn't matter. Now, the Rockets, when you look at their schedule coming up, if they were going to make a run, this is their moment. You play the Spurs, then you play the Clippers, you play the Blazers, you play the Kings. Now the Kings are pretty good this year, but you play the Spurs and then the Wizards. You play a bunch of bad teams coming up. If you're going to make a run, this should be the kind of game where you beat Phoenix after a tough loss, to where then you go and make that push. If you got one final run left in you this season, this is that moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hopeful. It'd be nice to see that. I'm doubtful.
Fight to the finish.
Yeah, get some road wins in here too for me.
Yeah,
they got 6. Come on.
I think they go to San Antonio pretty soon. Try to get a road win.
Win that one.
Try to get a road
right?
win. Now, I know they have 2 games against the Wizards, so one of them's on the road.
Yep.
get a road win.
Get a couple road wins.
Yeah, I do agree that. I mean, winning is nice. Winning is always nice, but to me, it is more important, especially for Jalen Green, just to get some good performances under your belt heading into the offseason. Really change the way that folks like us and folks like Roosh Williams and Jackson Gatlin are going to talk about you this offseason.
Folks
really,
like all of Rockets media.
Yeah, really just change where it's not like obviously if you can include him in a deal for a star, you get his ass out of here.
Yeah.
Change it to where there might be two sides of a debate of, well, are you sure you want to trade in the chips in Jalen Green? There, if I just show you the last 25 games of the season, and that's something he's done before. He did his rookie year where he finished the year strong. Now, this is more of a real environment than that environment was. This is going to be more of a real basketball team that he is doing it on. So I think if he can string together some good games, go, 6 out of every 10 games, play well, I think that would go a long way for his standing on the team.
I would like to be able to get in shouting matches with either one of you or both of you about Jalen Green. I would like him to make it, like you said, make it a conversation.
Embrace debate.
Make it a conversation.
But it's not a conversation
if you matter.
Don't have it to where when people rank the young guys on the Rockets,
he's fifth.
It's fifth or sixth.
Also, quick note with the Rockets. One thing we just have not mentioned yet: Atari Easton did have season-ending surgery. So it sounds like it was a pre-existing thing.
Yeah, he missed some time early in the season with something. I think it's his foot.
Yeah,
and then he came back. Ime Udoka had a long answer where he explained it all, but he said it was mostly pain management, and as he played, the pain just kind of got too much. So they sat him back down, would try to ramp him up, non-surgery treatments, and ramp it back up. Pain was still there, so they talked to a whole bunch of doctors, and they decided right now they can still get the surgery done. It's about 4-month recovery, so they can get the surgery done, and he'll be ready for training camp next season. So yeah, it sucks, but obviously what's most important is the long term.
Yeah, especially
there's no reason to kill yourself to get back on the court to finish out this season.
Yeah, it's not a basketball injury, so that's why it's always a bummer when stuff like that happens. It was a benign growth that he had on his leg that they had to get rid of. So it's just that's always a bummer when you have a good young player who you want to see play, and it's not even like he fell on a court and broke his ankle.
If there's a moment where he like you said, he goes up for a layup and lands on someone's foot and is out for the rest of the year, that's easier to process than he just kind of goes away and he's just gone for a while.
Yeah, he's just gone.
And especially Tari Eason, who when he played, he was one of the best Rockets on this team.
I do love me some Tari Eason.
Yeah, so it obviously the long term is a little bit more important when it comes to him.
Okay, we discussed earlier on the show pre-arbitration extensions for Brian Abreu, for Jeremy Pena. But what about a guy who, Dusty Baker said, we'll thank him later for Yainer Diaz. Would you give one to Diaz? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George with special guest star Paul Gallant and recurring character Joe George. Also featuring Sean Mapes.
Dana Brown has given out multiple contract extensions, or he's at least been a part of a front office, I guess is more fair to say, that gave out multiple early contract extensions before these guys hit arbitration, or at least they did in Atlanta. Yainer Diaz, he's an interesting case, Paul, because gut feeling for me is that he's going to be a very, very good player for the Houston Astros, and is going to be a major reason why the Astros are even better this year than they were last year.
He showed an incredible amount of power last year. You don't traditionally get that much of power out of a catcher. In fact, usually there are exceptions, but usually your catcher is closer to Martin Maldonado when it comes to the bats in your lineup. So, yeah, I think this is a guy that if you're looking to give a sweetheart deal to early, who you would seriously consider doing it with. Now, I mean, this has backfired on the Astros before with John Singleton.
Sure, yes.
But
it just means Yainer Diaz will come back one day.
Of all the players on the Astros, this is the only guy that you think about it with.
Especially because when you look at the contracts of what catchers are typically paid in baseball, this isn't, and we were just talking off the air about, Ronald Acuna Jr., his contract. It was 10 years, $100 million with club options for 2027 and 28 that would bump the contract up to like $124 million. I don't think you would even have to give Yainer that level of a contract. The highest paid catchers in baseball are JT Realmuto at $24 million, Salvador Perez at $20, Wilson Contreras at $18, and then the next one is James McCann at $12 million. So your fourth highest paid catcher in all of baseball is $12 million. You probably, I can't imagine you have to give him more than $8 million. 10 years, $80 million? That's probably too low. 10 years, $100 million.
How about 10 years, $1 million?
I mean,
how about that?
Come on. He's already only making $770,000 right now.
12 years, $800,000.
But this is someone that, it's like, to your point, I would like to extend right now.
I wouldn't go that far.
Really?
I mean,
I feel confident you could extend him right now and feel good about the contract.
But he's under control for so many more years.
I know, but they keep waiting and keep losing guys.
Okay, but that's a 5-year down the road problem with him. Like that's the reason we can have this conversation about like, hey, if those three guys, who's the next one to get it? The only one is Yainer Diaz, but you don't do it.
Now, King of Twitch right away says slow your roll on Yainer. Let's see how he performs this year.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, we don't know what he's going to be as a catcher, but we feel good about him as a hitter. How's he going to be if he's catching 4 out of 5 games?
No, that's fair. And the big thing long term with him is I guess, do you believe that he can be a catcher this entire time? And look, I know that's what the Dusty Baker reference is that, Dusty said, you'll thank me later in terms of like how much playing time he's going to have and if Diaz is going to have to one day be a first baseman. But this is how the Atlanta Braves did stuff. Like the Michael Harris signed a new contract with the Atlanta Braves before his rookie season. I think he signed his right as the playoffs had started in his rookie year. So that's where it's not out of the realm of possibility that Dana Brown takes the same approach here in Houston.
But you got some deals on the books, and if you decide to give him a big extension now, okay, well, the problem is Josh Hader's contract, but also Rafael Montero's contract.
That's true.
Jose Abreu's contract, Lance McCullers' contract. Like, you got a bunch of deals right now that you're not getting your money's worth. And with Yainer Diaz, you are more than getting your money's worth. Obviously, it sucks for Diaz in the short term, and maybe this is a make good for him down the road, but nah, you got to wait with Diaz. There's no reason to do it now.
I understand waiting, but my only counter argument is just that they've kept waiting for everyone else. And it just didn't work. Like, they could have signed Kyle Tucker. We knew right away pretty much with Kyle Tucker.
They still can sign Kyle Tucker, though.
But we know they're not going to.
And they could have gone a bargain if they would have signed him after 2019 or 2020. If they're just like, here's guaranteed money, you don't have to risk it, da-da-da-da.
But they might have tried it.
That's true. They might have. Like, we don't really know that stuff.
I guess
that's fair.
What makes me think they haven't tried it is that they've only gotten one guy to ever sign one of these deals, and Yordan Alvarez, and that's a guy who's had, 3 knee surgeries.
Javier,
I know he
I
had
guess,
2 knee
too,
surgeries at
but-
the same time,
Yeah.
which counts as 3 in my book. If you had to get them operated at the same time,
That's fair.
So just the fact that they haven't actually executed this plan before makes me think that they haven't really been trying it, given how much talent they had in 2017 and 2018, and the fact that all of them are gone.
And it's not that you are giving him this contract that's going to ruin your ability to do anything in the future, because I don't think if they signed Yainer to an extension, at the end of this season, it doesn't, prevent you from keeping Alex Bregman. To me, they're not connected. They really
Why
shouldn't.
aren't they connected, though?
Because the way these typically contracts are, you can backload them. So if you wanted to wait to really pay Yainer even a reasonable salary until McCullers is off the books, until Jose Abreu is off the books, you could structure a contract in that way so it doesn't hurt you in the short term. But this is a player that has shown right away he can have great success in baseball. I get the argument if you want to wait until the end of this offseason.
Definitely.
But it's something they should be considering now, because to Sean's point, they have not done this ever, and they should have at least once or twice.
Who specifically do you wish?
Springer or Tucker, frankly.
Springer hurt a lot, though.
He was, but just an
Tucker,
extra year or two.
Not good in the playoffs.
Fair. But you can't keep letting all these guys go and find your replacements.
Yeah, just eventually you're going to call someone up who, like Kyle Tucker, who's bad in the playoffs. At least Kyle Tucker's good in the regular season. Who's to say the guy you call up isn't going to stink in the regular season too? And now your team is worse.
If you're Alex Bregman and the Astros still want to keep Alex Bregman and they give Yainer Diaz a deal before you, how do you like that? You don't.
Yeah, you don't like that.
If you're Kyle Tucker, same thing. You don't. I think there's a little bit of that's potentially at play too. I mean, if you're going to give it to anybody, you have to give it to one player in the Astros way ahead of time. This is the obvious guy to do it with. But I think to a lot of the commenters' points right now, there's no reason to do it right now, especially after Yainer Diaz had one good season. Jeremy Pena had an incredible rookie season, and then look what happened his sophomore year. And, I mean, now you got to wonder if he's ever going to be that guy again. And I think you could say that that's possible with Yainer Diaz, sure.
No, and that's where it's not just about it. I get the long-term concerns if it's too early for Yainer Diaz. Just from what I've seen, I feel like he's going to be very, very good for this team over the long haul. And the Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman part of that is definitely fair. Now, I don't think Kyle Tucker is upset that the Astros locked up Yordan Alvarez before him, because Kyle Tucker knows it's a bad contract. And likely if Yainer Diaz did sign a contract right now, it would be more club favorable in the long term, and it shouldn't upset those guys that much. You're not paying You're not paying $20 million.
It would be Yainer Diaz would sign a contract that Kyle Tucker would be insulted was even offered to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we're not talking about 10 years, $300 million for Yainer Diaz coming off of his rookie year. It is something more along the lines of those Braves contracts, where it is, signing these guys where they're only going to be making $7 million for the next 8 years, where sure, you're paying a little bit more up front, but then you're also, when he gets to the point where these guys are going to start making $20 million in arbitration, well, you already have them locked in for 7.
I'm good with waiting this season.
Yeah, wait.
But at some point, I would like the Astros to take the Braves model of extend guys early, get them on a bargain, and hope and pray a little bit that they're going to be good through the duration of that contract. Like, it is a huge part. You can't ignore that. But Yainer's the one guy. You wouldn't do Pena at all. Would you do Pena? Would you send Pena?
No.
That is the thing with this strategy would have been great in 2016 and 17, because you could have locked up, Carlos Correa another 3 years. You could have done a little bit more that way. But with these young guys on the Astros now, it's either too early or too late. It's either too early for Pena or Yainer. Actually, Pena maybe not. Maybe it's right on time. with Payne and you don't like it. And it's too late for the Tuckers and for the Bregmans of the world. Like, Bregman would have been a great guy to do this too, because he came up and I think he struggled his first 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, he was awesome immediately. So he would have been a guy that this kind of brave strategy, I think, would have worked effectively.
All right, we got garbage time. I got dad problems, and I've got another dad sitting to my left. He's a cat dad, but he's got advice for me. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
If you were hoping that L'Jarius Sneed would be a full-on free agent and the Texans could pursue him, sorry, he got franchise tagged as well.
So that's official.
Just made official. It does, per reports from Ian Rappaport and others. The Kansas City Chiefs are open to trading him now, and doing a tag and trade. So he's making $19 million. I can't imagine, trading for a player and then having to also to give them a new contract. When to acquire said player, you're probably giving up a first-round pick.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty expensive to go get him.
So hard pass.
I like L'Jarius Sneed a lot as a player, but yeah, this is also a guy who had help in that Chiefs secondary this past postseason with McDuffie on the other side. This is not someone that you should be trading for when you have someone as good as Derek Stingley. You're looking for a really good second corner. Steven Nelson can be that guy, I think, but you also can certainly at least look to see if you can do better.
But it does mean Chris Jones is a free agent officially.
That's what is the big part of this, because you're hoping that, at least I'm hoping, that negotiations get to a point where they think to themselves, well, we can't bring him back, because this is my number one Texans wish. Is Chris Jones.
Chris Jones.
This is the one person I'm willing to say, you know what? Who cares about money? This is one of the best defensive players in the NFL on the interior, which you're looking to improve. And he's won 3 Super Bowls, and he won 2 playoff games in this past Super Bowl run for a Chiefs team that was not as good as they'd been in prior seasons.
Okay, I did not get to see Dude 2 this weekend.
You did not? Why not?
My son got sick.
He got sick?
Yeah, he had a fever yesterday, so I had to cancel my movie-going experience.
God, you came to work with the fever? Carrying the fever?
His fever's gone. He had an ear infection.
That's what all the fathers say, because you guys have an advanced immune system, being around baby disease all the time.
It's true.
It is.
It's true. But he just had an ear infection. So
okay.
But I did not get to see Dune 2, because I had to be on dad duty because my wife was working. So yeah,
another excuse.
And then
another child excuse.
If you're on Twitch or YouTube, hello, you can see my eyes. My son stole my glasses, Paul. I don't know what happened, but he was in our room last night.
You little klepto.
He thinks everything is a game of hide and seek. And he was sleeping this morning, so I could not ask him. He's also a liar. And when I say, "Where are Daddy's glasses?" he's gonna laugh in my face. He will laugh in my face, and then
how old is he?
He turns 3 in 2 days. But he will lie. He will say, "I'll say, do you know where my glasses are?" And he will giggle and say no, and then run away.
I think you should have woken him up and asked him where they were.
My wife would get upset with that. So I might be at contacts forever now.
What's wrong with that?
I like to wear glasses at night.
I wouldn't know if someone with, unlike you two, perfect vision. I don't know what that's like to have to wear glasses.
Well, hey, if you want,
I'll figure it out eventually. I'm sure.
If you want to
get up there,
if you want to get Mapes and I LASIK,
yeah,
hit me up on Twitter.
Any LASIK doctors out there?
Street LASIK doctors. You guys trust them? No, street LASIK doctors for Joe and Sean.
No, real LASIK
do
doctors.
Do your art.
I don't want street LASIK.
No, yeah. No.
I kind of want to see how it would work.
You got to at least have a website.
Don't you guys care about show content? You're too scared, both of you, to get street LASIK surgery?
I probably want to take
You might be able to see better. You might not at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge
little
risk.
Russian roulette.
It's too much of a Russian roulette.
Not that big of a risk. If you go to like someone legit, not the street people that Paul wants, but
it does remind.
You work in radio though. I mean, like, you don't need your eyes, right?
Yeah, but look at this bright light in front of us. You know how much that would hurt if my eyes are messed up.
I very much need my eyes.
Yeah, we have to drive.
We do have to watch the sports, I guess, too.
Yeah, we have to watch sports.
I have to press so many buttons.
Yeah, I mean, we have to drive. We have to press buttons. We have to watch the games. I want to see my son grow up.
Although the I don't know, having to rely just on your ears would be interesting. Being like, man, Jalen Green's really been putting in work. I can hear those rims.
Yeah, I mean, imagine listening to Oklahoma City Thunder game. There's 3 Jalen Greens on the court at one time, I think.
Or Jalen Williams.
Jalen Williams, that's what it is. That's right. You have 3 Jalens on the court at the same time. All right, it's time for garbage time.
Gonna change the mood just for a little bit.
I was hoping you didn't see this story.
To open this up.
About it.
What story?
The toe story.
Oh, I saw the toe story. We're gonna talk about the toe story. Well, we would have to report the news. I did briefly want to touch on something because last week I know I wasn't 100% myself, and part of it had to do with the passing of a pretty good friend of mine, Maggie McKeithen, who was the morning producer over at Fox 26. Whenever you see me on Fox 26, Maggie was usually telling me to do something fun. But also, over the last half year, Maggie and I, along with Vanessa, we've become very good friends. I know she's great friends with Vanessa. We hung out on New Year's together. We went to the Houston Sports Awards together and snuck off and just drank a bunch. She was a wonderfully fun person, a ball buster, sarcastic, quick-witted. I'm still kind of in shock about it all happening, and we wish her family the best, all the love their way. I think there's a service tomorrow in Lafayette. Louisiana. But I wanted to give a shout out to the Houston Dynamo for what they did over the weekend. The Houston Dynamo basically put a shrine in her spot because in addition to doing the morning show over at Fox 26, she was going over there and probably providing more Dynamo coverage than anyone in the city. I don't think that's a reach. She did a great job over there, and they gave her a really awesome, I thought, tribute. So I wanted to give the Dynamo a shout out for that on Saturday before we get into garbage time. Maggie was awesome. Just true Louisiana fun. And I'm glad I'm not tearing up this time around. I made the joke on Fox 26 when I was on last week. She would have roasted the hell out of me if I teared up while I was on TV. So anyway, I just wanted to say that before we get into talking about toes. What a transition. I'm talking about my friend. I think she would be proud of this one.
I think she would too.
An Oklahoma high school is in trouble. They went viral after organizing a toe licking contest as a school fundraiser. This is Deer Creek High School in Oklahoma. I was listening to John and Lance discussing this morning.
I
think Granado actually has family that is in this school district. I mean,
this Granado's family the one that's running it?
Is Granado a foot guy?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't want to know, but this video is so weird.
Granado seemed disgusted. I haven't watched. There is a video from Fox 25. Wendy Suarez has it posted. Video sent to Fox 25 shows students at Deer Creek High School kissing and sucking on feet yesterday.
Why?
How are funds being raised? That's my question.
The more toes you suck, the more money you raise. How else would you raise money by sucking toes?
I also love how they censored the minors who are
they're
sucking
minors.
toes, but also the toe act. It's not because of the toe act. It's because of the. I don't get feet people. I just don't understand.
Feet people are weird.
Listen, everyone's got their kinks. Everyone's got their fetishes.
Don't care.
I'm more of a butt guy myself, but we're talking about feet. I do not get it.
Oh, and are they adult feet that they're?
Yes.
Yes. It's
That's
so
bad.
bizarre.
That's
Is it the
bad.
teachers?
I thought
these
it was
randos?
kid on kid.
Yeah, see if it was kid on kid, at least I don't know, they're of the same age.
That's gross, but it's not criminal.
Yeah. This feels like criminal.
Speaking of criminal and speaking of websites where you might take a
Vote
look
this
at
guy out.
feet, Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas, who has not been in any scandals of late, except for literally just go on a website. You'll find a new one that he's in every single day. He is suing Pornhub's parent company, so everyone who goes to Pornhub is going to have to enter a government-issued ID. I got to say, this is not Texas values. This is not libertarian at all.
This is why you must vote.
Yeah. But no, I don't think you'd actually be able to vote him out of office. I just think...
I don't either.
So he says he's doing this to protect the children and stuff. Well, now the children are just going to find the porn on another website that's probably based in Russia, and they're just going to get a bunch of spyware on the family computer, the family devices, and the family network. So this is going to backfire spectacularly. And as someone who is a proud watcher of porn, I'm not afraid to say it. I used to have an iPad that was entirely for porn watching, just for that.
How recent was this?
It doesn't work anymore. So, 3 years ago or so.
Okay. This is an adult life thing,
It's
though.
still pretty recent.
It's recent enough. But it doesn't.
You're in your 30s.
Why do you...
What? I mean, I'll be doing that in my
I guess,
50s.
I
Think
thought
I'm going
you
to
would be
stop?
no, but why you had a dedicated iPad for it?
Because I didn't want to get viruses on my computer or my phone.
Yeah, but I don't think they happen on your phone. Can you get viruses on your phone?
You can get viruses on anything, yeah.
Apple has protections against that.
Sure.
What, you're putting
you.
putting a condom on your phone?
I don't know.
You believing Apple, hook, line, and sinker?
Well, Apple ruins phones on purpose. They're the worst company on the planet, but we still all buy their products.
Yeah. And I mean, they don't do anything.
It's getting to
bad
that
at
point in time. They're starting to tank my battery on purpose.
Oh, yeah.
So I can
Mine's already there.
Yep, so they can get me to be a sucker and buy a new phone.
But I figured it was
All
on the porn I watched.
Well, that's a good way to end the show. Joel Blank, Jeremy Brandon, Brian McDonald, Killer Bees are up next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Talk to you tomorrow at 12.
Peace!
I'm hoping Jordan Love dies.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Monday edition of the Bees. Paul and Joe are talking about fire drills, and the Killer G's went 2 minutes long.
Shocker. Joe on air can't get enough of himself.
Dang. Shots fired.
Well, because Joe, this is 2 weeks in a row now that Joe takes shots at the Bees. Now he's not one of us. And then Paulie just decides to, like, be the friendly new co-host going, screw them. They're whiners. You guys you don't need to worry about them anymore.
I didn't even know all that was going on. You told me that he was talking about the fire alarm, or they were joking about it during the go away.
Yeah, because Joe was irresponsible and didn't tell his employees that work under his umbrella, so to speak, about when fire alarms were going to happen. And then they happened during our show, so we had reason to be annoyed. And then he complained about it, that we complained that he had to do extra work.
Yeah.
Weak.
Yeah. I mean, there's all this stuff that was simmering, I guess, for years and years of hanging out with the Bees. Anyways, have a good weekend, everybody. Everybody, Hive, Blankers,
not bad,
Brian, good weekend. Good weekend.
You did.
Good weekend. Yeah, good weekend. Astros, maybe a good weekend. Who cares about spring training results? It's about form and getting ready to go, right? That's what matters the most. What has been your biggest weekend takeaway of positivity? Most encouraging thing that you've heard, whether it was this weekend, you can go whole spring training, I don't care. What's the most encouraging thing to come from the Astros spring training today?
I'll keep it consistent with my opinions, which I am keeping a close eye on center field. Jake Myers is 4 for 9. Jake Myers is actually hitting the baseball. Jake Myers already early on looks like maybe he can hit a little bit. So I'm keeping an eye on that. It's a positive. It could be a lot worse. So at least he has a chance on his first 10 at-bats to hit 400.
Yeah, it's better that he's doing well than not doing well.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Did you mention that? Did you say all the doubles? 3 doubles in those
No,
4
yeah,
hits,
I didn't
so
mention the extra base hits. I just mentioned he had 4 hits.
He's been productive offensively, but who knows? Maybe just seeing really bad pitching. You never know. You never know what it's going to translate to. Once opening day comes around, you're facing big league pitchers. Brian, what about you? What's been the most encouraging thing to you?
I'm going to have to go for the sake of pitching depth, because we've talked obviously now for weeks, maybe even months at this point, like different concerns, maybe the different ups and downs this pitching staff could potentially have. And then Jose Urquidy goes out there and throws 3 scoreless innings yesterday with a couple strikeouts. So if Urquidy, knock on wood, cross your fingers, if he is right and he is his usual high 3, just below sub 4 ERA sort of self, then that certainly lengthens the starting rotation.
Yeah, I like that one. That's a good one. He's not tipping pitches anymore, which is always encouraging for a pitcher not to do that. It's not a good thing to tip your pitches. Jose Urquidy figuring out that he was tipping pitches, maybe not tipping pitches this year, and he'll be back to the Jose Urquidy of old. What was your favorite thing, Hive? 713-780-3776, your most encouraging thing. Here was mine, Christian Javier. Here was Joe Espada, skipper, most interesting manager in the world. We know that about Joe Espada. Here was his comments after the performance, as courtesy of Brian McTaggart, another interesting man, after Christian Javier's first outing in spring training.
Javi, I like his changeup against some lefties. The fastball was there, up in the zone to righties and both lefties. So really nice outing for him.
What did you think specifically about the sort of the life on the fastball? I know something he was trying to maybe regain.
Yeah, and it showed. I know it's early in camp, but that's, just how good his body was working. Lower half, synchronized with his upper arm, his upper body, and just how he was working down the hill, and he was hitting his spot. So that was good to see.
Not to overreact on one outing, but Christian Javier is pivotal to the Astros' success, no matter what else happens in the rotation, because Christian Javier at his best can be a top 5, 7 AL Cy Young guy. To pitch it deep into games, maybe that can hurt his chances, but at his very best, he's somebody who can be top of the rotation guy. At his worst, he doesn't last an inning in Game 7 of the ALCS. But the 2 things that stood out to me with what Espada said, life on the fastball, great, because last year he lost some life on his fastball. Up in the zone, he's got to live there. And then the kind of the under-the-radar thing that I heard, change-ups to lefties.
Yeah.
We've talked about a third pitch for Christian Javier. Have something that can just be decent to really set up your other two pitches, which your best pitches are the fastball and the breaking ball.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's what's exciting when you start getting deeper into spring training is you heard that with Javier, and we already had talked how the importance of that might do something. The fact that Hunter Brown was experimenting with a slower curveball to kind of offset his fastball and his slider. If they can get command of those pitches, that's how pitchers, either in the case of Javier, find the command and the ability to do the things he's done in the past, or in the case of Hunter Brown, maybe that lets him kind of take that next step towards being an above average pitcher in this league. It's fantastic when you hear those kind of things because, there's bad news sprinkled in along the way too. And some of the things that you hear along the way with all the positives that go on can disappoint you. Yeah, it's for the good of Verlander throwing 60 pitches. It's kind of bad that you hear the fact that J.P. France doesn't look like he's anywhere close to playing Major League Baseball.
Of all the six, though, not to be like a jerk, but I do that so naturally. Of all the six starting, why are you laughing so much at that, Brian? Brian's getting a kick out of that.
You lean into being a heel character at times. I think you enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't enjoy being a jerk. I don't want to be a jerk. I have a kind heart.
I didn't say jerk. I said heel.
If I could pick one Astros starter of the six that we expected, he'd be the one that I would be like, hey, one starting pitcher is going to miss 2 months at the start of the year. I would be like J.P. France. J.P. France is that guy for me.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't include the guys that are injured because you're hoping that you get them
six,
back.
The six that you were supposed to have for opening day.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, Urquidy's the guy that
That'd be the
what
question
he is.
there.
But,
it'd be Urquidy or France.
Yeah, Urquidy's the guy that I was going to say we already have seen kind of his ceiling, but I don't know that J.P. France has a chance to even get to Urquidy's ceiling. We don't know. I mean, he did exactly what they needed to do at a time when they sorely needed someone to do it last year, but I don't know if he's in their long-term plan. So I don't know. It's just nice until you get the injured guys back to have all hands on deck.
Getting back to the clip we heard there from Joe Espada about Christian Javier, the other thing I heard him mentioning, besides what you guys talked about, was he got into kind of mechanics and how Javier's mechanics were good, and he got into very specifics about what was happening. But that was one of the things I think we saw last year, and it might have been attributed, as you've pointed out, Jeremy, to weight, and he came into camp now losing 10, 15 pounds, and his location missed a lot last year. We saw that fastball. Not only was it 2-3 miles an hour slower, he wasn't hitting the very top of the zone. He was drifting just down a little bit where guys could catch up to it. So if on top of his fastball having more life, he's also now dialing in his location even more, we really could see Javier unlock the form that he's had in the past.
To nitpick that a little bit, just to be the jerk that I am.
Heel turn.
He walked two guys in 3 innings. He threw 26 pitches and 16 strikes.
But that doesn't necessarily mean he's not putting pitches where he wants to. Obviously, you're not intending to throw every pitch in the zone.
Sure.
And it's his second start of the spring, first start of the
First.
spring. Yeah, so, I'm not going to be too overly concerned about, the number of walks to strikes yet.
The holding runners is something I'm also going to be looking at closely with Javier.
Sure.
They said that 2 guys stole bases on him, and he's really slow to the plate, all that stuff. I don't think that's ever going to change, and that's important with Javier. That's important for any pitcher because if you put a guy on and Javier walks a decent amount, all of a sudden it's at least a double. You're walking a runner into scoring position if it's a guy with decent speed whatsoever. And I don't know if there's really an answer for Javier to limit that. If he refuses to add a slide step, which Hunter Brown added a slide step to his repertoire going into the season for spring training, if Javier is not going to slide step, I don't think there's an answer to being able for him to control the run game.
And we already know that with the bigger bases and the limited times you can throw over, that stealing bases and taking second is going to be a lot easier than it's been in the past. But then when you have pitchers that just basically blatantly don't make adjustments and changes to try and cut back on things that you already have tendencies to do, it causes a problem with the fact that, and I'm curious, I understand his pitch count goes up, but can his control get better? You can get your pitch count up, but you still can control the way you walk people, how many guys you give free bases to instead of making them earn it. But it remains to be seen as we go forward if he's going to be able to adjust at all.
Yeah, that's something that's of the positivity I've seen. It's Christian Javier being slimmed down, losing all that extra weight he was carrying last year. People got mad at me whenever I said that. I think that they're running, which is good because Fromber looks like he's in better shape too. And the stuff appears to be there for Christian Javier. We know that his stuff plays whenever he has it going. 713-780-ESPN. What has been your biggest positive thing, encouraging thing to come from Astros spring training? 713-780 880-3776. Busy show today. We finally saw the contract extension of Matt Chapman, and can it relate to Alex Bregman in any way? Jalen Green went off. He's back. The Wilson Commission, Aaron Wilson, he's not always right, but a lot of times he is. And he had like a report on every single Texans free agent. There's an interesting name that's out in free agency too, it appears, that could be attractive for the Texans. A Mailbag Monday, you can ask us whatever you want to ask us. And Mike Evans is staying put in Tampa. What does it mean, though, that the Texans were not interested in Mike Evans? I know that they never really had that opportunity, but we saw reports that the Texans were not interested in Mike Evans, even if he did dabble in free agency. What does it tell you that the Texans were not interested? But when we come back, let's dive into those Alex Bregman rumors, the next contract and what he was expected to get. I think they've been greatly exaggerated with the latest deal for Matt Chapman. Did that Chapman deal bring Alex Bregman back into play for the Astros? 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. We're on ESPN Houston on YouTube. Joel's at Pac-Man Joel on the Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a few words from my friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure. I talk about it all the time. If you don't have your hair, you're losing your hair, you're thinning up there, Doc Linville can get it back. And it's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that mask the problem. It's literally getting your own hair back because genetically, as Doc explained it to me, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter where else you do lose it. And he can take some of that, repurpose it, put it where you need it, and really in no time at all, you see positive results, you see your hair back, and you feel better about yourself. As a listener to ESPN 97.5, you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. It normally costs $150. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com, set up an appointment. It's absolutely free, and therefore let the process go from there. Ask questions, get answers, see if you might be interested in being the next in line to get the NeoGraft. It doesn't cost you anything, no signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, no commitment, just getting questions answered and finding out if you might be interested. It's really that simple. He loves our listeners. He's seen a ton of results and a lot of listeners that are happy because they've come to see him. You could be the next in line. Check him out today. Go to 975hair.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We asked, what's the most encouraging thing you've seen from Astros spring training? 3209 said, I'm encouraged that even with all the injuries, the Cougs can still score 87 points. Not Astros, but I'm always here for good Coug conversation.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
I enjoyed the hell out of that game Saturday night.
Houston winning in Norman. My oldest kid from Oklahoma, and he was rooting for Oklahoma, so he got a little bit of trash talk, which he might land on the list. He might land. Yeah, I mean, he's in that stubborn age, being a little honorary type of thing. But he got a little talking to after Houston won that game. There are all the injuries, all three from the same position. Terrence Arsenault out for the year. Ramon Walker likely out for the year. JoJo Tugler, Samson announcing today, out for the year. They all play the 4. They all play the 4. So the Cougars are pretty banged up there. They'll have to figure some things out. Javier Francis has to play more minutes, stay on the floor. Fouled out in 12 minutes against Oklahoma. That can't happen.
It's kind of a relief that Roberts. I was worried and concerned it was more like a sprained thumb or ligaments in the thumb. So to find out if it's only stitches, then he can get through that. And he played his tail off.
Yeah, he played with it too.
Yeah, and was using left hand bank shots and stuff to still score points.
Well, he's left-handed.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
They kept saying on the broadcast he was going to the other hand.
Yeah. Well, he used the right a little bit in the first half.
Okay.
But yeah, he's left-handed, and the stitches were on the. He had 7 stitches.
But he literally was
between
playing
the thumb
one-handed.
and the finger.
I mean,
He did.
He wasn't even trying to touch it with the other hand.
He was kind of tentative with it. Yeah, he was. But he still was super effective. But a good win for the Cougs. Cougs number 1 in the nation, the AP and the coaches poll. Polls out today. Final week of the regular season. UCF Wednesday, and then Kansas at home on Saturday. Should be a lot of fun. 713-780-3776. So we finally got Matt Chapman to sign. We've been waiting for Matt Chapman to sign so we could kind of compare and contrast Alex Bregman, Chapman entering free agency a year earlier than Bregman. Chapman I don't think is as good as Alex Bregman, but I think it's close. I think it's comparable.
You and I kind of did the whiteboard a week or so ago where Chapman may be an edge defensively and power, but Bregman, better plate discipline, better hit for average, and the defense isn't that far off.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The contract on Chapman is $20 million in year 1, $18 million in year 2, $16 million in year 3. He has 2 opt-outs, so I guess he gets the only time he could get an opt-outs after the first year, after the second year. You do the math on that though, and it's $18 million per year for 3 years. Even if we assume that Alex Bregman is a better player than Matt Chapman, which is a fair assumption, is he $5 million better? Is he $7 million better per year? Like, how much million is Alex Bregman better than Chapman? I have it at about $5 million better per year than Matt Chapman.
Yeah, if you're going just by what you would average out, what he's had in the last 2 contracts, I guess it is with the Astros, it'd be around 25 to 30. So, yeah, anywhere from 5 to 7 is fair.
Right, but I'm talking about, like, his value to
Going
a team.
forward.
Like if he played, like this year like he did last year, or even if you just take 2023 numbers, how much money better is Alex Bregman than Matt Chapman? I estimate about $5 million. If we assume that it's $5 million, and let's be kind to Alex Bregman, and let's give him the extra year, that puts him at $92 million over 4 years if you're looking at it from a Matt Chapman as your baseline and then adding Alex Bregman $5 million more. So, like, the idea that Bregman was going to get $300 million for 10 years has always been asinine. It's always been crazy. The Athletic had a story today where this is like contract extension season. Like, this is when you see a lot of contracts get done 3 weeks prior to the regular season. You see guys who are pre-arbitration deals. That's why the Killer G's were talking about Yainer Diaz, and who was the other one that they were talking about? Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena has even been asked about contracts. Like, well, if they're willing to talk, we'll always listen. So this is kind of this is contract extension season. So they had some candidates that could be extended. Alex Bregman was one of those candidates. The Athletic projects an Alex Bregman extension at 7 years, $210 million. So that's $30 million per year. Do you do 7 years, 210? 713-780-3776. What would you do, Blankers? Would you give him 7 years for
7
210?
years is too much in my mind, and $30 million a year, based on the fact that I think his stats are declining. I think he's on the. I don't think that you're going to see. I think, Brian, it might have been a day that you and I were finishing.
Yeah, what my cash or trash it like last week was based on. I think Bregman's going to sign something similar to Bellinger, which was 3 years, $80 million.
Yeah, to me, I don't mind, and I think that the Astros would definitely probably entertain a 3-year deal. I don't think they're gonna even think twice about saying no to a 7-year deal. I think 7 years, based on where he's at, the fact that he seems to be on the decline overall his entire game, but that he's not going to be getting any better. We're not going to see this big spike in production and all that stuff. I think 7 years is too much. I think $30 million a year is too much, and that's why you're right. When we were talking about Chapman, I was real curious because the talk was that Chapman was going to get all this money still, no matter what, and I was like, I don't know, we'll see. But when Chapman signed that, my eyebrows went up. I was like, okay, wait a minute now. because now Bregman's hating that. And Bregman's going to have to play his ass off this year if he thinks he's worth a whole hell of a lot more. But if Bregman wants to sit down and look at those numbers as kind of a benchmark and go, hey, like to Jeremy's point, I'll even throw $5 more million on that per year for 3 or 4 years. I'm in on that conversation, but I'm not going to 30 a year.
Yeah, there's just, I mean, there's no way the Astros would even remotely consider 7 years. I don't even think they'd go to 6, which has kind of been their limit on most guys. I think that at most, because he is going into his age 30 season, would be 5 years, and I really even wouldn't want that, especially out of $30 million AAV. I really do think you're looking at something pretty close to what Bellinger got, that 3-year $80 million. It's probably a little bit less. I think they probably max him out at $25 per year. So let's say 3 years, $75 million. If that is the offer, I would certainly do it on Bregman.
Yeah.
Would the Astros do it? I think obviously contract length would be fine. AAV is obviously a little bit on the high side when you compare it to Chapman, but I'd be willing to go 3 years, $75 to keep Bregman.
I think they would do that. I think the Astros would do that. Now, it's nowhere near like. Okay, let's play the game here a little bit because Bregman's going to want way more than that.
Of course.
Scott Boras is cool with his players wanting way more than that, and Scott Boras isn't clamoring for his players to sign early. Blake Snell still unsigned. Chapman was a Boras guy, still unsigned. I think there's Bellinger was a Boras guy, and then that was the Boras 4.
Yeah.
The Boras 4 that they hadn't signed until recently.
Right.
Bellinger, Chapman, Snell, and Jordan Montgomery. Mm-hmm. 2 of those guys are still unsigned. Now that is telling you something. It is telling you that what the players think they're worth isn't the actual marketplace anymore. And you could throw regional sports networks as to the reasons why. One of the reasons why I think general managers are just wisening up and not signing 30-year-olds to 7-year deals because it's not smart business. So I do think that Bregman comes back into the Bellinger. I think it's a good comp. I think he's going to make more than Chapman, but showing you the demand on Chapman, I think is going to have an effect on Alex Bregman. Now, the timeline on when the Astros could re-sign Bregman, because they're not going to go 7 for 210. They're not going to go 300 for 10, especially seeing this offseason and what free agents got. If the Astros were to bring back Bregman on a Bellinger deal and a Chapman super deal, it's going to be this time next year. Yeah. It's going to be late February, early March.
Yeah, it's going to be when Scott Boras, because Scott Boras puckered a little bit when he started seeing that Chapman wasn't getting the market and that he's got other clients in line. And this takes me all the way back to when it really started to go against the super agents and the super contracts all the way back to Keuchel. And then he had to scramble. But he has to see that the writing's on the wall, that the teams aren't just throwing out money the way they used to. And they're certainly not doing it for 5 to 10 year deals at massive, losses on the final 3-4 years of a return on investment on a long-term deal. And that's got to worry the hell out of him. And that's why I said Bregman, if he's going to change the narrative at all to try and earn extra money, he really is playing for his new contract this season, and he's got to go off the charts.
But absolutely, that's 100% true. I just think the timeline's what's impacted the
You're
most
right. Yeah.
with Alex
And I think
Bregman.
if the Astros say no, I don't think it's because of the years. Obviously, it's not because of the AAV. But if they have to wait to basically, let's say, this exact day next year, March 4th, I mean, at that point, if you don't get Bregman, if you wait that long on Bregman and you miss, then what is your option? Unless you're comfortable with whoever is behind him in AAA, your options are pretty much at that point dried up.
It's the DiVincenzo guy, and it's Billy Wagner's son.
Yep.
But you're right. Like if maybe you don't feel like they're there, maybe you already make a move because you're not willing to wait on Bregman until late in spring training.
But I also think, to your point on if we could be here next year, or he could be there at about the same time, is because unless he does play his tail off, no team is going to be jumping to the phone as quick as they can and rushing to get Alex Bregman signed for 7 years and $25-30 million. Because if he doesn't if he's just the same old Alex Bregman, if he's expecting to break the bank or really get a monster deal, he is going to be sitting here this long next year.
And if he gets the 7-year $210, that means he had a heck of a year, and I'm shaking his hand and thanking him for his 2024 and wishing him best in his future endeavors. Because if he plays to that, like, he's probably going to have a top 5 MVP season, and that would be kind of finding the fountain of youth because Bregman hadn't been there in a while. Bregman was 19th last year in MVP voting. He was 22nd this past season. Back in 18-19, finished 5th, finished runner-up to Mike Trout. He's not that same type of player anymore.
But like you always are quick to mention, and it's right. You're not paying him for what he's done.
Mm-hmm.
You're paying him for what and even if he has a breakout year this year, it might be the last one we see because we remember just what you just mentioned. The last time he had that monster year was 2019? The Trout year when he was in the running for MVP?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so you're looking at 4 or 5 years ago, the last time he did it. If he does it this year betting on himself, I would bet that he doesn't do it again the rest of this contract.
Yep.
The new one.
713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Andy, you're in the Hive for the Bees. What's up, Andy?
Yeah, boy, he put a big old mountain on top of his shoulders when he said he looks to have his best year ever.
Yeah.
That's 41 HRs, 119 RBIs, 296 average, and over 1,000 OPS. I don't bet, but I would lay big time money in Vegas. He doesn't come close to that.
Yeah.
Makes me almost think that Boris got him and said, hey, you need to do this, film yourself working, doing all the batting practice he was doing and on social media, and go out there and tell him that you're going to have your best year ever, hoping that the Astros may sign him during the year. But look, that's 5 years ago.
Yep.
4 years ago he did that, and he hasn't been there. Look, McCormick was a better hitter than he was last year. McCormick, there's no way you pay this guy $25 million a year for 3 or 4 years. You just don't do it. You just got to, we let it. How many people have they let go? And everybody, we let Correa go. We let Springer go. Cole's left. Charlie Moore. I mean, all these people. And what do they keep doing?
They keep winning. They keep winning, Andy.
They keep winning the AL.
You're right. They keep winning. No, you're right. I completely agree with you. Thank you for the call, Andy. Andy's a smart guy, too, because he said RBIs, which I'm always a big fan of that. I mean, he's right. Chaz was a better offensive player, statistically, than Alex Bregman last year, depending on if you want to go OPS metric, 842 for Chaz, 804 for Bregman. If you want to go OPS plus, which is basically the same thing. They just average the average hitter to 100. Chaz was 130, and Bregman was 122. Chaz was a better hitter last year. Bregman hasn't been that player since 19. And the year that Bregman had last year, too, is kind of his new standard. 801 in 2020, the COVID-shortened year. 777 in an injury-riddled 2021. But he followed that up with an 820 and an 804. Like, this is who Alex Bregman is. He is no longer a top 5 MVP candidate.
No, he's not.
And that's okay. That's all right. But you're not going to get 210 for 7. You're going to get Matt Chapman plus a little bit.
Right. I think the only reason that they're sitting there looking at this and looking at the Astros trying to get more is because they are going to try and play at the heartstrings. They're going to try and say, for all we've done, the loyalty, and and we want to be here and finish our career here and do the kind of things that Altuve is going to do here. It's a business. At the end of the day, he's been more of a roller coaster. Last year he was tinkering a lot more. Last year he was changing his swing. He's always gonna be in the video, on the video on the iPad all the time, watching his swing. But at the same time, he was up, he was down. When he found it, there were pockets where he was really good, and then he fell off for quite a bit too. So is that lack of consistency worth that kind of money on those years? I don't think so.
I think he's a good player.
He's
trying
an above average player.
I would say he's a good player. Because with his command of the strike zone, he draws a lot of walks. He plays a really good third base, which is a premium defensive position. It's not shortstop, it's not center, it's not catcher, but it's important. I think Bregman's a really good player. He's not a $30 million a year player. King of Twitch says Chapman screwed Breggy. It wasn't Chapman. It's the market. What was Chapman going to do?
Chapman
Not
wanted
play
to play
baseball
this
this year?
year?
Right.
Yeah.
It's the market. The market is readjusting itself. Brian, I interrupted you. My bad.
No. My only pushback to what the caller said, he specifically said, Bregman's not worth $25 million per year, and maybe that's right. Maybe he's more closer to 21 or 20, and we can argue over the exact dollar amount. But I think the only difference in between what the Astros did in the past, letting guys like Springer and Morton and those guys go, Garrett Cole, and the list goes on, is their farm system in some of those years was more equipped to replace those guys than it is now. And you mentioned earlier in the segment a couple of names that they like at the third base, and maybe those guys are answers, but you're operating with a farm system that across the board from whoever you look at is now ranked in the bottom 5, whereas they were ranked much higher when they were replacing some of those other names. So you have to balance, is Bregman worth this versus can we actually replace him by calling somebody up from AAA?
See, because my big thing is when I say he's an above average player, that means he's good. I just don't think he's great. I don't think he's superstar. I don't think he's worth, especially at this point in his career and his age, I don't think he's worth the kind of money that we're talking about here in the 25 to 30 range for the amount of years that he may be searching for.
I don't think he's going to get it, though. And I think that these deals at this offseason have told you that. Maybe he gets the AAV like Brian's contract where Bellinger, which is a 3-year type of deal, but he's not going to get the total value of even like what we've heard. Like, no, I don't think 310 was ever on the table. I think that was put out there by somebody who doesn't know ball. The 210 for 7 in the Athletic, like that's still extremely high on the range. That would mean that he has to have a throwback the clock type of season in 2023 to maybe get that. But the realistic range now is Matt Chapman plus a few million, maybe an extra year, Cody Bellinger. That is what the market is telling us that Alex Bregman's
and the ceiling's
worth.
25. It's not 30.
I think it could be 30. I think it could be 30 on a short-term deal, yeah. If it's a 2 to 3 year
Not
deal,
here.
I think I don't know.
I don't think they're going to give him 30 a year.
I don't think so either. But on a shorter term deal, the Astros are willing to spike the AAV. Where Crane is not going to love spending is the long term deal. He doesn't want to put 30 million AAV and be committed to it for years 4 through 7. Bregman has a good year. The market's not there. I could see Jim Crane overspending on the AAV if it's a short term deal. In fact, Jim Crane did it this offseason. He did it with Josh Hader after they got the news on Kendall Graveman. So I could see the Astros paying the 30 million AAV. A lot of factors. Has to have a good year. Can't fall off. The market isn't going to give him the long-term deal, and it's going to come in late February, early March.
Yeah, and I haven't looked at who else is going to be a free agent third baseman next year, but I'm not going to say I'm going to guarantee, but based on who the names are, there are going to be guys out there that are going to be willing to take a short-term deal in that kind of range that are probably going to be similar type players at this point in Bregman's career, because that's what I'm saying. He isn't where he once was when he was towards the top of everybody's list as a third baseman, offensively and defensively.
1483, why does MLB not use the technology they use in college to call pitches to stop sign stealing? They do. They have the PitchCom. It's a little different. PitchCom is the little headphone device, and then the catcher punches the pitch into like the little remote control thing. College baseball uses the K-band, so they have kind of
I saw that.
It looks like an Apple Watch kind of.
It really does.
And then it's usually the pitching coach in the dugout, they're relaying the pitch, and then they look at the watch. Okay, that's the pitch I'm throwing. And then multiple players have it. Like you have the catcher, you have some infielders that have it as well. So they do have the same stuff. It's just one's the K-band, and then that's visual, and then the other one is the PitchCom, which is audio.
To me, it would seem, and I was curious why MLB wouldn't kind of eliminate even more. Why wouldn't they go to the Apple Watch as well, too? Because it seems like it would eliminate seeing what buttons the guys
Boston
are
would be a big fan of that. The Red Sox would be a huge fan of the Apple Watch.
But I'm just saying, I don't understand otherwise. It just seems like the way the PitchCom thing falls off all the time. Everybody's looking to see what numbers they're punching or how they're punching it in. This might eliminate a lot of that, and the thing in the hat that keeps falling out. It seems like if the pitcher keeps it on the inside of his wrist on his glove hand, I was watching on Shin the College Classic this weekend, and the pitcher just kept looking on the inside of his wrist. He saw the pitch, and they were ready to go.
I think the K-band is better than PitchCom.
I do too.
I think it is better. There must be a reason they don't. It's probably big business, quite frankly. 3451. Bregman had a good year. Let him go. You squeezed all the juice out of that orange. I agree. And then we're not going to read this text here from 4488. Bregman post trash can banging is not the same player. We're not going to read that. Plus, the timeline doesn't really add up to that. The commission said that the Astros stopped doing it in 17, used it for little itty bitty parts of 18, and then it was gone completely. Bregman's big years came in 18 and 19. So the timeline doesn't add up according to the report from the commissioner's office. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Jalen Green, am I allowed to use ham? Am I too old to use the word ham? You know,
I mean, it's part of your last name.
Jalen Green went ham. Can Brand Ham pull that off? Jalen Green went ham. Sure. Jalen Green had the best game that he's had all season, arguably. The Rockets get their best win, of the season. Any chance that this was the start of the turning point for the Houston Rockets? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ocho texting in, gutsy against all odds win by the Cougs. Shed got most of the glory, but Mr. Lionel Cryer Jr. and Mr. Jawan, I don't know what he said, Andone? I don't think that's his name. Roberts did the heavy lifting offensively. The Cougs impressively overcame an Oklahoma team that played above their own heads offensively. Ocho's usually not quick to a compliment. So that's very complimentary coming from Ocho. The people want to talk Cougars today. We're not going to stand in the way. You want to talk Cougars? 713-780-3776.
I don't know that it was an against all odds.
I disagree.
Huh?
I disagree. I mean, I'm a homer, but I disagree. You're without Tugler that game.
What's your favorite? Your number one team in the nation.
Sure, but no one knew Tugler was going to be out. Like, how are you not against? Okay, I see what you're saying. You're kind of nitpicking the odds thing. You were favored to win. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I would say it was more there was adversity. Like, sure, not against the odds. Sure, that's a good point. I concede defeat there. I'll take the L on that.
There's
one.
a difference.
But there was
in
adversity.
Terminology.
Yeah. You're right. I agree. But there was adversity there. You're without JoJo. He doesn't play, which, I mean, that loss is huge.
That's big.
He's one of your better defensive players. They have these advanced metrics and defensive stuff, blah, 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 blah. He's like top 15 per minute in defensive efficiency in the country.
Frashilli keeps calling him the best 6-6 guy in the country.
Does he?
But he does the little things. I mean, he's aggressive. He keeps balls alive. Even if he doesn't rebound an offensive rebound the basketball, he keeps the ball alive so somebody else can get to it. He's aggressive out there. He's going to be a big loss, I think.
Yeah, I do too. And then you stack that on to the other two guys that got hurt. Terrence Arsenault had been playing backup 4 minutes. Ramon Walker had been playing backup 4 minutes. JoJo's a big. So you're down to two bigs, and then you're playing Ced Lott, who's being pressed into action. It's not ready. He's super raw, has tons of talent. Probably wouldn't play this year if you were fully healthy. But you got no choice now, and he's going to have to play. So that's the adversity there.
One-handed for a little bit.
And then that's part of the adversity, too. And then Francis in foul trouble, a little bit more adversity. So maybe adversity's the better word to use there. You're absolutely right. 713-780-3776. You want to keep talking Cougs, be happy to do that, obviously. Rockets lost. Rockets won the other day. Jalen Green went off. I just teased that it was the most impressive Rockets win of the season. Arguably, Junior Bronco says he thinks the 3 wins against Denver earlier this year were more impressive.
I don't.
They went into Denver and won a game too.
Yeah, but Denver
defending
was
champs.
Kind of just they had injuries for I think 2, if not all 3 of those games. They had at least one of their. They had Murray was out for sure, and they had I want to say Gordon or somebody else, and Porter Jr. were out for some of those 2 of those games. But I think these 3 games to win 2 of the 3, 1 here, 1 there. And obviously they got one from you, but you had a chance to win that too against a team that a lot of people think has the talent to really compete for the West. Was great. And Booker was a complete a-hole. And he was trying to do things. And I love the fact that the honesty of Royale Ivy, I believe, the assistant coach for the Rockets, with Vanessa, came out and said, Booker's mad, says we got lucky at home. They aren't going to do this to us. We're not going to do that to him here. And they're going to make sure of it. Well, you lost 2 out of 3. You lost 1 in each spot, so they did do it to you. And then you got punked by a rookie because you tried to be tough. You didn't want to fight. Cam went at him, wouldn't back down. And you hear, Nurkic say, oh, yeah, and we had to teach the kid a lesson because he got a little out of hand the last game. What did he do? He dunked on you? Like, you're supposed to be a veteran team that's supposed to be chasing a chip. Be better than that. I mean, you got shown up.
Did you see they I don't know this account, but they somehow grab the game audio and then they slow it down and they amplify the crowd mic or the effects mic, and they turn down the broadcasters, and then you can kind of hear what they're saying.
Okay.
And all Jalen Green was doing was saying no. Like, he stopped them defensively on that play, and he was like, "You're not getting anything." Basically, no. That's all he was saying.
That's to Beal.
He was saying to Bill, because he kind of locked him up on that play, and he got a little bit of help at the rim. And then Bill just got mad by that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, and then. Karma, Booker sprains his ankle at the end of the game, too, after talking all that mess. And the thing is, the one thing I do appreciate about Ryan Hollins on the telecast is the fact that he will call out bad calls, and he will show you when guys are playing dirty. And when you watch Booker in all 3 of those games, he was constantly grabbing jerseys, pulling, tugging, cheap shot here, cheap shot there, and getting away with it. And Hollins' point was, it's right there blatantly in front of one of the 3 officials. Call it, because it's not part of the game. And then it got to the point where, and now Booker's coming out after the game going, I remember when guys did that to me. All it was we don't have enough of that in the game anymore. I wanted more competition. I wanted to fire them up. Well, you lost 2 out of 3 getting fired up. Hope it was fun for you.
I agree with what he said. But if
About
you're going
firing him up?
yeah, I'm cool with that. Like, I'm cool.
Well, you also
like,
want to see what a rookie's got, too, right?
that-
Challenge him a little bit.
Absolutely. And then sometimes, like, you need that as a player. Like, Michael Jordan exists. Like, he invented things to have a chip on his shoulder. So I'm fine with that. But then you probably got to win 2 of 3 at least instead of lose 2 of 3. So that was the issue there. But Jalen, to me, played really well, obviously. I love the fact that he got fired up. Like, you want to see this consistency. I want to see Jalen Green play fired up from tip-off to finish. Like, that's where I think that he's going to have to do to take his game to that next level. He's never going to be a consistent shooter, in my opinion. Maybe he can work his way into that. He's going to have streaky games where he can explode and hit half his threes and score 35. He's going to have other nights where he's going to go 1 of 7 from 3, but because of his aggressiveness, which I want him to, like, adapt, get to the free throw line, score 20 even when you're not shooting well.
That's the key to him maturing as a player, right? Understanding who you are and how you can still affect the game. On the nights when the first couple jump shots don't go in or the first couple threes miss, that doesn't mean the game's over for you or you're going to have one of those nights because you're so talented taking the ball to the rack and drawing contact, hanging in the air. And also he can get others involved more when he doesn't have those blinders on and look just only for his own shot. That's how he can affect the game. And if he wants to play defense, that's just a huge plus.
I've seen him play defense more this year.
He's capable.
He's definitely capable, and he wants to. He's a pretty good defender. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Robbie heeded our advice. He wants to talk a little Cougs. Robbie, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up?
Oh, I'm happy to be here. Just let me ask you, how do you feel about the officiating? I thought it was atrocious in the Cougs game.
Appreciate the call,
Thanks,
Robbie.
I'll leave that to you, Jeremy.
I think officials do a fabulous job. I think they're all very good. I think that they all have 20/20 vision. I think that they're all excellent. I think it's the toughest job in the world to do. I'm like, I know I'm being a little bit silly right now. I'm usually pro officials. Like, from people who do sports radio or like just have a social media account and talk about sports, I'm more pro official umpire than most people. I know how difficult that job can be. I thought they were fair. Like, it was a tight whistle.
I'm trying to think, like, what calls were...
It was tight.
But I don't
they
think
weren't
that
letting
anything
them play like
went
they normally play.
against the Cougs blatantly that I can remember, except for I'm
well,
trying to think
I mean, if you have a tight whistle, is not good for Cougars defensively.
But was there a call too late that could have changed the tide?
No, I thought they were fine. I mean, I thought they were fine officials, but they just had a tight whistle,
Yeah.
which is fine. Some
You're
crews
right,
are going to have that.
I mean, the Cougs like to play aggressive, and
Yeah.
that's part of the defensive mantra.
Especially whenever you're down players. Like, now you don't have the depth. You don't want a tight whistle because foul trouble is going to really hurt you. But I thought they were fine. Most officials do a fabulous job. I'm not anti-official whatsoever. That's very difficult, especially when you have like a Cougar defense. Like, how you can officiate that game? That's tough to do. 713-780-37. They had a tight whistle. I will say that. 5433. Keep talking Cougars as much as possible in the coming weeks. All right, we'll do. And then he had a laughing. What is this emoji? I'm not even sure what this emoji is. I've never seen this emoji. It's like an emoji smiling and showing off its grill. Is that special? I've never noticed that. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to the question. Was this the turning point of the season for the Rockets? Any chance of that? Also, the general manager. Has Rafael Stone been a success or a failure this year? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, you got games on an NBA docket tonight. You've got college basketball just about every night. You got sports galore all the time. And if you want to put some money down on it, the only place I tell you to do it is mybookie.ag, because mybookie.ag is the best in the business, in my opinion. Been in business for over a decade. They ain't going anywhere. So neither is your money. It's safe and secure. It's in your account. And because you listen to us and you use MyBookie, you can reap the benefits. Use our promo code BET975 whenever you see an opportunity, and you can cash in. You can cash in on things. If you get a friend to sign up, you get a bonus. If you reload your account, you get a bonus. If you sign up for the first time, you get a bonus. And those bonuses can be used in games and in the online casino to where you have a chance to have more things to bet on, more chances to win, and more chances to cash in. It's fantastic. And I mentioned that live casino. When there's no games going on, you can still go to mybookie.ag and have live dealers that are waiting for you for things like blackjack, poker, roulette, all right there from the comfort of your own home. You don't have to drive to the casino. You don't have to deal with all the parking and all the prices and all the other things. You just sit there in the comfort of your own home, and you can gamble with casino games as well. Check them out today, because you are going to be glad you did. And always use our promo code Bet975. As I always tell you, bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Rockets winning at Phoenix. Can this be their chance of a turning point to try to save their season if you feel like they're playing or bust in 2023-24?
I don't think you and I feel that they're doing that anyway. I don't think they're playing or bust. And I think time's running out on the rest of this season. Though those were good wins. I mean, to beat a team of that caliber, those are definitely feathers in your cap during a season that has been so up and down. But I don't think they have to do this. And I think that, I'm steadfast in the belief that there's the best way to still make this team better is to not fight for the play-in. I mean, obviously you want to win every game, but it would be better suited long-term if you not only had the Brooklyn pick, but if somehow there was a way to hang on to your own for one more season. Now, whether you trade it, you use it, you've got the chance to add two more quality assets to a really good young roster that is going to be very, very enticing to other teams and for your own team if you just choose to stick and pick wherever you get.
Yeah, I'm pro tank, obviously, but I do understand that you're at the mercy of the lottery ball, so I'm kind of like, whatever. Like, however the season plays out, it plays out. If you lose a bunch of games down the stretch and you increase your odds to be a top 4 pick by 5%, outstanding, great. If you make a run to where you're in must-win games with 2 or 3 games to play for that 10 spot, okay. Like, just take the season where the season goes. Now, to answer the question, no, I don't feel like this is a chance for the turning point. The one caveat is the Rockets do have like the 5th easiest schedule in their remaining games. They're 26-34. They played 60 games. They have 22 left. But the teams ahead of them, like, who are they catching? The Lakers are 6 games ahead of them. Nope. With 22 games to play. Are they catching the Lakers by 6 with 22 left to play? Nope. I don't think so. Golden State, they're 6 ahead of you with 22 to play. Are you catching the Warriors? No. Dallas, they're a game and a half ahead of those teams. So if they're a game and a half ahead of those teams, you're looking at 7.5 back of them. You're 8.5 back of Phoenix. Who are you catching? So even though you have the easy schedule, even though it's great you got this win at Phoenix, just the 6th road win of the year, it's great that Jalen Green played well. The answer that I have to the question is this: the last chance of a turning point? I don't see the team that you're catching.
You're not. And the thing is, That's why, to me, it's more vitally important just to figure out who a lot of these guys are going to be. Will the real Jalen Green please stand up? We've been here already throughout the season multiple times where he has a game like this or a heater for a couple of games, and we think, oh, this is the breakout point for Jalen Green. Now we're asking, is this the breakout point for this team? And the thing is, I just want to see what all these guys are going to be. I mean, not just Jalen Green. You're still trying to figure out Jabari, though he's had more consistency. The double-doubles are nice, and we kind of know that he's not going to be in the running for a superstar-type player, but he could be a really good player in this league, and you want to see that continue to develop. Alpe's been up and down, but had a breakout season. I think you've seen enough to know he's already one of your key pieces, superstar or not, depending on how you label that. You're waiting to see what Amen can be. Let's see more of him. Let's not worry about trying to make the play-in game. Let's see as much of him and maybe not as much of Holiday so that you can figure out who he can truly be. Cam Whitmore, same way. Tari's now out for the year, so now there's a spot in the rotation that you don't have to worry about getting a young guy more run. But there's still I want to see more of Dylan Brooks to figure out if they overpaid or if this is who he is and they just had to spend money and they got a guy that's who he always was in this league.
I don't think anybody's saying that. I want more of Dylan Brooks.
No, I got to see who he is.
I think we know who he is.
He's a veteran, though. I mean,
but can he get better? Can he just get back to being more effective instead of a chucker?
I think he is who he is at
and
this
an instigator?
No.
Then they grossly overpaid and they swung and missed.
Yes.
If you don't mind, let me take this another way, though, because I'm with you guys. The amount of games they trail the Warriors and the Lakers, most likely, unless the crazy happens, means they don't catch them for a play-in spot. But what you're starting to see, and Joel, you ran over a lot of it there with the double-double games for Jabari. Jalen Green maybe had just his best game of the season. Şengün's been good all year. Amen Thompson has had a really strong stretch over this last month. Could this maybe be not the turning point necessarily to make the play-in, but the turning point where you start to see a team build momentum heading into next year and where you start to see the young nucleus, the players you hope take that leap under Udoka, maybe start to be the team that you hope they could be going forward into next season?
I don't need wins to tell me that, though.
No,
like,
I'm not saying wins,
be
just
competitive.
the type of play.
Like we talked a lot about this when we were talking about the Texans under Cully and the Texans under Lovey, and it's like, well, you want to win these games for the young players, and it's like, I disagree. Like, what's the difference between 4 NFL wins and 6 NFL wins? You're still bad. Like, you're still not good. And then does that momentum in week 17 and 18 with a largely different team and a totally different coaching staff, not the case with the Rockets, is that going to carry over into the following year? No, it's a myth. Same thing with the Rockets. Now, they're not changing coaching staff, and I think for the most part, they're going to have a lot of their same players back. Maybe they look to add another star. I want Jalen Green back. I want Jabari back. I want Amin back. I want Alpe back. So I'm not really a huge proponent of trading, making this big trade in the offseason. I think you're a year away from that. But I don't think winning next year 2 games in your final 22 means you're going to have a better next season. Now, where I think it comes into play, like you were talking about, is the development, the growth. Can Jalen Green, and Jalen Green's not going to have a great shooting night every game. It's more mentality. It's more his demeanor. It's his maturity. Be aggressive. Like, I think the fact that he got ticked off yesterday, whether it was the fact that they had been chippy with Phoenix, whether it was the Bill deal, whether it was the Booker deal, like the fact that he was ticked off and played with a little chip on his shoulder excited me.
Showed like he
needs
cared.
to have that chip every single game.
Yeah, instead of dauber down, body language, not going my way, so I'd rather hit the highway. I don't really like it when it doesn't go with me, and I'm not interested in sitting down or being a 6-man kind of talk. Instead, you see a guy that actually can be fired up. He has a fire in his belly that can be ignited, and you like to see it because that was one of the questions. How much does he really care? He loves the attention. He loves the endorsements. He loves the kind of off-the-court stuff that gets the hype, but when it comes down to brass tacks when he's on the floor, can he get dialed in and go, and show everybody that he can do some things on the basketball court not a lot of guys can do? And from an Udoka standpoint, too, win games on the road. Figure out why there's such a differential between home and road and try and fix that. Make sure that they stay to the system because in the last couple of weeks when they've been getting beat on the road and embarrassed a little bit more, they don't play the same kind of basketball they were playing early in the year when they were consistent and more successful.
Yeah, just give me that attitude. And you're going to have 1 for 7s. I just like the aggressiveness, and I hope that – and, that's part of Ime. These guys aren't going to grow all in 20 games. For some guys, it's going to take a year. Maybe for Jalen, it's going to take a year. But if you get more – and again, not because you're not going to shoot like this every night. But if you get this type of Jalen Green, it's like, okay, all right, there's that all-star guy I see in Jalen Green. It's got to be
and
demeanor.
then you can start putting together the pieces going, well, Amen's my point guard of the future. And with every time he gets more minutes on the floor, he seems to do something positive with them. We've seen already a totally different Alpy to realize he's going to continue to develop. He's never going to be great defensively, but if he's a double-double for you and he's another offensive weapon that can facilitate offense, he's a bonus. Tari looks like a good role player, coming off the bench, a six-man type guy. You've got guys and Jabari that you just want to see develop so that do I have to do what Ime wants me to do and go find another veteran like superstar and try to put guys together? Or do I have enough in the room to keep building here going, I can be like Oklahoma City and other teams, and if these guys continue to develop, we're going to be fine with what we got.
You talked a lot about the players there and the roster build. Danny LaRoe of The Athletic covers the NBA. He has Stone third place in his Executive of the Year voting right now. Do you think Stone's season has been a success or a failure?
I don't think it's been a success. I think it's a success because you hired the right coach. But as we looked at Caserio, you hired the right coach after hiring the wrong coach. And to me, it goes to something we were talking about in this segment. It's like a Dylan Brooks type guy. There were one and two other veteran guys you could have brought in here that could have been the same kind of guy as Dylan Brooks, but probably give you more positives than what Dylan Brooks gives you. And then you gave him more years and more money than any team in the league seemingly was even close to offering him. And I don't think that's the move of a wise general manager. I know that in talking to guys in the league, this is one of the most sought-after general manager jobs right now because of all that infusing of young talent and because of what they might be able to do and because they have resources to work with. He's got to do more with what he has because he's either in the final year or close to the end of his contract. To get a new contract, I think he needed to show me more.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird year for him to have his contract expiring because I don't mind that he wasn't uber aggressive in terms of like the trade market because I want to see these young guys under Ime Udoka. The free agents, maybe he was kind of handcuffed into signing these guys. Like he's got a coach that's saying, I want veterans. These are the veterans I want. They had to spend money. I would have liked a different alternative. I don't love that Brooks has 4 years. Van Vliet has 2, whatever.
He's movable too. I think he's movable. It's still kind of high. Teams
it's
are
just
a
weird year for his deal to expire.
Yeah.
Because the build's not done.
It's not even close.
So I think that it's been a successful season for Rafael Stone because it's a stepping stone, it's a building block year. But from a Fertitta perspective, it's do we want to extend this guy whenever we're still far away from the light at the end of the tunnel and it's still a build? It's a very weird time for his contract to expire.
Quote unquote phase 2, as they put it, that's when you move on from the kind of Stone has never had any basketball experience in the past. He's never had any GM experience in the past. This was his first gig. This is when you go to phase 2 and start getting really good NBA general managers and guys that have been there and done that to say, time to take me to the next level as a team. Tillman's going to want and demand more, and you might need a different guy that's been there before to do that.
713-780-ESPN. Do you think Stone has had a successful year? 713-780-3776. Also, the Wilson Commission. Aaron Wilson, when he reports on Texan stuff, he's usually right. He's more right than he is wrong. He had a report on just about every Texans free agent. What do these reports tell us, though? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Ocho on the text line, 713-780-3776. Guys, I'm anxious to hear your responses to my mailbag question later. Just came to me. That's scary. Bottom of the hour.
Nice if you'd have shared with us the question.
Well, I think he's waiting for us to ask the question, which means it's good. He's not going anywhere. Ocho is a P1. He's locked and loaded, as you should be. 713-780-3776. Mailbag Monday coming up at 4:30. So Aaron Wilson, he's usually right when he reports on the Texans. Almost always is right. He had a long tweet about every single Houston Texan free agent that I think he penned in an article on KPRC Channel 2. What do you think of that station?
It's not bad.
I'm pretty big fan of that
It's been
station.
good for my family.
Aaron Wilson, Texans and John Gernard have a strong mutual interest in extending their working relationship now that his rookie contract expired and the AFC South champions and their former third-round draft pick remain motivated. We got to teach Aaron how to tweet. Hopefully and actively exploring whether a financial compromise can be reached, according to lead sources. That doesn't mean that Gernard will necessarily remain with the Texans, but that possibility hasn't been ruled out by either side. Ultimately, the decision will come down to whether a potential bidding war with other team makes that possibility financially undesirable for the Texans despite their cachet of salary cap space. I've read stories in The Athletic longer than that tweet. I'm sorry. I've read that tweet is
right.
longer than stories I've read
Kelly
in The Athletic.
Ego might not have
My goodness.
a column that long.
That's like 1,000 characters probably. I'm gonna copy and paste
Somewhere
this.
Patrick Creighton's jealous.
Over under TLDR. Guess how many words that was on that tweet?
Oh my God, he's got that limit buster, right? The extended.
He's got
tweet thing.
I just copy and pasted it into the word.
What limit does that give you if you pay the extra money?
I think you can use. I don't
Isn't
know.
it like
I do that because they pay me in turn, and I come out in the black because I'm a social media influencer. I can go buy a cup of coffee every month with the money that I make. This isn't characters though; these are words because I don't know how you can look up characters. Anyway. That's right. He does owe us a bunch of stuff.
Yep.
He left the show, so you don't have to pay up. Whenever you copy and paste it into Word, it just counts the words, not the characters.
Okay. Yes,
so I don't know what the character is, but I don't know what the character limit is when you buy the blue check.
Yeah,
so I'm unsure. But how many words do you think that tweet was?
321.
I'll go 150.
It was 101 words.
Oh.
But whenever you have that many words in a tweet where you're only supposed to get 280 characters, that's a lot.
That is a lot.
That's a lot. That's all. We got to teach them how to tweet. But anyways, what does that tweet tell you about where the Texans are with John Gernard, what you predict is going to happen?
They're looking for competition that they're hoping the Texans want to play ball, and I don't believe the Texans are going to play ball. I think that what we've already discussed is the fact that, and what we've heard from Nick Caserio around everything that was going on with the combine is the fact that that's not what they're in the business of doing, and that they're probably not going to do something like that. And that kind of like we were talking about with Bregman, hey, John, you had a great year in a year where you had to have a great year. You're going to get paid. Someone's probably going to pay you a lot of money, more maybe than you're valued at. We're not going to be that team. That's my opinion.
I'm of the opinion that they should tag and trade him. I want to tag and trade. That's where I'm at with the Texans offseason. Yeah, and like we're hearing the going rate for Algerius Sneed's a second. I think the Texans could get a second. I think they could get a late second for the opportunity to sign John Gernard to an extension. So I'm tagging him. I'm trading him. That's where I stand right now. But let me jump to the Dalton Schultz. I was going to go like positional.
So when because we were talking about this before. So then, and I saw this today, and that's when the light went on for me. That so it's frowned upon to sign him and then trade him. But if you put him in the non-exclusive franchise tag, then you can trade him. If you put him in the exclusive, then you
that what's
have
going
to
on
work
with Sneed?
towards a long-term. Yeah, because Sneed eventually, when they announced it, was to a non-exclusive franchise tag.
There you go. Let's do that.
So there you go.
Non-exclusive tag him. Non-exclusive tag and trade him. Doesn't really ring off the it doesn't have that ring that you would normally hear.
Kind of like
roll off the
an Aaron
tongue.
Wilson tweet.
Like it, yeah. Tag and trade rolls off the tongue a little bit better, so I'm going to stick with that for gimmick purposes. So tag and trade Gernard is where I stand. I was going to go defensive, kind of organized here, but let's not do that because it's kind of pertinent to the conversation. Wilson on tight end Dalton Schultz. They and Texans want to keep together, and sources emphasize that at the combine is a scenario expected to unfold. Quote, Schultz will be back with the Texans, a league source predicted. The Texans haven't used the franchise tag during Casario's tenure. If they did, Schultz would be a good candidate for the tag, which is just $11.3 million if a deal can't be reached by Tuesday's deadline. That's tomorrow. So it sounds like they're going to use the tag on Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, if they can't get a long-term deal. I'm sure that they're probably in deep discussions before we get to the deadline tomorrow to try and get a multi-year deal to make both sides happy. But he indicated that weeks ago when he said he'd like to work something out to stay here. So you hope that
everybody says that, though.
Yeah, but I mean, they kind of were more focused on with CJ and everything else. I don't know that he ever came out and said he'd take less. But if you can work out a deal where he's in that 9-10 range and you get him for 2 years, does that make sense to?
It goes back to what you were talking about last week, Joel, with your point on Jonathan Grenard about how the franchise tag is the starting point.
Yeah,
I'm with you that obviously a multi-year deal where you can lower the AAV makes sense for the Texans. But if you're going to tag him and put him at 11.3, I don't think, or at least that's on the table. I don't think that the agents would then come back and take a deal that's less per year, which I think would be the holdup in that sort of scenario.
I don't like it
but
because
you get more guaranteed money, possibly.
Yeah, you could do that. It could be the trade-off.
That's true.
The thing that I don't like about it is you only get one tag. And if you're tagging Schultz,
11.3 feels a lot for Schultz.
But who else would you tag? You can't tag
Grenard.
They're not. Oh, just tag and trade him.
Yeah,
That's what you're saying.
But you can't do that. If you're tagging Schultz, you can't tag Grenard.
Yeah.
Now, here's the secondary question to this: the collateral damage. If they get a deal done with Schultz prior to the Tuesday's deadline, are you tagging Grenard to trade him? Like, is the hang-up on that Dalton Schultz?
I think that's why they're probably hot and heavy in conversation so that they don't have to tag Schultz, so they leave all their options open. But at the end of the day, I don't think they want to be caught holding the bag with Grenard, thinking that everybody's kind of guesses and projections for where he's going to finish with a contract isn't close. Because I think that it's a scary proposition. There's a lot of guys in the market that play his type position. And we know that he had his best year ever this last season, both with health and with results. I think that's a high number for him, and I think a lot of teams would balk at it, and you don't want to get caught holding that bag.
But holding the bag would be just a one-year deal. Like I get what you're saying. Like you don't want to pay him $20 million, but if quote holding the bag is just a one-year deal, unless the downside is then we now can't sign the free agent we truly wanted. To me, it doesn't really feel like holding the bag because I don't see it as really preventing you from doing a whole lot.
I agree with that. Like, your risk isn't very
screw you both.
Pretty high.
Well,
I mean, it's just
unless the Texans just let's say they love Bryce Huff from the Jets. Obviously, if you try to trade Grenard and you fail, then that costs you Bryce Huff. So unless that's the case, unless they're really hot and heavy for specific pass rusher and free agency, I don't see the downside of possibly having to keep Grenard.
It just doesn't seem like their style with what the quotes coming from Casario last week.
I agree with that point.
Let's continue trying to translate Aaron Wilson's long tweets. Texans and veteran defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins, who recorded 6 sacks last season, have mutual interest per sources and working out a new deal with nothing imminent at this time. The Texans may keep their options open, though. This free agent class of defensive tackle is extremely deep. What is he saying?
I think that they'd like to have him back at the right price, that he thinks that he might be, with the year he had, categorized maybe just a slight half notch below Lawrence Wilkins, some of these defensive tackles, even a Reader, but guys that are out there to where he thinks he might be able to make more money. And maybe it's a situation where if the initial returns that they're getting with offers aren't what they thought, they leave the door open, they can come back to the Texans.
I think the Texans are saying Rankins has to take a pay cut. He made just over $9 million last year. To me, keeping options open means we'd like you back, but you're gonna have to take 5 or 6 and not 9.
Guys, the Texans have 30 free agents. Y'all are going to be a little quicker with your answers. He's gone. He's gone. He's done. He's not a Houston Texan. He just played his final year with the Houston Texans. They're going to be getting somebody else. Maybe the Wilkins guy from Miami. Steven Nelson, Aaron Wilson. This one's pretty short and sweet. The Texans are interested in bringing back veteran corner Steven Nelson, according to league sources. All of these other things are paragraphs.
Here,
this was one sentence on Steven Nelson. You think he's gone?
I think he's gone. I think he wants more money. He wants multiple years. He wants things that I don't think the Texans are willing to do.
Yeah,
I'm going to maybe on this one, actually.
I just don't see it as a match with the age.
Fair enough. Devin Singletary, we're back to a paragraph for Aaron Wilson. The Texans definitely want to bring back running back Devin Motor Singletary. Why did he put his nickname in there? Why did he put his nickname
Everybody
in
at
quotes
this
there?
point knows that that's his nickname,
Devin
too.
Motor Singletary, and the interest is mutual per sources. The Texans are expected to explore scenarios where they sign more than one running back per sources, perhaps rather than spend money on just one free agent runner like Saquon, who's made the AFC South champions his top potential destination and has been communicating with quarterback C.J. Stroud, per league sources. What does this interpret for Devin Singletary?
That CJ and Saquon are talking.
To me, it says like
That has nothing to do with Singletary.
to me, it says
I know.
like
I'm saying, what does that tell me? What tells me that they're talking? I think that's
I
cool.
think to me it tells me Singletary's back. He's a Houston Texan.
I agree with that, but to me, there seems like an obvious caveat here. Like this seems like they're gonna talk to Saquon. If Saquon says no or Saquon asks for too much, then they're bringing back Singletary.
I see it differently than that. I see that Singletary might want to still test the market to see if the year he had might have bumped up his salary. But at the end of the day, when you hear D'Amico, when you hear Kasseri, you hear everybody on the team talk, they love him and they'd love to have him back. So I think he'll come back. How cheap is the cheap is going to be the question, and how many years?
I think he's going to be back. I think
I do
Aaron
too.
Wilson's telling us that. All right, back to a paragraph for Aussie punter Cameron Johnston, who set a record for the longest punt in franchise. Why is he putting that in here? It's a tweet. Punter Cameron Johnston, who set a record for the longest punt in franchise history with a 74-yard boot, is a free agent the Texans would like to retain with his 3-year, $8 million contract expiring. But they're also evaluating several college punters at the Combine, including Texas Tech standout Austin McNamara, and keeping their options open, as is Johnston. Bearing a change, Johnston is likely heading to free agency among the NFL teams in need of a new punter, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay, to use BMAC's logic on this one, I think that he would just like to, if you want to take a pay cut or take the exact same contract that you just had, we'd entertain it. Otherwise, go see what the market is worth, and if they pay him too much, he's gone.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I just don't think they're going to pay market value for a punter.
He's really good, but I don't know that that means that he should get really overpaid.
It's the longest free agent contract
There's
that
so
Nick
much
Caserio has ever
unnecessary
given.
language in that
So was
tweet.
I know.
Sorry, I'm
too.
hung
It's
up
hilarious.
on this last tweet.
I'm gonna go he's gone. It doesn't sound like he's gonna be back based on that Aaron Wilson tweet. All right, final one, Aaron Wilson tweet. We'll keep it in the specialist room, Kaimi Fairbairn. And again, we're breaking down what these tweets mean. We're translating them because Aaron says a lot in these tweets. The Texans are in active contract discussion with kicker Kaimi Fairbairn, who has led the NFL in field goal percentage over the last 2 seasons per sources. Hold on a second. It took you a source to know that he led the NFL in field goal percentage over the last 2 seasons?
Is the source Pro Football Reference?
I guess he's saying that they're in active contract discussions. Yeah, NFL.com. It's just weird that it says he throws a stat and says per sources. Sorry, I interrupted. There is optimism that a deal could ultimately happen per sources. How many times does Heron need to tell you that there's sources involved? Fairbairn ideally will be back under a new deal, but it won't be inexpensive. His 4-year, $17.65 million contract expiring. Round up, Aaron. The 5 highest paid kickers are Justin Tucker, Baltimore Ravens, and then he lists the contract, followed by Matt Gay, team contract, Jason Myers, team contract, Tyler Bass, team contract, and Chris Boswell, team contract. Fairbairn ranked 9th in the NFL last year with 4.41 million average.
What were those guys averaging? 5?
I don't want to look at it. It's
I'm
too
just
much.
saying, 'cause all
Too
you needed to
LDR.
say was of all these guys, what were they getting paid per year? And is that what? Because it seems like that's what Kaimi's expecting to be in that same range.
I think, to me, the way that I read this is that Kaimi Fairbairn's going to be a Houston Texan.
But at a little bit more money than maybe they were willing to thinking about spending.
Maybe. Yeah. He's going to be a top 10 paid
I
kicker.
think it says they're willing to pay market value. Now, if someone offers Kaimi crazy money, I don't know what crazy money would be for a kicker, then they'd probably pass, but they're willing to go to
The
market
league
value.
trend, too, is that experiments with younger kickers isn't working, but they're not going to overpay a kicker either.
The other thing that comes into play here is that they lived through Matt Amendola.
Yeah.
Like, they lived through a Kaimi Fairbairn replacement, although, like, middle of the season versus off-season, very different things.
Sure.
But I wonder if that's kind of in their back of the mind. When we didn't have Kaimi, we were really hurting.
Think about the Cowboys had the kicker that all of a sudden went cold, and that scared and they made a change. They got a kicker this year that was really good.
Aubrey, yeah.
Yeah, but when you look at the fact that when he wasn't here, when Amendola was here, you missed him and wished he was coming back. So therefore, and he seems to really like it here and want to stay here. I think they'll work something out, but I think they're going to have to pay a little bit more than they were expecting to.
Coming up next, do the Texans sign Russell Wilson to back up C.J. Stroud? I'm kidding. Lance Zierlein has a new mock draft today, and we like to mock Lance Zierlein's mock drafts. So Tannenbaum had a doozy today. Making mock drafts great again and how we're making the Texans better. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Lance Zierlein is out with his new mock draft, so we're going to mock Lance's mock in a moment. The other day we had the option of Cooper DeJean, Tyler Guyton, Troy Fatano, and Enos Rakestraw. Cooper DeJean took the vote at 63%. Enos Rakestraw was second at 14. Tyler Guyton at 13.
At 14.
Yeah, 14. Yeah,
Wow.
I'm telling you, dude, Cooper DeJean is a polarizing figure.
He
is a I'm not kidding.
Absolutely is. No, I know, but it hasn't been just you saying that. We've heard from, and I've seen other people that you either really love him or you got a whole lot to say about him.
It's because he's white.
It is.
It's because he's the great white hope.
And some people say he's a tweener position.
He's also bringing back something that has been extinct for years. Something that has been extinct for years in the NFL. This would be like if T-Rexes started to walk the earth. A white corner.
Oh yeah.
This would be like if Cooper DeJean is a T-Rex that would start to walk the earth. I'm sure there's been a couple of fringe guys that have played
Jason
recently.
Sehorn was like all pro.
And then they moved to safety.
Yeah, but I mean,
he was good. I mean, obviously
Adam
really good.
Archuleta?
He was only a safety, right? I don't think he was a corner.
He was only a safety?
Now, Sehorn played corner. And I'm sure there's been some other white corners in the last 7 years, maybe.
I
mean, remember
the thing that came up a month or two ago about the white Pro Bowl team versus And the biggest problem was
that's right.
Who the hell's playing corner?
His first pick was Cooper DeJean.
Exactly.
His top white corner was Cooper DeJean. I mean, he's bringing back an extinct animal to the NFL. So that's why he's polarizing. He's a white corner. So anyways, whatever. Lance Zierlein's mock draft 2.0 is out today. And Lance I'm sure he nailed every single one of his picks. I'm sure he's not going to be wrong on any of them. He has Caleb Williams going number 1 to Chicago. Jaden Daniels going number 2 to Washington. Drake May going 3 to New England. His first major twist, number 4, Arizona takes a receiver, and it's not Marvin Harrison. Malik Neighbors has jumped Marvin Harrison as Lance's top receiver. He goes number 4, which means the Chargers get Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh, talk about a
Justin Herbert throwing the football to Marvin Harrison Jr. And who knows what they're going to do in free agents or in the offseason with Keenan Allen. Mike Williams is owed a lot of money. If I'm getting Marvin Harrison, I might just get rid of both of them.
I was just going to say, you could cut bait with both those guys, add Marvin Harrison Jr., who Harbaugh has seen up close and personal for multiple years, and realize it's a pretty nice get for your and a start of like a turning over, if you will, of the receiver room for the Chargers.
Yeah. Number 6, J.C. Latham to the Giants. Joe Alt to go 7 to Tennessee. Jared Verse, number 8 to Atlanta. He has J.J. McCarthy going number 9 to Denver in a trade-up. So Denver trades into the top 10 to draft him. And then he has Talise Fuaga, offensive tackle, Oregon State, rounding out his top 10. He projects, Lance Zierlein does, a trade by the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans at number 23 trade up to number 19 with the Rams. His write-up, GM Nick Caserio, follows up his aggressive and successful 2023 draft with a move up the board for a big, fast corner to pair with Derek Stingley Jr. as the Texans seek to take a step forward in competing with the top offenses in the league. So he projects a trade up, and he has the Houston Texans going with Kenyon Mitchell, the Toledo corner, who is getting all sorts of high praise.
Yeah, he's been rising too, and he's been talked about it well before the combine. I'm fine with
if the Texans trade up, I can't imagine it's a lot, maybe a future third, because it's only 4 spots. Trade up to number 19 to take Kenyon Mitchell.
I'm fine with that.
Brian, you cool with that?
I'm absolutely fine with that. It's position need. I'm fine with that.
I think it's going to be a day that lives in infamy for the rest of the NFL. For the rest of the NFL, because you're going to have Stingley and Mitchell that are pairing up that should provide a dynamic duo at your corners. All right, let's play the trade here. We want to play the trade or just play 23, 20 through 26? I think we should play the trade.
Play the trade, yep.
All right, so we have the 4 options today because the Texans got aggressive with the Will and Dillon son of a gun, Nick Caserio. He trades up for Kenyon Mitchell. Number 20's Nate Wiggins, the corner. Number 21's Chop Robinson, the Penn State edge. And then Latu, the UCLA edge, goes number 22. So if the Texans trade up to 19, you have these 4 options. Which of the 4 are you taking?
Boy, that's tough for me, man. Chop Robinson has been climbing a lot of people's draft boards too, and they were very impressed with him from what I've heard from the combine. And that depends. So then the biggest thing is what happens with Grenard. If we assume that Grenard is gone, then what's a more pressing
Yeah.
need in my mind? Is it corner or is it pass rusher? If it's pass rusher, because Grenard's gone, and I think you can get a corner in free agency, then I'm going to go Chop Robinson.
I'm in love with Kenyon Mitchell. So I hear you. Like if you lose both Nelson and Grenard, it feels like you need to fill that hole at number at defensive end, especially if you're trading up. I like Kenyon Mitchell. I think this is the only way you're getting him. I'm sticking and picking Mitchell. I'm going to go with what Lance has here.
Yeah, I'm fine with that as well. I mean, I do
Screw
say
you guys.
I would say the defensive end is a bigger need, but it's not like corner would be a luxury pick. You know, it's still a position they would need to dress because Stevie Nelson would still be out the door as well. You would assume in this scenario, and we saw Nick Caserio's ability to find bargain guys in the defensive line last year. Other than the investment put in Will Anderson, the guys in that rotation weren't these highly paid multi-year contract type of guys. So I have faith in Caserio to fill that need, and I'd go ahead and take the corner that Lance has here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of his. He's currently leading the listeners poll at ESPN 97.5 and at Jeremy Branham, where you can find my social media influencing profile. I guess the right way to put that. Kenyon, I need to learn how to talk the game. Kenyon Mitchell is currently leading the vote at 37%. Chop Robinson, a close second at 28, though. I think this is going to be a close vote between Kenyon Mitchell and Chop Robinson. I think it'll be torn 50-50. We'll check back tomorrow. Who would you pick? Mitchell, Wiggins, Robinson, Latu. 713-780-3776.
And then we got to factor in, did you have to give up the third? Because if it was someone other than the guy that you traded for, would they still be there at 23?
Well, not in his mock.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, not in his mock because they would go 19, 20, 21, 22. So they wouldn't be there at 23.
That's right. My bad.
Yeah, he had Tyler Guyton going 23 to the Rams. It makes sense for the Rams to do this, too, because I'm seeing a lot of tackles come off the board, like early 20s, mid-20s. I've seen a lot of mocks that the Texans pick their guy, and then the next 3 picks are tackles. And it's like, ugh, that sucks for our game.
See, it's interesting because, like, from Green Bay perspective, everything that we've seen with the mocks is Green Bay's going in the secondary. But when you think about it, much like what the Texans are dealing with, if they don't get Grenard back, if they don't get Stevie Nelson back, they're paying David Bakhtiari like top 5 left tackle money, and he hasn't played in 2 years. So if they cut him and they're not going to re-sign him, then the focus changes. They need a left tackle.
Yep. 7212 is any true to the Christian Wilkins possibly coming to Houston. Was it Jeremy Fowler that said that the Dolphins are not expected to tag him? Watch Houston. It makes sense. Big defensive tackle, gets to the quarterback well.
Appeases what D'Amico was talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it does make some sense. The number's going to be big on him, but it is a player that I like. He's got a great personality, too. 713-780-3776. Time for our Mailbag Monday. You can ask the Killer Bees whatever you want to ask. What is your question for us? Mark will be leading us off. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. This is a question you don't have to ask. Branham, what's your favorite spirits? Gentle Ben. I've been telling you for a while now that Gentle Ben is the best, and it's time for you to drink smarter with Gentle Ben. Be like me. It all starts with the finest ingredients and classic time-honored distilling methods. Gentle Ben uses their innovative process that removes the harshness and heat that's found in most spirits. You get all the flavor with none of the burn. Gentle Ben takes away the bite, takes away that burn. The result is unparalleled smoothness and an enjoyable drinking experience. You'll love what's not in Gentle Ben, including fusel oils. Fusel is the German word for bad liquor. There's no bad liquor in Gentle Ben. Never has been, never will be. Gentle Ben offers vodka, gin, straight bourbon whiskey, and cast-strength bourbon. All are fantastic. All are in my rotation. What's in yours? Next time you head to dinner or go to your favorite bar, ask for Gentle Ben. Look for Gentle Ben at the liquor store. Pick up a bottle today. Looking for plans? We'll just head to the Gentle Ben tasting room. Stop by Ben's Bar at the Toyota Center. Rockets game, concert. Ben's Bar's there, ready to give you some Gentle Ben. They're also going to be at Minute Maid Park again this season. Astros games just around the corner, and Ben's Bar inside of Minute Maid just around the corner. If you're lazy bones like me, just go to the website, gentleben.com. You can order the vodka, the gin, the bourbon, the whiskey. Add it to your cart. They'll deliver it straight to your doorstep. How can you beat that? Go to gentleben.com. Order now. Gentle Ben, 3 parts craft, 1 part science. He's Blank. I'm Brad. Time for our Mailbag Monday. 713-780-3776. What's your question for the Bees? Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Mark has a question for us. You're in the Hive. Mark, what's your question for the Killer Bees?
Hey, I feel that Jalen, Van Vliet, and Jason Tate should get traded to for Darren Fox, man, because we need a star here in Texas, man. We starving for one, man. If not, the GM should be fired. And quick question about the draft, the NFL draft. We need a wide receiver, man. We need speed. We need speed. We need a weapon for CJ. We need an extra weapon, man, because we got a hard schedule. Thank you. Bye.
Like where Mark's mind's at. Yeah, which receiver do you like?
Oh.
There we go.
I mean, I didn't think it got that far. I don't think they need speed since they already have Tank, and Nico's pretty quick.
I think they like speed, though. There's a lot of intriguing receivers. I like the white boy from Georgia. Ladd?
Oh, Ladd McConkey?
I like him a lot.
He ran a really good time, yeah.
Now,
did he really?
Yeah, like a 4.4.
Because I kind of see him as being like, what's the guy the Raiders just are going to let go of?
No, he's Hunter
Renfrow.
Renfrow.
He's a better athlete.
He's Hunter Renfrow with real NFL athleticism. Like top end NFL athleticism. I'm in love with him.
The only thing I don't like about McConklin is, and you could say the same thing about Adonai Mitchell when he was at Georgia, but he never really broke out as their number one, and that scares me a little bit. But there certainly would be a role on this team for him.
McConklin, you would think it'd slide to late second, third.
I don't know
because of the combine.
There's a lot of receivers.
First.
There's a lot of receivers who are late first, early second grade, where you're going to see the second tier receivers go on a run. Because the top tier, you got your big three with Neighbors, Rome, and Marvin Harrison, and then you have your second tier that's like 6, 7, 8 deep. That someone's going to start that run, and then they're going to go pretty quickly. So I could see where if the Texans really want to go receiver, I could see them trading down a few spots and then getting in the middle of that run and maybe adding some like future capital in the draft, or just not going receiver. I would be a little bit nervous that those top second tier receivers would be there for your second round pick, but maybe because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of intriguing receivers. Ocho, mailbag for each of you. I like Ladd. That is
by
my
the
answer.
way, and to Mark's question too on the Rockets, I'm not trading those three guys for. I'm sorry, Monty's not trade. Monty used to be with the Rockets. There's no way that the Kings are getting rid of De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I wish. De'Aaron Fox, local
He's
kid,
really good.
27 a game. Yeah, I'm a fan of his game, but you're right. It doesn't seem like it's feasible. 713-780-3776. Ocho, mailbag for each of you. If you average 38 field goal attempts per game and 14 free throws per game, how many points per game do you think you would average at the college level without three-pointers?
20.
20 a game?
Yep.
Give me the numbers again.
Hold on. I would I'm going to say that I would make 4 out of 38 shots. That's a little bit better than 10%.
Okay.
I think I can manage 10%. Maybe I have a good point guard on my team. So no three-pointer. That gives me 8 points. If I get 14 free throws, I think I can shoot free throws at a 65% clip. 14 times 0.65, that gives me 9 points a game. I'm going to score 13 a game.
I think
that feels like a lot.
It does feel like a lot.
That feels like a lot. But most of these are coming from the line.
That's what I'm saying. When I with the 14 free throws, I think I can shoot. I think I can make 10 out of 14.
Actually, that was more. That was 17 a game. Because I made 4 field goals. That gives me 2 without. That gives me 8 without the 3-point line, and then I'm making 9 out of 14 free throws.
You're averaging more
That's
than
17.
Yeah, that's why I said 20.
All right, give me 20. I'm 17 game. I mean, all conference there. What about you, Brian? 38 field goals, 14 free throws.
I think I can make 10 free throws.
Sheesh.
Give me a couple of field goals, so I'll put myself at 14.
14. All right, there you go, Ocho. That's a good question.
I'm putting BMAC on the line. I want to see 10 out of 14.
I think that's a Pistol Pete question. 0754, Joe or Paul? Simple but effective.
I love Joe.
So is that Joe?
So that means you don't love Paul?
I've never worked.
Paul's getting a little cocky lately, taking shots at us.
I've never worked full time with Paul, so I'm going to go with Joe, just because I've worked full time with Joe. Be diplomatic about it. Yeah. 8311. How many years?
Who you going with?
I mean, I'm in a fantasy league with Joe. I've done shows like both of us hosting together with Joe. I'll have to go. Joe.
And he gave you a job.
Sheesh, it's unanimous.
He gave me a job.
This job.
Okay, well that's true.
Man, no one picked Paul. 8311. How many years of losing baseball, football would you accept for one championship?
10.
That's
for
a
the
tough
Texans, you're going to take 10 losing seasons
for
one
one
title?
Maybe however you answer
I would
it.
take 10 losing seasons.
Because we've already seen with the Astros, it doesn't. computer.
Well, I mean, this is a scenario where you're guaranteeing it essentially.
Part of the fun though is like
I'd
you're
be willing
good
to go
always.
10.
Yeah,
like that's part of the fun. Like I like to be good.
We're not talking windows here, Jeremy, but windows stay open when you're good. You're at least winning.
I'm willing to go a little bit more, maybe 15 years.
Ooh.
Maybe 15 years.
I think 10's the max.
Okay. So you're okay being like the Buffalo Bills.
But they never got one.
Right.
Yeah, I'd be okay if you got one somewhere in there.
As opposed, would you rather be like Buffalo, the Buffalo Bills, or the Miami Marlins?
I think, especially when it comes, like, for me, I'm thinking football Texans. Just to get the first one in the city and how big football is, that's so monumental that I'll take a one and done.
But how many years you willing to live?
I would go 10 years without winning.
I don't feel like that's as willing as you think.
What do you mean?
Like 10 years is not that long of a time to guarantee the one.
A lot of people think it is.
That's a tough one to answer.
The Astros went over
Because
40 years
remember how many
before they got
people
the first
criticized
title.
like rebuilds and saying it's already been like 2-3 years. Well, it takes a long time to rebuild the team.
6856, Key from LA. You can only have one. The Fountain of Youth. 2, One Wish. 3, Catch a Leprechaun.
What the hell are you
I
going to
don't
do with
care.
a leprechaun?
Who cares about a leprechaun?
Does a leprechaun have magical powers?
Well, you get the pot of gold, I guess, but I don't care.
What is gold? What is the rate of gold right now?
I'm just going to say the same thing. What's the?
We don't even know if the leprechaun really has gold.
I'm taking the One Wish.
We used to work with a leprechaun. He didn't have gold. I'm not. I can't go.
I go Fountain of Youth.
Like, what does the Fountain of Youth give you? Does that give you ever like eternal life?
I guess you stay young until you die.
Basically, reverse time.
It's not eternal life.
So you can't live forever. Like, am I still living my normal lifespan?
I guess you're young, but you can still get hit by a car.
Well, let's say you can live your
Right?
normal lifespan, but you're at not at advanced age the entire time. You're
That's
at
what I'm saying. You
you're
stay
at-
young for your entire existence.
Right, exactly. You're in your 70s,
You're in your
and
prime.
you can still do all the stuff you could do now.
Yeah, I'll go Fountain of Youth.
Yeah, I would too.
I'll go Fountain of Youth. What would your one wish be?
That
A Fountain of Youth.
My one wish would be that I could live forever.
Really? I
So you want to be a vampire?
I don't think it's a good wish.
But I don't care.
But what if you
It's my
get?
wish.
But because what if you age, and then all of a sudden you're like, an 80-year-old man.
I think medical
But you're still
technology will
alive.
be all right enough to make sure that I don't go completely into like not being able to do anything.
Yeah, I think I would just go with $1 zillion. Would be my one wish.
That's kind of cheating, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's the right answer. I don't know if it's cheating. I got one wish.
I mean, and you could buy a lot of medical technology with all that money.
Yeah.
We've seen it. I'm not going to mention names, but
You're talking about
people
magic, aren't you?
I was going to say people have beaten a lot.
I thought you were talking about magic. 2568 after
Didn't
the
say
combine.
that I wasn't. Just didn't say that I was.
Which quarterback is Branham giving the Will Levis rub to? Quarterback that he's hyping that will ultimately fall flat on their face. Will Levis was the second best rookie quarterback in the NFL. I was right about Levis, and everybody else was wrong about Will Levis. I'm not watching college quarterbacks like I did last year because the Texans have C.J. Stroud.
Who was the guy Lance put the video on that threw the great deep ball on the one pass?
Milton from Tennessee.
Yeah, and then, oh my God, I could do that. People are tweeting it. I could do that. But Lance is getting – everybody was killing him going, come on, man. You're not
What frustrated me about how people reacted to Lance, it wasn't like Lance put some take on here. It's like, oh, this guy's going to move into the first round to be a great quarterback. He was just saying nice throw.
He said he had a good throw and he had a really good combine workout.
Let the kid have his moment.
Then the guy that said I could do that got killed, which was great.
Well, he should get killed for that.
Honey Glazed Branham says if you catch a leprechaun, you get 3 wishes. I don't know if Key from LA knew that because he said one wish.
I thought it was
catch
you
a
got the
leprechaun.
pot of gold.
Well, if you get the
I
pot
think
of
so,
gold
too.
and the 3 wishes, then the other 2 are basically taken care
then
of.
you have to take the leprechaun.
Yeah.
But then you also got to take care of him. He seems like he might be high
No, you
maintenance.
don't. You take the 3 wishes and you say you're on with your way. You don't need to keep them.
So you catch him,
you
rob
immediately
him,
give
and
your
then
3
you send him on his way.
You're not robbing
you
them.
dispose of them so you don't get caught, and you move on.
Okay.
I'm not disposing of them. I'm just like I'm leaving them in an empty parking lot.
So you're mugging them.
I'm not mugging
That's
them.
what I'm saying. You basically rob him and let him go.
He's giving you the wishes. Like he's giving me something.
Against his wishes because you had to catch him. He's trying to get away.
That's true. Yeah, just give me the one wish, I guess. 1483, do you travel with Cougs on trips? I do. 4488, Blankers, I really like Greg Gard and watching Wisconsin men's hoops. Do you follow the team as well? Go Cougs!
Greg Gard is not someone that I like as much as you. And Greg Gard, I think, needs to recruit different kinds of players. And I said to you guys when they were in the top 10 or whatever, however they got this year, that they were overrated fool's gold, and now they've lost like 5 out of 6 and they suck.
Textures are saying it's a pot of gold, not the 3 wishes. 3 wishes is the genie. So there you go. 0265, would you trade CJ for Justin Jefferson and pick up Russ for your quarterback?
Oh, my God, that has to be on the Boulevard.
Bad take
All
Boulevard.
right, there we go.
Bad
First
take
one of the
Boulevard.
week.
That
Actually,
is
it's not the first
definitely
one of the
right
week.
there.
Yeah, that's a bad one. Not very good. And he sent it twice, too.
That's another one.
So bad you had to say it twice. 6860, best pizza in H-Town.
Star Pizza right now for me.
Really? That was my answer, too.
Yep.
There's no doubt about it.
And they got one closer to me now.
Star Pizza's really good. To be different, I'll go RC's Pizza in Kingwood. I love
RC's
that place.
Pizzas is underrated.
Is it thin?
Yeah, it's a New York style
Okay.
pizza. It's made from people who are from New York, and it's a really good.
You
pizza.
can get normal crust, too, though, there.
Okay.
You know what's good at RC's that people sleep on?
Wings.
Yep.
Yeah, I've had their wings there. They're really good.
They do have phenomenal wings. But Star Pizza is my favorite as well. RC's is a good call, though. They have one in Kingwood, and then they have one in
the Woodlands.
Yeah.
Star's got a new one in Cinco Ranch, which, so like,
They have 3
depending
now, I
on
think.
traffic, they got Cinco Ranch, they got right off Shepherd and 59. You have 3?
I'm pretty sure they have 3. The little E, Ryan Elvin, does some NIL stuff for them. They're big in the NIL game, Star Pizzas.
Are they really?
Yeah, there's 3 Star Pizzas.
Huh.
But I knew there's one in Upper Kirby, there's one in the Heights, and then there's one in the Cinco
I
Ranch.
didn't know the one
area.
in the Heights. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a. You guys want to do this?
What?
They have an all-you-can-eat pizza buffet every Tuesday from 11 to 2.
I'm game.
Oh, I would do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sounds like a challenge in here.
Yeah, and I think that it would be
Like
a challenge.
let's store this. Let's memory bank
Yeah,
this one,
yeah.
and we're gonna put this in play for something.
We
But
need
we're
to find
definitely
out-
gonna do
We
it.
need to find out how much it's going to take for them to lose money on the buffet.
We also got to find out what it's going to take to guard the bathroom in here when we got to do it.
Yeah, we're gonna memory bank. We're gonna do something from this because we have to do something from that. That's too good. All right, 713-780-3776. If you have any questions you want answered, just tweet them at Pac-Man Joel. He'd love to see them. Astros opening day roster projection 3.0. You've been wanting this since last Monday. I give it to you now. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I know that you've all been clamoring for it since last Monday. Branham opening day roster projection 3.0. This moves needles all over the place. 713-780-3776. Tell me where I got it wrong. I made 4 changes this week. Two to the offensive side and 2 to the pitching side. Same starters. Yiner catches, Abreu at first, Altuve, Bregman, Pena, Chaz, Myers, Tucker, Jordan. Those are my starters. My 4-man bench, because the Astros are going to carry 13 offensive players and 13 pitchers. My 4-man bench, no doubt that Caratini's your backup catcher. Right. There's no debate there. Mauricio Dubon's going to be your super utility. There's no debate there. The final 2 spots, I think, are for debate. I think that it could go in a variety of different directions for the last 2 spots. I'm going to give value to guys who are performing in spring training because I think it's going to matter a bit when it comes to the final few spots that you're battling for. We've all kind of made Greg Kessinger the guaranteed to have a roster spot on this team. What has Greg Kessinger done to have a guaranteed roster spot on this team?
Not a whole lot.
Has he done anything to deserve a guaranteed spot on the big league team?
Late season, postseason, one year where he got a infield squibber.
Wasn't that Hensley?
Yeah, he's basically Hensley. Like, he'd only be here because default they don't have anybody else.
That's the thing, and we've all been defaulting into thinking that he's just going to have the job. I've been monitoring these Espada lineups, getting myself in regular season form because whenever opening day gets here, I want to be in midseason form with my what's wrong with Espada's lineups. I want to be in midseason form whenever March 28th gets here.
Spring training for you too.
Yeah, so I've noticed that David Hensley's been batting higher in the order than Greg Kessinger. Could mean something, could mean absolutely nothing. It's spring training. It could have zero influence whatsoever. But last year, David Hensley was Greg Kessinger. Greg Kessinger's this year's David Hensley. Neither one of them's outstanding. They're both probably 4A players. But the fact that Hensley's been hitting higher than Kessinger and Hensley's been producing a little bit, actually quite a bit better than Greg Kessinger so far in spring training, I'm giving the slight edge to David Hensley over Greg Kessinger on my bench.
I'd be fine. I mean, look, I don't think either one of them are guys that really excite me, but
either.
I mean, I want a guy that's going to earn it, that gives you, that has a little bit of possibilities and potential. Yeah, I don't think either one of them are going to give me anything that I'm looking for offensively.
No, It's a bad bench.
It really is.
It's a bad bench. Apple or a rotten orange. It doesn't really matter either way.
That's
I always
rude.
thought you were going to either veggies versus what is it? The Atkins, not the Atkins diet. What's the diet where it's just all fat and protein?
Keto.
Keto.
I think there's
you
some
going
similarities.
Keto or
though.
veggies?
You say a bad. What did you say? A rotten apple or a rotten orange?
Yeah, apples or oranges. Rotten apple, rotten orange.
What would you rather have?
Ooh,
give me the apple.
The apple, I think you can eat because a lot of times apple pie is made from over-ripened apples.
Don't they use both for potpourri?
Probably. I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy.
He didn't say what I had to do with the rotten apple. So anyway, Hensley over Kessinger. And then the final bench spot, which a lot of people have thrown around John Singleton, out of options. You don't keep him. He's cut. A lot of people have mentioned Cabbage.
Vegetable.
Neither one has been very good. Singleton or Cabbage. Cabbage hitting like $1 something. Singleton's getting every opportunity to stay with this team. He's hitting 231. For the first time, I'm not going with either one of those guys.
Oh.
Go Cougs, Corey Julks. My final bench spot brings you some offensive versatility or defensive versatility because he can play outfield. He's also performing pretty good. He stole a bunch of bases last year, and he's by far, of those three guys, by far having the best spring.
Cabbage
so
can
go
still
Cougs,
lead the PCL
Corey Julks is my final bench
in
spot.
home runs.
Yeah.
And
he's
you
got options.
You wave arrivederci to John Singleton.
Yeah, Singleton's he's done. He's off my opening day roster.
So the keto is over. You're not going with the
and it's
meat
the third
and the
time you've used the joke and you haven't
cabbage.
gotten a laugh yet.
BMAC laughed at it both times.
I did?
Yep. Through the window, you can't lie. I saw it through the window.
You're beating us over the head with that joke. Those are the 4 that...
Friday was just the one day that Jeremy was entertained by my
I didn't mind it the first time, but second and third times, like, hey, we've heard it before,
Listen,
Blankers. We've heard
people
it
that don't have jobs are also not the quickest in the room.
Twitchers don't have jobs. The 5-man rotation, I'm actually going to call for Justin Verlander to be on the opening day roster, but he's going to not start opening day. So he's going to make the first trip of the rotation. In fact, I have him as my fifth starter here. Doesn't really matter, semantics. Fromber, Javier, Brown, or Keedy Verlander. They might go with a six-man rotation. I'm thinking JP Francis doesn't start with the team.
Right.
I think he's going to be on the injured list or whatever. So I'm going to go with Ronel Blanco to make the team. Also in the bullpen, Seth Martinez makes it. Brandon Bielak makes it. Oliver Ortega makes it. Rafael Montero, Ryan Presley, and Josh Hader.
So no Souza?
Souza's getting hammered now in spring training. Dylan Coleman can't throw strikes.
He's he's getting hammered too.
Two veterans in the conversation at the start of camp are now out. I don't mind Seth Martinez. I hate Bielak.
So no France here. There's no Brian Abreu either because he has to serve that 2-game suspension.
Right.
Apparently, you can have a spot. Like, you can have a guy cover his spot. You can put him on the restricted list nowadays. I didn't know that last time, so that's good. So, yeah, that's
I don't like Bielak on that roster.
They're gonna find a way to keep him, though. He's also like Singleton where he's out of options. So if you don't have him on the roster, he's gone.
And someone will claim him.
And he's also a fringe guy with all these other guys. Like, your options there, you have Dylan Coleman, like, okay, whatever. He can't throw strikes. You mentioned the lefty, Souza, he's been awful. In fact, I have him below Parker Mashinsky right now on my chances to make the team.
know how much I love Hunter Mashinsky.
Mashinsky has a better career ERA than Souza does.
Because I never want to see him again, and that's why I don't even remember his name, because I don't want to remember him.
Does that surprise you?
Yes, it does. I'm very disappointed in Souza simply because of what I really liked what I saw at the end of the year. And as we've talked about, I would have liked to have I wish he was eligible to play with them in the playoffs, and they could have added him in the playoffs because that's how effective I thought he could be. That's disappointing.
Yeah. So, actually, I'm a reliever short. So give me Mashinsky in there, too. Mashinsky's going to make the team.
Give me Dana Brown working some magic between cuts and everything else to try and figure out some other options.
He's been better than he's had a career that's been better than Souza, and he's had a better spring than Souza's had. But it's not a great situation in the middle of that bullpen. I mean, your middle of the bullpen there is Oliver Ortega, who's been okay. He's like a journeyman reliever. Martinez, Bielak, Mashinsky.
No one's knocking you off your socks with a fastball either.
No.
I mean, obviously your hope is you start to get some of these guys back from injury, whether it be Louis Garcia or Lance eventually, maybe cross your fingers, and obviously JP France. Then that moves other guys into bullpen spots, and that strengthens your middle relief. But yeah, they could be really patching things together until those guys get healthy.
I think you'll be all right.
Yeah, you're talking about hopefully going into maybe June where you get Luis Garcia back. So at that point, I think things start to come together.
Whether that's the case or not, I think it's not who you starts the season in your bullpen. It's who finishes it. He's got plenty of time. And if they crap the bed, I mean, Dana's got to be quick to start figuring some stuff out. And if he's got to go outside and get them, he's got to go outside and get them.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. All right, that's the Branham roster projection 3.0. The Texans, they were reported before Mike Evans signed this deal this morning with Tampa that they were not interested in Mike Evans. What is the Texans' disinterest in Mike Evans? Tell you about the Texans. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We are the Killer Bees. 713-780-3776. HRMP listener line, 713-780-ESPN. So there were reports, I think, from Aaron Wilson. Aaron Wilson's right more than he's wrong, but not always right.
He's been tweeting in volume.
Lots of words.
Yeah.
Lots of characters from Aaron Wilson.
Lots of tweets.
I tweet a lot too, so I can't really say much
You do.
there. The Texans being disinterested in Mike Evans. Now, this was before today. Mike Evans has since signed a 2-year big deal. Is it $52 million, 26 per?
52 plus. 26.2, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just
be 2% better.
I'm just giving you the exacts because we were talking about it during the break. I have a number now to achieve by when my cash for trash.
Yeah, so 26.2, a little north of 52 per year, which is a lot of money. A lot of money for Mike Evans on the 2-year deal. But it was reported over the weekend before we learned of the Mike Evans extension that the Houston Texans did not have interest in paying top dollar for top receiver. What does it tell you that the Texans were not interested in Mike Evans?
Well, I think there's several things. It goes back to what we heard from Nick last week and the fact that they just don't seem to be, looking to take that monster step and spend a whole lot of money on just one player. We've talked about how many starting spots they have to fill. We'd like to see more depth on this team and do a lot of things as this team progresses with a tougher schedule next year and trying to replace so many guys. And regardless of age and length of contract and the amount of money, it just seems like that kind of like we knew what the Astros parameters were when they were dealing with their own free agents and other free agents in terms of years and dollars, that the Texans are going to stay true to their word. They're not looking to get the one guy that breaks the bank. And what did you say? It was stars and scrubs?
Yeah.
They're not going to do stars and scrubs. They're going to be more apt to do what probably Caserio had the most experience doing in New England, which is you get a lot of good players, but you don't overplay one great player and then don't have the ability to add better players around them.
I think that they could still – I don't think it completely rules out the stars and scrubs because I think they could go top defensive tackle, maybe pay John Grenard and then scrub it up the rest of the way. So I don't think it completely rules us out from that. I don't think they'll go that direction, but it's still in play. I think what it tells you is they feel confident that Nico and Tank are a top duo in the NFL. They're still going to add, I think, a third receiver, whether it's in free agency, whether it's in the draft. I believe that they're going to add. I guess it's possible that they don't. I think that they will. But what it does tell you is that they're comfortable with their top two being their top two. They're cool because no one else that you sign in free agents, like Pittman's going to stay, Evans is going to stay, Ridley's probably out there. I don't think the Texans will be in bed with Calvin Ridley. So they could go second, third tier receiver, or they could draft one even as soon as 23. But even if you draft one as soon as 23, you're not expecting that guy day one to be higher on the depth chart than Nico Collins and Tank Dell. To me, the biggest thing it tells you is that the Texans feel very confident that their duo with Nico and with Tank is good enough.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think that you also have to consider position groups for when you say stars and scrubs, because a star at 11 or 12 a year in a Saquon is a lot different than a star at Mike Evans's level at 26.2. I think that they're going to be, I don't want to say frugal, but I think they're going to be strategic in how they spend every dollar, and they have to be, and that's a good thing to be. I just don't see them going, as we talked about last week, I don't see them going to one guy, whoever it is, at a $20+ million a year deal. You might be able to go get, if you think Dalton Schultz is the top of the free agent tight ends, you could end up with Dalton Schultz. You might even end up with a top running back, one of the top 2 or 3 running backs. But I think that more so than not, Nick is going to go with more of a market. He's not going to go with the market price for a guy. He's going to get fair prices on above average players that can fit what he needs.
I mean, I think that too, but we don't know that yet. What we do know based on the report is that they were disinterested in Mike Evans. So, that's all we have to go on right now on their decision making. Now, Evans signed today. They never really had the opportunity to have action here. Maybe he entered free agency and the Texans have an offer out for him, and it, basically removes that entire report altogether. But if we're to believe the report, I think it shows you that Nick Caserio is comfortable with his top receivers. And is that a good place for him to be?
He should be.
Is that okay? Do you think that Nico and Tank is one of the, not to say that they're one of the better duos in the NFL, but it's good enough to win a lot of football games and make you a playoff contender?
And we don't know if they could be working their way towards one of the better duos in the NFL, but what you saw in the 1 year they were together last year was enough to give you the hope that they're going to continue to progress. We know Tank's ceiling is limitless right now. We know that Nico showed you that he's capable of taking the next step. And then if you just improve the rest of the receiver room, and we talked about a variety of ways of doing that, if you let Woods go, if Noah Brown walks, if you bring in 2 other veterans that maybe at fairly reasonable prices can upgrade that room, you still are working with what Mechie possibly is trying to get back to. You're looking at, the possibility of Hutchinson being a guy that you can develop. But I think then your receiver room is still better than it was a year ago. And it's because those 2 guys, I think, are going to continue to get better.
713-780-ESPN. Brian, what do you think it tells you that they were disinterested in Mike Evans?
I think it shows you where Casario's at with his thirst for risk, in that they don't need to make the risk of this big of a contract for a player, in his 30s, at a position that usually starts to decline about a year from where Mike Evans is. There's no reason to put that sort of risk into your salary cap situation when you have what they, I think, are now deeming a number 1 wide receiver, Nico Collins. Like, if the Texans thought they needed a number 1 wide receiver, I think they make the move for Mike Evans or someone of his ilk. I think passing on that tells us that they see Nico Collins is the one. Take Dale as a worthy 2, in that the need for wide receiver is not the top, but in the depth behind those 2. And it also, I think, tells you that they maybe might be in the business for that long-term extension for Nico, like Casario talked about down the road. Because if you're not willing to spend on Mike Evans, maybe you truly are saving it for who is your number 1, that being Nico Collins.
Could be that. That's the point. Like that, Casario came out of the blue the other day, and like, hey, we might be thinking about extending Nico Collins. And then you start looking at some of the prices, and perhaps that is what it's telling you. 9243 not going for Evans. Smart. Hopefully, it tells us they're looking to grab a receiver at some point in the draft. I can't imagine that they leave this offseason without picking up a receiver. Could be just one in free agency. Could be a rookie in the draft. Currently, they have 5. Actually, they have some future reserves, but they have 5 real NFL receivers under contract. With Nico, with Tank, Robert Woods is currently under contract. Teams have been reported cuts.
Right.
The Texans haven't cut anybody, according to reports. Then you have John Mechie and you have Xavier Hutchinson.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes teams keep 6, sometimes they keep 5. I imagine the Texans will keep 6. So that still has, even if you keep Robert Woods, I wouldn't save you $5 million. Right. But even if you do, you can still go free agency for 1, rookie in the draft with 1. If you cut Woods, you can go 1 of each.
Yeah, I think they're going to cut Woods. We know Noah Brown's going to probably find money and an opportunity elsewhere. He's gone. It's going to be real interesting with Mechie because you want to give him the opportunity to get back to where he once was. But you're happy he's healthy. But at a certain point, what he showed you at the end of the year didn't look like the same receiver we saw at Alabama. So it's a very, very, very important offseason for him.
Yeah, certainly is. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. I wonder, with Mike Evans staying, I wonder if Baker Mayfield kind of made that his, you better sign me, Mike Evans, or I'm not going to be back. You give me my receiver.
Sort of pool?
Yeah, that's exactly what I just asked.
Well, I mean, I think you have to make this. I think he's sought after. I think he has options.
But he's just a bridge for you anyway, regardless. And he did have a nice year last year. Now it's going to be interesting with a new offensive coordinator too, if that changes anything. But overall, he's not your long-term answer at quarterback. So if he's going to go and come in and say the ultimatum is you got to pay me X and I need Mike Evans back, I'd be like, okay, well, let me see what else is out there.
I mean, they brought back Evans.
I think this is more just.
But we don't know that was his ultimatum. Obviously,
I don't think it was an ultimatum.
Throwing to him.
No, I don't think it was an ultimatum. But I do think that, not that they're fearful that Baker's going to leave, but it's, hey, we're seeking Baker Mayfield to re-sign with us. There's no guarantee that he will. Let's become more attractive for a quarterback that we're trying to bring back in. I mean, ultimately, you sign players to make your team better. You're not signing a player to be like, oh, Baker Mayfield, yeah, he's going to be happy. You're signing a player to do what's in the best interest of your team.
Sure. Now, so I suppose there are teams that could still use a veteran that aren't searching the rookie market. Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Vegas, that could be looking. I just don't look at Baker as a kind of guy that's going to move the needle on a lot of teams and pay him a lot of money for more than just another 1 year deal.
They're saying he might get up to $40 million
for 1 year.
That's a lot.
I know it's a lot. I'll believe it when I see it.
I do think this could be for a quarterback. I don't buy that it's necessarily Baker Mayfield. Maybe they have intention of doing something in the draft if Penix slips to them, and you want to start off a guy like that with, good wide receivers to throw to. You don't want to start him off with, lesser than wide receivers. So you keep Mike Evans around, and there's probably also kind of a Jose Altuve aspect to that, where Mike Evans, obviously now 10 years in the league, all with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Maybe they can't stomach, maybe it's an emotional thing. They can't stomach to see him in another jersey. Plus, you keep him around for the rookie quarterback you bring in, if they're considering that, and all sides leave happy.
They interviewed Bowles last week at the Combine, and he seemed to be really adamant that he was fingers and toes crossed, I think he said, but he really wanted Mike Evans back. So you get Mike Evans back, that's one thing. And I get that. That's fine, because he's been a big part of their franchise for the last, however many years. But from a Baker's perspective, that's a winning division, a winnable division. You're going to have a new OC no matter what. So no matter who you bring in, or even if Baker stays, it's probably going to be different. So it's not that big of a deal. And I just don't think Baker's worth 40 plus a year.
No, he's going to get it though, or at least
You
close
think so?
to $40 million. Yeah, it's the going rate for mediocre quarterbacks in the NFL. And to the Baker point though, like if you had two teams offering you $40 million, one of them has a good receiver, one of them doesn't, like which one are you picking? And not to say that Tampa Bay is making a move for Baker Mayfield in mind. You should always be making moves for what's in the best interest of your team. But if they didn't have Mike Evans, now you got Chris Godwin and basically nothing else offensively.
And
that
those
really
two are a
excites
great
you.
duo. Yeah, so I think that regardless who their quarterback is, that it's nice to have those two guys, but you paid a premium price for them too. And that roster is losing a lot of guys. I mean, look at all the defensive guys that they hung their hat on defense last year, and they're losing a lot of defensive guys.
I think that they're trying to hold on to this little playoff window, and they did it last year. I feel like they're kind of just a mediocre team.
I do
like
too,
maybe
but
they
they're
can
losing
win a bad
White,
division.
they're losing David. That potentially, those two guys hit free agency, and then was it Wingfield in their defensive backfield?
Antoine Winfield.
Winfield.
He's probably their best defensive player.
So your defense could take a massive hit.
I do think Levante David comes back. He's talked about wanting to be a Buck for life. But yeah, I think you're right, Jimmy. I think they're clinging to, hey, we're in the NFC South. It's not going to take a whole lot to win this division again. Let's run it back and maybe play out. Mike Evans signs for a 2-year deal. Maybe they're trying to run this out for another 2 years before they have to hit the hard reset.
I think they're going to be 2 years too late. I think now is the time to do it, quite frankly.
White's going to get paid somewhere else because he's younger than David, and he's still got plenty left in the tank.
Like, I agree with you. I don't think that they're a serious team. Like, I don't think they're a serious contender.
Best thing they got going for them is it's a winnable division.
But that's what their actions are telling you. Their actions are like, let's win the NFC South, let's get into the dance, and then who knows? They're trying to be that winner of the worst division.
They played
in the
Detroit
NFC.
well in that game last year.
Yeah. I mean, I think their defense was good this past year, and their offense was, capable. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. The path to the Texans getting a top running back. I think I know the path. If that's your jam, if you want the Texans to get a top running back, I think I know the way. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Why is that sad that he was unavailable? Does he do radio? How do we know how he sounds on air? Does he know anything about sports?
Who?
Jason Statham. They said the rejoin said that Jason Statham. The Twitchers might. I don't know their jam.
You wouldn't want Jason Statham voicing stuff for the show?
You seem to be very enamored with Jason Statham.
No,
I told you that was a mark for him.
I don't think it was Jason Statham versus the rejoin voice, which is Michael Carroll. I think it was Jason Statham. Sadly, that we're the beekeepers of the Hive, and that sadly Jason Statham was unavailable. I think that he would be our replacements, not the rejoin voice.
Oh, see, I took that the complete opposite way.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Michael Carroll's not the rejoin voice. He's the bits voice, right? That we still use the other guy for the bumpers.
Yeah, I was just talking about that rejoin voice in that clip, which was Michael Carroll.
Okay.
Yeah. What
He's
are
very
you
cold
playing?
today.
Is that emo music that you're playing?
It's a part of the rejoin. I'm not sure.
Is that Michael Carroll singing?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Getting high in his octave. 4280 Robert and Beaumont. Not Saquon Barkley. Draft a running back in third round. Someone else said leave the receiver core alone and draft some lineman that can run block for Barkley. A lot of people like the idea of Barkley.
So. There's your big splash.
This guy didn't like Saquon Barkley.
There's your big splash, but not $20 million a year.
3581. Have any of you ever seen Jason Statham as a backup dancer on old music videos? BMAC might, since he's a stan.
He's in love with.
Have you seen this?
I have heard that he's done it, but I haven't seen it.
He can dance?
Yeah, that's the rumor. I've heard that rumor, but I haven't seen it.
But can you do sports radio?
I don't know. Michael Carroll's actually going to come in and defend himself.
7925 says Jason Statham just did a movie called The Beekeeper. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. All right, Michael, what are you defending? You look cold.
I'm so cold.
I mentioned you were freezing.
I'm so freezing. I can't feel my toes, fingers, anything.
At least someone's here to fix it.
Let's explain who you are to the listener. This is Michael Carroll.
Hello.
What would you say you do here?
Production genius.
I'm the production director, so I make all the commercials, imaging, podcasts, a bunch of other stuff.
Okay.
All the
And you're a
sounds and
Marvel
whatnot.
nut and a Dune fan.
Yes,
and
also
Comic-Con type guy.
Yeah.
So what are you defending here? Nothing I said was inaccurate, as it never is.
Well, also I need a clarification. What'd you say? I just heard my name, and I came in. I came running.
Oh, so you're like Joe George now.
So-
Anytime you hear your name, it's like an instant invitation.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
The rejoin that you use from the movie The Beekeeper,
Oh,
which,
yes,
which
yes.
we know that's where it came from.
Yes.
7925. At the very end, it says, "Sorry, Jason Statham was not available."
Correct.
Jason Statham, in your sentence here, is he replacing the voice guy, in which case was you, or is he replacing Blankers and I, in which case the talent?
I would say because you guys are the beekeepers,
Yeah,
and
that's what I
Jason
thought.
Statham is also a beekeeper.
Yeah.
You know, he can. I wouldn't say replace you guys. I
Sure.
would say be part of it.
But you were talking about us and not the rejoin voice.
Correct,
Yeah, there you go.
correct,
Another one for Branham. Branham wins this argument.
So you're trying to make a bee house as opposed to what it used to be when there was 3 on a show, and add Jason Statham to us.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh-huh.
Less wheels and more bees.
I think your production expertise is not working here.
The station does have a habit of getting rid
In
of
this
wheels
role.
too. So
Yeah, that's true.
Michael Carroll with an unintentional slip
Yeah.
there.
Whoops.
Thank you, Michael Carroll.
You're welcome.
We appreciate you for all the other work you did. Not really the last 65 seconds. I don't know how that really all went over, but I was right, Brian. I was right. That's what I learned in the last 70 seconds was that I was right.
I think you learned that about almost everything.
I was right. Now look at you not giving me credit, not conceding. You know, I did. You know what I did earlier? I conceded an L earlier to
Yeah, you
Blankers.
did.
I said, you know what, Blankers, you're right. I was wrong. I conceded defeat, and you're sitting here telling me that I always think that I'm right. I literally conceded defeat on this show earlier today.
I didn't hear what
BMAC,
Michael
I hate to
Carroll
break
said
this
as
to you, but
being
he's right.
though.
Brian,
He said
that's two
There
this
you
rights
go.
in the last 3
Yep,
minutes. Brian,
there
I
you go.
need you
Michael
to
Carroll
apologize and say I'm going to take the L.
I would, but he said Jason Statham would be working with you. That you said that he'd be replacing you. That is not correct.
We were talking about who he was referencing, like joining in the Hive. Either
But he's not replacing.
Okay, listen to this.
He's going from a tag team to a trio.
Listen to this. 6167. Statham would kick both of your tails and take over the show.
Ooh.
He's an actor.
Scary.
He's an actor. Like this texture's acting like he's a mixed martial artist
I
or a
still think
boxer.
you take
He's
it.
an actor. He's an actor who probably supplements his diet in order to look ripped.
Michael Carroll
Supplements his
also
diet
weighed in.
just
He
being
can
that
take
he eats
it.
well.
He can take it.
Well, of course, he likes his movies. He likes his movies
not
more
gonna
than he likes
jump
the
in.
show.
On the record, can you beat Jason Statham in a fight?
Off the record?
No, I said on.
On the record, could we beat Jason Statham in a fight?
So now you're saying he's 2-on-1.
Listen to Brian creating his own narratives every time. 6-1-6-7. Statham would kick both of your tails and take over your show.
I saw that as 2 individual fights.
Okay. More.
Okay.
You don't
see
a gauntlet match.
You and Joel
clearly.
beat Jason Statham in a fight?
I think we could. I think the two of us could beat
the
one
two of
Jason
us?
Statham.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think.
We don't need you. How about that?
I think the two of us could take.
Why don't
Jason
you go
Statham.
join Jason Statham and see if you get your ass kicked too?
Would I
would
beat him up?
be on that side.
Would I beat him up
would rather be on that
1-on-1?
side.
I wouldn't beat him up 1-on-1. I wouldn't beat
He's
him up
no Dan
1-on-1.
Campbell.
But I'm not. I don't think we would lose a 2-on-1 to Jason
No.
Statham. 8240. John Wick 10 times better than Jason Statham. I would have never said this before this segment, but now that we've had this segment, I agree. John Wick is 10 times better than Jason
A
Statham.
fictional character is better than a real person?
Hey, they have a statue of Rocky in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but Jason Statham's beating up John Wick.
And
right?
Jason Statham is also a fake person. Like, I know he's a real actor, but these characters that he plays are fake. Like this tough guy persona for Jason Statham. Maybe he is a tough guy. I don't know that. All I know is the movies that he's in where he's acting like a tough guy. He could be a teddy bear for all I know.
Could be.
Yeah.
I like to see you find out.
And the two of us can beat the one Jason Statham.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Bad Take Boulevard.
You can't
Who
define
asked
that.
you?
It's a part of the conversation, not to.
2336. Statham is a retired Olympic diver. That tells me he's a diver who wears Speedos, not a dude who can like throw fists.
So anyone wearing a Speedo, then not tough.
I have
the
my
Brandon
doubts.
take.
He knows how to plunge into water in a banana hammock. What does that give him in a fight game?
6389. Jason's a fake tough guy. You guys win. I agree.
There you go.
I think Jason Statham can take an AARP card carrying member blank and a Hobbit Branham in a 2-on-1.
Now we got more Joe.
I've never been called a Hobbit before.
I thought that was Joe.
I know.
thought Joe was the Hobbit.
I did too. That totally changes the.
Stumpy would lead to smaller indications like Hobbit.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're moving on. The path to getting the Texans a top running back, Deanna Rossini.
Or Diana Rossini.
Okay. You've never said a men's name right once, and you're going to nitpick
What?
on Diana
Me
Rossini.
once, Jay Billis. Okay.
Yeah. So what?
All right.
Mispronunciations. Nitpick. That's your favorite pastime.
Oh, me. Of all people, for you to say that to me. Okay.
You nitpick pronunciations way more than anybody else.
No, you're not. Now you're limiting it to pronunciation.
I said pronunciations from the start.
He did say
You're not
pronunciation.
Shut up, Brian. You're not getting 3 rights in one
Words
segment.
matter.
Joel's S-list at this point.
Jeez. Anyways, Rossini says the teams will be more willing to underpay on running backs, maybe signing multiple than shopping at the top of the market. Okay. If every team does this, what does this do for the top of the market?
Reduces the
It
value.
brings down the top of the market. This is the path for the Texans to get a top running back, whether you're in the Saquon Barkley train, whether you're in the Josh Jacobs train. Probably more of our listeners are in Saquon than Barkley. And look, I think whenever we've had the conversation, I've been more prone to signing 2 kind of like solid running backs than spend on one top one. But if all of a sudden that price for a top running back goes from 11 to 12 to 8 to 9 because of Rossini saying that teams are under or are not willing to pay top dollar and signing multiple backs, cool. Bring that price tag $3 million down, and I will flip my stance to wanting a top of the market running back.
I agree with you as well because we've talked about it, and I think there are guys that we kind of – I brought this up in passing when we were talking about if Jerry Jones and the Cowboys were going to overspend on a running back. And in passing, I said, well, if that means they're moving on from Tony Pollard, they're not going to go at him, then he would be a guy that I think would fit this system, a running back like that. But Tony Pollard as a free agent, if you consider him one of the top 4 running backs on the market, might cost you close to the same amount of money as maybe not quite to Saquon, but I'm sure he's looking for a little bit more towards that 10 range. If you can get it down and get 2 running backs for the price of 1 or what you thought you were going to have to pay 1, advantage Texans because I think we're all in agreement that Motor's coming back. It's just at what price. But if you get Singletary and then you can add another running back that's capable of being running back 1 for you and complement Singletary, huge win for the Texans and for C.J. Stroud.
Like we were assuming that Barkley would get, 11 or 12?
11 or 12, yes.
And we were kind of balking at the idea of that. If the Rossini report is true and teams are unwilling to pay that much and it brings the value down, what does the savings have to be for you to flip your opinion? I'm at 3.
Yeah, I was going to.
If I can bring it down to 8, I'm in.
Would you do 3 and 24?
I don't like that third year. I would do that if you make that third year like non-guaranteed.
Because I think that in order to kind of recoup what he feels like he might be missing out on, if the number comes down, he would try and add an extra year. So would you do 3 and 24 and half of it's guaranteed in the third year?
No,
too much.
I'm balking on the third year. And let's remember that Nick Caserio, the only time that he's ever given a 3-year contract extension to was to Cameron Johnston.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he gives a third year to a running back. That's on his second deal.
I think if you can get Saquon where he's at right now, and the fact that I don't think he's had too much tread off the tires. If you can get Saquon locked down at 8 a year for a couple of years, I think it's great. 3, you're right. 3 is dicey.
You could make that third year basically a fake year, depending on how you structure the guaranteed money and maybe any opt-outs or whatever language you put into that deal. So
that's what I just said, Brian.
He did.
I know. I'm agreeing with you. Is what I'm saying.
He's right, Brian. That's 4 in a segment.
I like this segment.
Now it's 2
this is my favorite segment we've ever done.
This is very contentious
Not mine.
right now.
Brian's on my list because of this segment.
Hey, you got to win over me on Who Said It on Friday. You should be happy.
So what? That's a team win.
Exactly. It's a team win. So, yeah, 8 would obviously be fine. I'd even be willing to go up to 9 per year. As long as it's under 10, that would kind of be my breaking point. But for 2 or 3? I would say I would be fine with 3, but 3 would have to be mostly a fake year where things are starting to sour. You could get out that without a massive dead cap hit.
I guess I said Saquon bandwagon and Barkley bandwagon. My bad. I meant Jacobs and Saquon. That one's on. I'll concede an L. Since I've been winning too much in this segment, I'll hang out an L. I feel like I need to spread the wealth a little bit. I'm more Josh Jacobs than I am Saquon.
I don't know if he's
I
the right
thought you
fit.
had the red flag on
I think
him.
he's more of a flit.
A flit? I don't think he's a fit. Because I think he's more of a power running back.
I think he's more of a one-cut, hit the hole, what the Texans want in his own blocking scheme.
He reminds me more of Pierce.
I thought you were raising a big red
That's
flag
disrespectful.
on him. Not,
That's something I do.
Well,
I am
but
worried
Jeremy,
about
he didn't
that.
have a great year last
I am
year.
worried about that. Josh Jacobs, I am
Second
worried
half
about
of the
his I'm worried about his demeanor and all that stuff, but I'm going to give him 2 years. He's going to be happy that he's out of Vegas. He's going to be happy that he's with a good football team, and he's going to be more of a natural fit. We forget that he ran for over 1,600 yards 2 years ago. He was
2 years ago, he was great.
Yeah, I mean, he's 20. He's going to be 26 next year. He's what, a year younger than Saquon? 2 years younger than Saquon? He caught 53 passes 2 years ago, 54 the year before, 37 last year in a down year. He played 13 games and had over 800 yards.
What are you paying him?
And I think he's more of a scheme. The same that I'm paying Barkley. Like, we're talking about Barkley and Josh Jacobs. I better not say Saquon again. We're talking about Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs being on the same tier. And if Rossini's report is true that teams in the NFL are more willing to spend on multiple running backs than to spend on the top of the market for the running backs, and it brings both of their value down. If I could get Saquon at 9 AAV, Josh Jacobs at 9 AAV, I'm going Josh Jacobs.
I don't think I just, for some reason, I just feel like he's not the kind of fit for the Texans offense. And if they're both the same price, I would go Saquon.
I've heard that Jacobs is a better fit, that he's better in the zone blocking scheme, where Saquon's more of the dancer.
Well, I heard Lance say that.
Lance did say that.
Yeah, but I don't. Again, I'd like to see it play out because I think that in the right system, no matter what, Saquon is the best combination with the athleticism. He can catch the football.
So can Jacobs.
But he's elusive, and I think that he can hit the hole and do what you need him to do. Saquon.
Yeah, I mean, he's a dancer. He's a bit of a dancer. Give me Josh Jacobs, zone blocking scheme. One cut, hit the hole, run for 5 yards per carry. Give me that and Josh Jacobs. But the tiers is what I'm really focusing on. And those tiers are going to have to come down for me to be willing to spend top dollar, whether it's Saquon, whether it's Jacobs. The Rossini reports, they kind of interest me. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776, 1483. Where do Sweat and Murphy stand in draft projections? I think Murphy's pretty much locked into a top 20 pick right now.
The one we had today, or actually we looked at a couple today, he was right around 13, so he's...
Maybe top 15 then.
Yeah, I mean, we discussed the possibility of trading up to maybe 18 or 19 if you saw Murphy fall to that point, but I don't even think that's realistic at this point.
And then Sweat, probably second rounder still.
Yeah,
maybe
he's
third.
not a first round pick. He's not a first round pick.
Why is that?
I'm guessing it's because of scheme. Like we've talked in past weeks that maybe people think he's only a fit in a 3-4. I disagree with that. But if teams only see him as a 3-4 because of his size at 365 pounds, then that limits the amount of teams he can go to, and maybe that pushes him down draft boards.
Is there that big of a difference between the two of them?
Yeah, weight-wise, 65
No,
pounds.
I'm just saying overall performance, what you saw.
No, well, in college, Sweat was better. I mean, I would say.
Because he looked good at the Senior Bowl, too.
Yeah, and that's not to downgrade Murphy at all, because he was a fantastic player at Texas as well. But just college performance, especially last year, I would take Devondre Sweat, but I think Murphy fits more schemes in the NFL.
Yeah, I've heard that he's kind of big to not be a 3-4 defensive tackle. 713-780-3776. HRP listener line, 713-780-ESPN. Will-A-Bits. We don't always do this, and you never know what you're going to get. Which Will-A-Bit are you getting today? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
It's time
What?
for Buzzkill Branham.
An enormous spin. We can only get Michael Carroll on those? Can I get the real guy? Do I troll people to the point of them crying?
Sounds like you're trying to make Michael Carroll cry right now. You don't want him on the show.
I don't make people cry, do I? I don't troll people to the point of
Mariner
tears.
fans, maybe.
Hey, you're sending my address out to the internet. That wasn't cool.
What's Bush League?
It was Bush League. So what do you say, Buzzkill Branham? I do have a couple things I'm ready to buzzkill. First off, can we stop reacting to 40-yard dashes like this is going to make the receiver that ran really fast the next Randy Moss? You know who had the previous best 40 time at the NFL Combine?
John Ross.
What did John Ross do in his life? John Ross was
Absolutely
so
nothing.
bad at receiving.
He went to Washington, right? And then he had all kinds of foot
He
problems.
was in Cincinnati. He was
No,
drafted
but
by Cincinnati.
he went to the University of Washington,
Oh,
though.
sorry,
yeah.
yeah.
And then came into the league. I think he had all kinds of foot problems. He never did anything.
he was hurt. He was hurt a lot.
John Ross was such a bad receiver, they moved him to defensive back.
Did
And
they?
he
No
never
way.
played it. Yeah, they were toying with the idea of moving to defensive back. Never played as defensive back. He was out of the NFL in 5 years. He played 5 years in the NFL and was out of the NFL because he runs fast doesn't make him a good receiver. And this is not a knock on Xavier Worthy because I think Xavier Worthy is a fine prospect. He had a second-round grade, and then he ran a 4.21. He's going to be a top 15 pick. It's not a knock on Worthy at all. Like, I like Worthy. I think Worthy's going to be a good player in the NFL. I am knocking your reactions to people in tights running really, really fast. What's the difference between a 4.21 and a 4.29? What does that look?
Yeah,
what does
the
that look
thing
like on the football
that a lot
field?
of people, a lot of ex-NFL people have been harping on for a while is if you're going to do this kind of 40, also do one with like pads and a helmet at least to see that you can get true football speed out of it.
Just watch tape. Just watch tape.
That's the other thing.
Just
You've
watch
seen
tape.
enough on them that you don't need to see these things to like. If it's the difference between you're weighing two guys evenly. If that's going to make the difference, one guy you think is faster or stronger, then so be it. But you're right. They have enough tape on these guys.
Nick Caserio flat out says, like, we don't really get anything out of these combines. And I think most general managers are that way. Like, you're gonna every piece of information matters, every data point matters. So like you're gonna pay attention to it, but they value what they watch on film way more than the stopwatch of a guy running a 40-yard dash.
I'll tell you where they do get something out of them: the interviews.
Yeah, probably.
Because now you're getting to now it's not what you see on tape.
Yeah, why didn't you defend your mother when she was in a rock fight? Those stupid questions that they get.
Well, no, not the ones like the very, very inappropriate one that Dez got.
Yeah, that was from a team.
But they do go in depth in terms of like to try and judge when we start talking about like culture in the locker room and things like that. You know, they're going to interview the guy, then they're going to interview guys the guy played with and find out about the guy in the locker room, in the meeting rooms, thing. What kind of teammate is he?
I agree with you. That's the most important thing. I agree with you. That's the most important. That matters more than their 40-yard dash. That matters more than their broad jump. That matters more than their shuttle drill. That matters more than the 3-cone. Matters more than their bench reps. Matters more than all of that stuff. So I am buzz-killing reactions to combine stuff. The Keon Coleman, he ran a 4.61 at 40, and y'all might have seen this video. I don't remember who they were stacking him up against, but they had a 40-yard dash. Keon Coleman ran at a 4.61, which wasn't a good time for a receiver. Somebody else had a good time at the 40, but then when they did this little, I don't even know what they call it, they have a guy run down the yard line and catch footballs from his left to his right to his left to his right, and it tracks their speed doing it. Keon Coleman, who ran a 4.61, got it up to like 20 miles per hour, and this other guy who ran like a 4.4 was like at 15 miles per hour. Which one matters more, your 40 time or what you're doing on the football field catching a football?
Doing football skills.
Absolutely.
Right, doing football skills. That's why I think for a lot of this, the Senior Bowl, they get way more out of because they actually have and more so than the game itself, the Senior Bowl, when they do the head-to-heads and the position groups and the D-line, offensive line, and all those kind of drills, that's where guys get a lot of extra just to see the competition between the top of the draft class.
Yeah, stop overreacting to 40 times. Oh, man, this guy jumped from a fourth rounder to a second rounder because he runs a 4.19 in his 40. This guy texted in and said Jason Statham runs a 4.15. All right, you're funny, but you're sending too much of these Jason Stathams, and you're obsessed. It's becoming a little bit too much.
Video of that.
You opened the door to it.
You've gone too far now. They've been funny, most of them, but you've gone too far. You got to cool it. Second thing I'm going to buzzkill Caitlin Clark's breaking Pistol Pete's record. I'm a proponent for women's basketball. I love women's basketball. I think it matters very much. And what Caitlin Clark has done is very admirable. Tip the cap. She's, one of the greatest college basketball players of all time, no doubt about it. Pistol Pete was not allowed to play his freshman year, and he didn't have a three-point line. Like, let's stop saying that people are chasing Pistol Pete's record. He was not allowed to play in his freshman year because they didn't allow freshmen to play back in his day, and there wasn't a three-point line. She didn't break Pistol Pete's record, or what should have been Pistol Pete's record.
Well, I'm not going to be – see, here's the thing. Granado was just full out crapping on Caitlin Clark this morning because that's kind of what he likes to do. It's okay to, celebrate both. Pistol Pete was unbelievable when he played. But when you look at Caitlin Clark, it shouldn't be because we were talking about this before the show. Now, because she surpassed Pistol Pete, now someone thought it was the bright idea to go back and dig up every record and every box score and realize before there was such a thing as the NCAA, there was another NIAAIW league
The
where
NAIA?
the NAIA is a little different than that, but that she's 200 points away from being the all-time leading scorer. Just say she's playing women's basketball. She's the all-time leading scorer in women's basketball in college. Boom, and we're done.
Yeah, I like it because it brings Pistol Pete's name back into the conversation. Obviously, as a guy that played in the 70s, there's not a lot of reason on a very regular basis that we would ever have a conversation about Pistol Pete. He's kind of one of the forgotten all-time greats in basketball. So the fact that his name's coming up in conversation, Jeremy gets to bring up the point about no three-point line, no freshman year. I don't know. I always liked Pistol. There was a movie about Pistol Pete that I watched as a kid, and I was always fascinated by him. So I'm glad that his name's getting brought up in these conversations.
Mikhail would tell me stories about Pistol Pete was on the Celtics, I guess, when he came in the league. And then that they were, whether he saw videos or he saw him play at a certain point. And Calvin Murphy would tell me, if you never saw Pistol Pete play, you have no idea just how great he was, in every aspect of the game. So you're right. From that degree, it's the appreciation of a guy that was an unbelievable basketball player at a time where there wasn't the internet and in social media, and every clip makes it there within 20 seconds, and everyone gets to see his greatness. But I don't know if I ever told Jeremy this, but the story that I always loved the most about Pistol Pete was when I was a ball boy in Milwaukee, he was on the Utah Jazz, and he hated Frank Layden, his coach. And Frank Layden wouldn't play him. So I was in charge of the visiting team locker room. So we go out onto the court, and I come running out on the court, and I say, "Hey, Pete, you forgot something, man." They're in the layup line. I go, "You forgot something. Your uniform is back on the chair." And he goes, "Oh, kid, I'm not wearing anything under my warm-ups." And I just stopped. And I'm like, "Yeah, your uniform's," he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I dare the coach to put me in the game tonight because it's going to be a show that everybody's going to want to see." And he said that he sat he was on the bench the entire game. Frank Layden never put him in the game, but he was naked under his warm-ups.
I was going to ask about the time you watched him play.
I knew you were going to say that.
I didn't have to.
I could read your facial expressions. You had one loaded.
I didn't have to. You did it yourself. Yeah, Elvin told me he was fantastic. He was really, really good. Probably one of the top 10 college basketball players of all time. Pistol Pete.
That's probably right.
Yeah, he scored a bunch. Remember Antoine Davis last year almost broke his record?
That was the guy that they wanted to get him in one of the tournament.
They were trying to buy their way into the CBI with a sub 500 record, and CBI's like, "No, we have standards." They didn't let them buy their way in because he was 8 points shy of Pistol Pete or whatever. Would have broke it if they played in a postseason game, but they didn't. All right, car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Time for our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating? 713-780-ESPN. This texture nominates me. Car wreck of the day, Brandon. Well, I'm going to nominate him. He says, Brandon, dating. He wanted Barkley over Saquon. Well, I'm going to nominate you for saying dating and not saying. But, yeah, I said I wanted Barkley over Saquon. I meant Josh Jacobs over Saquon. That's my bad.
It's kind of a low bar for car wreck of the day, honestly.
That's why I started there. 8835. I had no idea Blankers was old enough to see Pistol Pete. Did he see Wilt's 100-point game?
So I'm glad everybody's jumping on the bit now. I was a ball boy
Not really
when Pistol
bit.
Pete was
Oh,
playing.
I guess it is a bit. You're right. That's my bad. I thought you meant you watching Pistol Pete.
Yeah. You love this.
How old was he? 24, 25 when you saw him?
No.
Oh.
By the way, Calvin Murphy was a hell of a college player, too.
Yeah, he was.
The fact that I think he averaged 40 one year. He might have averaged 40 at Niagara his entire career.
Yeah, he's up there. Elvin's
Was that
up
a
there.
Division I school, though?
Niagara was, yeah.
Okay.
And he was coached by Frank Layden.
Kareem's up there.
Oh, my God, yes.
Kareem's probably the
Was
best.
Walton up there?
Nah. Probably not.
Leitner's going to be up there for the success.
Yeah, Leitner had a really good career.
Yeah.
Really good career. What are you guys nominating for the car wreck of the day?
First one for me is Devin Booker because he's a little B. Like, the fact that he plays dirty and he wants to play tough and he says he's firing up, Cam and wants to get into it with him because that's what veterans did to him and they need more of that in the games. And then he's talking crap to the bench and telling everybody for the Rockets they got lucky because they beat the Suns in Phoenix. It's going to be different when they get to Phoenix. And then you win a close game. And then you get your butt handed to you in the second of the games and lose 2 out of 3 to the Rockets. How about you just play the game and shut your mouth, tough guy?
I don't mind him saying it. I like a guy who looks for a little bit of fire.
He plays cheap ball, Jeremy. He's grabbing and pulling and
but
pushing.
he can shoot.
He can shoot. I'm not denying
I
that.
like his game, actually.
He should just play his game.
Which Kardashian does he date?
He doesn't.
I think they're back together.
I think they're working on it.
What does that mean?
It means they're not dating yet. They're not exclusive.
Sounds like they're hanging out.
Don't know.
So she was with Bad Bunny?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
It was one of the Jenners. I don't know. One of the 2 Jenners. Kylie?
There's the rumor out there on Booker is that she's his beard.
Oh, really?
Someone told me that. Yeah, someone told me that. I can't confirm nor deny, but someone told me that.
Yeah, let's throw out allegedly so we don't get
Allegedly. Yeah, seriously. I was thinking about
I said someone told me that. I didn't say it like it was true.
All right.
I mean,
just covering her butt.
Saying someone told me that. It's like saying allegedly.
All right. Just covering it.
I think I said might, didn't I? Yeah, allegedly. Let's go allegedly.
100% sure is all
allegedly. Russell Wilson trade to Denver. Denver traded all that draft capital. They spent all that money, and what did it give them? Absolutely nothing. They're officially going to cut him. They told him that they're officially going to cut him, which, no surprise. It's been out there for weeks, since week 15. But, yeah, the trade for Russell Wilson. In fact, Denver tweeted it. Denver said, we've notified Russell Wilson that he'll be released after the league year begins March 13th. So official statement, et cetera, et cetera. All that money, all that trade capital, and you got absolutely nothing. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and Sean Payton didn't care how much dead cap money and how much money they owed him. Sean Payton wasn't about that life if he was going to be graded based on that.
Nope. What are you nominating, Brian?
First, I got to nominate the Warriors losing by 52 to the Celtics over the weekend, including Steph only having 4 points scored. Will the Warriors make the playoffs? Who knows? But that was an embarrassing loss.
I agree with you that they should be nominated. No NBA team should lose to another NBA team by 50 plus. And they were down by, I want to say, like 40 in the first half. Like, it was ridiculous. And then Steph and Draymond didn't play in the second half. But honestly, the Warriors have been playing good basketball other than that game. I think they've won something like 8 out of 10. So that's the shocking part, too. But no NBA team should get trounced by 50.
They just didn't care that day.
It's on national TV, too. It's a horrible look.
Really?
Yeah.
That's rough.
That's a really bad look, especially if you want people to believe you're back.
Yeah, that's a bad one. Do I mention that Soccer Matters coming up at 6 o'clock?
You haven't, but Soccer Matters.
Soccer Matters coming up at 6 o'clock. Glenn Davis, voice of the Dynamo, does great stuff. He got a memo today by the MLS. He, among all of the talent that call MLS games, whether it's TV, whether it's radio, MLS sent memos to broadcasters not to belabor the point when addressing the lockout between the ref unions that govern, I guess, the referees in Major League Soccer. So he got a little slap on the wrist. Not that he did anything wrong. It's just it's a precautionary slap on the wrist. Every MLS broadcaster got it. Not to go in on the referee situation in the MLS.
Seems a little soft.
A little soft by the
It
MLS.
happens all the
Well, that's
time.
what the S stands for in MLS. Major League Softness.
It happens all the time.
In the MLS.
No, in every league.
I've never had my hand slapped.
I have.
So
Well,
you
not
got those types
with
of
U of
memos?
H stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I've had
Especially
my.
when we were close to dealing with a labor situation. There was plenty
Dang.
of other situations where they're like, don't talk about it at all, or you can mention that it's happening and move on.
I guess I've never directly had my hand slapped. The Big 12 suspended Texas Tech radio guys during football season.
Really?
For
Oh, I
getting
think I remember that.
So, like, indirectly. I mean, it's kind of an indirect way to, hey, don't get on to our officials because we'll suspend you.
Well, Daryl Morey and Gerson Rosas were not shy about sending text messages on things we said on the air.
It happened to me Highway to Hell, with Easter being with Deontay Foreman.
Happened to me
of all
with Boogie
people.
Cousins, of all people.
What'd you say?
The truth.
Which was?
That I knew people that were close to the situation that said that he might get thrown out that night, that he had an attitude problem, that he was like berating assistant coaches, that he was the first one to leave, the last one to show up. And then I got a text that said, don't you ever say that about him because we may sign him someday and we like him. Well, can you give me a list of guys I can't talk about?
Yeah, I should have forewarned you on that.
I got one, too, where Paul Pierce was lighting up James Harden, and I said it. And I was supposed to say that Paul Pierce is an elite scorer that can do that to anybody and not mention that he was lighting up Harden.
I'm going to nominate the Sprinklers at Minute Maid Park. Houston Cougars are playing at the Astro College Classic last night.
Yep.
I couldn't make it because I was driving back from Norman. But the first couple of games went long. Their 7 o'clock first pitch turned into an 8 o'clock first pitch. Game went 11 innings, so dragged on.
Yep.
Finished at 12:30 in the morning. Sprinklers turned on at 11:30. They had a rain delay when the roof was closed. It was like 5 minutes, but
oh my god,
yeah, they turned the sprinklers on there late night at Minute Maid last night. Brian, you got another one?
Yeah, the quick piece of audio here. First take was just completely first take today.
To say the Cowboys don't have a winning culture is ridiculous, Stephen A. They absolutely have.
You're
a winning
ridiculous
culture.
for saying that. You're utterly ridiculous. That
Shocking
is
that you
asinine.
two agree. They've
That-
won
that's
12 games
asinine.
3 years in a row, guys. They absolutely
Well,
have a
my
winning
God.
culture.
Is there anything more first take than arguing passionately about whether or not the Cowboys have a winning culture?
I just want to hear Shannon say ridiculous a few more
Ridiculous.
times.
So they're just yelling at each other?
Yeah, that
Wait,
goes
Stephen
on.
A. yelled?
That goes on for minutes. That's just a minor piece of first take today.
So do they have a winning culture?
I mean, they win 12 games every year.
Depends on how you judge it.
I don't think
they
winning-
haven't won anything in the playoffs, and they've rarely been to the playoffs in the last 20 years.
I don't think winning defines winning culture in a weird way.
I can see that.
It has to be. I mean, it's got to be sustained
It's kind of like that
success for a
survey
long
that
period
came
of time.
out, like across the board. Not that that's the end all be all, but across the board, coaching staff, the way the players are treated,
No.
the organization, the ownership.
I
That's
think
all part of the culture.
Yeah, I think it has to just be a sustained level of winning, as opposed to like 1 or 2 years of winning.
I mean, over their entire
But they've won.
existence.
Yeah, I
yes.
would say that they have a winning culture.
Yeah, I think
it's fair
to
to
that
say
point,
that.
they won the division, right? They
Yeah.
won the division last year.
Yeah, I would say they have a winning culture. What's going to win this thing?
Devin Booker?
Yeah, I think Devin Booker.
Really?
Yeah.
No, it's got to be the MLS.
Devin
They're
Booker
trying
acted
to
like
silence.
a punk bitch.
Fine,
in
I got
that- over
outvoted.
last week.
Congratulations, Devin Booker. You shouldn't have won, but you won car wreck of the day. Thanks to Brian for
won
doing all the
enough in
hard
one
work.
segment when you were right 4 times.
He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Soccer Matters and the silent Glenn Davis up next on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in everybody to Soccer Matters, presented as always by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, and looking forward to this next hour of soccer talk with you, following the Killer Bees and Jeremy and Joel. Heard them talking about MLS not wanting commentators to talk about the refereeing situation. So there you go. Honestly, I don't talk about referees too often, unless it's singular moments that determine games. For instance, the Dynamo New York Red Bulls game, referee didn't win or lose that game for anybody. That's all I'm looking for. I don't like belaboring it because I think it's easy. But in the big scheme of things that's going on with MLS and U.S. soccer, the Open Cup, and refs wanting improved conditions, it can be a talking point. All right, thanks for tuning in tonight. We want your opinion on Soccer Matters here. World Cup 2026, City of Houston. That's where we do this radio show. We got the World Cup coming. More importantly, we got the Copa America coming this summer. We're going to get into that tonight. We're going to get into the Dynamo. We're going to get into the Manchester United-Manchester City match. And we will take your calls at 713-780-3776. Couple of things here. Wonderful gesture. We're still in shock about Maggie McEachern. That's a stunner, just a bright, vibrant young lady. Again, the show tonight is going to be dedicated to her. And also my great friend Tomas Escalante, his wife Jennifer of Sig's Lagoon. If you know Sig's Lagoon in Midtown, that is a fantastic vinyl vinyl place. The vinyl community is really strong with Quinn over at Cactus Music, one of our great sponsors here. I met Tomas's wife, Jennifer, once at Cirque du Soleil, and you could just tell she was a bright light. She was going through her treatment at the time. So Tomas Escalante, Jennifer Escalante, Maggie, tonight we're thinking of them. All right, we've got some good music here tonight. I first want to recount, I want to lighten things up and recount something pretty funny. So, not that this is any big deal in the big scheme of things, but I had a knee surgery on Monday, so I have this giant brace on my leg. I do not have a house that is great for somebody on crutches. It's a townhome, it's stairs, and let me tell you, if you're not on your game and you decide to, for a second, not be focused, you can definitely take a header down a lot of stairs, okay? So far, so good for me. Also, if you have to get up in the middle of the night, you got to turn your light on, make sure you're awake before you get on these things, okay? I've done this before. I've never done it in a situation like this where I have all these stairs. All right, so my sister comes in. I mean, I have the best sister in the world. She's involved with cancer research and advocacy, and her husband's an oncologist. She was a nurse to start. She comes in. I mean, I've been eating like there's no tomorrow the last 7 days. The food she's cooking up is incredible. So now I'm on my own. I told her, well, I'll see you later. My friend Justin Finger, who does the stats and data, is picking me up. I'm going to sit in the back seat. He's going to drive me to the stadium. So I get my way into the booth for the game, and we're calling the game, and